Native Tribes of the Northern Territory of Australia. By Baldwin Spencer. Preface. In 1911 the Commonwealth Government sent a small scientific commission to the Northern Territory to make a preliminary survey of the country. The party consisted of Dr. J. A. Gilruth, Dr. Anton Braille, Drive W. G. Woolnow, and myself. The time at our disposal was short and the work that we did was naturally, more or less, of an introductory nature, indicating lines of research that might be followed up, with advantage, in the future. Towards the end of the same year I was asked by the late Mr. Batchelor, then Minister for External Affairs, to return to the territory for a period of 12 months as Special Commissioner for Aboriginals and Chief Protector in charge of the department that the government had instituted to safeguard the interests of the Aboriginal population. The Council of the University granted me the necessary leave of absence, and accordingly I left Melbourne on December 25, 1911, and Darwin, again, on December 25, 1912. A very considerable part of my time was occupied in routine work, and, unfortunately, owing to an accident which, temporarily, rendered me unable to walk, I lost 2 months of valuable time during the dry season. I was, however, able to do some work amongst tribes, with regard to the customs, organization, and beliefs of which little has been known hitherto. The present volume contains the scientific results of my work, expanding and, in some points, correcting my preliminary report, which it supersedes. Point 1. In 1911, in company with Dr. Gilruth, now administrator of the territory, I had visited Melville Island, where, thanks to the assistance of Mr. R. J. Cooper, who has lived amongst the natives for long, knows them, and is entirely trusted by them, we were able to see and learn something of their customs. These were so interesting that I was very anxious to be able to spend more time amongst them and gladly availed myself of the offer of Mr. Cooper to assist me in gaining some further knowledge of these interesting people. I went across to Melville and Bathurst Islands in March, 1912, and spent 6 weeks there, during which time I was fortunate enough to see one of their most important ceremonies, connected with the initiation of the young men. It was the monsoonal period and we had a decidedly wet time, but it was intensely interesting, and I am deeply indebted to Mr. Cooper for his help, without which I could have done but little amongst these natives. It is not too much to say that it is due to him that white men can now land, with impunity, on Melville and Bathurst Islands. At a later period, in December, 1912, I revisited Bathurst Island, in company with Mr. P. Cahill, and had the opportunity of again witnessing the weird, wild burial and mourning ceremonies of the natives and of obtaining both cinematograph and phonograph records of them. A motor trip during the months of August and September, in company with Dr. Gilruth, who had meanwhile been appointed administrator of the territory, enabled me to see something of the conditions under which the natives were living in a wide area of the country, extending as far southwards from Darwin as Newcastle waters, and as far east as the Gulf of Carpentaria. Our trip was, of necessity, too hurried to enable me to do any serious work amongst the natives, but, as we were in contact with tribes, either identical with, or very closely similar in regard to their customs, organization, and beliefs, to others, such as the Mara, Mungarai, Bimbinga, and Anula, which had previously been investigated by Mr. Gillen and myself, this was not a matter of great importance and I was glad of the opportunity that the trip afforded me of taking a general survey of the country and aboriginals. It is only possible to study the latter seriously when camped amongst them quietly for some time. I was, fortunately, able to do this in the case of the Kakadu tribe, in connection with which my most interesting results were obtained. I secured these only in consequence of the wholehearted cooperation of Mr. P. Cahill in my work, during the time that I spent as the guest of himself and Mrs. Cahill in their delightful home at Impelli, far out in the wilds on the East Alligator River. Mr. Cahill has had long experience of the Kakadu and other tribes, talks their language, and has won their complete confidence. He most generously placed his time and knowledge at my disposal and, thanks to him, I was able to gain considerable insight into the sacred beliefs of the Kakadu people. I am also much indebted to him for most valuable assistance at a subsequent time, when we traveled together to the Flora River and came into contact with natives of the Mudburra and Wajuman tribes. For the opportunity of meeting whom I am largely indebted to my friends Mr. and Mrs. Pierce, of Willaroo Station. Amongst all the tribes, I have found it a very great advantage to be able to show them that I am well acquainted with the customs and secret matters of other tribes. As soon as they understand this, it is wonderful how they open up, and it is, also, equally remarkable how completely they close in the presence of anyone who is uncongenial to them. It is perhaps advisable to say once more that both the late Mr. Gillen and myself were regarded as fully initiated members of the Arunta tribe, which is now, unfortunately, decimated in numbers and hopelessly degenerate in customs. In conclusion, I have to express my thanks to the many other friends who have helped me in various ways. To the Administrator of the Northern Territory and Mrs. Gilruth I am deeply indebted for their most generous assistance and personal help in ways too numerous to mention. To the Honorable J. Thomas, Minister for External Affairs, during the period that I spent in the Territory, I am indebted for cordial interest and assistance in my work, as also to Atlee Hunt, ESQ, Secretary for External Affairs. In traveling over the Territory I met, as everyone always does, with the greatest kindness and courtesy at the hands of the few scattered station holders and the officials on the telegraph line. Lastly, I wish to thank my publishers for the very courteous and generous way in which they have acceded to what, I fear, must have appeared my rather extravagant desires in regard to the publication. And more especially the illustration of this and previous works. These illustrations, however, better than many pages of description, will serve to give an idea of the stage of culture and manner of life of a primitive and fast disappearing race. It is with deep regret that I am unable to associate with my own, as co-author of this work, the name of F.J. Gillen, to whom, because of his untiring, enthusiastic, and sympathetic study of the natives, whom he knew and understood, every student of Australian anthropology, and myself most of all, owes a great debt of gratitude and admiration. Melbourne. February, 1914. Note. I am indebted to the courtesy of the Honourable the Minister for External Affairs for permission to use figures 4 and 7 and 11 and 12, and to Dr. Anton Braille for figure 18a. The remaining figures of scenery and ceremonies are all reproduced from my own negatives. I am very much indebted to Mr. R. H. Walcott, Curator of the Ethnological Museum, Melbourne, for the great amount of trouble that he has taken in the preparation of the photographs illustrating the chapters dealing with weapons, implements, and decorative art. All the specimens figured in this work are in the National Museum, Melbourne. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 1. Introduction. Nature of the country inhabited by the tribes, list of tribes, with their localities, physical appearance of the natives, no Malay admixture, cicatrices, Larakia woman with joint of index finger cut off. Small number of children in each family, organization of the tribes, a general resume, Totemic systems, a general resume, Intikioma ceremonies, initiation ceremonies, burial and mourning ceremonies, spirit children and origin of children. Reincarnation sacred objects, camp life, habitations, flies and mosquitoes, corroborees, definition of tribe sending out of messengers, characteristics of native character, magic, mental ability, fondness for fun and sense of humor. Over the vast area of more than 520,000 square miles occupied by the Northern Territory there are, as might be expected, great variations in regard to climate and natural features. Whilst this is so, it is, on the other hand, possible to divide it into three main parts, a southern central plateau, gradually rising from the lowlands of Lake Eyre to the McDonnell Ranges. A northern central depression, in the form of a great basin, margined to the north, east and west by the coastal ranges, and lastly a fringe of coastland between the latter and the sea. The first two of these, again, agree in all essential features. They have the same hot, dry climate, sparse vegetation of gum trees, mulga scrub, hakayas and porcupine grass. Every now and then, but very rarely, the vegetation may be a little more luxuriant, in spots such as Palm Creek in the McDonnell Ranges where a solitary colony of fan palms, Livistonia mariae, has managed to survive. And where groups of graceful cycads grow in crevices amongst the rocks. Away, however, from the ranges the country is more or less arid. The soil is dry and sandy with tufts of pale, withered grass that grow so far apart from one another that you can easily count them. It is wonderful how long the grass keeps its moisture. It must have learned the habit of throwing its roots down to a great depth. Towards the end of a long dry season, however, you can powder the grass up in your hand, and, for lack of nourishment, your horses become little more than bags of bones. For mile after mile there is nothing but thin gum tree forest, and in the dry season there is not a drop of surface water. You may get some by digging a soakage in the sandy bed of a river where the gum trees show that there is water below the surface, but, for the most part, you must rely on the wells that the government has sunk at intervals along the course of the overland telegraph line. These vary in depth from 100 to 270 feet. Each one is enclosed in a strong palisade to keep out wandering horses and cattle and has, also, 2 trap doors which close down over the opening and serve to keep out wild dogs and small vermin. There is a windlass and a chain with a bucket at each end. The one shown in the illustration, Figure 1, lies between the Catherine Creek and Daly Waters. It is one of the deeper ones and by means of an endless wire a horse can be hitched on to wind up the heavy bucket. When this view was taken I was traveling on an experimental motor car trip with the administrator, and we utilized the motor car to do the winding up. Away to the east of the telegraph line there lies the Downs country, huge stretches of slightly undulating open country, covered with a most luxuriant growth of grass with, every now and then, river beds. Meandering across the open plains, starting nowhere in particular and gradually petering out, Fig. 3, their banks are bordered, here and there, with clumps of colobars but, often for scores of miles, you see nothing bigger than a small scraggy bush and, as you travel along, you collect such little twigs as you can to boil your next billy with. For miles upon miles also, in many parts, the whole country face is studded with white ant hills of which there are several quite different kinds. In the first place they vary much in color according to the nature of the ground. They may be red, or almost white, yellow of various shades, gray, or various shades of brown. A fair idea of the surface formation of the country can be had from the material of which they are made. In form they vary immensely. Some never seem to exceed an average of perhaps 4 or 5 feet in height and are in the form of single, flattened columns, or slabs, sometimes tapering to a point, at others with a bluntly rounded apex. Others, again, are like masses of great bubbles of sand, from a few inches to a foot or more in diameter. These are piled irregularly on one another to form a mound which may finally reach a height of 6 feet or even more. Then, in addition to the smaller ones, which may be so numerous and so close together as to give the country the appearance of a gigantic graveyard, there are the huge ones made, perhaps, of a single shaft or of a main central one, with others clustering round it like smaller pinnacles around a main spire, Fig. 2. These are most extraordinary structures. They may reach a height of 25 feet and must have taken many years to build. In the whole of the central area, that is inland from the coastal ranges, there is no permanent flowing water. For a short time after the rainfall the creeks run, but this may be only for a few hours. After that the scattered water holes alone remain. Some may last for a few weeks, others for months, whilst others, such as the chain forming the Newcastle waters, are permanent, though, of course, they gradually decrease in area as the dry season advances. Towards the close of the dry season the natives must gather about the few remaining waters, though it is wonderful how they will secure water by means of little soakages in the sandy beds of creeks, or out of the roots of trees, or even, if it comes to the worst, by licking the dew off herbage. Amongst the ranges they have their little stores of water which no white man would ever find. Little crevices in the rocks or holes in trees out of which they can sometimes only get the water by means of a wisp of grass which they dip into the water and suck when it comes out. The whole of the central area, right up to the coastal ranges, is very much the same everywhere except that when, coming up from the south, you reach Powell's Creek, there is a distinct change in the vegetation. The gums remain, but bauhinias, with rich foliage, red flowers and large brown pods appear. The kapok with its bright yellow flowers is very noticeable and the mulga is largely replaced by lancewood, while India rubber, ironwood, and so-called quinine trees are abundant. But, even as far north as this, the vegetation is not really tropical. After rising from the central part onto the coastal ranges, the height of which is not more than 1,000 feet, there are sometimes, as, for example, going down to the coast on the Gulf of Carpentaria, a series of jump-ups, as they are called, where there is a sudden sharp rise, or fall, according to which way you happen to be traveling. This brings you down to the coast country where, in many ways, things are very different from what you meet with on the uplands of the interior. East, west, and northwards from the ranges, rivers, such as the Roper, Daly and the Alligators, rise and run to the sea. These are fine streams with permanent running water, the tide affecting them for about 80 miles from their mouth, Figure 4. They are marked by the presence of a series of rocky bars, each perhaps 6, or at most 8, feet in height, that stretch across from side to side and over which the water pours all the year round, Figure 5. These bars separate long reaches of deep, clear water, 50 to 70 yards in width, which may run for miles. These rivers and the billabongs and backwaters of the coastal district swarm with fish and waterfowl of all kinds. Every now and then there are swamp lands and shallower pools, where the great, red-flowering lotus grows, and the ordinary water pools are flecked with white and heliotrope lilies, Figure 6. The river courses are bordered with magnificent paperbarks, Melaleuca leucodendron, that flower profusely and attract great flocks of honey-eating birds. Now and again you come across a patch of jungle, Fig. 7, with clumps of graceful bamboos, fan palms, lawyer vines, mosquitoes and land leeches, but, except just for these isolated patches, there is little that is really tropical. In many parts the so-called cycad palm grows profusely in the scrub with a stem from 1 to 8 or even 10 feet high, crowned with a circle of stiff, fern-like leaves, with perhaps a large central cone. The climate of this coastal district, especially along the north, is very different from that of the interior. In the latter it is hot and dry with cold winter nights. Along the Roper River even, about 100 miles from its mouth, the temperature in August fell to 29 degrees Fahrenheit during the night, and very often we had a fog that did not lift till 9 o'clock in the morning. The climate in Darwin and along just the coastal fringe is less pleasant, but even here the average wet bulb for December is little more than 80, and these warm, moist conditions may be said to last through November to March. The rest of the year being relatively cool. Such are the conditions under which the natives live, and, whether it be the difference in the food and water supply, or not, the fact remains that in many ways the coastal and island tribes are sharply marked off from the inland ones, in regard both to their customs and their organizations. The distribution of some of the more important tribe is roughly shown on the accompanying map, the numbers on which correspond to those in the following list. 1. Melville Island. 2. Bathurst Island. 3. Wargate. 4. Warrai. 5. Woolwillam. 6. Mullock. 7. Brinken. 8. Mudburra. 9. Wajuman. 10. Bullinara. 11. Aramon. 12. Allura. 13. Larakia. 14. Kakadu. 15. Kulangletchi. 16. Umoriu. 17. Gaimbio. 18. Cornbutt. 19. Wada. 20. Punaicha. 21. Nornbur. 22. Jowie. 23. Jowan. 24. Mungarai. 25. Young man. 26. Nulican. 27, Mara. 28, Yukal. 29, Bimbinga. 30, Umbea. 31, Nganji. 32, Nuin. 33, Kalawa. 34, Karawa. 35, Chingili. 36, Wurgai. 37, Alawiri. 38, Warramunga. 39, Kadish. 40, Unmachura. 41, Arunta. 42, Walpari. It is simply impossible to make any, except a most vague, estimate in regard to the number of the natives in the northern part of the territory. Down in the McDonnell Ranges the old Arunta tribe is practically decimated, and the same is true of others in the north, such as the Larakia, Warai, Wolwulam. More especially is this true of those who have had the misfortune to come into close contact with the Chinese working on the gold fields. There are, however, great areas, more especially in the northeast, where the waters are permanent and the food supply abundant, and here, sheltered from interference, as yet, by the nature of the country, they probably exist in large numbers. The inland tribes, in fact one can say all the mainland tribes, so far as their physical appearance is concerned, are essentially similar to those members of the Warramunga, Ngangi, Bimbinga, Alawa, and other tribes whom we have previously described. 2 in figures 8 and 9 and 10, some typical representatives of the Kakadu and Gaimbio tribes, inhabiting the Alligator River district, are represented. In figure 11 a group of women belonging to the Muluk tribe on the Daly River is seen, and in fig. 12 a group of Port Essington natives. It will be seen that there is considerable difference in regard to the curliness of the hair, sometimes it may, as in the left hand of the 2 in figure 8, be wavy, but not straight and lank. At others, as in the right-hand man, it may be decidedly curly, but never really woolly. Amongst these tribes there are the usual keloid ridges of various forms, raised as ornaments on the upper part of the arms, across the chest, and, sometimes, abdomen. The women always have their hair cut short. There is only very rarely indeed seen anything like a trace of Malay blood. It has been, perhaps not unnaturally, suggested that, during years past, the intercourse between the Malays who come south annually, in search of trepang and tortoiseshell, and the natives, has resulted in the introduction of a Malay strain in this part of the continent. It is possible that, on very rare occasions, a Malay or Macassar man may have succeeded in having intercourse with an Aboriginal woman, but he would only do so at the risk of his life. The Malays have to be extremely careful in their dealings with these coastal natives, who are strong and fierce, and are always on the lookout to kill intruders. It would, under ordinary conditions, only be by mere chance that a Malay would have the opportunity of seeing a native woman, not one of whom would be allowed near a Malay camp, and, for a stranger to venture into the bush, would mean certain death. I have once, but only once, seen a native woman who had clearly some Malay blood in her, but she stood out markedly. It may be said that the coastal races have been in no way physically influenced by contact with Malays. 3. Physically the finest natives whom I met with were those on Melville and Bathurst Islands, that is, the men, because there was often a marked contrast in size between the men and women. The latter were seldom more than 4 feet 6 or 8, the former were often 5 feet 10 or even 6 feet. The bodies of the men and women alike, figs. 14, 15, 16 and 17, were marked with very characteristic cicatrices called mayunga which are supposed to represent the barbs of their spears. They are arranged, as can be seen, with remarkable regularity and form the only instance that I know of in the whole of the Northern Territory, in which you can recognize the tribe of an individual by his body marks. For these keloid growths are the results of cuts made by the individual himself, or by someone else, with a stone knife or a sharp shell. They are added to, from time to time. One of the Port Essington girls, probably about 15 or 16 years of age, had a double row of small elevations of keloid tissue each not much more than 1/8 of an inch in diameter running on each side in a curved line from below the shoulder onto the breast. I saw her one day adding to the number of them, so as to carry the row further down her breast. She had a little stick, about 6 inches long, and all that she did was to burn one end in the fire until it was red hot, and then she pressed it straight down onto her breast, burning right through the skin until she came to the white flesh beneath. She made 6 of these marks at one time and, apparently, did not in the least mind what would be to an ordinary white woman an extremely painful ordeal. On Melville and Bathurst Islands one is struck, often, by the very curly nature of the men's hair. This is shown in figures 16 and 17, which represent a man decorated for a ceremony. It is only on these islands that I have seen any decoration of the hair itself, apart, sometimes, from a certain amount of grease and red ochre which is rubbed on frequently amongst the central tribes. Here, however, there is a regular design. The beard in these people is also very well developed, in strong contrast to many of the mainland tribes such as the Kakadu and Gaimbio, figures 8 and 9, amongst whom it is usually only very sparsely developed. These islanders have, also, a curious custom of pulling out their beards during certain ceremonies. Their upper lips are always bare. The women in all cases have short hair, because they must cut it off periodically and use it for the manufacture of hair string. In one tribe, the Larakia, the women, fig. 18a, have an extraordinary custom of mutilating the index finger of the left hand by removing the terminal joint. It is either bitten off by the mother at a very early age or, at a later time, cobweb is tied so tightly round that the circulation is prevented and then the joint rots off. The custom has nothing to do with initiation, and the natives have no idea of what it means. The biting operation is called guairungyu, which means finger, bite. The finger is afterwards called guairungimik, or cut finger. A remarkable feature of many of these tribes is the small number of children, even though a man may have as many as 5 or 6 wives. The greatest number of children that I met with belonging to one woman was 8, in the case of a Kakadu woman. The same feature stands out clearly in the genealogical table given in the chapter dealing with organization and in the photograph which represents, figure 9, a man of the Gaimbio tribe with his 6 wives. The natives, in many parts, are certainly not prolific, and, under normal conditions, they do not, apparently, kill their children. In the more central parts there are times when food and water are very scarce and life is hard, but on the coastal district and anywhere in the more northern area, drained by the Roper, Daly, Catherine, Flora, King, Liverpool, and many other rivers, there is never any scarcity of either food or water. Whatever may be the cause, the native, even under normal conditions, does not appear to increase in numbers, and, when he comes into abnormal conditions, such as those associated with intercourse with strangers, he very rapidly diminishes. Their numbers are, undoubtedly, to a certain extent, kept down by their constant feuds. One thing is noticeable, and that is that you seldom see a really old man or woman. As usual, the younger women are in the possession of the older men, and Mr. Cooper told me that he suspected that on Melville Island the older men were every now and then speared by younger men to whom their wives would descend. The disparity in age between a man and his wife is well seen in the family figured. In connection with the question of obtaining wives, attention may be drawn to the remarkable custom that I found in vogue amongst the Kakadu, according to which, on the death of any man, one of his wives may be handed over to a man who stands to her in the relationship of Noonberry, which includes her own sons. She must not be his own mother, but may be any one of his actual father's or father's brother's wives. Not only is this so, but, even before his father's death, the son calls this particular woman by the same name that he applies to his wife. It may very likely be, in fact, in the cases actually seen by me it is so, that the woman may be of just about the same age as the son. Starting, on the one hand, in the very south of the continent and proceeding northwards to within less than 100 miles of the coast at Darwin, or starting, on the other hand, from the east coast, say from Brisbane, and travelling right across the whole continent to the shores of the Indian Ocean in Western Australia, we meet with a series of tribes which have one fundamental feature in common, and that is a very definite class organization. In every case the tribe is divided into two moieties, or main divisions, and each of these, again, into 2 or 4 classes or subclasses, for which there may, or may not, be distinct names. These class groups regulate marriage, descent being counted, sometimes in the paternal, sometimes in the maternal line, but, in every case, there is a definite class organization. 5. On the northern coastline, however, we meet with a group of tribes such as the Kakadu, Omoriu, Gaimbio, and others allied to them, in which this is not present. Whether it ever has been is a matter of conjecture. If it has, there is, so far as I could discover, not a trace of it left now. There is, on the other hand, a strong, local organization which governs marriage. In the Uwagi and other tribes it is just possible that the intermarrying groups are remnants of original classes. We may, indeed, so far as their organization is concerned, divide Australian tribes into 2 main groups, and these again into various subgroups as follows. Group A, tribes with distinct class organization. This we can divide into at least 5 subgroups. Subgroup 1, tribes, such as those of the Diary Nation, occupying the Lake Eyre region, in which descent is counted in the maternal line. There are no names for the classes, but groups, forming intermarrying groups, equivalent to classes and subclasses in other tribes, are undoubtedly present. Subgroup 2. Tribes, such as the Kamilaroi with 4 class names and descent counted in the female line. Subgroup 3. Tribes such as the Southern Arunta and the Warai, in the Northern Territory, and others occupying a very large area in Western Australia, amongst whom 4 class names are present. In these, also, though there are no distinct names for them, there are 8 intermarrying groups. Subgroup 4, tribes, such as the Warramunga, with 8 subclasses and indirect male descent. That is, a child passes into a subclass which is different from that of its father, but is one of 4 belonging to the same moiety of the tribe as its fathers. This form of organization is very widely spread over the central part of the continent. Subgroup 5, tribes, such as the Mara and Anula, with 4 subclasses and direct male descent of the class name. In these, again, there are the equivalents of the 8 subclasses of the Warramunga. Their existence becomes very evident and the marriage regulations are investigated, and their equivalence with the subclasses of the Warramunga group is clearly recognized when the 2 sets of tribes come into contact with one another. Group B. Tribes without class organization or with, at most, obscure traces of such. Subgroup 6, this includes certain anomalous tribes in the southeastern part of the continent, now all extinct. But little is known of them, except that, if they had a class organization, it was very highly modified. Subgroup 7. This includes tribes such as Kakadu, Omoriu, Gaimbio and other tribes, forming what I have called the Kakadu Nation, and inhabiting the Coburg Peninsula, and the district drained by the east, south, and west Alligator rivers. Together with the Larrakia Oil the mainland and the tribes on Melville and Bathurst Islands. In all of these no class organization is present, it has been replaced entirely by a local organization. Amongst all the tribes there is a very strongly developed totemic system which, naturally, varies to a great degree amongst groups of tribes scattered over such a wild expanse of country. It is only when you have the opportunity of coming into close contact with these natives and of watching their secret ceremonies that you realize how strongly the totemic system is developed. In every one of the tribes that I came across every individual was associated with a totemic group. There are, amongst these northern tribes, some very interesting features in regard to their totemic systems. In some tribes, such as the Larrakia, Wargate, and Woolwoolam, the totemic groups are divided between the 2 moieties of the tribe. So that, as a man may only marry a woman who belongs to the other moiety of the tribe, the totemic groups are exogamic. In these tribes the totem descends in the paternal line. In other tribes, such as the Jawan, Warai, Mungarai, Youngman, Mara, and Nullikan, the totemic groups are divided between pairs of classes, or groups, into which the fathers and their children, alternately, pass. Thus in one moiety of the tribe we may have 4 subclasses which we may call A, B, C, D, and on the other side 4 which we may call E, F, G, H. The rule is that a man of subclass A marries a woman of subclass E, and vice versa, and their children belong to subclass D. Now, all the side of the tribe that includes the subclasses A, B, C, D, some of the totemic groups are divided between A and D, others between B and C, in such a way that no two subclasses contain the same totemic groups. In the same way another set of totemic groups is divided between the subclasses belonging to the other moiety. It follows that, as descent of the subclass is counted in the paternal line, the child must pass into a subclass belonging to the father's moiety, but into both a subclass and a totemic group to which he does not belong. In other tribes, such as the Wajuman, Mudbura, Nyanman and Bulanara, the same totemic group is found on each side of the tribe, and the totemic group descends in the maternal line. In others, again, such as the Melville Island tribe, amongst whom no classes are found, the totem descends in the maternal line. The most modified amongst these northern tribes in regard to their totemic system are undoubtedly the Kakadu, Gaimbio, Koanglutji and allied tribe. They are strongly totemistic, but yet there is no descent of the totem in either the paternal or maternal line. The spirit of the dead person chooses its own totem, and, when it undergoes reincarnation, tells the father of the child what is the jeripunga, or totem, of the latter. So far as the social aspect of totemism is concerned we may roughly classify as follows the various Northern Territory tribes that have as yet been studied from this point of view. In the first place they may be divided into two main divisions according to whether the totemic groups are or are not exogamic. Group I, the totemic groups are exogamic. This again we may divide into two, in one of which the descent is counted in the maternal, in the other in the paternal line. A. Descent of the totem is counted in the maternal line. This includes groups of tribes that are really not allied to one another, and in each of which the totemic organization is distinct. A. Tribes in which there are two moieties and no class names, and in which the totems are strictly divided between the two moieties, the child taking both its mother's moiety and totem name. This includes the important Diary Nation in the far southern part of the territory. B. Tribes in which the totem groups are divided between the two moieties and in which the descent of the class name is counted in the paternal and that of the totem in the maternal line. This includes a group of tribes out in the northwestern part of the territory drained by the Victoria River, such as the Wajuman, Mudbura, Nyanman and Bulanara. C. A group of much modified tribes in which there is no class organization and a tendency for the totemic group names to disappear or merge into one another. This includes the Iwagi tribe on the Cobourg Peninsula and the Melville and Bathurst Island tribes. B. Descent of the totem is counted in the paternal line. The totemic are groups divided between the moieties in various ways. A. The totem groups are divided between the moieties so that the same one is present in each. This occurs in the Larakia, Wargate, and Woolwoolam tribes in which the descent of the totem is in the direct paternal line, the child taking its father's totem. B. The totem groups are divided between the two moieties, the child taking, with very rare exceptions, the father's totemic name. Very occasionally it may belong to a totemic group different from that of its father, but it is always one belonging to the same moiety of the tribe as its fathers. This occurs in the Warramunga, Wurgia, Umbea, Chingili, and allied tribes. C. The totem groups are divided between pairs of lasses or groups which belong to the same moiety so that, though the father's and the children's classes, or groups may be distinct they may both belong to the same totemic group. This is found in the Jawan, Mara, and Nulican tribes, in which the descent of the totem is in the direct paternal line. D. The totem groups are divided between the subclasses in such a way that the subclass of the father contains one set of totemic groups and that of the children another. It follows that there is a constant alternation of totems from generation to generation, those of the father and children being different and those of the grandfather and grandchildren being similar. This may be spoken of as indirect paternal descent of the totemic group. The child belongs to a totemic group on the same side of the tribe as its fathers but to a different one, just as it belongs to a subclass on its father's side but not to his. This system, which shows the extreme case of division of the totemic groups amongst the subclasses, is met with in the Warai, Mungarai, and Nulican tribes. Group 2. The totemic groups are not exogamic and there is no descent of the totem either in the maternal or paternal line. There are two main types. A. The tribe is divided into moieties and these into classes and subclasses amongst all of which the totemic groups are irregularly distributed, so that the same group is present in each moiety. Descent is neither in the paternal nor paternal line, and the totem of the child depends entirely upon the locality at which it is supposed to have entered the mother in spirit form. This system is characteristic of the Arunta nation, in the center of the continent, which includes the Arunta, Unmatjura and Kadish tribes. In the latter there is a decided tendency for the totemic groups to be divided between the two moieties and for the descent to follow in the paternal line. B. The tribe is not divided into moieties nor classes, but there are a number of intermarrying local groups. The totem has nothing to do with marriage and it descend, neither in the paternal nor in the maternal line. The spirit of the ancestor, who is about to be reincarnated, tells the father of the child exactly who the latter is, and what is the name of its totem, which need not even be that the old ancestor. This system is characteristic of the Kakadu nation. It will be seen that there are, as might be expected when account is taken of the wide area over which the various tribes are scattered in the Northern Territory, an area equal in extent to 4.5 times that of Great Britain, very wide differences in regard to the totemic systems. It is somewhat remarkable to find that counting descent in the maternal line, which is usually regarded as a primitive feature, is met with in such varied group of tribes as the Diary in the very south, in which there are no class names and only moieties, the names of which pass from mother to children, in the Wajuman and others in the northwest amongst whom there are class names that pass from father to child, and, lastly, in the Melville Islanders and Iweji, which are most certainly modified tribes that have undergone profound changes in regard to their organization. On the occasion of my first visit in 1911, I did not come across any ceremonies which were the equivalent of the Intikioma in the Arunta tribe, that is, ceremonies designed to increase the supply of the totemic animal or plant. During my second visit, with more opportunity of study, I found that such were really present in certain tribes. There are two types of Intikioma ceremonies amongst the central tribes, one represented by the Urubana, Arunta, Kadish and Unmatjura tribes, the other by the Warramunga nation. In the Arunta, the head man of each totemic group is called Alatunja and he takes the lead in the performance of one special ceremony, as does also the corresponding individual, called Okwa, in the Kadish tribe. In this tribe also a very important part of the ceremony is the bringing in of the totemic animal or plant to the head man of the group, who then eats a little of it and tells the men who do not belong to the group that he has made it for them and they are free to eat it. In the Kadish there is a slight but interesting addition in the form of a ceremony connected with the Alcharinga history of the totem. In the second type, represented by the Warramunga, here is only very seldom any one special ceremony designed to secure the increase of the totemic animal or plant. On the contrary, we have a great development of the side which is just hinted at in the Kadish. In the Warramunga the Intikioma consists in the performance of a series of ceremonies dealing completely with the Alcharinga history of the ancestor of the totemic group. Just, however, as in the Kadish tribe we find a hint of hat is the leading feature in the Warramunga, so again the latter we find hints of the leading features in the Arunta and Kadish. The head man of the white cockatoo totemic group performs a special ceremony to increase the numbers of white cockatoos and, again, in one or two instances, as in that of the carpet snake totem, the men who do not belong to the group bring the animal in to the head man and, before touching it themselves, ask him if he wishes to eat it. He tells them no, that he made it for them and that they are free to eat it. I was much interested in finding both of these types of Intikioma ceremony existing in the far north. In the Mudburra and Wajuman tribes on the Victoria River side the Arunta type exists. The head man of group in the Wajuman tribe is called Chungani. He performs a special ceremony known as Chuchu, and, after this, when the animal or plant has increased in numbers, the men who do not belong to the group go out and collect some of it. If, for example, it be a sugar bag, then they take a little of this up to the head man, who eats a small portion and hands the rest back to the other men, telling them they may eat it. The second type, in somewhat modified form, is seen amongst the Kakadu. It is, perhaps, more correctly speaking, a mixture of the two types with, in addition, features peculiar to itself. There is one special series of sacred totemic ceremonies, called Mourning, in connection with which there are performances associated with certain sacred sticks and stones called also, collectively, Mourning. Mourning was an old, ancestral turtle man, or man-turtle, it is hard to say which. The other objects, plates 3, 4, v, 6, and 7, are very carefully decorated sticks and stones, the former representing fish, birds, snakes, yams, etc. The latter, eggs of the various animals, or yams. In all cases, with the possible exception of turtle, they represent, not the human ancestor, but the actual animal or plant. On the other hand, the ceremonies of which this performance forms a part are closely similar to those of the Warramunga and represent the history of the old totemic ancestors of the various groups. The discovery of these Inkioma ceremonies among these northern tribes is of considerable interest, as showing that they are widely scattered and form an important feature in the totemic systems of tribes extending from Lake Eyre in the south to the Coburg Peninsula in the north. In the matter of eating the totemic animal or plant, there is considerable variation. In the majority of tribes such as the Arunta and Warramunga, the members of the totemic group either do not eat their totem at all or, at most, very sparingly. In the Warramunga they do not eat their mother's totem unless it be given to them by a man belonging to that totemic group. In the northern tribes here is considerable variation in regard to the eating of the totemic animal or plant. In some, such as the Kakadu, there appear to be no restrictions, though, on the other hand, there are most elaborate restrictions in regard food generally. In others, such as the Wajaman, which is typical of very many, a man will not capture or secure his own totemic animal or plant, but will eat it if it be given to him by a man who belongs to another totemic group. The initiation ceremonies vary to a very considerable extent, and, so far as the Northern Territory tribes are concerned, they may be divided into three groups: 1. Those such as the Larakia, Kakadu, Gaimbio, Iwagi and allied tribes on the northern coast, together with those inhabiting Melville and Bathurst Islands, in which neither circumcision nor subincision is practiced; 2. Those, such as the Wargate, Mandot, and Jowan, in which circumcision alone is practiced; and 3. A very extensive group occupying the whole of the central area and extending westwards into West Australia and eastwards into Queensland, in which both circumcision and subincision are practiced. This group of tribes includes the Arunta, Kadish, Warramunga, Wurgai, Young Man, Mudburra, etc., and amongst them the women are subjected to the rite of cutting the hymen with a stone knife, the cut often extending through the perineum. So far as I have been able to discover, the natives have no idea whatever as to the meaning of these customs. One thing is certain, and that is that they have no relation to the prevention of procreation. In the first place, the natives do not associate procreation with sexual intercourse, and, in the second, no man in any of the tribes in which these rites are practiced is allowed to take a wife until such time as he has been both circumcised and subincized. The burial and mourning ceremonies vary to some extent amongst the different tribes. On the mainland there are three main types of burial ceremonies, which are associated, respectively, with 1. Ground burial, 2. Tree burial, and 3. The eating of the dead person and subsequent burial of the bones in a bark coffin. The first of these is practiced by the Arunta, Kadish and other tribes further north, such as the Kakadu. The second is practiced by the Warramunga Six Nation and at times by others such as the Kakadu, who also bury in the ground. The third is met with in the Mara and allied tribes. A very interesting purification ceremony is described in connection with the burial of a woman which I witnessed in the Kakadu tribe. The most extraordinary burial and mourning ceremonies are, however, those of the Melville and Bathurst Islanders. Amongst these, years ago, curious grave posts, unlike any met with on the mainland, were described by Sir Gordon Bremer, who naturally, did not have opportunity of witnessing the ceremonies concerned with their erection. I had the good fortune to do this in July, 1911, and again in March, 1912, on Melville Island, and during November, 1912, on Bathurst Island. This method of burial is peculiar to the islands, and the ceremonies associated with the erection of the posts are amongst the wildest that I have seen in the whole of the Northern Territory. Varied though these tribes are in regard to their organizations and customs, there is fundamental agreement on certain points. It was in the Central Tribes that we first described the belief in the existence of spirit children who inhabit certain definite localities and enter women. It is interesting to see that this belief is universal amongst the Northern Territory tribes. A similar belief has been shown by Dr. Roth to exist amongst Queensland natives and by Mrs. Bates amongst certain tribes in West Australia. In regard to this matter there has been considerable difference of opinion, but I think it may now be regarded as established that some such belief was once widely prevalent over a large part of Australia. I am, myself, inclined to think that it was once universal, for the reason that it now exists amongst tribes so widely different from one another in many other respects as the Diary, Barunta, Wajuman, Mara, Kakadu, and Melville Islanders. The Kakadu beliefs are amongst the most definite that we have. Without going into details which are explained later, it may be said there was one great ancestor, named Imberombera, who was responsible, originally, for all the spirit children with whom, either directly or by means of individuals whom she sent out, the country was peopled. There were local spirit centers, just as in the Arunta, and it is these spirit children who have ever since been born again. With this belief is also closely bound up that of reincarnation. It is curious again to find that there is fundamental agreement in this matter right through the tribes and, further, that the Arunta in the south and the Kakadu in the north have remarkably parallel beliefs. In the former some of the ancestors are known by name, others are not, every individual has his, or her, secret name, known only to the old men of his local totemic group. For some reason this is one of the most secret and most difficult things to find out in the Arunta. If the old ancestor is born again, then the human incarnation takes that ancestor's as his own secret name. In the Kakadu, on the other hand, the name of every ancestor is known and every member of the tribe bears that ancestor's as his or her name in common, everyday use. In some tribes, such as the Warramunga, each totem group had one great ancestor from whom, when he shook himself during the performance of ceremonies, numerous, but nameless, spirit children emanated. We have, in fact, an interesting series of stages beginning with the Arunta and its numerous original ancestors for each group, passing through the Warramunga with its one ancestor for each group, and then on to the Kakadu with its single great original ancestor for all the groups. In some tribes, such as the Diary and Warramunga, the belief holds that the sex changes at each successive reincarnation. The Kakadu also have a belief in a double spirit somewhat akin to that of the Arunta. The original spirit, called Yalmaru, gives off a double, called Iwayu. It is the latter that enters a woman and, after it has done so, the Yalmaru comes, some night, to the father and tells him that the child inside his wife is so and so, naming the old ancestor of whom he is the reincarnation, and saying also what his totem is. There are one or two points in connection with this belief to which attention may be drawn. In the first place it is essential to remember that there is no such thing as a virgin amongst the women of the native tribes from one end of Australia to the other. As soon as a native girl reaches puberty, she is handed over to her allotted husband and has continuous intercourse for the rest of her life. In that respect there is no difference between any two native women, and yet the native sees that some women have children, some do not. The intercourse is continuous, the bearing of children is sporadic. It is long after a woman has had intercourse before she becomes aware that there is a child within her. Seeing then that every woman without exception has continuous intercourse, that some have children, some do not. That those that have them bear them at varying intervals which have no relationship to the time of intercourse, and that the woman only knows she has a child when the quickening takes place, which, again, has no reference to intercourse. It is not a matter of surprise that the savage man, who is, according to his lights, a very logical being, should seek some other explanation of the origin of children than that of sexual connection. There is one very interesting and suggestive point in his connection, and that is the common explanation of the existence of half-castes given universally by their mothers, speaking in pidgin English, viz. Too much me bin eat white man's flour. The chief difference they recognized between their life before and after they came into contact with white men was, not the fact they had intercourse with white men, instead of or side by side with, blacks, but that they ate white flour and that this naturally affected the color of their offspring. I have seen old natives in Central Australia accept, without question, their wives' half-caste children, making no difference whatever between them and the pure-bred ones. On the other hand, it is, of course, naturally, a belief that is one of the first to become modified when the natives have been for some time in contact with white men. In regard to sacred objects there is considerable difference amongst the tribes. The Chiringa may be said to be distinctive of the Arunta and Kadish, and to dwindle in importance as we pass northward until, amongst the coastal tribes, they are used only during initiation. On Melville and Bathurst I could find no trace of them. The most interesting new sacred objects that I came across were those called Murayan amongst the Kakadu, to which reference has already been made. There are no Nertunjas nor Waningas nor ground drawings, that figure so largely in the southern part of the territory, but, through all tribes on the mainland. The belief is universal amongst the women and children that the sound made by the bull roarer is the voice of a great spirit which comes to take the youth away during the initiation ceremony. In no case amongst these northern tribes did I find any indication of sacred rock drawings such as we meet with in the Arunta and Kadish. This absence may be associated with that of any such spots as the Ertnachalunga, where Chiringa are stored and close by which the sacred drawings of the Arunta are typically found. So far as the method of life of the northern tribes is concerned it is, with certain changes, due to difference of environment, closely similar to that of the southern tribes. There are favorite camping grounds belonging to certain local groups which form the nearest approach to anything like a permanent camp. But there is no continuous occupation and never the slightest attempt to cultivate any crop or to lay by a store of food other than such as may be required during the performance of some particular ceremony or series of ceremonies. For example, in the Alligator Rivers district there are very favorite camping grounds by the side of great billabongs. As long as they can get lily seeds and roots in abundance, fish and wild fowl, there they stay, each family with its own mia or, in the dry months, with nothing more than a bough or two slanted against a tree or shrub to obtain a little shelter from the sun. All day long the women and children wade up to their necks in the water gathering lily, tuck out, while the men spear fish and catch wild fowl or climb the trees after flying fox and honey bag. But when they have thinned the lilies out, and the fish and fowl get hard to catch, and the honey bags are scarce, then they move on to another camp where the same round is gone through day after day and month after month all the year round. The cooking of their food is carried on in two ways. Under common when they are in camp and making a hasty conditions meal, they simply use an ordinary fire, placing the food, such as a lizard or a flying fox, on the red-hot embers, figure 19. When the food is sufficiently cooked, or while it is in process of cooking, it may be torn up by the teeth of the cook and replaced on the fire for further cooking or handed round for consumption. When, however, the natives are camped in one place for any considerable length of time they cook much more carefully, using what the Kakadu call paindi, or earth ovens, fig. 21, in which the food is placed on paper bark, grass, or green leaves above heated stones in a hole in the ground. It is then covered with more paper bark, grass, or leaves, and the earth piled over. So far as their food is concerned, it may be said that the natives eat anything that is edible. In the more northern parts of the territory food is very abundant. The waterholes swarm with fish and wild fowl, and on the land they secure plenty of kangaroos, birds, such as native companion and jabiru, lizards and snakes. On the coast, dugongs and large turtles, Midas sp. and turtle eggs, at the right time of the year, are easily obtained. I was much interested in watching the way in which, amongst the Kakadu, the natives kill snakes. There are 2 or 3 species of non-venomous ones, 4 feet and upwards in length, that they obtain in considerable numbers. They collect a few, put them into bags and either kill them on the spot or bring them alive into camp. When a man wishes to kill one, he catches hold of it just behind the head and puts the latter into his mouth, upside down. Holding the neck tightly in his teeth, immediately behind the head, he gives the body a sudden, strong, sharp jerk, dislocating the vertebral column and killing the animal, figure 20. I had heard of this method but scarcely thought it credible until, time after time, I had seen it done. In their camps they make various forms of shelters and mias. The simplest consists only of a few boughs, placed so as to protect them from the sun's rays or the prevailing wind. They are very fragile, but it is astonishing how cleverly, though simply, the native will lean a few boughs up against one another in such a way as to make them a shade against the sun or a fairly efficient protection against wind and rain. They seem to know, instinctively, the right angle at which to slant the boughs so as to make them able to withstand the pressure of a strong wind. In many parts, during the summer months, violent monsoonal deluges have to be endured. On Melville and Bathurst Islands great use is made of sheets of stringy bark, which the natives strip from the gum trees with their tomahawks in lengths of from 6 to 10 feet by 2 or 3 feet in width. With these they build, sometimes dome-shaped, at others tent-shaped, mias, usually not more than at most 4 feet high, figure 22. I was much struck on Melville Island with their very simple but effective contrivance of picking up and folding a sheet of bark in two and using it as an umbrella, slanting it in such a direction as to keep off the torrent of rain that fell at rapid intervals. I found this a most useful contrivance as a protection for my cameras. If they are overtaken with specially heavy rain out in the bush, away from the main camp, they often huddle close together, side by side, in a line under the shelter of a few slanting sheets of bark, with a trench roughly scooped out by their hands, in the best position to lead the stream of water away from them. As soon as the rain ceases they pick up their belongings and march on, quite cheerfully. I once saw some 20 natives, quite dry, during pelting rain, under a shelter of this kind that was not more than 4 feet high, and did not subtend more than 2 feet of ground. In parts where it is available, paperbark, the bark of Melaleuca leucodendron, is used, and is in some respects even more efficient than stringy bark, because it is very strong and tough and at the same time pliable. In addition to this it is very warm and can easily be wrapped round their bodies as they lie on the ground during the cold winter nights. Over the greater part of the territory there are, in addition to the rains that do not seriously inconvenience the aboriginal, 2 main sources of discomfort. The first of these is the cold at nights, during, at all events, 3 winter months. It is a remarkable thing that, except for a small apron or tassel, both men and women are stark naked. The only efficient covering of any kind is an apron made of a fold of paperbark. This, however, is worn only on Melville and Bathurst Islands and is held in place by their arms, which the women always carry characteristically bent at the elbows, in such a way that the latter always hold the apron close against the side of the body, just above the hip. During the winter months in the upland interior districts, and along the Roper and other rivers flowing into the Gulf of Carpentaria, the temperature at night falls to 29 degrees Fahrenheit. And it is a remarkable fact that the native, though he feels the cold keenly, has never realized the fact that the kangaroos, wallabies, and possums that he catches and eats in plenty would provide him with a warm covering. This is due, probably, to the fact that he prefers to cook his animals in the skin so as to keep all the juices inside, and, therefore, the first thing that he does is to put the entire animal on the fire and singe the hair off. At night time the whole family huddles together along with the dogs, under its bough or bark shelter, with sheets of paperbark under, above, and around them, if they can get any, and with 2 or 3 small fires close to them. The second source of discomfort is the flies and mosquitoes. The flies do not trouble the natives so much as they do the white men. In fact you often see the former, especially the children, with their eyes encircled with a mass of crawling flies, of which, apparently, they take little notice. On the other hand, the mosquitoes trouble the natives just as much as they do the white men, with, often, very serious results. They are no more immune from tropical diseases such as malarial fever than are the white men. I have a stick marked with more than 90 notches indicating so many deaths from what was supposed to be malarial fever on Melville Island in the course of 2 months. To protect themselves against mosquitoes they construct special tent-like structures which vary in size to a very considerable degree. I came across the one represented, figures 24 and 25, in a camp on the Roper River. It was 15 feet long, between 4 and 5 feet broad, and 4 feet high. The framework was rather like that of a boat turned upside down. At either end there was a forked stick, and between these two ran a ridgepole, occupying the position of an upturned keel. A series of ribs arched over on either side. In some cases these ribs ran from the ground to the ridgepole but, in others, a pliant stem formed a complete arch, fixed into the ground on each side and attached to the ridgepole in the middle. When the framework was complete, sheets of paperbark were very ingeniously laid on so as to form a wall impenetrable both to rain and mosquitoes. When in use, a small opening is left at one end and, through this, the natives crawl until the hut can hold no more. The opening is closed, smoke fires are lighted, and here, almost hermetically sealed, they swelter and choke until the rain clears off, or the morning light drives the mosquitoes away. If they cannot get bark their only hope is to make great smoke fires with green bushes and grass, but, in the real mosquito season, they have, at best, very uncomfortable and disturbed nights and have to make up for it by sleeping during the day. In hilly districts they are a little more fortunate, because if they can get up 200 or 300 feet they are relatively free from mosquitoes. Near to Impeli, for example, on the East Alligator River, there is an isolated hill about 300 feet high. Straight up this, through the scrub, there runs a path that has been used for long years as a track to some rock shelters on the top. Every night, as soon as the sun sets, a long procession of natives winds up the hillside from the plains around the Billabongson River, the women carrying their pickaninnies and pitcheys containing water and stores of lily roots, yams, and other food, the men carrying their spears and clubs. The overhanging rocks form caves with low-lying, shelving roofs, blackened with the smoke of years of fires, and walls decorated with quaint but often very realistic drawings of the animals on which they feed. All crudely drawn in red and yellow ochre, white pipe clay and charcoal mixed with grease. Here they camp free from mosquitoes, in comparative coolness, shifting from the northern to the southern face and vice versa according to the direction from which the monsoon storms are blowing. When the time comes for the turtle to lay its eggs, they go to the laying ground on some sandy beach. When the lagoons and billigongs are alive with young geese the natives are there, camping close by and catching them by the score. When birds are scarce they go to the lily pools and feed on roots, stems, and seeds. In the inland, drier parts they gather together on the larger and more permanent water holes where fish and shellfish, birds and vegetable food can be secured longer than elsewhere. The moment the rains fall, off they scatter to take advantage of supplies that do not exist during the dry season. In camp, when they are not performing sacred ceremonies, the evenings are always occupied with corroborees, which may be witnessed by everyone, men, women, and children alike. These ordinary corroborees vary to a considerable extent in different parts. In the south they take the form of set dances each with its own figures, and one of these corroborees may occupy the evenings of 2 or 3 weeks. On the other hand, in the more northern tribes these long corroborees seem to be absent, and, in their place, we have a series of short ones which may only occupy a very little time, it may be only a few minutes. These corroborees deal with some particular incidents, such as a buffalo hunt, a crocodile securing its prey, or the putting out of a lugger to sea. In some instances, as on Melville Island, the acting may be very realistic. The men gather together and come into camp in single file, in a long line, the main mass stands to one side, while, perhaps, 2 or 3 at a time perform, imitating the actions of pulling up the anchor and hoisting the sails. At others the men will stand round in a circle, figures 26 and 27, while, one after the other, the dancers come out into the open space and rush round and round, imitating the action of some animal such as a buffalo or crocodile. All the time the audience stands round, each man stamping the ground wildly with his right foot, while, in unison, they strike their buttocks with their open palms. When the performers show signs of flagging, other men take their place, and so the dance goes on, until, finally, the audience closes in upon them, and, all together, they form a dense mass of naked, howling savages, yelling wildly, Ai! Ai! With their arms waving in the air. These corroborees are quite unlike any on the mainland, and are similar to those performed at the grave during the mourning ceremonies of these remarkable people. One of the most striking features of the Aboriginals is way in which they are divided into a large series of tribes, each of which speaks a distinct dialect and occupies, or is regarded as doing so, a tract of country the boundaries of which are well known to the natives. The existence of these dialects is one of the most puzzling and difficult things to understand amongst the Aboriginals. In the first place, it is not at all easy in many cases to ascertain the native name of the tribe. As likely as not you will get a locality name, not the true tribal name, and when once a mistake has been made in pronunciation, or even in the actual word, and it has been repeated by white men, the Aboriginals are so anxious to please, and also in some respects so indifferent, that the wrong pronunciation or even word may actually be adopted by them and pass into circulation. For example, the name Woolner, as it is commonly spelt, is a white man's name for a tribe that calls itself Pinerlu. It may be a native word, but it has been mistakenly applied by the whites as a tribal name and has been tacitly accepted by the natives or by a large number of them. What exactly constitutes an Australian tribe is somewhat difficult to say. It may conveniently be defined somewhat as follows: a tribe is a group of individuals speaking a common dialect, differing in the nature of its words from that of other groups and regarded as owning a definite tract of country, the boundaries of which are known to them, and recognized by the members of other tribes. Each tribe may usually be divided into section, and the real test of whether a native is or is not a member of any particular tribe is whether, under normal conditions, he may wander freely over the country owned by that tribe. He must not trespass on the land of any other tribe, entering upon this only after he has received permission of the owners to do so. In the case ever of natives belonging to different sections of a tribe, there is a recognition of local ownership within the wider range of tribal ownership. No members of any one local group enter a camp of natives belonging to another local group until they have been formally invited to do so. When important ceremonies are about to take place, messengers are always sent out, often to distant tribes, and the etiquette observed illustrates well one aspect of Aboriginal character. Each messenger is provided by some important member or recognized leader of the group that sends him out with an object, the possession of which at once indicates to all whom he meets that he is a messenger. In the southern parts of the territory this will take the form of a sacred stick called a chiringa, or, popularly, a bullroarer. The bearer of this is absolutely safe anywhere. On approaching a camp he sits down waiting until the local men choose to take notice of him, which may not be until after an hour or two. They all go on meanwhile, quite unconcernedly, as if he did not exist, and then one or two of the older men will go over to him. He will show them his credentials and deliver his message, after which he is brought into camp, made free of the special men's camp and provided with food. This same thing goes on at every camp that he visits, and exactly the same etiquette is observed when the visitors arrive at the camp from which the messenger was sent. In the northern parts, as, for example, in the Alligator River district, when boys are to be initiated, they are sent out on a journey to distant camps amongst strange tribes that often lasts for months. Each of them carries a small wand, and under the protection of this they travel in perfect safety. When they come to a strange camp they stand close together, leaning on their wands and singing a special corroboree song, which must be replied to by the women in camp. It is interesting to find that the natives have also, as were, extended this feeling of sacredness of the persons of their own messengers to those of Aboriginals who are carrying messages for white men. A letter is always spoken of as a paper yabber, and is carried in a cleft stick so that it can be seen easily. Last year a native carried a paper yabber for me 90 miles in this way, and they not infrequently traverse longer distances than this, the cleft stick acting as a safe passport. They look upon the paper yabber as a mysterious thing that is endowed with the capacity of seeing. As is well instanced by an aboriginal who abstracted a stick of tobacco from a parcel that he was carrying and was highly indignant with the paper yabber for telling the white man what he had done. Because he had hidden it in a hollow log while committing the theft, so that it should not be able to see what he was doing. They have very little idea of private property. If you give a man, say, a stick of tobacco, there are certain individuals, such as men who might lawfully be his father's-in-law, to whom he is obliged by custom to give some. And even if they are not on the spot, he will immediately share it with others. Give a man a shirt in return for work that he has done for you, and the chances are that you will find a friend of his, who has done nothing except ask for it, wearing it next day. On many of the cattle stations the work is done by a few natives. But every one at hand shares in the proceeds, whether these be clothes, food, or tobacco, and it never occurs to them that the lazy loafer is living at the expense of his more industrious brother. Still another point of very great importance which must always be borne in mind in dealing with the aboriginals, is their intense belief in evil magic in tribes inhabiting the country around the alligator rivers. A very favorite form of magic is to get hold of some excrement, it does not matter how small a piece, of a man or woman against whom you may have a grudge, and whom you wish to injure. All you have to do is to get 2 or 3 friends to help you perform a rather elaborate ceremony out in some quiet spot, where he cannot see you, and you can easily encompass his death. The belief has one beneficial result in that the camps of these natives are much better from a sanitary point of view than in most Australian tribes, because everything is carefully buried, lest some enemy should be lurking about. The natives have no idea of disease or pain of any kind as being due to anything but evil magic, except that which is caused by an actual accident that they can see. If a man has a headache, it is evil magic that has got inside him and he will wear. In some tribes, his wife's head rings, so that the magic may pass into them, and be thrown away with them into the bush. If he has a pain in the back he will wear a curious short wand, made of paper bark, which he fixes in his waist girdle in the small of his back. The evil magic goes into this and can be thrown away. Anything that they do not understand they associate with evil magic. One of the most striking and characteristic examples of this that I know of is the fact that when first they came across the track of a cart they thought it was a path along which evil magic was passing. And if they were obliged to cross it they jumped over it as high in the air as they could lest the magic should enter them. Natives, also, are always most frightened of the magic of another tribe or distant part and will often fix upon some man who lives 50 or 100 miles away as guilty of causing the death by evil magic of a member of their own group. The result of all this is that there is always a feeling of mutual suspicion and distrust between members of different tribes, each of which has its own peculiar forms of magic by means of which it may encompass the death of strangers. Often in our little camp, associated with the departmental office in Darwin, we had natives of various tribes together for a few days at a time, and it was very noticeable, not only how they kept apart from one another, but the mutual distrust with which they viewed each other. You have only to tell a native that he is the victim of evil magic and he succumbs at once and can only be cured by the exercise of counter-magic. The feeling is so strong that on more than one occasion when a woman, strong in magic power, had given it out that she was using magic against some individual, it very seriously interfered with the treatment of that native under medical supervision in a hospital and, if this be so amongst natives who have been for long in contact with white men, it can easily be realized what an enormous part magic plays in the life of the primitive savage. Even an aboriginal who has lived long with the whites and has lost most of his old beliefs, will still firmly retain his faith in evil magic, though he might be ashamed to own it in public. The aboriginal is, indeed, a very curious mixture. Mentally, about the level of a child who has little control over his feelings and is liable to give way to violent fits of temper, during which he may very likely behave with great cruelty. As a general rule he is very fond of and very good to his children. If the parents of a child die it is immediately taken charge of by a blood or tribal father and mother. The only exception that I have ever known to this was one case in Melville Island where we met with a little boy whose parents were dead and who had been left behind in camp when the natives moved on. Figure 23. We came across the poor little fellow sitting disconsolately on the top of a bark mia. He has no sense of responsibility and, except in rare cases, no initiative. His memory in many cases is wonderful so far as subjects are concerned that affect his life and mode of conduct. When once he has seen any place, or any particular natural object, he knows it for all time. If once he has heard a corroboree he knows the words and music, and his memory in respect to native traditions is marvelous. It must be understood, however, that in proportion to the narrow sphere of their actions, there is as great a mental difference amongst aboriginals as amongst whites in their wider sphere. This is well recognized amongst the natives themselves. For instance, there is one man on the Alligator River whose management of the wooden trumpet used during their ceremonies is wonderfully superior to that of any one else and whose fame as a musician has spread even beyond the limits of his own tribe. Whenever he is in camp he is always requested to play. So, again, in the making of all their various weapons and utensils, there are always certain individuals who are noted for their ability, some in making shields, others in making knives. There was one man belonging to the Kakadu tribe, on the Alligator River, who was extraordinarily able in regard to remembering traditions, and was recognized as a great authority on the subject of the past history of the tribe. He was relating to us a tradition of the tribe, according to which an old ancestor sent out different individuals to populate various parts of the country. There were 5 groups of these individuals and he was able to tell us the names, so far as we could judge, of all of them. They included those of 120 men and women, and not only did he know their names, but also the Totemic group to which each belonged and their intermarriages. It was really a wonderful feat of memory and the information was evidently correct, because it fitted in with traditions that we were told by other natives and we tested him later and found him consistent. The possessor of any particular capacity does not, except in very rare cases, secure any very direct personal gain from its exercise beyond the fact that he has a reputation for ability. Everything is communistic, and even if a man is provided with an extra supply of food, or, in recent years, tobacco, in return for something he has made or done, it is usually not long before it is divided amongst his friends. There is, amongst the Aborigines, an equal distribution of profits quite irrespective of deserts. Lastly, there is one feature that must not be omitted, and that is the Aboriginal's fondness for fun and his sense of humor. Under normal conditions they are always cheerful and are constantly either corroboreeing, or playing and laughing with one another. Nothing amuses them more than an accident that puts one of their number in an undignified or uncomfortable position. If a friend tumbles over a log and gives himself a good knock, they roar with laughter at him and the chances are that he joins in. If anyone comes up who did not see it happen, he will be requested to do it again for the benefit of the new arrival and, as likely as not, will repeat the performance. Years after the event happened, the recital of how 2 of the old men of the Kakadu tribe had to run for their lives and just managed to keep ahead of 2 charging buffaloes and an imitation of how they ran, what they said, and what they looked like, were greeted with roars of laughter and kept a camp cheerful for an hour or 2. They are wonderful at mimicking anything that they think is funny, and the acting of 2 natives, one of whom tried to show me how a former government resident of the territory had behaved when he suddenly trod on a snake, and the other who, after posing a few natives for the purpose, imitated by means of 3 sticks for a tripod and a sheet of paper bark for a focusing cloth, the actions of a very excitable photographer whom he had watched, was wonderfully realistic. There are said to be 20,000 Aboriginals in the territory, but on what authority this statement is made I do not know, as it is quite impossible to form any definite and reliable estimate, and the above number is a mere guess. There are great areas, as in Arafura land, where practically no white man has been. At all events there is no settlement, and here there is an abundance of native food and the tribes wander unhampered in their native state. Judging by what I have seen and heard, I think it probable that a census would show more nearly 20,000 than 20,000. One thing is certain, and that is that in all parts where they are in contact with outsiders, especially with Asiatics, they are dying out with great rapidity. The more primitive a race is, the more rapidly does it lose, or modify, its old customs and beliefs, when it comes in contact with a higher civilization. And there are very few parts of Australia now left in which it is possible to study the Aboriginal in his natural state. Chapter 2. Social Organization and Marriage Regulations. Tribes without class organization: Bathurst and Melville Island natives, local groups, Port Essington tribe, Kakadu tribe, allotment of wives. A woman of the status of a man's mother allotted to him as wife, with consequent change of terms of relationship, widows passing to younger brothers of deceased husband. Tribes with class organization. Tribes with indirect male descent: Warai, Wajuman, Mudburra, Maluru, Jawan, Young Man, Mungarai. Tribes with direct male descent: Mara, Nullikan. Tables of relationship terms. Larrakia, Wargate, Port Essington, Melville Island, Jawan, Mungarai, Nullikan, Kakadu, Wajuman. Status terms: Kakadu, Melville Island, Wajuman, Mudburra, Port Essington, Larrakia, Wargate, Jawan, Nullikan, Mungarai. There are very wide differences between various tribes in regard to organization, and it is interesting to notice that, what are presumably the most modified tribes, are met with on the far northern coastal districts and on Melville and Bathurst Islands. At the other extremity of Australia, in its extreme southeastern corner, we meet with equally modified tribes, or did so until some years ago. In both parts, the north and the south, the most striking feature is that there is no trace left of classes, or at most a very doubtful one, and that the organization is essentially a local one, with, in the north, an attendant, well-marked totemic system. The tribes we are now dealing with may be divided into two main groups: A, those without class organization, and B, those with class organization. A. Tribes without class organization. 1. Bathurst and Melville Islands. These two islands are inhabited by a tribe of wild and, physically, remarkably well-developed natives, who are easily distinguishable from all others by the way in which they ornament their bodies with a series of V-shaped cicatrices, which they call mayunga, and are supposed to represent the barbs on their heavy spears. So far as my experience goes, the marks on these islanders are the only ones which serve to identify the particular tribe to which any special individual belongs. From the region of Lake Eyre in the south, across the continent to Darwin and away east to the Gulf of Carpentaria, though all natives are more or less marked with cicatrices, there is nothing in them which is in any way distinctive of totem, class or particular tribe. The nearest approach to anything of this kind are the cuts made on the backs of adult men in the Yurubana, Diary, Wonkonguru and other tribes, who have passed through the Wilyaru, or its equivalent, final initiation ceremony. These marks, however, are characteristic of the whole of the Diary nation and not of any class or special tribe. The Melville and Bathurst Islanders can, however, always be distinguished. And the fact that they can serves to emphasize still more strongly the absence of any such possibility in the case of all the mainland tribes in Central and Northern Australia. Despite repeated inquiries, I have not been able to find out any true tribal name for the islanders. There are definite and well-known names applied to local groups, but, though doubtless it exists, I tried in vain to find out a name equivalent to that of Larrakia or Kakadu. My informants, also, knew of the existence of these and other tribal names on the mainland. It is astonishing how difficult it often is to get reliable information in regard to a subject such as this, where there is, apparently, no question of the matter being of a sacred or secret nature. As a matter of fact, in all tribes the tribal name is not often used and, very often, there is one name applied by the members to themselves and quite a different one by outsiders. The Larrakia natives at Darwin speak of Bathurst and Melville as Wankok, the natives on the latter call both the mainland and the natives their Jirola. The natives at Cape Don, near Essington, call Melville Island, which they can see across the water, Wamak. The natives, on both Bathurst and Melville Islands, are divided into a series of local groups, each of which is supposed to occupy and own a special well-defined district. These districts are indicated on the accompanying map. Though their language, customs and beliefs are identical, there is only a certain amount of intercourse between the natives of the two islands, who are, at least, mutually distrustful of one another. Every now and then the men from a camp on one side of Apsala Strait will raid a camp on the other. The numbers correspond to those in the list of localities and local groups given in the text. The list of local groups on Melville Island is, I think, complete, that on Bathurst probably is not. The numbers in the following list correspond to those on the map. In each case the name in brackets is the name of the local group inhabiting that locality. It will be noticed that the name of the group is made by adding the suffix ola to that of the locality. A. Melville Island groups. 1. Mundiimbu, Mundianibala. 2. Yulabu, Yulabula. 3. Arangajura, Arangarola. 4. Yimbai, Yimbula. 5. Charapu, Charapula. 6. Kambwambu, Kambwambula. 7. Baranpunali, Baranpunaliella. 8. Munupu, Munyapula. 9. Puramunapu, Puramanapula. 10. Mindalu, Mindalula. 11. Balawingamba, Balawiyangambula. 12. Marangalambu, Marangalambula. B. Bathurst Island groups. 13. Malo, Malawala. 14. Urangu, Urangula. 15. Chikalawa, Thikalala. The separation of the local groups from one another is very clearly marked indeed if they come together for the performance of special ceremonies, such as those connected with mourning. When I was last on Bathurst Island, watching these ceremonies, there were representatives of two local groups present called respectively Malawola and Chikalala. They camped some distance away from one another, and though they foregathered during the actual dancing, yet, immediately this was over, they separated. I was unable to ascertain anything definite in regard to the marriage system beyond the fact, as described in connection with the account of totemic systems, that it is closely associated with and regulated by the totemic groups. In some cases it is certainly concerned with the local group, a man of one group taking as a wife a woman of another, who then comes into his own group to which his children also belong, but, whether this is always the case, I cannot say positively. Though I believe it to be so. 2. Iweji or Port Essington tribe. This tribe is evidently much modified. There are apparently three divisions, called respectively Munbulkich, Manjarajeli and Manjarawali, amongst whom the totemic groups are divided, very unequally, the first having 4, the second 2 and the third 7. Munbulkich and Manjarajeli marry Manjarawali people and vice versa, but members of the two former may not intermarry. Whether the three divisions are the vestiges of formerly existing classes it is impossible to say, and my informants were quite clear that there are no more than these three. The Port Essington tribe is allied to the Kakadu, amongst whom there are very strongly developed local groups, and it is quite possible that these three groups are based on locality. The totem groups are strictly exogamous, and descent of both local group, or division, and of totemic group is in the female line. 3. Kakadu tribe. This is the representative of a number of tribes inhabiting the northern coastal area, all of whom differ in important respects from the more typical tribes with whom they are in contact on their inland borders. Their distribution is shown on the map, page 44. The tribe is not divided into moieties nor are there any classes. If such were ever present, they have disappeared completely, leaving not a trace behind them to indicate their former existence. The organization is now entirely local. In the far past time their mythic ancestor, Imberombera, sent out different pairs of individuals to various parts of the country, now occupied by the Kakadu and other tribes of the same nation. In these places they formed local centers, peopled, at first, with spirit individuals who have since been undergoing reincarnation. Tradition explains how, in the early days, the members of different local groups intermarried, and, at the present time, just as then, each individual man secures his wife, or wives, from some special local group. The totem group has nothing to do with marriage. An elder man frequently has several wives, of varying age, and there is one method of allotment of wives which is, so far as I am aware, peculiar to this nation of tribes. I have not met with it in any of the central tribes, nor does it seem to have been noted elsewhere in Australia. This method consists in the allotment to a man of a woman who belongs to the generation immediately senior to himself, and who stands to him in the relationship of koyu, that is, father's wife, or ngaila, mother's brother's wife. The koyu women, of course, include his own actual mother, but that particular woman may not be allotted to him. The table on page 49 represents two actual cases of this, which, though strange, appears to be a well-recognized practice in these tribes. Nabanja and Chilangogo were brothers, and Ungareria was a tribal brother, one of whose wives was a young woman named Kumbainba, who had a son named Mokalaki. Chilangogo had a son named Monmuna. The latter had 7 wives, but, as shown in the table which includes all his family, he had remarkably few children. 7. Amongst his wives he had 2, called respectively Alarima, 1, and Kumbainba, 3, who had once belonged to 2 men who were his papafathers or father's brothers. Kumbainba had been married to a man named Ungararia and, by him, had a son named Mokalaki. She was still young when she was handed on to Monmuna. Monmuna, by his wife, Mumungara, had a son named Nolwoyu, who is still a mere boy. Nabanja had a son named Kalingapukunamula Jumbo, who, amongst others, married a woman named Waria, by whom he had a son named Ungaramoyurami and a daughter named Koeto. Ungara has 2 wives called, respectively, Mumulandi and Michingari. Koeto is married to Kalanya Jaraman, by whom she has 3 sons, Kajamuk, Burnamakori and Wadirdi. When Kumbainba, 3, was allotted as wife to Monmuna, Mokalaki became Ngurnberry, or son, to the latter, Nullaberi, or younger brother. To Ungaramoyurami, because the latter was a son of a Baronga or elder brother of Monmuna, and Baronga or elder brother to Nolwoyu. When Monmuna died, the Jaija, mother's brothers, of the women concerned, told Namiriomak, 5, to go to Mokalaki as his wife, which she did, and Kumbainba, 3, to go to Ungara as his wife, which she did. Both of these men have other wives, given to them by the fathers of the women, but the Jaija of any woman can allot her to one of the sons of her husband, provided she be not that son's actual mother. These arrangements are made before the death of any man, such as, in this case, Monmuna, and they affect the terms of relationship used. Thus Mokalaki calls Alarima, Gujakachu, Kumbainba, Mimana, Niniokalura and Mumungara, Koyu, or mother, but Namiriomak he calls Ngunkomakali, or wife, and he actually applied this term to her while the old Monmuna was alive. Though she was not then in his possession and he had no marital relations with her. Mokalaki calls Namiriomak's brother Muraguji, or wife's brother. If she had had any children by Monmuna he would have called them Nalabari, younger brother, or Ilaberi, younger sister while Monmuna was alive, and Ngurnberry, sons, or Ngungurnberry, daughters, after his death. So again, he calls the father of each of the first above named 6 women, Papi, or mother's father, but the father of Namiriomak he calls Curly, or wife's father. Further still, Ungara was Baronga, or elder brother, of Mokalaki, but, when Namiriomak, the actual mother of Mokalaki, was allotted to Ungara as wife, Mokalaki called him Papa, or father. These 2 men, Ungara and Mokalaki, were constantly with Mr. Cahill and myself, at Inpeli, so that we had every opportunity of hearing them speak to one another. Namiriomak calls Mokalaki Ngunkomakali, or husband, just as she did Monmuna, and applies the same term to Nolwoyu because, if Mokalaki had died before Monmuna did, she would have been allotted to Nolwoyu. She calls Alarima and Kumbainba, who had been allotted to Monmuna and belonged to a generation senior to her own, Ngaler, or father's sisters. She calls Gujakachi and Mimana Makorngo, that is elder sisters. Ninio Kalura and Mumungara she calls Ilaberi, or younger sisters. Ungara calls all the women, except Kumbainba, Koyu, or mother, but he calls her Ngunkomakali, or wife, because she was allotted to him, and she also calls him Ngunkomakali, or husband. Ungara also calls the fathers of all the women, save Kumbainba, Papi, or mother's father, the father of Kumbainba he calls Curly, or wife's father. Cunnamulla Jumbo also had, as one of his wives, a woman who had been the wife of his father Nabaya, and Ungera called that woman Koyu. There was also living in camp a man named Michiriunga who has a wife named Workerlaki who has been allotted to the son of the former named Michirilak. The latter calls the woman Gunkomakali, and she applies this term to both of them. Ungera has a son to whom, in the future, a wife belonging to No Woyu will be allotted, and that son calls Ungera Papa. This handing on of a woman to a man who is at the level of her son, is always done by the woman's mother's brothers. For example, as Namiriomak herself told us, it was her father who gave her to Monmuna, but her Jaija who told her to go to Mokalaki. She was very much younger than Monmuna, and does not appear to be any older than Mokalaki. When a man dies, beyond the special allotment to men on the level of sons, the widows normally pass to younger brothers of the dead man, not to older ones. Thus, recently, the man named in the table Kalanyo Yaraman died. He had an elder brother, called Mappleborough, and a younger one, Koparik. When Kalanyo Yaraman died Koparik was away and Mappleborough took the lubber Coeto, but when Koparik returned, the first thing that he did was to go and take the woman away from Mappleborough. Again, Mukalaki has a wife called Machunga, who, it is already arranged, will go to No Woyu on Mukalaki's death. As an example of the allotment of a mother's brother's wife we may take the case of Ungaramoli Irami. His brothers are dead and he has no sons, so it has been arranged that, on his death, Michingari, one of his wives, is to pass to Kajamuk, or, should he die, to Wadirdi, both of whom are sons of Ungara's sister named Coeto. Each of these men calls Mumulandine Galer, that is, father's sister, but Michingari they call Mgunkomakali. It will easily be understood that this curious system of allotment and, consequently, of change of terms of relationship, produces extraordinary complications, but the natives appear to find no difficulty in working the system. And when in camp they will tell you readily the relationship of all the different members present to one another. To the same group of tribes belong, apparently, the Cornbutt, Quiradara, Norwailmil, Punurlu, Comurchuo, Gaimbio, Malangi, and, possibly, the Larakia. These, together with the Uaji, Kakadu, and the Melville and Bathurst Islanders, form a group of tribes sharply marked off, not only by the absence of class organization, but by the fact that their initiation ceremonies are distinguished by the absence of both circumcision and subincision. B. Tribes with class organization. A. Tribes with indirect male descent. 1. Warai tribe. This is a tribe usually called Wowonga by whites. It is now entirely decadent, its remnant occupying the country between a place called Rum Jungle and Brock's Creek on the short railway line that runs south from Darwin. The tribe is divided into 4 classes, and there are no names for the moieties. The organization is as follows, the names of women's groups, corresponding to those of the men, being placed in brackets. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Children. Children. Ajumbich. Aljambich. Apungerti. Alpungurti. Apularan. Alpularan. Oinmich. Alimich. Apularan. Alpularan. Oinmich. Alinmich. Ajumbich. Aljambich. Apungerti. Alpungurti. An Ajumbich man marries an Alpungurti woman. And the children are Apularan, males, and Alpularan, females. An Apularan man marries an Alinmich woman, and the children are Ajumbich, males, and Aljambich, females. An Apungerti man marries an Aljambich, a woman, and the children are Oinmich, males, and Alimich, females. An Oinmich man marries an Alpularan woman, and the children are Apungerti, males, and Alpungurti, females. Except that there are distinct names for women, which are slight variants on those for the men, the organization is closely similar to that of the southern Arunta, where there are only 4 class names. It must, however, be remembered that, though there are only 4 such names, yet, in all tribes in which this is so, each of them is divided into 2 groups so that, for example, One group of Ajumbich men intermarry with only one group of Alpongurdi women, the other group of the latter women are forbidden to these men. In most tribes distinct names are given to the two groups, so that there are 8 in all. It is somewhat remarkable to find 2 tribes, each with the 4, named, intermarrying groups, one at each end of the long stretch of country, 1,000 miles in all, that lies between the southernmost Arunta and the Warai in the north. In all these tribes the organization is fundamentally identical, but it is only at the extreme northern and southern limits that we find only 4 class names, elsewhere there are always 8. The northern boundary of the Warai tribe is coterminous with the southern of the coastal tribes in this particular part the Larakia, though the latter has long been practically decimated, its degraded remnants hanging about the settlements. It is also a curious circumstance that the Arunta people have a very definite tradition of a great leader who, in the far past time, led a body of uncircumcised men away out of the Arunta country and traveled on with them until they came to the salt water in the far north. On the shores of the latter they camped and are supposed to have remained there ever since. 2. Wajaman tribe. The names of the moieties have been lost. There are distinct subclass names for males and females, and intermarrying subclasses such as Wanai and Urella are spoken of as being chimuri or mates. The names of the female subclasses are in brackets. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Children. Children. Wanai. Imbanai. Urella. Imburella. Young Yuri. Inbunguri. Inmira. Inganmara. Imit. Imbadeni. Young Allah. Ingungala. Ualari. Impalyeri. Jabijan. Ibajan. Ualari. Impalyeri. Inmira. Inganmira. Imit. Imbadeni. Urella. Imburella. Young Yuri. Inbunguri. Jabijan. Jabijai. Wanai. Imbanai. Young Allah. Ingungala. 3. Mudbura tribe. The names of the moieties have been lost. There are distinct subclass names for males and females, those of the latter being printed in brackets. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Children. Children. Janama. Nana. Jula. Nanula. Chunguri. Nunguri. Tjamara. Nimara. Tjimaja. Namija. Chungala. Nungala. Tjaliri. Naliri. Jambajina. Nambajina. Tjaliri. Naliri. Tjamara. Nimara. Tjimaja. Namija. Jula. Nanula. Chunguri. Nunguri. Jambajina. Nambajina. Janama. Nana. Chungala. Nungala. 4. Maluru tribe. The names of the moieties have been lost. There are distinct subclass names for males and females, those of the latter being printed in brackets. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Children. Children. Janama. Nama. Jula. Nala. Chunguri. Nunguri. Tjamara. Nimara. Tjimit. Namit. Chingala. Nungala. Jaliari. Naliri. Jabijan. Nabijan. Jaliari. Naliri. Tjamara. Nimara. Tjimit. Namit. Jula. Nala. Chunguri. Nunguri. Jabijan. Nabijan. Janama. Nama. Chingala. Nungala. 5. Jawan tribe. The names of the subclasses are as follows and, in brackets, I have given those of the corresponding ones in the Warramunga tribe. The names of the moieties are lost. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Nerichban, Thapanunga. Wadeba, Jupila. Pulaneba, Junguri. Kungila, Thungala. Palyuringba, Japalcheri. Kamara, Nakamra. Pungaringba, Thapangardi. Wamat, Jambin. The intermarrying subclasses and those of the children represented in the following table. In this tribe the women have not, apparently, got distinct subclass names. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Children. Children. Garichban, Sikh. Wadeba. Pungaringba. Kamara. Pulaneba. Kungila. Palyuringba. Wamat. Palyuringba. Kamara. Pulaneba. Wadeba. Pungaringba. Wamat. Nerichban. Kungila. In the Jawan tribe pairs of subclasses such as Nerichban and Pungaringba or Wadeba and Kamara, certain of the individual members of which stand to one another in the relationship of fathers and children, are called Komaranban. 6. Young Man Tribe. The names of the subclasses are as follows and, in brackets, I have given those of the corresponding ones in the Jawan tribe. The names of the moieties are lost. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Wane, Nerichban. Urella, Wadeba. Imit, Pulaneba. Young Allah, Kungila. Ualari, Palyuringba. Inmira, Kamara. Unguri, Pangaringba. Jabijan, Wamat. The intermarrying subclasses and those of the children are as represented in the following table. In this tribe the men and women have distinct subclass names, those of the latter being placed in brackets. Moiety 1. Moiety 2. Children. Children. Wanai. Imbanai. Urella. Imburella. Unguri. Inbunguri. Inmira. Ingangmara. Imit. Imideni. Young Allah. Ingungala. Ualari. Imbalari. Jabijan. Jabidai. Ualari. Imbalari. Inmira. Inganmira. Imit. Imideni. Urella. Imburella. Unguri. Inbunguri. Jabijan. Jabidai. Wanai. Imbanai. Young Allah. Ingungala. A Wanai man marries an Imburella woman and their children are Unguri if boys and Inbunguri if girls. A Urella man marries an Imbanai woman and their children are Inmira if boys, and Ingangmara if girls. 7. Mungarai tribe. The names of the moieties are retained. Those of the subclasses are as follows and, in brackets, I have given the corresponding ones of the Jawan tribe. Moiety 1, Nakarangwa. Moiety 2, Ngabalana. Ngarichbelan, Nerichban. Ngarbarella, Wadeba. Ngabulan, Pulaneba. Ngangiela, Kungila. Ngapalyeri, Palyuringba. Nakamara, Kamara. Ngapungari, Pungarongba. Jabijan, Wamat. The intermarrying subclasses and those of the children are as represented in the following table. Moiety 1. Makarangwa. Moiety 2, Ngabalana. Children. Children. Ngarichbelan. Ngaburella. Ngapungari. Nakamara. Ngabulan. Ngangiela. Ngapalyeri. Jabijan. Ngapalyeri. Nakamara. Ngabulan. Ngaburella. Ngapungari. Jabijan. Ngarichbelan. Ngangiela. A Ngarichbelan man marries an Ngaburella woman and their children are Ngapungari. A Ngaburella man marries an Ngarichbelan woman and their children are Nakamara. There is nothing special about these tribes to distinguish them, so far as their classificatory systems are concerned, from the Great Group, extending from Oodnadatta in the south to Brock's Creek, within 100 miles of the northern coastline. Eastwards they extend across to the borderland of Queensland and the coastal ranges fringing the Gulf of Carpentaria. Westwards they stretch down the Daly, Catherine, Flora, and Victoria rivers to the coast and, probably, extend into the northern parts of West Australia. Mrs. Bates and Mr. A. R. Brown have shown that tribes with the four-class system, similar in essential respects to the southern Arunta and the Warai, extend over wide areas in Western Australia. In all these tribes, descent of the class is counted in the paternal line. We have previously dealt in detail with the Arunta and Warramunga tribes 8, and what we have described in connection with them holds good, precisely, for the others. B. Tribes with direct male descent. 1. Mara tribe. This is an example of a group of tribes the organization of which was first dealt with by Mr. Gillen and myself. 9. We came in contact with some members of it at Borroloola on the Gulf of Carpentaria in 1901. During 1911, whilst traveling down the Roper River, I again encountered the tribe, and with the aid of a very intelligent native, a Mumbali man named Walyuunja, was able, after considerable inquiry, to determine the correspondence of the subclasses of this tribe, in which descent, so far as the actual class name is concerned, is counted in the direct male line, with those in the adjoining Mungarai tribe, in which descent is counted in the indirect male line. I was also able to ascertain the names of the moieties. These are, as shown in the following table, for class and no subclass names. Table 1. Moiety 1, Maluri. Moiety 2, Umbana. Murangun. Purtle. Mumbali. Keel. Further inquiry, however, shows that, though there are no distinct names for them, each class is really divided into two groups, the equivalents of the subclasses in the Arunta and Warramunga. They are, in fact, precisely similar to the unnamed groups into which each class is divided in the southern half of the Arunta and in the Warai tribe. These can be represented, using the letters A and B to indicate the two divisions of each class, as follows. Table 2. Moiety 1, Maluri. Moiety 2, Umbana. Murangun A. Purtle A. Murangun B. Purtle B. Mumbali A. Keel A. Mumbali B. Keel B. When, however, we come to deal with the marriage relationships and the counting of descent, it will be seen that these are very different from those met with in adjoining tribes, amongst whom the arrangements are similar to those amongst the Warramunga. The intermarrying groups, which are really the equivalents of subclasses, together with those into which the children pass, can be represented as follows. Table 3. Moiety 1, Maluri. Moiety 2, Umbana. Children. Children. Murangun A. Purtle A. Murangun B. Purtle B. Murangun B. Keel B. Murangun A. Keel A. Mumbali A. Keel A. Mumbali B. Keel B. Mumbali B. Purtle B. Mumbali A. Purtle A. A Murangun. A man must marry a Purtle a woman, and their children are Murangun B. So again a Murangun B man must marry a Keel B woman, and their children are Murangun A. The children of a Murangun man are thus always Murangun. Some Murangun men marry Purtle and others Keel women, the marriage alternating in successive generations. Thus a Murangun a man marries a Purtle a woman, but his son, who is Murangun B, marries a Keel B woman. The sons in the next generation are Murangun A and marry, once more, Purtle a women. The fact of some Murangun and Mumbali men marrying Purtle and others Keel women, and vice versa, was so different from anything in the marriage arrangements in any other Australian tribes known to us that we spent much time in investigating the matter and making ourselves as sure as we could on the point. I am glad to be able now to corroborate our previous conclusions by means of evidence collected in quite another part of the tribe from that in which Mr. Gillen and myself previously worked. The native, Walyunja, who explained the matter to me on the Roper River, was one of the most intelligent aboriginals whom I have met. He had also a very fair eye knowledge of English. The contrast between him and other old men from whom I was, at the same time, attempting to get information on the organization of the tribes was most striking and made me feel more than ever convinced that matters such as the division of the tribe into intermarrying groups could very well be the result of the deliberate thinking out of a scheme on the part of certain members of the tribe more highly gifted than the common run. The scheme by means of which the divisions, Muringun A, B, etc., are made to fit in with the subclasses of the Mungarai and other tribes with which the Mara come into contact, is at all events both a deliberate and ingenious device, and reveals very considerable powers of reasoning and organizing. It can be represented in the following table in which the names of the equivalent subclasses in the Mungarai tribe are placed in brackets. Table 4. Moiety 1, Maluri. Moiety 2, Umbana. Children. Children. Muringun A. Ngarich Belin. Purtle A. Ngaburella. Muringun B. Ngapungari. Purtle B. Nakamara. Muringun B. Ngapungari. Keel B. Jabijan. Muringun A. Ngrich Belin. Keel A. Ngangiela. Mumbali A. Ngabulin. Keel A. Ngangiela. Mumbali B. Ngapulyeri. Keel A. Jalbijan. Mumbali B. Ngapulyeri. Purtle B. Nakamara. Mumbali A. Ngabulin. Purtle A. Ngaburella. This means that the class Muringun, for example, is divided into two groups, which are regarded, respectively, as the equivalents of the subclasses Ngirich Belin and Ngapungari in the Mungarai tribe. We have already seen that the children of Muringun men pass into the division Muringun B, which is just the same thing as in the Mungarai, where the children of Ngirich Belin men are Ngapungari, and vice versa. So, again, Muringun men marry Purtle A and Muringun B men marry Keel B women. Now, under the scheme devised, Purtle A women are the equivalents of Ngaburella and Keel B of Jabijan women in the Mungarai tribe. Muringun men are the same as Ngirich Belin and they must marry Ngaburella women, while Muringun B, who are the equivalents of Ngapungari, must marry Jabijan. 2. Nulikan tribe. In essential features this tribe agrees with the Mara, it has retained the moiety names and has also 4 class but no subclass names. In the following table the equivalent names in the Mara tribe are given in brackets. Table 1. Moiety 1, Balanini. Moiety 2, Kakwa. Jobal, Muringun. Ulakaranini, Purtle. Mangarali, Mumbali. Jindar, Keel. As in the Mara tribe, each class is really divided into 2, though there are no names for these. Which are the strict equivalents of subclasses? Using the letters A and B to indicate these, the intermarrying groups and those into which the children pass can be represented as follows. Table 3. Moiety 1, Balanini. Moiety 2, Kakwa. Children. Children. Jobal A. Ulakaranini A. Jobal B. Ulakaranini B. Jobal B. Jindar B. Jobal A. Jindar A. Mangarali A. Jindar A. Mangarali B. Jindar B. Mangarali B. Ulakaranini B. Mangarali A. Ulakaranini A. Where the Nulikan tribe comes into contact with the Mungarai and others having the 8 subclass system. The same plan is adopted to allow the 2 organizations to work side by side, which has already been described dealing with the Mara tribe. In the following tables the relationship terms are given amongst a typical series of tribes. Table of relationship terms, Laurakia tribe. Man speaking. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Nerdung. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Kudung. Father's brother's wife. Aunt. Nerdla. Father's father. Grandfather. Father's fathers. Elder brother. Great uncle. Ngok. Father's father's younger brother. Great uncle. Aladik or Almuk. Father's father's wife. Grandmother. Nimmerk. Father's father's father. Great grandfather. Kudung. Father's father's mother. Great grandmother. Almurk. Father's 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 sister. Great great aunt. Nerdla. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Ngok. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Kudung. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Alap. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Yunya 10. Mother's elder brother. Uncle. Imberombera. Mother's brother's son. Cousin. Nerdla. Mother's. Elder sister's son. Cousin. Ngok. Mother's younger sister's son. Cousin. Nerdla. Elder brother. Brother. Ngok. Younger brother. Brother. Aladik. Elder brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Younger brother's wife. Nimmerk. Brother's son. Nephew. Almurk. Brother's daughter. Niece. Kudung. Brother's son's wife. Ngok. Brother's son's son. Aladik. Brother's son's son's wife. Native term. Actual relationship to English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Ngunyi. Brother's daughter's husband. Unmol. Elder sister. Sister. Ngoluk. Younger sister. Sister. Non. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Ngunyi. Sister's husband's father. Ngunyi. Sister's son. Nephew. Algunyi. Sister's daughter. Niece. Mitmit. Elder sister's son's son. Olitmit. Elder sister's son's daughter. Nimmerk. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Kudung. Son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Ngok. Son's son. Grandson. Aladik. Son's son's wife. Nimmerk. Son's son's son. Great-grandson. Almurk. Daughter. Daughter. Ngunyi. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Mitmit. Daughter's son. Grandson. Olitmit. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Aladik. Wife. Wife. Wife's sister. Sister-in-law. Yunya. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Wife's father's brother. Alap. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Wife's mother's sister. Table of relationship terms. Laurakia tribe. Woman speaking. Nerdung. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Brother's wife's father. Nerdla. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brothers. son, cousin. Ngok. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Kudung. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Almuk. Elder sister. Sister. Father's elder brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's sister's daughter. Cousin. Aluk. Younger sister. Sister. Father's younger brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's daughter. Cousin. Nj. Son. Son. Sister's son. Nephew. Son. Great-grandson. Husband's father. Husband's father's brother. Native term. Actual relationship to English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Nj. Husband's brother's son. Husband's father's father. Ngaimerk. Son's son. Grandson. Sister's son's son. Engulii. Daughter. Daughter. Sisters. Daughter. Niece. Aling. Husband's mother. Mother-in-law. Husband's mother's sister. Husband's father's brother's wife. Alo. Husband's mother's mother. Non. Husband. Husband's brother. Husband's father's father. Husband's father's brother's son. Alaju. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Sisters. Daughter's daughter. I'll admit. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Sister's daughter's daughter's daughter. Table of relationship terms. Wurgat tribe. Man speaking. Bapa. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Kowlung. Mother. Mother. Father's brother's wife. Aunt. Brother's sister. Aunt. Guga. Father's father's mother. Great-grandmother. Father's father. Grandfather. Father's father's brother. Son's son. Grandson. Brother's son's son. Ngungaran. Wife. Wife. Brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Mother's brother's daughter. Cousin. Brother's son's wife. Son's wife. Father's father's wife. Father's brother's father's wife. Gemming. Father's father's father. Great-grandfather. Kuka. Mother's mother's mother. Great-grandmother. Mother's brother. Uncle. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Wife's father's brother. Ngai. Daughter. Daughter. Brother's daughter. Niece. Father's father's sister. Ngambola. Elder brother. Brother. Native term. Actual relationship to English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Ngambola. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's son. Cousin. Ngambuluk, or Boluk. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's son. Cousin. Ngambuluk. Elder sister. Sister. Mother's elder sister's son. Cousin. Wife's mother's elder brother's son. Ngunga. Mother's brother's son. Cousin. Naya. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Kowlung. Brother's son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Son's wife. Ball luck. Younger sister. Sister. Wife's mother's younger brothers. Daughter. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Nejinga. Sister's son. Nephew. Sister's husband's father. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Nirung. Sister's daughters. Daughter. Wife's mother's brother. Nijum. Son's son. Grandson. Ngajum. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Ngaiwan. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Kappa. Wife's mother's brother. Mukung. Wife's mother's mother. Table of relationship terms. Wurgat tribe. Woman speaking. Bapa. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Ngambula. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Ball luck. Younger. Brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Younger sister. Sister. Mother's younger sister's daughter. Niece. Kowlung. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Muckin. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Gemming. Mother's mother's mother. Great-grandmother. Kakabalik. Mother's brother. Uncle. Husband's father. Father-in-law. Husbands. Father's brother. Ngungaran. Husband. Husband. Husband's brother. Brother-in-law. Mother's brother's son. Cousin. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Native term. Actual. Relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Ngacha. Elder sister. Sister. Mother's elder sister's daughter. Cousin. Ngaja. Son. Son. Sister's son. Nephew. Husband's brother's son. Nephew. Naya. Son. Son. Husband's sister's son. Nephew. Ngaraja. Daughter. Daughter. Sister's daughter. Niece. Husband's brother's daughter. Niece. Ngark. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Sisters. Daughter's daughter. Ngajim. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Jemingbalak. Husband's mother's mother. Husband's father's father. Naninbalak. Husband's mother's sister. Table of relationship terms. Port Essington tribe. Man speaking. Perny. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Wolko. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's son. Cousin. Munbirch. Younger. Brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's son. Cousin. Nawin. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Daughter. Daughter. Brother's daughter. Niece. Father's 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 sister. Wolko. Elder sister. Sister. Father's elder brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's daughter. Cousin. Munbirch. Younger sister. Sister. Father's younger brother's daughter. Niece. Camu. Mother's younger sister's daughter. Niece. Mother. Mother. Father's brother's wife. Aunt. Mother's sister. Aunt. Father's father's mother. Son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Wanwu. Brother's son's wife. Father's father. Grandfather. Father's father's brother. Great uncle. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Onban, or Ilkuma, 11. Wife. Wife. Wife's sister. Sister-in-law. Mother's brother's daughter. Cousin. Brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Father's father's wife. Sons. Son's wife. Brother's son's son's wife. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Maya. Father's father. Grandfather. Waiwi. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Son's sons. Son. Great-grandson. Son's son's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Nanjalang. Mother's mother's mother. Great-grandmother. Gaja, or Unburan, 12. Mother's brother. Uncle. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Wife's father's brother. Kanyang. Sister's son. Nephew. Sister's daughter. Niece. Sister's husband's father. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Wife's mother's brother's son. Kumbala. Mother's brother's son. Nephew. Wulapulu. Wife's father's father. Pap Pam. Wife's mother's mother. Wife's. Mother's mother's brother. Nawin. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Wife's mother's sister. Table of relationship terms. Port Essington tribe. Woman speaking. Perni. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Wawa. Father's father. Grandfather. Wolko. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Munbirch. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Camu. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Mother's brother. Uncle. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Ilkuma. Husband. Husband. Husband's brother. Brother-in-law. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Ngayeng. Son. Son. Sister's son. Nephew. Daughter. Daughter. Sister's daughter. Niece. Husband's brother's son. Nephew. Nandawiratpan. Husband's father. Father-in-law. Husband's father's brother. Nawin. Husband's mother. Mother-in-law. Husband's mother's sister. Waiwi. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Wulapulu. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Table of relationship terms. Melville Island tribe. Man speaking. Narangani. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Uwini. Brother. Brother. Father's brother's son. Cousin. Mother's sister's son. Cousin. Jamini. Mother's brother's. Son. Cousin. Wife's brother. Brother-in-law. Mawinini. Father's father. Grandfather. Father's father's brother. Great uncle. Yangaringa. Mother. Mother. Father's brothers. Wife. Aunt. Mother's sister. Aunt. Son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Brother's son's wife. Father's father's mother. Great-grandmother. Namaninga. Mother's mother. Granddaughter. Iamani, or Yanarinua, 13. Mother's brother. Uncle. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Wife's father's brother. Yamoania. Wife 14. Wife. Wife's sister. Sister-in-law. Mother's brother's daughter. Cousin. Brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Yamoania. Father's father's wife. Great-grandmother. Son's son's wife. Brother's son's son's wife. Intimili. Father's father's father. Great-grandfather. Inkalipa 15. Sister. Sister. Father's brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's sister's daughter. Cousin. Impunga. Elder sister. Sister. Father's elder brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's elder. Sister's daughter. Cousin. Imbaka. Younger sister. Sister. Father's younger brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's daughter. Cousin. Namarani. Son. Son. Brothers. Son. Nephew. Wife's mother's brother. Yamurdi. Son's son. Grandson. Ngangiarmini. Son's son's son. Great-grandson. Ngoraninga. Daughter. Daughter. Brother's daughter. Niece. Ngwamurdi. Sister's husband's father. Sister's son. Nephew. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Ngamarinya. Sister's daughter. Niece. Mananya. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Yamparina. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Youngamparana. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Oama. Wife's mother's mother. Jeremini. Wife's mother's mothers. Brother. Table of relationship terms. Melville Island tribes. Woman speaking. Narangani. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Brother's wife's father. Uwini. Brother. Brother. Father's brother's son. Cousin. Mother's sister's son. Cousin. Yangaringa. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Impunga. Elder sister. Sister. Mother's elder sister's daughter. Niece. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Imbaka. Younger sister. Sister. Mother's younger sister's daughter. Niece. Murdi. Son. Son. Sister's son. Nephew. Husband's brother's son. Nephew. Imoringa. Daughter. Daughter. Sister's daughter. Niece. Yabmuninga. Husband. Husband. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Husband's brother. Brother-in-law. Husband's father's brother's son. Ilamani. Husband's father. Father-in-law. Husband's father's brother. Jimmy Ndinga. Husband's mother. Mother-in-law. Husband's mother's sister. Husband's father's brother's wife. Yanama. Husband's father's father. Mwanyini. Husband's father's sister's son. Mwanya. Husband's father's sister's daughter. Namaraninga. Father's sister. Aunt. Brother's daughter. Niece. Mwanyini. Father's sister's son. Cousin. Awama. Father's sister's daughter. Cousin. Namaninga. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Nangaringa. Mother's mother's mother. Great-grandmother. Yeniarninga. Brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Undunganinga. Husband's father's sister. Konyuri. Husband's mother's brother. Namarani. Husband's sister's son. Nephew. Table of relationship terms. Jawan tribe. Man speaking. Ajat. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Karang. Father's father's father. Great-grandfather. Mother. Mother. Father's brother's wife. Aunt. Mother's sister. Aunt. Father's father's mother. Great-grandmother. Son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Brother's son's wife. Mora. Father's father. Grandfather. Father's father's brother. Son's son. Grandson. Noah. Wife. Wife. Brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Son's son's wife. Father's father's wife. Grandmother. Brother's son's son's wife. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Kakak. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Kainya. Mother's brother. Uncle. Tjerimunjan or Tjaman. Mother's brother's son. Nephew. Mother's brother's daughter. Niece. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Baba. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's son. Cousin. Burua. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brothers. Son. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's son. Cousin. Baba. Elder sister. Sister. Father's elder brother's daughter. Niece. Mother's elder sister's daughter. Niece. Burua. Younger. Sister. Sister. Father's younger brother's daughter. Niece. Mother's younger sister's daughter. Niece. Kumbarimba. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Borber. Daughter. Daughter. Brother's daughter. Niece. Father's 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 sister. Parada. Sister's son. Nephew. Sister's husband's father. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Walnagung. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Kainguri. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Wife's mother's brother. Wife's mother's sister. Alawitpo. Wife's father's mother. Nachpa. Wife's father's father. Table of relationship terms. Jawan tribe. Woman speaking. Ajat. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mora. Father's father. Grandfather. Baba. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's son. Cousin. Elder sister. Sister. Father's elder brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's daughter. Cousin. Burowa. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's son. Cousin. Younger sister. Sister. Father's younger brother's daughter. Cousin. Native term. Actual relationship in English. Terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Burowa. Mother's younger sister's daughter. Cousin. Karang. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Kakak. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Son's son. Grandson. Tjanwak. Brothers. Son. Nephew. Ngagung. Son. Son. Sister's son. Nephew. Daughter. Daughter. Sister's daughter. Niece. Husband's brother's son. Nephew. Noah 16. Husband. Husband. Husband's elder brother. Brother-in-law. Husband's father's elder brother's son. Tjamung. Husband's younger brother. Brother-in-law. Husband's father's younger brother's son. Kabung. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Walnagung. Husband's father. Father-in-law. Husband's father's brother. Konyuri. Husband's mother. Mother-in-law. Husband's. Mother's sister. Mamam. Husband's mother's mother. Table of relationship terms. Mungarai tribe. Man speaking. Ngaberda. Father. Father. Father's elder brother. Uncle. Mother's elder sister's husband. Uncle. Ngabarandu. Father's younger brother. Uncle. Mother's younger sister's husband. Uncle. Ngulang Nunyi 17. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Father's father's mother. Great-grandmother. Son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Ngulamimi. Brother's son's wife. Mother's elder sister. Aunt. Mother's mother's mother. Great-grandmother. Ngilabubba. Mother's younger sister. Aunt. Ngalangnanyi. Father's father. Grandfather. Father's. Father's brother. Great-uncle. Ngulakatukagandu, or see next page. Father's father's wife. Great-grandmother. Son's son's wife. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Ngulakungambula, 18. Brother's son's son's wife. 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 Brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Barandu, or Abaringvia. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Ngila Barandu. Daughter. Daughter. Brother's daughter. Niece. Ngila Baba. Sister. Sister. Father's brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's sister's daughter. Cousin. Murimuri. Father's father's. Father. Great-grandfather. Abiring Naranyu. Father's 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 sister. Ngayana. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's son. cousin. Ngayaba. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's son. Cousin. Ngilagaguk. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Ngagung. Mother's. Brother. Uncle. Namanjeri. Mother's brother's son. Cousin. Mother's brother's daughter. Cousin. Muriwanyala. Son's son. Grandson. Brother's son's son. Ngajia, or Nalamami. Wife's father father-in-law. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Ngolajia. Sister's daughter. Niece. Najamanua. Son's son's son. Great. Grandson. Ngilambulika. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Ngula Marandu. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Ngula Kunji. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Ngakunji. Wife's mother's. Brother. Ngilamarik. Wife's mother's brother's daughter. Jap Jap. Wife's father's father. Ngilakakuk. Wife's father's wife. Table of relationship terms. Mungarai tribe. Woman speaking. Ngaberda. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Ngale Nunyi. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Native term. Actual. Relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Ngayana. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Nephew. Mother's elder sister's son. Nephew. Ngayaba. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Nephew. Mother's younger sister's son. Nephew. Ngilagaguk. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Ngulamimi. Mother's mother's mother. Great-grandmother. Ngilababa. Sister. Sister. Mother's. Sister's daughter. Cousin. Barandu, or Ngabarandu. Brother's son. Nephew. Husband's sister's son. Nephew. Ngilabarandu. Brother's daughter. Niece. Husband's sister's daughter. Niece. Ngulajia. Sister's daughter. Niece. Kalanbun. Husband. Husband. Husband's brother. Brother-in-law. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Husband's father's brother's son. Ngaijia. Son. Son. Husband's brother's son. Nephew. Sister's son. Nephew. Husband's father. Father-in-law. Husband's father's brother. Ngulajia. Daughter. Daughter. Sister's daughter. Niece. Ngulagunji. Husband's mother. Mother-in-law. Husband's mother's sister. Husband's father's brother's wife. Table of relationship. Terms. Nulakan tribe. Man speaking. Morquol. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Maina. Mother. Mother. Father's brother's wife. Aunt. Mother's sister. Aunt. Father's father's mother. Great-grandmother. Son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Durdu. Brother's son's wife. Father's father. Grandfather. Jugopiri. Father's fathers. Brother. Great uncle. Father's father's wife. Great grandmother. Father's father's brother's wife. Great aunt. Wife. Wife. Brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Son's son's wife. Brother's son's son's wife. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Iraninji. Father's father's father. Great-grandfather. Chukanjini. Daughter. Daughter. Father's 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 sister. Boipu. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Nephew. Mother's elder sister's son. Nephew. Gualin. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Nephew. Mother's younger sister's son. Nephew. Chukurker. Mother's. Mother. Grandmother. Chuapa. Sister. Sister. Father's brother's daughter. Niece. Mother's sister's daughter. Niece. Nukeka. Mother's brother. Uncle. Jaming. Mother's mother's. Mother. Great-grandmother. Chukinda. Mother's brother's daughter. Cousin. Nulkinda. Mother's brother's son. Cousin. Chokanjini. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Sister's husband's father. Sister's son. Nephew. Sister's daughter. Niece. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Wife's father's brother. Nokanjini. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Murdunjini. Son's son. Grandson. Thanjamini. Son's son's son. Great-grandson. Tjumaranjani. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Baiting. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Balaknini. Wife's mother. Brother's wife's mother. Nuanaya. Wife's mother's brother's son. Nojamin. Wife's father's father. Niapi. Wife's father's father's father. Morquol. Father. Father. Father's brother uncle. Mother's sister's husband. Uncle. Boipu. Father's father. Grandfather. Maina. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Nokaka. Brother. Brother. Father's brother's son. Cousin. Mother's sister's son. Cousin. Chuapa. Sister. Sister. Father's. Brother's daughter. Cousin. Mother's sister's daughter. Cousin. Nokanjini. Son. Son. Sister's son. Cousin. Husband's father. Father-in-law. Husband's father's brother. Husband's brother's son. Nephew. Jugokanjini. Daughter. Daughter. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Jugokanjini. Sister's daughter. Niece. Nokopunjani. Husband. Husband. Husband's brother. Brother-in-law. Husband's father's brother's son. Chupalukmaji. Husband's mother. Mother-in-law. Husband's mother's sister. Kapungini. Husband's sister. Sister-in-law. Table of relationship terms. Kakadu tribe. Man speaking. Papa. Father. Father. Father's brother. Uncle. Kaga. Father's father. Grandfather. Father's father's brother. Great uncle. Puluperlumba. Father's father's father. Great. Grandfather. Son's son's son. Great grandson. Mother's mother's mother. Great grandmother. Mother's 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 sisters. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great. Granddaughter. Brother's daughter's daughter. Barunga. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Nullaberi. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger. Brother's son. Cousin. Ngurnberry. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Nabernobunong. Son's son. Grandson. Brother's son's son. Koyu. Mother. Mother. Mother's. Sister. Aunt. Kaka. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Pepi. Mother's mother's sisters. Great aunts. Mother's father. Grandfather. Makorngo. Elder sister. Sister. Father's elder brothers. Daughter. Cousin. Ilaberi. Younger sister. Sister. Father's younger brother's daughter. Cousin. Mappa, or Maba. Elder or younger sister's daughter. Niece. Elder or younger sister's son. Nephew. Wife's brother's daughter. Wife's brother's son. Ngungornberry. Daughter. Daughter. Mapinga. Brother's daughter. Niece. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Brother's daughter's daughter. Ngunkomakali. Wife. Wife. Wife's younger sister. Sister-in-law. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms. Included wholly or partly in the native term. Curly. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Wife's father's brother. Wife's father's sister. Yinbane Munga. Wife's father's father. Padiurli. Wife's father's father's father. Admarin Jinji. Wife's elder sister. Sister-in-law. Jaija. Mother's brother. Elder and younger. Uncle. Kopinga. Mother's elder and younger brother's son. Cousin. Mother's elder and younger brother's daughter. Cousin. Kamapa. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Parili. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Muraguji. Wife's brother. Brother-in-law. Njila. Orangila. Father's sister. Aunt. Mother's brother's wife. Aunt. Table of relationship terms. Kakadu tribe. Woman speaking. Papa. Father. Father. Father's brother. Elder and younger. Uncle. Kaka. Father's father. Grandfather. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Maimaimba. Father's father's father. Great-grandfather. Son's son's son. Great-grandson. Baronga. Elder brother. Brother. Father's elder brother's son. Cousin. Mother's elder sister's son. Cousin. Nullaberi. Younger brother. Brother. Father's younger brother's son. Cousin. Mother's younger sister's son. Cousin. Mappa. Daughter. Daughter. Sister's son. Nephew. son, son, sister's daughter, niece, husband's brother's son, nephew, husband's brother's daughter, niece, manga, son's son, grandson, son's daughter, granddaughter, father's mother, grandmother, father's mother's sister, great aunt, father's mother's brother, great uncle, pulupurlumba, mother's mother's mother, great granddaughter, daughter's daughter's daughter, great granddaughter, koyu, mother, mother, mother's sister, elder and younger, aunt, kumambilna, daughter's daughter, granddaughter, native term, actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Makorngo, elder sister, sister, father's elder brother's daughter, cousin, mother's elder sister's daughter, cousin, Ilaberi, younger sister, sister, father's younger brother's daughter, cousin, mother's younger sister's daughter, cousin, Njila, father's sister, aunt, Kopinga, father's sister's son, cousin, father's sister's daughter, cousin, mother's brother's son, cousin, mother's brother's daughter, cousin, Jaja, mother's brother, elder and younger, uncle, Ngamberi, brother's son, nephew, Yingamberi, brother's daughter, niece, Ngomukali, husband, husband, husband's brother, brother-in-law, Kobiorkara, husband's father, father-in-law, husband's father's brother, husband's mother, mother-in-law, husband's mother's brother, husband's mother's sister, Orobiorkaro, son's wife, daughter-in-law, Promapa, daughter's husband, son-in-law, Yingbeing Munga, husband's father's father, Yingping Munga, husband's father's wife. Table of relationship terms. Wajaman tribe. Man speaking. Kadugo. Father. Father. Father's brother. Elder and younger. Uncle. Baba. Father's father. Grandfather. Kagogo. Father's father's brother. Great uncle. Father's father's father. Great grandfather. Mother's mother. Grandmother. Wife's mother's brother's daughter. Wife's mother's brother's son. Igu. Son's son's wife. Son. Son. Brother's son. Nephew. Daughter. Daughter. Kaleja. Brother's daughter. Niece. Brother. Elder and younger. Brother. Igariu. Father's brother's son. Cousin. Ingarinin. Son's son. Grandson. Son's son's son. Great-grandson. Native term. Actual relationship in English terms. English terms included wholly or partly in the native term. Kading. Mother. Mother. Mother's sister. Aunt. Kaniomo. Mother's brother. Elder and younger. Uncle. Daughter's husband. Son-in-law. Kagung. Father's brother's daughter. Cousin. Nabobu. Father's father's mother. Great-grandmother. Pukali. Father's brother's son. Cousin. Father's brother's daughter. Cousin. Inaman. Sister. Elder and younger. Sister. Brother's son's daughter. Mother's sister's daughter. Niece. Wife's father's father. Wife's father's son. Wife's father's brother's son. Ingawia. Wife. Wife. Elder or younger brother's wife. Sister-in-law. Brother's son's son's wife. Ingwa. Wife's father. Father-in-law. Wife's father's brother. Nala. Son's wife. Daughter-in-law. Brother's son's wife. Dado. Sister's husband. Brother-in-law. Wife's brother brother-in-law. Tjuga. Sister's son. Nephew. Sister's husband's father. Sister's daughter. Niece. Indukal. Wife's mother. Mother-in-law. Wife's mother's sister. Sister's son's wife. Ijamin. Wife's mother's mother. Wife's mother's mother's brother. Sister's son's son. Sister's son's daughter. Sister's daughter's son. Sister's daughter's daughter. Daughter's son. Grandson. Daughter's daughter's son. Great-grandson. Uni. Son's son's son. Great-grandson. Imbani. Son's son's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Igaringan. Daughter's daughter. Granddaughter. Nababin. Daughter's daughter's daughter. Great-granddaughter. Inalari. Daughter's daughter's husband. Ilumba. Wife's mother's brother. Status terms. In every tribe there are certain status terms which are applied to different individuals at different times of their lives. They are as follows. 1. Kakadu tribe. Male. Female. 1. Baby, Bialila. Baby, Bialila. 2. Young boy, Molakiri. Young girl, Yingilakiri.19. 3. Boy, before initiation, Ninjeri. Girl, before marriage, Kapari Medjawar. 4. Young man, after initiation, Numulakiri. Young married girl, Jaraiwan. 5. Middle-aged man, Alanja. Middle-aged woman, no special name. She is spoken of as Jarangada Murora, that is close up to, or getting on to, Murora. 6. Old man, Muraboba. Old woman, Murora. There is also a special term, Lekarunjan, applied to old men who have seen the Murayan ceremony. This is evidently the equivalent of the term Oliara, which is applied, in the Arunta tribe, to those who have passed through the Angura, the final initiation ceremony which admits the relatively younger men to the ranks of the old men. 2. Melville Island tribe. Male. Female. 1. Baby, Kurajini, or URU, Kurajini. Baby, Kurajini. 2. Young boy, Malakininga. Young girl, Alinga. 3. Young boy during his first initiation ceremony, Marakumana. Young girl during first time of passing through initiation ceremony, Maikajuruma. 4. Youth during and after initiation, while passing through for the second time, Wachinyerdi. Girl during second time of passing through initiation ceremony, Maikinjirtinga. 5. Young man while passing through the ceremony for the third time, Mikinyerdi. Young married woman, Murakabura. 6. Man with children, Mikangula. Woman with children Awiriawi. 7. Old man, Irala. Old woman, Paramaringa or Paramarina. 8. Very old man Guramurdi. Very old woman Paramaringa Inchala, or Paramarina Inchala. Some of these terms are very much in evidence during the initiation ceremonies. In fact, it was only by witnessing these that I discovered the status terms for girls, equivalent to those for boys. The terms Marikumana and Mikinyerti for boys and those of Mikajiruma and Mikinjirtinga for girls, seem to be used only during the actual performance of the ceremony in connection with which they are applied. 3. Wajuman tribe. Male. Female. 1. Baby, Pudadu. Baby, Kajiri. 2. Young boy, Walung. Young girl, Marinian. 3. Boy after circumcision Yaba. Girl at puberty, Wattle. 4. Youth after subincision Malu. 5. Man with children, Ibuan. Woman with children, Malibi. 6. Old man, Maluka. Old woman, Maluru. 4. Mudbura tribe. Male. Female. 1. Baby, Wanyakoro. Baby, Kajiri. 2. Young boy Dija, or Karu. Young girl, Malaguni. 3. Boy after circumcision, Wanoru. Girl at puberty, Wattle. 4. Youth after subincision, Naga. 5. Man with children, Logo. Woman with children, Malibi. 6. Old man, Maluka. Old woman, Maluru. 5. Port Essington tribe. Male. Female. 1. Baby, Arichimaran. Baby, Warongi. 2. Boy, Nonduich. Girl, Bridbilyaju. 3. Initiated youth, Nailper. Married woman, Amadi. 4. Young man married, Wokungjari. Older woman, Alkia. 5. Older man with children Wokungjari. Old woman, Balquarakan. 6. Old man, Balquarakan. Very old woman, Ulukulu. 6. Larakia tribe. Male. Female. 1. Baby and boy, Nim. Baby and young girl, Bendla. 2. Initiated youth, Belayar. Girl, Manigo. 3. Man with children, Malinyu. Woman with children, Minambani. 4. Old man, Lariba. Old woman, Kunura. 7. Wargate tribe. Male. Female. 1. Little boy, Bambite. Young girl, Mijalung. 2. Older boy, Yurda. Older girl, Bijukit. 3. Initiated youth and young man, Kundian. 4. Man with children, Barke. Woman with children, Bonbitkalung. 5. Old man, Namyuk. Old woman, Ngabarali. 8. Jawan tribe. Male. Female. 1. Little boy, Joey. Young girl, Wari. 2. Older boy, Conduit. Older girl, Almari. 3. Initiated youth, Lagayan. 4. Young man married, Mungwe. Married woman, Almuga. 5. Man with children, Mungwe. Woman with children, Almuga. 6. Old man, Bambula. Old woman, Algerbo. 9. Nulican tribe. Male. Female. 1. Little boy, Ngurda. Young girl, Mirpara. 2. Older boy, Ngurda. Older girl, Gurdi. 3. Initiated youth, Bandari. 4. Young married man, Jua. Married woman, Jandalii. 5. Man with children, Jua. 6. Old man, Noboila. Old woman, Juboila. 10. Mungarai tribe. Male. Female. 1. Little boy, Wangi. Young girl, Ngalarangi. 2. Older boy, Balaminua. Older girl, Ngalamarik. 3. Initiated youth, Wandela. 4. Young man married, Nadariga. Married woman, Ngalanalama. 5. Man with children, Nadariga. Woman with children, Ngaloran. 6. Old man, Ngabakbuk. Old woman, Ngabakbuk. Chapter 3. Initiation Ceremonies. Division of tribes into 3 groups according to the nature of the initiation ceremony. Group 1, tribes with neither circumcision nor subincision. Group 2, tribes with circumcision only. Group 3, tribes with circumcision and subincision. List of the tribes. Initiation on Melville Island, Yem ceremony, status. Terms of youths and girls taking part. Preparing the ceremonial ground, making a special fire to roast the yams. Performance of ceremonies and painting of the performers, ducking the initiate in a water pool. Pulling out of hair, special decorations worn by boys and girls passing through the ceremony and by the mother of the boy. Port Essington tribe. First ceremony or Nailpur, second ceremony or Wokunjari, Kakadu tribe. First ceremony or Jamba, showing the initiate the Jamba. Food restrictions, kangaroo ceremony. Putting belts and armlets on the initiate, removing food restrictions. Second ceremony or Ober, youths sent out to distant camps to invite strangers. Special China ground, kangaroo and snake ceremonies. Third ceremony or Yungoan, fourth ceremony or Kalori, associated with a yam. Singing, different articles of food and so removing the restrictions. Fifth ceremony or Murayan, performance of ceremonies, sacred objects associated with the Murayan, Larakia tribe, Belayar ceremony showing the Baidu or Bulroar. Malinyu ceremony, Wargate tribe, Kundian ceremony, circumcision, Beket ceremony, showing the Bulroar, Jawan tribe, Mindarini ceremony, circumcision showing the Kunapipi or Bulroar, Mungai ceremony, Mungarai tribe. Kalo camp and showing sacred ceremonies and the Kunapipi or Bulroar, circumcision. Wandela status, subincision, Nadariga status, smoking the Nadariga, Nulikan tribe, Kokulal camp at which ceremonies are performed. Special stick called Jap around which the Lubras dance, circumcision, showing the Kunapipi or Bulroar. So far as initiation is concerned, these northern tribes be divided into 3 main groups that are clearly marked off from one another by the presence or absence of certain characteristic ceremonies. In all tribes hitherto described by us, in central and northern Central Australia, the 2 ceremonies of circumcision and subincision are carried out, but as the northern coast is approached we meet with tribes which first of all drop, if they have ever practiced, the rite of subincision, and, lastly, in the very north and on the islands, we meet tribes that perform neither of these ceremonies. In no case is the knocking out of a tooth in any way connected with initiation. The 3 groups are as follows: 1. Those in which neither circumcision nor subincision is practiced. This includes a number of tribes inhabiting Bathurst and Melville Islands, the Coburg Peninsula and the country drained by the east, south and west Alligator rivers and, probably, also a large extent of country to the east of this along the coastline. Amongst these tribes are included the following: Melville and Bathurst Island tribes, Iweji, Kakadu, Cornbutt, Norwilmil, Punurlu, Commerchuo, Daimbio, Noalangi and Larakia. 2. Those in which circumcision only is practiced. This includes a smaller number inhabiting, mainly, country to the south of that of the first group of tribes, though, in the case of the Wargate, they extend to the northwest coast. They are the Wargate, Warai, Jawan and Nulikan. 3. Those in which both circumcision and subincision are practiced. They inhabit the upland country, inland from the coastal ranges and extend, on the one hand, right to the center of the continent, and, on the other hand, eastwards to the Gulf of Carpentaria. 20. There is no doubt, also, but that they pass right across into Western Australia. Amongst them are included the following: Mungarai, Youngman, Mudburra, Wajuman, Nineman, Bullanara, Jingili, Mara, Binbinga, etc. In the following list the names of the more important tribes of the Northern Territory are given, so far as they are known at present. They are divided into 3 groups, according to the nature of their initiation ceremonies. Point 21. Group 1. Neither circumcision nor subincision. 1. Melville Island. 20. Punurlu. 2. Bathurst Island. 22. Commerchual. 21. Iweji. 15. Kulangletji. 14. Kakadu. 17. Gaimbio. 18. Cornbutt. 44. Noalangi. 43. Norwilmil, or Lemel. 16. Umoriu. 13. Larakia. 19. Wada. Group 2, circumcision only. 3. Wargate. 6. Muluk. 5. Woolwillam. 7. Brinken. 23. Jowan. 26. Nullikan. 4. Warai. Group 3, circumcision and subincision. 45. Diary. 33. Kalawa. 46. Urabuna. 52. Annula. 47. Wamkongaru. 35. Karawa. 41. Arunta. 53. Willingura. 48. Luricha. 37. Alawiri. 40. Unmachura. 54. Yarrowan. 39. Kadish. 32. Nuin. 38. Warramunga. 28. Yukal. 42. Walpari. 27. Mara. 49. Binganjina. 24. Mungarai. 34. Chingili. 25. Young man. 30. Umbea. 8. Mudbura. 31. Nganji. 9. Wajuman. 36. Wurgai. 55. Nineman. 50. Kadenji. 10. Bilianara. 29. Bimbinga. 11. Aramon. 51. Wanji. 56. Kajurong. 12. Allura. The natives on Melville and Bathurst Islands differ very much in regard to their ceremonies and customs, from the typical tribes of the mainland. And in nothing is this more clearly seen than in the ceremonies attendant upon the admission of their young men to the status of manhood. It is quite possible that there are certain ceremonies of a very special nature in addition to those now described, but a very striking feature of, at all events, some of the more important of them is that all the members of the tribe, men, women and children, take part in them. This is quite opposed, and stands in strong contrast, to the customs of most mainland tribes, amongst whom women and children, except to a very limited extent, are rigidly excluded from all active participation in them, and, as a rule, are not even allowed to come anywhere near the ceremonial ground. So far as I have been able to discover, there is no such thing as a chiringa or bulrora used. The natives assured me that they had no such thing, and when I showed the old men one and showed them also illustrations of Arunta and other natives using it, though apparently they were keenly interested in it and anxious to know all that I could tell them about these tribes, they still professed complete ignorance of any such thing amongst themselves. Although certain of them knew that it was used in the Larakia tribe on the mainland. I therefore think it very probable that the Melville and Bathurst Island natives have no such thing as a chiringa, and in saying this I am influenced by the knowledge that, so far as I could discover, no chiringa or bulrorer is known amongst the group of tribes inhabiting the Cobourg Peninsula and the large area drained by the Alligator Rivers, these tribes being the nearest neighbors of the Melville Islanders. It is, however, very difficult to make any definite statement in regard to matters such as this. It was only last year, though the Larakia tribe had been known to white men for 40 years at least, that I was able to find out that, during their initiation ceremonies, they used a chiringa. Future investigations may perhaps discover either a chiringa, or something equivalent to it, amongst the natives of Melville and Bathurst Islands. An equally striking feature of the ceremonies is the entire absence of any mutilation of the body. Neither circumcision nor subincision is practiced, and as the men, under normal conditions, are stark naked, the fact is very evident. They have a most curious habit when standing still of pressing the penis back between the legs so that the tip of the prepuce can be seen from behind. The initiation of young men on Melville Island is intimately associated with what is known as a yam ceremony. This special form of yam, which is eaten, but does not form such an important article of food as certain other yams, is called kalama, though it is sometimes pronounced as if it were spelt kalema, the k also being often hardly sounded. It is covered with a number of little roots which look like very strong hairs. These are called jima, the same name being applied to the hair on the arms and legs. Whiskers are called dunima. The central figure in the ceremony was a boy, who appeared to be not more than 14 or 15 years old. He was the initiate and was called Wachinyerdi, a special status term applied to boys at this particular stage. There was also an older youth who had figured as Wachinyerdi at the last initiation ceremony a year ago and was now called Mikinyerdi. In addition, there were 2 younger boys who will attain the status of Wachinyerdi at the next ceremony. They were called Marikumana. A very striking feature was the fact that certain young girls took a very definite part in the performance. One of them, who was not more than 10 or 11 years old, was called Mikinyerdinga. She seemed to correspond, amongst the girls, to the Wachinyerdi amongst the boys, and, twice at least during the performance, was specially decorated and much in evidence. In addition to her there were 3 other girls, the equivalents of the Marikumana amongst the boys, who were called Mikijiroma, and, like the Marikumana boys, were passing through the ceremony for the first time. On this occasion the Mikinyerdi was the mother's brother of the Mikinyerdinga girl, and, consequently, much older than she was. In fact, he was really one of the younger amongst the initiated men. But in these tribes the progress of full initiation is a lengthy one. Her father decided that she should go through because of the fact that her mother's brother was doing so. On the day on which the ceremony began, the men collected together early in the morning, about 8 o'clock, and, after much singing and yelling at the top of their voices, they went out into the bush to collect yams. They were accompanied by the Mikinyerdi, but not by the Wachinyerdi, who had to go to the mangrove swamp to put mud over himself. If he did not do this sores might break out all over him. 4 young girls and 2 older ones also went out with the men, while the Marikumana remained in camp. The morning was spent gathering the yams, which were then placed in 2 pitcheys and immersed in a waterhole about a mile away from the main camp. When this was over the men came into the latter and decorated themselves with pipe clay and whitened birds' down. The majority of them had the down plastered over their chests, shoulders, and upper parts of their arms and backs and a line of white running down the middle of the abdomen, figure 29. Everyone had half of the forearm and the hand whitened and a broad band across the face. In most cases this included the whole forehead and as far down as the level of the mustache, but 1 or 2 of the older men, and amongst them the leaders of the ceremony, had only a circle round each eye and a band across the nose. All of them had their hair whitened, and perhaps the most extraordinary feature was the treatment of the beard. These men have very much better beards than many, in fact most, of the northern mainland tribes. During the first part of this yam ceremony they draw the sap of a tree known as milk wood, Alstonia sp. When a cut is made in the bark of this tree a whitish liquid exudes which becomes sticky. The natives smear this over their beards so that the hairs stand out stiffly in a kind of fringe or ruff round the face. The leader, who had no mustache or hairs on his cheeks or lower lip, he had pulled them all out, was especially noticeable. He looked very much like a white-haired, glorified orangutan. A few of the men, including the leader, contented themselves with drawing only lines of pipe clay on their bodies, arms, and legs. It was dull, gloomy, and raining hard at intervals, and the painting and singing went on till nearly 3 o'clock the afternoon. When all was ready, the men, amongst whom was the Mikinyerdi, left the main camp, where they had been singing and decorating themselves. They came on to the site chosen for the ceremonial ground, brandishing their yam sticks, called alaguni, and yelling Yabai-e-e. Yabai-e-e. When the women, who were some little distance away in the scrub, and with whom were the 3 Marikumana boys and the Wachinyerdi, heard this yelling, some of them came up to watch what was being done, but the boys remained in the scrub. 2 of the women, one of whom was the mother of a Marikumana boy and the other the father's sister of a Mikajiruma girl, had their hair curiously decorated. By means of beeswax it was all made up into little balls, the size of a large pea, and each of them was coated with yellow ochre, producing a most curious effect. The men stood for a short time, bunched together and yelling loudly, with their yam sticks waving above their heads. Then they suddenly stooped down, plucked up tufts of grass by the roots and threw them about in all directions, shouting out as they did so, "Biar! Biar!" Which is a cry indicating both defiance and the fact that, in any contest, the men making it are winning. Then they all set to work, vigorously, with their yam sticks, and, in a very short time, they had the ground cleared of grass and shrubs and had also piled up earth in a ring enclosing it, the cleared space measuring about 20 feet in diameter. The 4 young Mikajiruma girls, already referred to, ran onto the ground and joined the men when first they came up, watched them for a short time, and then ran back to the women. In a very short time there was quite an encampment of roughly made bark mias around the ground and no attempt of any kind was made to secure privacy. The only thing was that no women or children, except in the instance above mentioned, and on one other occasion, were allowed to cross the ring. Otherwise, everything was done in public and the whole scene, with the decorated men and women, wandering about the little bark huts, each with its own fire, from which the blue smoke curled up among the forest trees and cycads. Was most picturesque. Unfortunately, it rained hard, but this made not the slightest difference to anyone. When a particularly heavy shower came on, they either went under their mias or protected themselves with a sheet of stringy bark, bent double. At this time of the year the bark can be easily stripped from the tree and is used for many purposes, either for a house, a boat, a basket, or an umbrella. The Mikinyerdi was with the men, the Wachinyerdi was in the scrub, under the charge of his future wife's brother, and the 3 Marikumana boys had been sent away into the bush by the old men, with instructions as to what they were to do. When the ground was cleared there was a short pause and then an old man, it did not apparently matter who, rose to his feet and began to walk round and round, knocking 2 sticks together, figure 30. While doing this, everyone adopts the same characteristic attitude. The man holds his left arm above his head so that his hand, in which he has a stick, is behind the level of his head. He strikes the stick with another in his right hand, singing as he does so. This special stick is called anadonga. Men often walk round without a stick and then they always hold the left arm in front of the head, touching the forehead with the forearm so as to shield the eyes. The first performer opened the ceremony by singing of the salt water, then another began and sang about Cooper and his house, saying that Jacupa was tall but he was not nearly as tall as his house. 22 Finally all the men were singing of rain, sea, boats, trees, grass, and, in fact, of everything that they could think of. Often a man would come to the end of one song, and while thinking of something else to sing, he always kept up a cry of ha 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 or dash, the former on a higher and the latter on a lower note. This singing everything is a very characteristic feature of the Melville and Bathurst Islanders, as is also their custom, while ceremonies are being performed. Of bending the body forwards and at the same time striking the buttocks with open hands and stamping furiously on the ground. Apart, also, from these ceremonies this curious repetition of names is frequently met with. Cooper and myself were once traveling in a dugout canoe with 4 natives, and, as we were going along the coast, they spent most of the time naming things. One boy would say mangrove, another the leaves of the mangrove, another would say dugong, and another the head of the dugong, and so on, in endless succession. It sounded just as if they were vying with one another to see who could mention the most names, and all the time they were laughing gaily and evidently enjoying themselves. After the singing had gone on for about half an hour the Wachinyerdi, whose face was all painted black, was brought in from the scrub by his guardian and taken to his father. The latter led him to an old Yawamini, mother's elder brother's son, who decorated him with armlets called banajini. The Yawamini then led him round and round the men who were standing in the middle of the ceremonial ground, and then his father linked the boy's right arm in his own left and, preceded by a younger brother of the father. The 2 marched round and round, the father telling the son that they had put the armlets on him, that he was now a Wachinierde, and saying repeatedly, "They can see you like this." By this time all the women and children were gathered, round the ceremonial ground, and the mias had been built. The lubras sang, repeating what the men sang first, and every now and then one or other of the older women called out to the boy, telling him to follow his father in his Yawamini. This went on till late in the afternoon, when all the men left the ceremonial ground, the women and children following a short distance behind. It was pouring in torrents, and the ground, in many parts, was running with water, through which we squelched along, pressing our way, drenched to the skin, through the dripping scrub and tall grass. Close to the water pool a halt was made at the base of a gum tree, where some green boughs had been piled up against the trunk. They were pulled aside, and, under them we found the 3 Maricumana boys crouching. What this part of the ceremony meant we could not discover. However, after much gesticulating and pretended surprise, the party moved on, taking the boys with them, until they came to the stream which was now running. The yams were in a little side pool with logs placed on the pitcheys to prevent them from floating away. They were inspected, and then, suddenly, several old men seized the Wachinierde, plunged into the water with him, and rushed backwards and forwards, some having hold of his legs and others of his arms. In this helpless state he was dragged backwards and forwards several times, for the most part completely immersed in the water. When they released him they turned their attentions to the Maricumana boys, who were made to lie down in the side pool, figure 31. First of all each of them had his head put into a bark pitchee, along with a few yams, and then, in this uncomfortable position, he was held under the water, which was very muddy, for quite half a minute. As the yams had whiskers, their close associations with the heads of the boys was supposed to be efficacious in stimulating the growth of hair on the faces of the latter. The boys were then made to stand up and, to assist further in the growth, each one had his chin rubbed hard with a hairy yam and then freely bitten by any older man who chose to do so. This ceremony is called Tunama Irawini. They were very sore and uncomfortable when it was all over, and, to add to their discomfort, they were sent away to a mangrove swamp, close by, to have their chins rubbed with the evil-smelling mud. The women and children had been watching the performance and, after the immersion of the Wachinierde, 4 of them, 2 mothers and 2 sisters, jumped into the water and gave themselves a good ducking. All returned to camp, the Mikinierde, Wachinierde, and the men gathering together on the ceremonial ground, the men, at first, dancing about and clanging their sticks and repeating, time after time, "We have been to the water and washed." By and by, the Maricumana boys came up from the swamp and went into a little mia just outside the ring of earth, the Wachinierde sitting down in another by himself. Watching the men who began to perform dances and listening to the singing that went on at intervals all night. Early next morning they were busy and, at 6 o'clock, started to build a special fire in the middle of the ceremonial ground. They took a number of stakes, from 5 to 7 feet in height, and fixed them upright in the ground so that they formed a circle, about 3 or 4 feet in diameter, figure 32. Within this they piled up wood to a height of 4 feet and, on the top of this, they placed a thick layer of broken-up white ant hill. What was the meaning of this we could not find out. Then for an hour they danced round and round it but did not attempt to light the fire. The women and children were watching them all the time. Soon after 7 o'clock the men left the ground and, in single file, started off for the water pool. We were soon, once more, drenched to the skin. Nothing special took place. The yams were taken out of the water and carried back to the ceremonial ground by the Wachinierde and the Mikinierde and placed in 2 heaps, one on each side of the fire. This is always done, but the natives do not know why. Then the fire was lighted by the Mikinierde and Wachinierde boys, the Mikinierde's father and the Mikinierdinga girl. It took them a long time to do this, because everything was soaking wet and pools of water were lying about on the ceremonial ground, while the natives were dancing in sloppy mud. On the way back from the water pool, the men cut a quantity of long grass stalks, which were placed on the top of each heap of yams. The 3 Maricumana boys, as before, were in one mia and the Wachinierde in another. The dancing and singing went on and, one occasion, the father took his daughter, the Maikanyaringa girl, by the hand and led her round several times. The fire was burning but, for more than an hour, nothing was done to it or to the yams. The Wachanyerti was surrounded by a few men who pulled out all his pubic hairs and also those on his upper and lower lip. While this was going on, the operators were singing the simple refrain, "Too bad, pull out hairs," which was repeated by one woman, who was the daughter of the brother of the Wachanyerti's mother. The main body of men were walking round and round the fire, striking their buttocks and singing fiercely at intervals. At the end of about an hour, the men went to the fire and drew out lighted sticks which they threw away, first facing towards the north and then the south. Then once more they sang, the women outside the circle joining in. Taking small bows, the men now approached the fire and beat it down from above, the idea of this being to cleanse it of all evil influence. If this were not done, they believed the evil would go inside them and they would break out all over sores. While doing this they yelled, "Brr! Brr! Brr! Ee! Ee!" Some of the grass stalks were then tied into a rope, long enough to encircle the fire, around the red-hot embers of which they were placed, after the latter had been raked over, together with the hot lumps of ant hill, and made more or less smooth. The idea of this was to prevent the yams from falling out of the fire. The remainder of the grass was placed over the embers and the yams put on top. Sheets of paper bark were spread over them and these, in turn, were covered with damp earth which was dug up with yam sticks, in a circle round the fire. No women placed any yams on the fire. While this was in progress, the greater number of the men stood round shouting, "Brr! Brr! Brr! Oh! Oh!" The men who placed the earth on the fire, smoothing it down to make a more or less regular low dome-shaped structure, now and again knelt up and threw their bodies and arm, back, while the onlookers yelled especially loud "Brr! Brr!" and struck their buttocks fiercely. When the mound was completed, everyone retired to the margin of the ground, some sat down, others stood up and all of them continued singing and striking their buttocks. After a pause, one man came out and performed a special shark dance, the audience beating time. Then one old man, who took the lead and was always in front in the processions, walked slowly round and round the fire, singing of the yams and the grass. Every now and then he went outside the ceremonial ground and, with both arms held up, told the women what to sing. It was just as if a wild hymn were being sung and the verses given out, one by one. The men were chanting continuously and, every now and then, the shrill tones of the women came in. The three Marikumana and the Wachanyerti remained in their mias and the singing went on for about 2 hours till the yams were cooked. The men then sat down round the fire and the yams were taken out, figure 33. The 4 young girls and 2 old women, the mother and father's sister of the Wachanyerti, were called up and were given yams to skin. Any man, apparently, was allowed to do this and also the Wachanyerti, but not the Marikumana boys, who were not even painted. The little Maikanyaringa girl, after skinning hers, handed then, to her father. After the skinning, the yams were cut up into slices, an operation which occupied a long time. It was, of course, done on the ceremonial ground and, while it was in progress, one man was walking round and round, striking sticks together, while the others chanted. The men sang, time after time, "Yams, you are fathers." The natives said that, as a result of the performance of the ceremony, all kinds of yams would grow plentifully, not only the kalama, but, more especially, other kinds which, as articles of diet, are more useful to them than the kalama, which is very hot and needs special preparation. This one kind of yam is not much used by the Melville and Bathurst Islanders but is a favorite food amongst other tribes on the mainland. The island natives evidently regard the kalama, probably because it has to be specially treated before being safe to eat, as a superior kind of yam, endowed with properties such as the ordinary yams do not possess. If a boy sees this ceremony and afterwards does not do what he is told to do by the old men when he is being initiated, he becomes very ill and dies. The father of the Maikanyaringa girl took some slices of yam in his hand and the daughter poured water on them from a palm leaf basket, after which the man rubbed the daughter's hair with them in order to make it grow. This over, the 4 girls retired from the ceremonial ground. Then the men crunched some of the slices in their hands and rubbed their own beards with them. This is called Tunama Yubabralua. The sister of the father of the Maikanyeردinga and the mother of the Watjinyerdi rubbed each other's heads and faces with yam slices, and, when all the rubbing was over, a general decoration of men, women, and children began. The Watjinyerdi was painted by a Yawamini man, and had his hair, a band across his nose, and a band down each cheek, white. His armlets, Bamajini, were red ochred afresh. The Mikanyerdi youth had his hair, a band across the nose, and such beard and whiskers as he possessed, painted yellow. The 3 Marikumana boys had their faces painted black. As soon as the slicing of the yams was over, a small miamia, made of sheets of bark and gum tree boughs, was built close beside the remains of the fire, and into this the men put the Watjinyerdi and the Marikumana, in order that, so the natives said, they could not be seen by the women. This miamia is called Malani, the usual term for one being Irawani. This may perhaps be a remnant of an aspect of the ceremony which, at one time, was more strongly developed than it is now on Melville Island, and that is the seclusion of the initiate, so that he is not seen by the women and children, who believe in many tribes that during the initiation ceremony he is taken away by a spirit and made into a man. While the boys were thus hidden, the painting went on, 1 or 2 of the old yam men keeping up a continuous chant referring to the yams and the grass. The father painted the Maikanyeردinga girl yellow all over, figure 34. Another girl had one side of her head painted white by her mother and the other side yellow, above one eye she had a white line, and below, a yellow one, and vice versa on the other side. If both yellow and white were used, as was often the case, the right side was always white and the left yellow. The old leading man had one side of his hair white, the other yellow, the whole of his face was red, save for a yellow band across the forehead just above the eyes, and a white band from ear to ear across the bridge of the nose. His upper and lower lips were clean, shaved, but a strong fringe of beard was made to project all round by means of the sticky sap of the milkwood tree, and was edged with white down. This design, together with a red ochred body in long sinuous lines of white and yellow from his shoulders to his knees, gave him a ferocious and remarkably weird aspect. Another of the older men had one side of his hair white, the other yellow, and a broad median band of red right across his hair, down the middle of his forehead, nose, lips and chin, and then on to his projecting beard, which on one side was painted white and on the other red. The rest of his face was a somewhat lighter red than the median band. Some of the men had their bodies all covered with yellow, others with red, and 1 or 2 with black. In most cases they had sinuous lines of white and yellow or yellow and red, and sometimes all 3, which usually began at the elbow, ran up to the shoulder, and then either close together down the back on either side to the knee, or else looping over one another. If the white was outermost on one side, it was innermost on the other, this alternation of colors being most striking and characteristic. All the designs were decidedly ornate and quite unlike any that I have seen amongst other Australian aboriginals. They are, however, though decidedly elaborate, very roughly drawn in comparison with those used during the sacred ceremonies of such tribes as the Arunta and the Warramunga. While this was going on, the singing was continuous, but what was sung was very simple. One old man suddenly shouted to the women, "I have painted my daughter's hair yellow." Another old man came out from the ceremonial ground, went near to where a number of women were grouped together, and sang out to them, "I have painted one side of my daughter white and the other side yellow." In one case, the 2 wives and daughter of an old man were a little way off in the scrub, painting themselves in their miamia. The old man kept coming out from the ring and walking round so that they could both see and hear him, and time after time they sang out, repeating what he said, which was merely a reference to the painting. The women, in most cases, simply daubed red or yellow ochre over themselves, with little attempt at design. When the decorations were complete, there was a short pause, and then the men began to walk round and round the ground, singing and clanging sticks with their arms uplifted as usual. Then one man sang the Mabanuri, or shooting star, which is supposed to be an evil spirit. The object of this singing was to protect the boys in the Mia Mia against its evil influence. Also they sang the Bamajini, that is the armlets of the Wachinyerti, which is also supposed to aid in protecting him against any shooting star. This over, several men walked round and round the Mia Mia containing the Wachinyerti, singing of an attack upon it by spears. At this stage, the old leading man was standing up and giving orders. He, and another man, danced wildly round and round the Mia Mia while the men, with special vigor, struck their buttocks, yelling and stamping loudly as they did so. It was a crocodile dance, and the old man carried a ball of red ochre down in his hands, throwing it up every now and again to represent fish jumping out of the water in front of the crocodile. This was followed by a shark dance, performed by a man with a blackened body in long sinuous lines of white and yellow spots. These were the best dancers and they entered into the performance with zest, dancing and stamping, round and round, until they were exhausted. Then came a curious part of the ceremony, quite unlike anything that is known in connection with initiation on the mainland. The father of the Maikanyertinga girl had previously decorated her with red and yellow ochre. He now called her up and spent some time in building up kind of mop of hair on her head, by means of twisting into her own hair a large number of little curled strands of human hair. The result was a great mop, calling to mind, on a small scale, that of many Papuans. Then he placed on her forehead a curious chaplet. It is made of a piece of bamboo bent round so as to fit the head closely from ear to ear, across the forehead, somewhat like a tiara. Onto it were fixed a series of flattened tufts of dog-tail hairs, the hairs radiating from a central disc of beeswax. Decorated with this mop of hair and the chaplet, the girl was led by her father to the Mia Mia and put inside this with the 4 boys. It was a tight fit, and they were all closely huddled together. Then there came another shark dance, accompanied by a song, consisting of the repetition of the simple refrain, "The shark has a big mouth. The salt water makes the shark's mouth big." This was sung by a man of the pandanus, screwpine, totem. Then came a devil dance called Mabanuri, shooting star. This was followed by a march round and round the Mia Mia, the men gradually getting more and more excited. They were supposed to be a hostile tribe, coming to kill the people in the Mia Mia. The men began to prance about and, after a minute or two, the bark sheets were opened up, so that the girl and boys could be seen. Then they were closed up again and a mock attack, with spears, was made, the occupants being supposed to be killed. After this there was a regular pandemonium, everyone dancing and yelling at the same time. This went on for some minutes and then, when they were thoroughly wound up and excited, they divided into 2 parties, the older men in one and the younger men in the other. Just before this the Mia Mia had been pulled down and the occupants came out, the girl and the Marikumana going to one side, in fact leaving the ceremonial ground. The father took charge of the chaplet. The Wachinyerti joined the younger party, as did also the Mikinyerti youth. At first, they had a long pole at which each party pulled, much as if it were a tug-of-war, but this was soon thrown away and then they mingled together, forming a wild, excited mass of yelling savages, heads, arms, legs, and bodies all mixed up. Until, at length, one party succeeded in pushing the other, slowly, along while they yelled "Biar! Biar!" They undid themselves and the performance, called Ari Majandari, came to an end. The men gathered again round the remains of the fire and the old leader took hold of the Wachinyerti's arms, behind his back, and led him round the fire. There was some more dancing, the men standing round the margin of the ceremonial ground, and then the leader came out into the middle, picked up some remnants of the fire, and threw them away in various directions. This was supposed to be emblematic of the throwing away of sickness. Then they set off for the water hole, in single file, the Wachinyerti and the Mikinyerti carrying the yams. The Maikanyertinga and the Maikajiroma girls and the 2 old women accompanied them, the other women and children came on behind and stood a little distance away. When they reached the water hole, the yams were put in the water, together with the roots or whiskers which had been carefully preserved and were sung. Then an extraordinary ceremony took place. Most of the men began to pluck their beards and whiskers out, figure 35. They began at the ear on each side and went down to the middle of the chin, plucking the hair out in bunches. Some did it for themselves, some allowed others to do it for them, and not a single man seemed to flinch in the slightest degree during the performance of what must have been, at all events, a decidedly uncomfortable operation. A strange thing was that no bleeding seemed to take place. When it was over, the hair was placed in the pitcheys, together with the sliced yams and their whiskers, and left in the water for the night. Early next morning, everyone was astir and the decorations were renewed. Then they all set off for the water hole, in single file as usual. A halt was made, before they reached the water hole, at the base of the tree at which the Wachinierde had previously been secreted. Acting under instructions from the old leader, a Maricomana boy and the Mikanyeerdinga girl had left the camp and were lying concealed by boughs, at the foot of the same tree. The father of the girl placed the chaplet on her forehead and gave her a ball of red ochre down, called takwawinga, the same one that he had previously used in the crocodile dance, hanging it round her neck with a string. This done, the whole party came on, the bushes were thrown aside, and everyone simulated the greatest astonishment. The boys came out first of all and danced about, within a circle formed by the men, who sang and struck their buttocks. Then the girl came out and danced round, accompanied by 4 men, her father and 3 of his brothers. The girl carried the takwawinga in her mouth, because she was supposed to be shy and it gave her courage. A ball of this kind, called balduk by the Kakadu, is very often seen, suspended from the necks of the men, both on Melville and Bathurst Islands, and on the mainland, and is always carried in the mouth and bitten hard, at times of great excitement. Such as during a fight. After this little ceremony was over, the whole party moved on to the water hole, the yams were taken out and carried away to the camp, the hairs and whiskers being left behind. The natives, apparently, have no fear of anyone securing the hair and working evil magic with it. In camp, everyone partook of the yams and they were all supposed to begin eating at the same time. The Wachinierde was painted red and, for some time, he had to keep away from the main camp. We used to see him sitting about in the scrub, a rather forlorn-looking creature, bright red, because he was completely smeared over with ochre, and wearing the armlets. In addition to these, he now wore a strange necklet called marumwam. It was made of a round stick about half an inch in diameter, bent into the shape of a horseshoe, the 2 ends being capped with knots of wax and tied together with hair string, from the middle point of which a long string, ending in a tassel, called paramini, hung down the middle of his back. He wore this continuously after the ceremony was over, for 6 weeks, when a new one, called ilagini, was made, which, in its turn, he wore for 4 months. The natives have no idea as to what is the significance of the necklet, except that the Wachinierde always has worn it and that, if he took it off, he would become seriously ill. Certainly, together with his red ochred face, it makes him a very prominent and distinctive object. When the ceremony was over, the mother of the Wachinierde had to wear a necklet similar to his and was obliged to keep it on as long as he did. The natives say that, if the mothers fell off, the boy would become ill, and that if the boys should fall off the mother would be ill. After these ceremonies were over, the ceremonial ground was deserted. The mias that had encircled it closely were removed some distance away into the scrub. 3 days later, while the natives were busy painting posts, to place on the grave of a man who had died a year ago, they gathered together, close by the posts, and the young Maricomana were brought in and thrown up in the air. The idea was to make them grow tall. On the morning of the next day the men again assembled at the grave posts and lighted a fire at the base of a bloodwood tree, close by. For boys, 2 of them Maricomana and 2 younger ones, were made to climb up the trunk. Green boughs were placed on the fire, from which a column of smoke arose, called kujui. The same word is applied to a water spout, which it is supposed to represent. Each of the boys, in turn, had to climb down. The 2 younger ones were allowed to jump over the fire but the Maricomana had to pass through it. The above ceremonies took place during the 2nd week in March. I was unable to see the subsequent proceedings, but during a later visit to Melville Island was informed that what took place was as follows. My informant, one of the natives, was present and secured for me the various ornaments. The Wachinierde remained away from the main camp until the end of April, when he came into his mother's camp, took off his old ornaments and washed himself in salt water, brought up by his mother. New ornaments were put on him, including a special belt called Altaruma, which was made by his mother's brother. He kept all these on until the performance of a final ceremony in September. On this occasion he sat down in camp with his mother, with all his ornaments on. His mother sang out to the older women, especially his sisters, to come up. They did so and took half of the ornaments off, and then the older men came up and took the remainder off. When this was done, the Wachinierde danced a little. A Yawamini man took the ornaments' armlets, necklets, and waist girdles and placed them all on a special platform of branches, built like a big nest, in an ironwood tree. While this was being done, everyone stood round the mother and the Wachinierde, who were in the middle. Everyone, men, women, boys, and girls, cut their heads and cried. With this the ceremony came to a close. The various articles worn by the Wachinierde boy, the Maikanyirdinga girl and the mother of the boy are shown in Plate 1. Figures 1 and 2 represent the special belt called Altaruma. Both of them are 26 inches in length and very strongly made out of alternate blocks or panels, as it were, of human hair and banyan bark string, their edges being sewn all round with split cane. This bark string forms a strong loop at each end, where it is covered with beeswax that has been whitened with pipe clay. In the upper one the blocks of human hair string are left uncolored, those of banyan bark string are red ochred and outlined and crossed by lines of white and yellow alternating in the way characteristic of Melville and Bathurst Island decorations. The lower one shows a somewhat more complicated scheme of decoration, some of the human hair blocks or panels being red ochred. The center of the belt is marked by a white circle. On each side of this is a red panel, then an uncolored banyan bark string panel, then a pinkish cream colored panel, the pigment being made by mixing pipe clay with red ochre. This is followed by a red panel, then a long one of banyan string, partly colored, partly uncolored. On the right side is a long human hair string panel, running to the end, but, on the left, the terminal panel is made of banyan bark. The design is symmetrical in the central part of the belt, but slightly asymmetrical towards each end. Figure 3 represents the ornament worn by the mother. It measures 12 by 13 inches. It consists of a stick about 3/4 of an inch in diameter bent so as to form a semicircle. It has been completely smoothed and red ochred and its two ends are held together by strong strands of banyan bark string. Bound round and round so as to form a strong bar which is completely coated over with beeswax and decorated with alternating bands of red and yellow ochre, outlined with white. By way of ornamentation there is, on each side, a knob of wax studded with abris seeds. From the middle of this transverse bar an elaborate pendant hangs down. Its total length is 18 inches and it consists of a large number of strands of banyan bark string gathered together into two cords to form a loop halfway down the pendant, the strands being enclosed in beeswax, one side colored red, the other yellow. The attachment of the pendant to the bar is marked by a ring of wax covered with abris seeds. Then follows a curious disc, 2 3/4 inches in diameter, with short, stiff strands of human hair string radiating all round. For 1.5 inches beyond this the string is enclosed in wax colored yellow and red, then for 2 3/4 inches the string, which is red ochred, is free. This is succeeded by the central loop, which is ornamented at each end with a circle of abris seeds, stuck in beeswax. The length of this part is 4.5 inches. Then for 3.5 inches the strands are free. After this follow a circle of abris seeds, then a length of string, 2 3/4 inches, covered with wax, painted red, white and yellow. This is succeeded by a second disc made of a series of cane rings fitting one inside the other, with stiff strands of human hair string radiating all round. The disc, as can be seen, is decorated with alternating, radiating lines of yellow, red, and white. Finally the pendant terminates in a sphere of delicate, light brown colored down feathers. The structure is worn in such a way that the pendant hangs down the middle of the back. Figures 4 and 5 represent, respectively, the necklets called marungworm and illigini, worn by the Wachinyerdi boy. The smaller one measures 6.5 inches by 6, the larger one 8 inches by 6.5. They are quite simple in form and made, essentially, in the same way as the larger one worn by the mother. One of them, the one that I saw the boy wearing, has a pendant of 34 strands of red ochred human hair string. The other is ornamented with 2 knots of beeswax, each 2 inches long and thickly studded with abris seeds. Figs 6 and 7 represent the ornaments worn by the Maikinyerdinga girl. The first of these is in the form of a curious chaplet, made of strands of human hair string that are all flattened out and covered with beeswax so as to form, roughly, a semicircle about 8 inches in external diameter. Radiating out from this semicircle there are 11 wild dog tall tips which are also flattened out. The girl wore the chaplet on her head as if it were a tiara, the semicircle of wax passing across the front of her hair from car to ear, the strands of hair string being tied together behind her head. The second has the form of a ball measuring 3¼ inches in diameter. It is very cleverly made out of the lower parts of feathers that have been cut in half so as to retain part of the stiff barbs and all the down portion at their bases. The cut ends in some way, are closely and firmly attached in the center of the sphere, but it is so compact that, without destroying it, it is impossible to ascertain how they are actually attached. The projecting end of each is the quill end, so that the sphere which is composed of hundreds of feathers looks like a ball of down. The feathers have been orange-colored with a mixture of red and yellow ochre. The girl wore the ornament round her neck, attached by 4 strands of human hair string during the performance of her dance, held it tightly between her teeth. It is called takwoinga, the same name being applied to the little spherical bag that the men carry round their necks and place between their teeth during times of especial excitement. In the Port Essington tribe there are 2 important ceremonies connected with initiation, the first of which is called nailpur and the second wokungri. These terms indicating also the status of the individual who has passed through one or other of them. The following account was given to me by a Port Essington native who was living in Cooper's Camp on Melville Island and was well acquainted with the customs of the latter people as well as with those of his own tribe. The central figure of the nailpur is a youth who has reached the status of Ngonduich and is perhaps 15 or 16 years old. He is the equivalent of the Wachinyerdi on Melville Island, and there are also younger boys who take a secondary position in the ceremony. They are called Namungulara and are the equivalents of the Marikumina boys. These boys may evidently take part in the ceremony several times before they become the central figure. There was one Port Essington boy in the camp on Melville Island who was not more than 13 years of age and he had twice been Namulugra. The elder men, that is the Wokunjari and Balkwar Akin, consult and decide upon the initiation of the youth. A man who is the latter's pappam comes to him and says, "Gun me Araman, I want you." This is done in the camp, and the Kamu, mothers, Wolko and Munburchi, elder and younger sisters, cut themselves and cry. When it has thus been decided to advance any youth from the status of Ngonduich to that of Nailpur, he is sent out to visit camps under the guardianship of a man who has already attained the latter status. They each carry a very simple wand, merely a stick about 4 feet long, called Uroami, fig. 36, and when they come within sight of a strange camp, they halt and, bending towards one another over the wands, chant a refrain the significance of which is well understood. 23 The women in camp reply with the call, "Wait ba. Wait ba," and so long as the youths remain in any camp, they periodically repeat their refrain, the women always answering with theirs. When the Ngonduich and his guardian Nailpur return they are taken to a special camp called Kor, where a ceremonial ground has been prepared. The latter is about 30 or 40 yards long with the sand banked up all round, and on one side a track leading into it with its sides also slightly banked up. In the middle of the ground is a bush wurley called Wangaracha with a forked stick standing upright on each side and a hollow log within it. The men's spears are bunched together and rest against the side of the wurley. The first night the Ngonduich spends, under the charge of a Pappam, close to the entrance of the core. Early in the morning he is taken on to the ground and sits down beside the log which has been removed from the wurley. This special log is called Piruakuka, a name that no lubra may bear. The usual name for a hollow log is Aranweir. At first the younger boys are present and the Pappam men dance round and round them and at times pinch their cheeks to make their hair grow. This is in the very early morning, after which they are taken back to the camp and the men set to work to decorate themselves for the performance of ceremonies on the core. The Ngonduich, both now and during the time that he travels over the country from camp to camp, wears special waist girdle called a giragir. It is made of a cord of human hair string from which short lengths of string, arranged in pairs, each about 8 inches long and ending in little knots of beeswax, hang down. During the ceremony, also, both the Ngonduich and the Namungulara wear necklets called lida. Each of these consist of a circlet, large enough to go comfortably round the neck, made of vegetable fiber string, such as that derived from the banyan tree bark, or it may be made from the hair of a young man. The strands of strings are gathered together to form a pendant that hangs down the middle of the boy's back. Where the strands come together on the circlet, there is a coating of beeswax and the pendant cord is also ornamented with 2 or 3 circles of the same material. In the case of the younger boys, the Namungulara, a small length of bamboo, is attached to the free end of the cord. In some mysterious way this is supposed to represent the boy's knee, and the wearing of it during the ceremony has the effect of strengthening the knee. At a certain point in the ceremony, also, the Namungulara boys come into camp and place their lidas on the heads of their mothers. Which is a sign to the latter that the ceremony is nearly over and that they must go out into the bush and collect yams. When the men are ready the Pappam takes the Ngonduich 24 back to the core in the middle of which all the decorated men stand round the wurley. When he reaches the entrance to the wurley the men yell PRR. PRR. The men are painted so that their faces cannot be recognized and, at first, the youth is frightened because he has seen nothing like it before. The men arrange themselves round the margin of the core and then they dance, one by one. This over they pull the wurley to pieces and dance on the remnants. Boy is then taken back to his camp by the Pappam. At night he returns to the core and ceremonies are performed connected with the totems, kangaroo, Kakadu, crocodile, lizard, etc. At the close of each one they dance on the remains of the wurley and finally lie down on them, some of the bushes being piled on the top of the old men. The natives have no idea of the meaning of the wurley or of breaking it down. While this is going on the Pappam sing. Nan ot Jerry Nilkil. Bin Young Me. Bin Yali Nali. Tjait Jo O. Then the old men get up from the bushes. Bunches of cockatoo feathers are placed on the boys' heads and then the ceremonies go on, the Pappam singing. Natjat Pulla Pulla. Bin Young Me. Bin Yali Nali. Tjait Jo O. Repeating it time after time until they are tired out. The men now arrange themselves in a long row and then crouch down with hands on knees, all swaying about from side to side and whistling in imitation of the wind. Then they stand up, everyone waving about like a tree in the wind. In fact they are supposed to represent big gum trees. Time after time they repeat the refrain, Natjat Pulla Pulla, etc. And then they all fall down on hands and knees and move along in a line around and behind the youth surging and swaying from side to side and yelling ARR. ARR. Until at last, with a final loud AI Kai AI, AI Kai AI, AI, ending in a long descending note, they fall down round the hollow log. The boy is then made to sit by the side of the ladder with the men all round him. The old Pappam men sing out. Berinjin, Berinjin, Berinjin. Berkey Pit, Berkey Pit. Alor. 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 The whole is repeated several times and the day's performance comes to an end, the boy being taken back to his camp to sleep. Early next morning they are back on the core and are shown first a crocodile ceremony. One old man sits on the log and the others on the ground close by, singing. Wongaka Wonga Berry. Biriji Jaquia. The boy stands by and watches. Two men, imitating the movements of a crocodile, sprawl on the ground and crawl along to the remains of the wurley. The man on the log sings out wow, wow, which is the signal for an old man to knock down the forked sticks. This knocking down is called numulana. Later on a Kakadu ceremony is shown. It is during the performance of these ceremonies that the boy is shown the bull roarer, called by this tribe Kurabuji. He sits down on the core ground with his head bent low so that he cannot see what is taking place. Some of the old men paint themselves and come up behind him whirling the bull roarers. The Pap-Pam tells the boy to look up, and then he sees the men and is told that the noise is made by the Kurabuji. As usual the lubbers think it is the voice of a great spirit that takes the boys away, but the old men tell him that it is not so. At first he is very frightened, but the old men show him the sticks and, after having rubbed their own bodies with them, place them in his hands. The boy looks at them, and then hands them back again to the old men. He is repeatedly shown the Kurabuji and warned that the lubbers and children must not see them on any account. At times also the boy is rubbed over with the sticks. In addition to this the old men often rub the heads and cheeks of the Ngonduich and Namungulara with their hands to make the hair and whiskers grow. Fat is also rubbed frequently on their private parts to make them strong, and they are told that they must not growl at the old men, and must not take a lubra until they are older and have passed 2 or 3 times through the nailper. The showing of ceremonies continues for 5 or 6 weeks, after which a visit is paid to the lubra's camp. The nailper is in the center of the procession with the Pap-Pam and other men round him. They shout loudly Koryai, Koryai, so as to tell the lubras that they are coming. Then, when quite close to the camp, they yell wah, wah, wah. At the camp the lubras are arranged in 2 rows with a strong forked post, called Kwairamba, fixed upright in the ground. On this 2 young women sit, crying out Lida, Lida, which means string, string, some of which they hold out. The same name, Lida, is given to the head rings of the Namungulara boys. The 2 girls are either sisters or sisters' daughters of the nailper. When the men are about 20 yards away they come down from the post and all the women sing Kate Ba, moving their hands and knees as if to invite the men to come on. The nailper and Namungulara wear opossum fur-string armlets, human hair-string girdles, the special chest girdles, called manmauri, which encircle the shoulders, chest, and neck. They also wear the head rings called lida, and a pubic tassel. The nailper stands quietly beside the forked post while the men dance between and round the 2 lines of women. The Pap-Pam then leads the nailper to his father and mother, who are at the far end of the camp, and seats him between them. Then the boys' sisters come up and a general walling ensues, after which the nailper is once more taken into the bush. The second ceremony, called Wokungri, is passed through after a man is married, sometimes before, and sometimes after he has a child. In the case of my informant it took place before. A Pap-Pam tells the young man to come with him into the bush, which he does, leaving his wife in charge of his father and mother. The Pap-Pam supplies him with food and he is supposed to be dependent on the old man for this, so that sometimes he may have plenty, but at others very little. Depending entirely upon how much the old man has either the ability or the desire to secure. He is very often shown the Kurabiji and every now and then his father comes and looks at him, but no one else, and he must not go anywhere near his lubra. Every day the Pap-Pam rubs him over with fat, and he spends practically all his time on the ceremonial ground, where he is shown and allowed also to take part in the performance of totemic ceremonies. This goes on for 2 months, at the end of which time the Pap-Pam tells him to go and bathe, and show himself to his father and mother in the main camp. He is now a Wokungri or fully initiated man. The Kakadu is one of a group, or nation, of tribes inhabiting an unknown extent of country, including that drained by the Alligator Rivers, the Coburg Peninsula, and the coastal district, at all events as far west as Finca Bay. Its eastern extension is not known. For this nation I propose the name Kakadu, after that of the tribe of which we know most. The initiation ceremonies are evidently closely similar all through this group of tribes. In different parts of Australia these ceremonies vary to a considerable extent. In the southeastern and eastern coastal tribes the ceremony consists in knocking out a front tooth. In the central and north-central and also in some of the western tribes, there are two ceremonies which often follow close upon each other. At the first the rite of circumcision is carried out and at the second that of subincision. In some of these tribes only the first of these is practiced. In the Arunta and other central tribes, the youth is regarded as initiated and is allowed to see all the sacred ceremonies as soon as he has passed through the two ceremonies named, but, at a later time, he takes part in what is called the Angura, which consists, partly, in the performance of a long series of sacred ceremonies referring to the totemic ancestors, and partly in a curious ordeal by fire, after which he becomes a full man, or, as they say, Urtwa Mura Oknaira. Which words mean man, good, very. He only takes part in this when he is adult. In the Kakadu nation there is a succession of no fewer than 5 series of ceremonies, the last of which only adult and comparatively old men may witness. They are performed in the following order and are known respectively as 1. Jamba 2. Ober 3. Yungoan 4. Kalori 5. Murayan. Of these the first may be regarded, strictly speaking, as the important initiation ceremony. It marks the turning point in the life of each youth, when he passes out of the ranks of the women and children, enters into those of the men, and is, thereafter, allowed to see and gradually take part in the performance of the sacred ceremonies that are characteristic of the remaining 4, although he is an elderly man before he is permitted to witness the Murayan. 1. Jamba Ceremony. I was not fortunate enough to see the Jamba initiation ceremony of the Kakadu tribe but a middle-aged man, named Urangara, who was fully acquainted with all the sacred ceremonies of the tribe, described to us what happened in his own case and the procedure as he has witnessed and taken part in it many times since then. Just before the rain season, in his own case, his father consulted a few old men, some of whom stood in the relation of father's elder brothers to him and others in that of father's father, Kaka. These men, during the ceremony, are called Kuringarerli. The father said to the old men, "My boy is growing big, his whiskers are coming. It is time he was allowed to eat some of the forbidden foods." The latter is expressed by the words, morpia, food, meja, eat, kamali, forbidden or taboo. After this, there was a general conversation amongst the older men and it was decided that the time had come for the boy to be initiated. They said to 2 elder men, Bialila Mirawara Muramanakoro, which means the boy is growing big, you 2 go to the bush. On this occasion there was another youth who was being initiated at the same time and the 2 elder men took the 2 youths away with them into the bush, visiting various camps and inviting the strangers to come and witness the ceremony. They stayed away a long time until, as Urangara said, Jara Numbariba, that is, their whiskers were long. During all this time the 2 elder men must not look at a lubra. If they did the boys would become ill and also the other men would drive spears into them. The women have to be very careful not to go anywhere where they are likely to come across the youths. The old men instruct them what parts to avoid. After a long wandering, the boys and their guardians return, bringing with them the visitors, whom they gather together as they come to the various camps on their homeward journey. All the men in camp, except a few of the elders, who remain to watch the women and children, go out to meet the party, whose approach is notified by the clanging of sticks. The whole party comes in, except the boys and their guardians. The strangers are conducted to their camping grounds and, early next morning, the men go out and prepare a special ceremonial ground called China. At one side of this a bush shade, called Warianwar, is made and the men stand, some under the shade, which is 6 feet high, and open at both ends, and some round the ground. In the center of the latter is a hollow log called Jamba, 4 or 5 feet long and about 2 feet in diameter. The boys are not yet brought to the ground, but one old man sits down and repeatedly strikes the Jamba. He is called Dabinji Wanbui. It is now dark, or Mardid, that is, night time. An old man takes 2 sticks and goes out close to where the boys are camped, striking his sticks together. The men in charge of the boys say, "Amena, what is it?" And the old man answers, "Brown Ingari, give us the boys." They reply, "Uwoya Kormilda, yes, tomorrow." Then the old man returns to the camp and all sleep. In the morning they say to the boys, "Moru Kuperkap, go and bathe." The lubbers meanwhile have been sent out to gather food, lily roots, seeds, etc., and are told to return at midday, Maeda. The boys bathe, while the lubbers are out of the way in the scrub, because they may not yet be seen by the latter. After this they are painted by their guardians. Each has a circle of white running across, just above the eyes, then down each cheek and under the chin, so that the whole face is framed, as it were, in white. 2 lines of red run across the upper part of the forehead. On their return, the women paint themselves. The younger ones must be decorated with red ochre. The old women may paint themselves as they like and very often use yellow ochre. When all is ready, the boys are brought up accompanied by the women, who sing, "Wait ba, wait ba." The old men cover the eyes of the boys, who walk with their heads bent down. There may sometimes be as many as 10 or 12 youths passing through the ceremony, in which case they are brought up in pairs. When they have all come in, the lubbers run back to their camp, singing, "Wait ba, wait ba," swaying their bodies from side to side, like a native companion. The old men, the guardians of the boys, have bushes in their hands which they shake, saying to the boys, "Kalali Karegara, look at the sky, Jabari Karegara, look at the trees, Balji Jeriini Karegara, look at the big crowd of men." After saying this they take their hands away from the boys, who look up and see the ceremonial ground, the jamba, the bush shade, and the men standing round. Meanwhile sticks are struck together and the bamboo trumpets sound, making a noise which sounds like a constant repetition of biddle and bum. This is a very characteristic booming sound with the 2 first syllables said more or less rapidly and long emphasis laid on the third. There is considerable excitement and the singing and clanging go on for some time, until at last the boys are taken into the bush shade. After a time the old men lead them on to the ground and seat them one at each end of the jamba. The old guardian kneels immediately behind his boy, telling him what to do. He first of all takes a stone and hands it to the boy saying, "Jalalka Padorbai, here is a stone." Then he says, "Ngurnberi Jalalka Makara-san, throw the stone." The boys then throw each stone through the hollow jamba, after which they hand them back to their guardians. No one knows why this is done. The guardians say to the boys, "Ngurnberi Jaina Kamali, Jamba Kamali Karegara, Uriaur Kamali Karegara," which means, "Son, you see the forbidden Jaina, Jamba, or bush shade, as the case may be." Then all the foods that are forbidden, or Kamali to them, are named and repeated, Kinjilbra, a snake, Kamali, Kalori, a yam, Kamali, Kalunjani, flying fox, Kamali, and so on, through the whole list, which includes most of the good things. The boys say nothing and the sun goes down. When this ceremony is over they are once more sent into the bush, still under the guardianship of the old men. The other old men remain in camp, performing ceremonies, and the women go out gathering food supplies. If the boys chance to hear the lubbers talking, they must immediately bite up some paper bark and stuff up their ears with it. On no account are the initiates allowed to eat any food that has been secured or handled by women. Everything that they eat must be given to them by their guardians. The ceremonies are carried on in camp for about 5 moons, and during all this time the boys are in the bush. When it is decided to bring them back, certain of the Numulakiri, that is, young men who have previously passed through this particular ceremony and, though initiated, are not old enough to be allowed to see the final series of ceremonies, called Murayan, are sent out by the old men to bring the Ningari in. The older men who have been looking after them have, meanwhile, joined the others in the main camp. The Ningari boys, A and B, come in, bending forwards, each with a Numulakiri man's hand over his eyes. He is led to one end of the Jaina ground, on which special individuals are placed, during different stages of the performance, as shown in the accompanying diagrams. To one side stands an old Murabolba man, 1, who is supposed to represent a great old kangaroo ancestor, called Munamra. Squatting down by the side of the Jamba is a man, 4, called Dabinjiwanbi. To one side, at the end of the ground, opposite to that at which the Ningari stands, is a man, 5, called Jabulaboba with a trumpet. In a corresponding position, at the opposite end of the ground, are 2 men, 2 and 3, called, respectively, Marali and Maraapel. All the rest of the men are crouching down in 2 lines, one on each side of the ground, and are covered over with heaps of grass stalks, diagram 1. The arrangements of the performers at different stages can be seen in the diagrams. The native, Urangara, who gave us the account, illustrated it by diagrams on the sand with sticks and stories for men and a minute imitation of the bush shade. As the Ningari are brought in, the old man, sitting by the Jamba, strikes it hard. The trumpets sound and then the men beneath the grass take deep breaths, saying "Oh! Oh!" imitating the sound supposed to be made by the kangaroo. Then they whistle. The boys wonder what the noise is, because they can see nothing. Suddenly the Numulakiri take their hands away and the boys are told to look up and are warned that all they see is Kamali. The Numulakiri say to them, "Chikaru koyu koyadadant talk to koyu, mothers. Elabri lajilai koyada unkaregaradant let the elabri, younger brothers and sisters, see, your, spittle, elabri corno koyada unkaregaradant let the elabri see, your, excrement. Kambari koyada kamali koyadant laugh, to your, koyu, about, the kamali, unkaregara china kamali look or see the china, it is, kamali, chikaru koyada mariyu willoladant talk, when, you go to the camp. Jam koyada koyu kamalidant, eat, mother food, that is, food gathered by a koyu, it is kamali, Kudara wirijanga joutade eat wirijanga, various parts of water lilies, roots, stems, seeds. Yakadaichi arango bararil jiao, after, 5 sleeps eat fish. During all this time the trumpets are sounding and the Dabinjiwanwi man is vigorously beating the Jamba, but, after the above instructions have been imparted and many times repeated. The old Munamra man, 1, gives instructions to the musicians to stop and the 2 men join him at one end and stand close by, where the man with the bamboo trumpet has been stationed. The Numulakiri men then lift the grass off the men who have been whistling, saying, "Oh! Eh! Eh!" The old men answer with groans and then rise on one knee, stamping the ground and shouting "Oh! Eh! Eh!" Then, rising completely, they yell "YRR! YRR! Ah!" The 2 lines of men unite together and, led on by the Marali, 2, and Maraapel, 3, who join them, they pass, with a curious surging movement, round and round the Ningari, diagram 2, and then round and round the China ground, diagram 3. While this goes on the Numulakiri are saying to the Ningari, "Unkaregara morpiu mirawara kamali." Look, the very big morpiu, a general term applied to animals, is kamali. Unkaregara muraboba Munamra kamali, look, the old man Munamra, he is, kamali. The lines of men are joined by the musicians, while the Marali and the Maraapel leave them and again stand to one side with the Munamra, diagram 4. These 3 men are supposed to represent 3 great old kangaroo ancestors and are spoken of as Chirayabar, the latter being the name of the particular series of ceremonies enacted by the old men in connection with the initiation. They have been performing these ceremonies while the boys were in the bush. On the next occasion the boys will be allowed to see them. The men get more and more excited until at last they pass through the bush shade, after surging round and round it, lifting it up, as they do so, and scattering the boughs in all directions, yelling Kai! Kai! WRR! WRR! This over, they gather the boughs and grass together and set them on fire, while the fire is burning, the Numulakiri men take the Ningari on their backs and dance round and round the fire, in company with all the men, save the 3 Chirayabar, who stand to one side, watching. The old men say, "Umbordara kala koyu weri nirwi, elabri kabali nun gordua weri nirwi wilialu mununga," which means, freely translated, "Today you hear your koyu calling and the elabri and many women at the camp. Then they say, Cormilda Mariada Willalu, tomorrow we all go together to the camp, Cormilda Njinima Kapakapa, tomorrow you bathe, Balera Cuteri, afterwards red ochre. That night they camp near the China. The old men one have made armlets and hair belts and, on the next day they say, Border and Jinumina 25 Kajorju, Winbeji, today you armlets, that is, today you wear armlets, Border and Jinumina Gulaur, today you wear hair belts. Having said this, they put the belts and armlets on the boys 26 who wash and are painted with red ochre. Then, one or two of the older men take a piece of grass string and scrape the Ningari's tongue with it, the idea being to cleanse it, saying, Nunjal Kararia, tongue cleansed, Chikaru Koyu Peri, mother's talk leave behind. This is done at the China, where a special fire is made to burn the string and anything that is scraped off the tongue. This brings the ceremony to a close and all the men then leave the China ground and return to the main camp, where the Ningari camp at one place by themselves. There is no special reception of them by the women. They have to be very careful, however, in regard to the latter. They must not talk to the women nor allow them to see their mouths open. Most especially they must not expectorate in such a way that a woman can see them doing it. If they want to do so, they must hold their heads down and cover the spittle with soil at once. They have no idea why, but the old men have always told them to do so. On no account must lubbers see their teeth. If they did, the men's, fingers would break out in sores. When eating food they turn their faces away from the women and also from their younger brothers, to whom they may not speak. The mothers also tell the latter not to speak to their elder brothers. When 5 days have passed, a series of little ceremonies is enacted. One old man goes out and catches a fish that the natives call bararil. Returning to camp, the old man goes close to the Ningari and throws the fish at him, so as to hit his thigh. This little ceremony removes the kamali from the barrel which, henceforth, the youth may catch and eat. These ceremonies are not all performed on the same day but at irregular intervals, dependent on the caprice of the old men, the object of them being to remove the kamali from certain foods. The old men who perform them may be fathers, elder brothers, or mothers' brothers. Another old man will go and spear a catfish and with its jaw makes a slight cut on the Ningari's arm, saying, Kolekuli Jiao, you eat catfish. To take the kamali off goose, or kernembo, an old man brings some into camp and puts a wing of the bird on the Ningari's arm and then with a mambarnba, or short throwing stick, he breaks the main bone as it lies on the youth's arm. Saying to the latter, as he does so, Ningari kernembo Jiao. These little ceremonies go on until all the kamalis are removed, and, on each occasion, the old man cuts off one of the Ningari's winbeji, placing it in a special little bag, called nungulawara. When all the winbeji are cut off they are burnt in the bag and the youth is free to go out into the scrub and take part in the ordinary life, securing his own food, which, during the continuance of the ceremony, has been given to him by the old men. 2. The Ober ceremony. When it is decided to hold this ceremony in the Kakadu tribe, 2 young Numulakiri men that is youths of perhaps 15 to 18 years of age, who have passed through the Jamba ceremony are sent out to visit distant groups of the Kakadu and other tribes. Each of them carries a wand, about 4 or 5 feet long, called Uroami, figure 36. They make the wands under the supervision of the old men, who tell them what they must do. Carrying these, they are perfectly safe and can pass through strange country and amongst strange natives without any fear of molestation. When they come to a strange camp they approach within hearing distance and, standing close together, leaning upon their wands, they sing a special song which is always associated with this ceremony. The women have to reply with the call, Wait ba. Wait ba. Repeated loudly, as often as they can, without drawing breath. They sometimes do this 14 or 15 times. It is one of the most picturesque of their songs, especially when heard at night time far out in the bush. The boys at the men's camp every now and then stand up and chant their song and, time after time, from camps, some so far away that you can only just hear the sound, comes back the answering cry of the women, Wait ba. Wait ba. Urangara, our Kakadu informant, told us that the song he sang when he was sent out was as follows. Lu Daming Ge. Rai La La. Lu Daming Ge. Rai La La. On the Alligator River, amongst the Kakadu tribe, 2 youths, belonging to the Gaimbio tribe, fortunately happened to visit the camp while I was working there with Mr. P. Cahill. The song they sang was Katamanga. D Layan A. D Layan A. Katamanga. D Layan A. D Layan A. The women's refrain, which we heard repeated time after time, was, as usual, Wait Ba. Wait Ba. It would appear that the young men's song varies in different tribes, but the women's is the same throughout. I heard the same Wait Ba. Wait Ba. Amongst the Port Essington natives. As soon as the song is heard in the distance everyone knows what it means, and, after a time, an elder Numulakiri man goes out and says to the youths, Mere Willala come to the camp. The boys come in and are given food. In each camp that they visit they stay 2 or 3 days and, at intervals, they sing their song, the women always replying with Wait Ba. Wait Ba. After they have come to the last camp, the natives from this return with the boys and, as they journey homewards, they visit the different camps that they passed through and, from each of these, a number of men, women, and children join the party until, at last, they come within a mile or 2 of the home camp. The 2 youths then go ahead and are met by 2 or 3 of the men from the home camp. They return to the strangers saying, Ngorki Kramila, Marjua, Muriimba Willalu, which means literally, white paint, afternoon, we all together go camp. In other words, we will all paint ourselves white this afternoon to the camp. The men who met them go back and to the main camp and report that the boys and the other natives are close at hand and will come in the afternoon. After they have painted themselves, they advance, yelling KRR. KRR. O. O. AR. AR. EEE. The old men in the home camp say, Jeriini, men, Nijeri, New, Breakle, Long Way, Willalu, camp. This means that new men have come up from a camp a long way off. The strangers, meanwhile, have left their women and children where they first halted, and an old man now goes out from the home camp and conducts them to the women's quarters in the latter. Before starting the sacred ceremonies connected with the Ober, the local men dance and sing at the ordinary camp, while the visitors sit down and watch them. All the men visitors sleep at the main camp, but the Ober Jeriini, that is, older men performing in the Ober, stay at the special Ober camp and may not go near the women. Having cleared the ground, they make once more at China, just as in the first initiation series, and on this they begin to perform sacred ceremonies. These may go on one after the other for days, each one being associated with a totemic group. A very good example of them was one especially associated with a kangaroo group. The main China ground was about 40 feet long and 10 feet broad, and in the middle of it was a bush shade called Wongaricha, shaped like a beehive, about 4 feet high and 5 feet in diameter at the base. At right angles to the China, at the opposite end to the shade, another ground, called Mungarni, ran out for about 25 feet, forming a kind of side stage. At one end of the China a piece of paper bark was placed on the ground and upon it a log of wood, which was supposed to represent the old ancestral kangaroo man or man-kangaroo watching the ceremony, and was called Budger. A few yards beyond this out in the scrub stood the performers and audience gathered together. The members of the latter were supposed to represent different kinds of kangaroos. 16 men were decorated. 2 of them represented Moan or fish men, the rest were Maraborngi, brush-tailed wallabies. The first part of the performance consisted in the decorated men being brought in, 2 by 2, to the Wongaricha. They came in at a run, each pair led by 2 old men who stationed them round the shade with their backs to it and their bodies bent forwards, figures 37 and 38 and 39, 40. Each man, or most of them, wore a tuft of white cockatoo feathers on his head, and with their hands on their knees they swayed about from side to side. When all had been brought in, 2 old men placed themselves on the side of the shade furthest from the budger. The men gathered behind them with the audience on each side, and with sticks held out in both hands in front of them, the 2 leaders performed a quaint dance down the middle of the China, during which they were supposed to be imitating the movements of native companions, Jimarabuna. This dance is called Manuar, the R being very distinctly sounded. After reaching the end of the China they stopped and everyone walked back to where the audience had originally stood. After a short pause, the same 2 old men brought the performers in one by one and placed them in a line along the Mungarni, the 2 Moan men in front, the kangaroos behind, diagram 5. While this was going on, one Mao, B, was blowing hard at a bamboo trumpet, another, C, was constantly bringing a long stick, which he held in both hands, crashing down on the ground, and a third, D, was clanging 2 sticks together. The trumpet, which they call jabulu, is simply a bamboo or hollow branch of a tree, through which a man blows and produces a droning noise, which sounds something like biddle and bum, with a strong emphasis on the last syllable. Each of the performers bent forward and placed his hands on the hips of the man immediately in front of him. In this position they swayed the upper parts of their bodies over from side to side. The swaying was done in such a manner that there was a sinuous line of movement which was accentuated by the white cockatoo plumes. This went on for some time, and then, to the accompaniment of much clanging and trumpeting, they formed a procession, circled round the shade, passed up and down the China, and finally the decorated men dropped down on their knees, forming 2 rows, one on each side of the China, L. The audience gathered round, and the 3 men, B, C, D, came and sang over each man in turn, while the latter quivered and swayed about from side to side, the audience meanwhile singing and clanging sticks together. This occupied a considerable time, and then the performers, on hands and feet, hopped away along the China, and out into the scrub at the far end. They were supposed to be imitating kangaroos. After another pause, the performers were brought in 2 by 2, and placed, stooping down, all round the Wangaricha, with their backs towards it. In fact, they were actually pressing into it. The audience gathered round, singing loudly, blowing the trumpets and clanging sticks, while the decorated men swayed about. Suddenly, with a loud yell, they all backed into the shade, smashed it to bits and threw the boughs up into the air. Then they trampled them to atoms and ended with a loud yell. No one knows what it all means, but, in some way, it is associated with a group of ancestors who were led by a very big old kangaroo named Jeru Ober. The Wangaricha belonged to him and he used to rest in it during the day, just as an old man kangaroo now rests in the shade of a tree, or bush, during the heat of the day. He told the others to kill white cockatoos and make white headdresses. Then he made the China and also the jabulu, the hollow trumpet, and showed them how to perform the ceremony. The others looked on and said, Mora, well done, Kala, a word meaning, amongst other things, certainly, or, without doubt. Mabalabila, dance. The kangaroo then said, we are like blackfellows now, Jeriini, we will go underground where the natives will see us. So they all went down, excepting the Jeru Ober, who remained up for some time, but, finally, he too went into the earth, a short distance away by the side of a big paperbark tree. The original ceremonial ground was at a place called Kupari, between the East and South Alligator rivers. Only men who have been through the Ober ceremony may go there, women and children must not go anywhere near. Another very characteristic Ober ceremony is one associated with 3 snakes. It is common to Kakadu, Iwaja, Omoriu, Gaimbio and Kulangluchi tribes, all of which belong to the Kakadu nation. We had been out one day amongst the Kulangluchi, who were visiting the Kakadu but were camped at the foot of a range, some distance away from the main Kakadu camp. They had been performing some of their ceremonies and, after coming back to the Kakadu camp, we learned that the latter were going to prepare a special ground for the performance of the snake ceremony. A place was chosen in the scrub, half a mile away from the main camp. All the tussocks of grass were pulled up and thrown to one side to make a special ceremonial ground, called gore. The latter was about 40 feet long and 10 or 12 feet broad. In the middle there were 2 forked sticks, fixed upright in the ground, each about 3 feet high. A third stick lay in the forks, like the ridge pole of a tent. It was, in fact, supposed to represent a wurley, or mia, called Jumangale, inhabited by the snakes. As soon as the ground was cleared of grass and twigs and the surface smoothed down, all the men retired to one side and, to the accompaniment of trumpets clanging of sticks, and clapping of hands, it was sung. This singing was supposed to make the ground slippery and in good order so that the performers could dance well. At the same time they sang the snake and other performances. When this was over, the men returned to their camp and the gore ground was deserted for the night. Early next morning they were at work, seated to one side of the gore, decorating 3 men with bands of red ochre, dotted with white, on their chests and backs. The men also wore on their heads tufts of white cockatoo feathers. Of these 3 men, one represented a male snake, called Ngabadaw, a quick-moving, vicious animal of which the natives are very much afraid. The other 2 represented, respectively, 2 non-venomous snakes, one called Kuljo-Anjo and the other Jeluabi. In the Iweji tribe, on the Cobert Peninsula, they have the same tradition about Ngabadaw, but call it Irawerbet. The other 2 snakes they call Intwan and Majo-Anjoan. The Kakadu have a special name, Ngimulaw, which they use for Ngabadaw when they perform the sacred ceremony. No woman knows this name. 27. When all was ready, the performers came on to the ground accompanied by all the men except 2, who remained seated a little to one side, one of them blowing a trumpet, the other clanging sticks. The first thing that they did was to perform a dance, called Mauru, during which they ran round and round the Jumangale. When this was over, the 3 men representing the snakes took their positions. Ngabadaw went to one end of the ground and seated himself, facing the Jumangale, on a hollow log called Purakaka. This is supposed to represent a trumpet, and is the sacred name for the ordinary one called Jabulu. By his side also there was a stick supposed to represent Ngabadaw's fire stick. The 2 others went to the other end of the cleared space and squatted down, back to back, on their haunches in such a way that one faced the Jumangale and one looked away from it, out into the scrub. The remaining performers, who were not decorated, arranged themselves in 2 lines, one on either side of the gore, between the Jumangale and the 2 men seated back to back. The dancing then began. As a general rule there was only one man dancing at a time. While he danced, all the others moved their bodies up and down, striking their buttocks with the open palms of their hands. The performer stamps as hard as he can with one foot and, at the same time, he slides his other foot backwards and forwards, figures 41 and 42. This is by no means an easy movement, and requires considerable skill and practice to do it properly. As we watched the ceremony, it was very evident that there was a wonderful amount of difference in the degree of skill shown by the various performers. Each performer had the right of pointing out his successor. This he did by touching the man's foot with his own either after, during, or immediately before he began to dance. Sometimes he would touch more than one, and sometimes, towards the end of his dance, he drew a line on the ground in front of 3 or 4 men, who all came out and danced together. The dancing of each individual was most closely and critically watched, and any especially good performance was much appreciated. While the ceremony was in progress there was a continual refrain kept up, all the men joining in. It sounded like I-A, I-A, E-I-O, E-I-O, E-I-A, E, 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 hok-yai, ending up with a loud E. 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 While the men were dancing, the Ngabadaw began first of all, to quiver his body and to sway round and round, quite irrespective of anything that the dancing men were doing. When he stopped, the other 2 snake men began to sway their bodies, and so they went on, alternating in this way, during all the time that the performance lasted. After the dancing was over there was a pause, during which, however, the 3 snakes continued their movements. Led by one old man, the men who were standing by the side of the Jumangale and had been joined by the 2 men, one of whom was blowing the trumpet and the other clanging sticks, now approached in a body towards the man representing Ngabadaw. who continued to quiver and sway about more vigorously than ever. Everyone was shouting, "Bore, Bore, war, war." One old man then came close up to Ngabada, threw a stone over each of his shoulders, and, after this, the whole party suddenly wheeled round and ran to the other end of the ground, where they formed a circle round the two other decorated men. The latter quivered and swayed about while the men bent over them, yelling, blowing the trumpet, and clanging the sticks. Then, without changing their positions, the two snake men began, amidst great excitement, to move along the ground towards the Jumangale with a most peculiar surging movement. Every now and then they paused to quiver and sway their bodies while the men sang. Wah wah wah. Re. Hakya hakya. Ar. E. Ha ha ha. Re. They moved along slowly and, all the time, Ngabada was quivering and swaying from side to side. Just before reaching the Jumangale the two men rose and came close to it, surrounded by the others. They leaned over it for a few minutes and then went to one side. This was the signal for Ngabada to rise, which he did suddenly and, walking up to the Jumangale, brought his fire stick down upon it and smashed it. The natives said that the Jumangale was the home of the three snakes. The dancing men represent other kinds of snake men who have come up to look at Ngabada, who is regarded as the most important head of the various snake groups. The other snakes were frightened of him and were really trying to search for and kill him. The throwing of stones over his shoulders is supposed to represent an attempt to do this, but without success. They are supposed, also, to find the two non-venomous snakes out in the bush and persuade them to lead them to Ngabada's Jumangale. This is represented in the performance, and the entrance of all of them into the Jumangale is typified by the men bending over the sticks while the others stand quietly round. Ngabada then comes up, sees that they are in the Jumangale, smashes the latter and kills the natives. Ceremonies of this kind are continued for a long time, and the visitors, before they return to their own country, are presented with spears and other things, gifts which later on will be returned, in kind, when the local people visit the strangers' camp. After the Ober there is not the elaborate removal of restrictions of Kamali from food articles, such as occurs at the Jamba, but there are, however, one or two rather curious little ceremonies. Before a man, for the first time after he has seen the Ober, eats any food, such as fish or kangaroo, one of the old men must take a little bit of the flesh and rub it under his armpit. Then he hands it to the other man, who smells it, puts it in his mouth and then spits it out again. In the case of the Mormo, sugar bag, an old man smears some of it over his whiskers, and it is sucked off by the Ningari youths, who are then free to eat it. 3. Yungoan ceremonies. No special messengers are sent out in connection with these ceremonies, but if strangers, provided of course they are initiated men, happen to be in camp they are allowed to see them. The ceremonies are all associated with totemic groups and, judging by what we saw, are not so elaborate as those of the Jamba or Ober. They were of course conducted in the scrub out of sight of the women and the main camp, in a cleared space measuring about 25 feet in length and 6 feet in width. In connection with them I noticed one curious little feature in regard to the drawing of the blood required as gum to fix the down on the bodies of the performers. In most northern tribes this is obtained by cutting a vein in the arm, but here, for the first time, I saw them cutting prominent veins on the back of the hand. The operation is known as kunkalaba, and the little brush, made of paper bark, that is used for smearing the blood on, called kalnat. So far as the decorations were concerned they were very simple, consisting only of bands of red or white down across the face and upper part of the body. When all was ready, the decorated men went out into the bush, about 60 or 70 yards away from the ground. The first ceremony 4 men came in, 2 at a time, each of them approaching in a sinuous line, the 2 lines crossing each other several times. Finally they came in to where the remains of a fire lay, towards one end of the ground, danced round this and then crouched down over it. The second ceremony consisted in another batch of 4 men doing the same thing, except that, after they had come on to the ground, they all took hands and danced round and round, alternately lifting and lowering their arms, singing as they did so. A-I-O, A-I-U. A-I-O, A-I-U. The O being sounded when the arms were high in the air and the U when they were low down, the intonation following the up and down movement of the arms. The audience, seated at one side, kept time by clapping their hands, figure 43. After this a third batch of 5 men came in, acting in just the same way as the other 2 and, when they had finished, the whole 13 took part in a dance round the fire and then tumbled down on it. They were lifted up by one of 2 old men, who had been standing to one side beating time with sticks. The performers were supposed to be young emus wandering about, and the man who lifted them up represented their mother. After the emu ceremony was over 2 men came in from the scrub. As they approached the ground they peered around in all directions, imitating the actions of debil devils, that is, mischievous spirits, in the form of human beings, searching for honey bags. The last ceremony of the day opened with one of the old men, who was standing by the side of the ceremonial ground, throwing stones in the direction of 2 decorated men who were hidden from view in the scrub. He threw 1 stone to each side of them and one, which nearly hit them, straight at them. The throwing of the last one was the signal for the men to come out from their hiding place. They rose from the ground, where they had been crouching down and came forward, imitating kangaroos gazing about and every now and then stopping to feed. The man who threw the stones was supposed to be a member of a mob of natives hunting kangaroos, and throwing stones in amongst the long grass to see if any animals were hidden there. After, alternately, gazing round and pretending to feed, the performers came on to the ceremonial ground, where the audience, to the accompaniment of the tick, tick, tick of clanging sticks, was singing loudly. Murama puta puta. La. La 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 la. As soon as they reached the remains of the fire, one of the old men knocked their helmets off, an indication that they had been killed by the men in pursuit of them, and the performance came to an end. The Yungoan simply consists of the performance of a series of ceremonies which are strongly reminiscent of those performed by southern tribes such as the Chingili, Warramunga, and Arunta. 4. Kalori Ceremony. In connection with this ceremony, again, no messengers are sent out. The lubras are instructed to go out into the bush and collect quantities of kalori. The latter is a special kind of yam, potato-shaped, that they secure by digging down from 2 to 6 feet in the ground. It is what the natives call hot, and before being eaten it must be treated in a special way. First of all, an earth oven is made by digging a hole in the ground, lighting a fire in it and heating stones on the fire. The yams are placed on the stones, grass stalks above the yams and then the earth is shoveled in and heaped up to form a small mound. This earth oven is called pandi and is very often used for cooking. The yams have to remain in it for 12 hours and then they are taken out and allowed to cool, if they are not already cold. They are then cut in slices, by means of a fish bone, placed in a dilly bag with an open mesh work, and allowed to soak in water for another 12 hours, after which they are considered fit to eat. When they decide to hold a kalori ceremony, the old men take hold of the Ningari youths, while the latter are in camp. Their mothers, sisters, and younger brothers are supposed to cry when they see this done. There may be several of them and each one is laid on the ground flat on his back. The old men say to everyone in camp, Bramba, Ge, Jarangada, come, all, close up. Then, slices of kalori are taken and spread out all over the body of each Ningari. Everyone, men, women, and children, come round and watch what is being done. After a short time they remove the slices and lift each boy up by the arm. Each youth is then given a little bit, a part of which he chews and the rest he hands on to his mother's elder sisters and to his younger brothers and sisters. They must all chew it and then, putting their heads close together, they must spit it into a small hole in the ground, which is then covered up. This performance is called Kulpri Marala, spit. After this the Ningari are called Jeriaini Kalori, or Kalori men. The old man in charge of the ceremony says to the lubras and children, Norumba Jao, go away, get food. To the men he says, wait till the lubras have gone and we will cut sticks. This has reference to a special bough hut called Moab, which is now made, and one end of which is left open. The lubbers and children must not see it either after, or during, its construction and, accordingly, they are told to keep to certain tracks, to get their food and water there and also to camp some distance away. When it has been built, all the Kalori Geriini are made to go inside and may not come out during the daytime until such time as the boughs are quite faded and the leaves all shriveled up. If they want to micturate, the old men tell them to make little holes in the ground. The lubbers bring supplies of food to the main camp, where it is taken over by the old men who hand it to the Kalori men. Meanwhile Winbeji, or wristlets, have been taken into the Moab and put on all the Ningaris arms, much as at the close of the Jamba ceremony. Every day, 6 men station themselves close around the Moab, 2 at each end and 1 at each side and sing refrains, each one associated with an article of food which, until now, has been Kamali to the Kalori men. These men are called Murana Munga Denechi, or, good throats. While the singing goes on, the old men, some of whom are in the Moab, explain the refrains to the Kalori men. Some of the foods are sung on one day, others on other days, and, as each one is sung, the Kamali, on that particular food to which it refers, is removed. The following are some of the refrains. For the Kalori yam. Gamelgwa janda, Gamelgwa langa. For the Jabiru bird. Ni gambari ilari ilari. Ni gambari nun in munga. For the flying fox. Wingbell murara yanjie. For the quail. Ni wawa, nina re ina. Kan iwa way, ni wiwi nijini ina. For the baramida. Yen bur wi ling bur. For the mullet. Yen bur wi ling mangi. For the lily, called wurajanga. Een by malaria id mungarai. Een by langa gerd munga. Een by berert munga. The men, apparently, have no idea of the meaning of these refrains, and none of them contain the name of the food article to which they refer. They have been handed down from generation to generation. Any old man, a father or elder brother, may either place the Winbeji on the Kalori men, or take them off, but the lubbers must not see them, so that the men, when all is over and they come out of the Moab, must keep out of the way of the women. They go out searching for food and, if they capture any of those referred to, they must bring it into camp. If, for example, a man catches a barramunda, he brings it up to an old man who rubs him all over with red ochre, takes a Winbeji off, and then he is free to eat the fish, and so on with all the others. The following refrain is sung in the Moab while the Winbeji are being made and put on. Minong minong ararai inii. Yen minong kamali inii. Yen minong ararai inii. Murayan ceremony. The Murayan ceremony consists partly of performances much like those of the Yungoan and partly of, at all events, one very special performance. We saw some of the dances performed by members of the Kulangluchi tribe which inhabits the country at the headwaters of the East Alligator River. These men had come in to visit the Kakadu and had formed a camp some distance away from the latter. Out in the scrub, they had built a bow wurley with an opening on the side facing away from the ceremonial ground, close by which it was placed. Their decorating was always done some 50 yards away from the wurley, out in the scrub. It was of a very crude description, consisting only of smearing, sometimes the whole upper part of the body, with red or yellow ochre or white pipe clay, or, sometimes, they drew lines and bands of various colors. There is no set order for these performances, everything depending on 2 or 3 old men who act as leaders. Decorating for different performances is carried on at the same time and place, to the accompaniment of the usual singing. We witnessed the ceremonies of 2 days and, apparently, except the special one referred to later, they are all of the usual type. The first day we had a fire, a wallaby, and a turtle ceremony. When the decorating was over, each party, led by an old man clanging sticks, came into the wurley, each man crouching down as he did so. The opening of the wurley was so arranged that the performers inside it were hidden from the audience on the ceremonial ground. The performance opened with a fire ceremony. The performers were led out of and round the wurley, in single file, by an old man, who stationed himself beside the ground, clanging his sticks, and shouting, "Cow aiuya," while the men danced for a short time. The dancing was decidedly vigorous, the men often running round and round with exaggerated knee action and arms extended. Then they knelt down, swaying their bodies from side to side and moving their hands as if they were working fire sticks. Then followed a wallaby, carnabla, ceremony, the performers being led by another old man. There was nothing special about this, just the usual dancing, though this differed from that of the first in being more of the nature of an Irish jig. Lastly there came the turtle. The leading old man and 6 performers came out onto the ceremonial ground, the others stayed inside. There was the usual clanging of sticks, singing, and dancing, the old man always dancing first in front of the others. After a time, those who had remained in the wurley, crept out on all fours, one by one, through a hole that they had made on the side nearest the ceremonial ground, and came on to the ladder rolling about. They were supposed to represent turtles feeding, and, while they were doing this, the others came and danced round them. The performance came to an end with all the performers prancing about with their arms thrust out while they yelled, "Yer, yer, ai." Oil. The second day we had wallaroo, a species of kangaroo, and turkey ceremonies. The men were decorated together and each party was led to the wurley by its own old leader just as before. The kangaroo men had curious bands running slantwise down their chest and backs and along their legs, which designs were supposed to represent the backbone of the kangaroo. They came hopping out through the hole in the wurley and danced round as usual. The turkey men did just the same, except that, before they left the wurley, men who had taken part in the kangaroo dance set to work to claw at the bushes on the outside. They were supposed to be imitating flying foxes hanging in the trees under which the turkeys were resting. We discovered, however, that there were certain very sacred objects associated with the Murayan ceremony, each one is intimately connected with a totemic group, and there may be more than one for each group. We came across the first one through a casual reference made to it by an old Kakadu man. It was a small stone which was called Iwaja Kaparipi, that is, emu egg. These objects, however, are so intimately associated with the totemic groups that I have dealt with them in that connection. 28. In certain respects, though it is not connected with the performance of fire ceremonies or ordeals of any kind, the Murayan, inasmuch as it forms the last stage in the series of initiation ceremonies, is comparable to the Angura of the Arunta tribe. In the Kakadu tribe the fully initiated man has the special status term of Lekarungan, just as in the Arunta he has that of Erliara, applied to him. When once he has passed through the Murayan, he may witness, and take part in, all the sacred ceremonies, and nothing is hidden from him. The Larakia tribe, which once inhabited the country round about Darwin, is now much too decadent to retain anything more than mere vestiges of its old customs. The members of the tribe are also mixed with those of numerous others who have been drawn into the settlement from early days. Unfortunately, no adequate account of their ceremonies has ever been written. 29 and it is now too late to have the opportunity of actually watching the natives carrying them out under normal conditions. The following account was given to me by an old man who was well acquainted with what formerly took place and, thanks to the assistance of my friend, Mr. G. W. Stretton, now Chief Protector of Aboriginals for the Northern Territory, I was able to watch a representation of the performance of a part of the ceremony during which the sacred bull roarers, called Baidu Baidu by the Larakia, are shown to the initiates. As in the case of the Melville and Bathurst Islanders and the Kakadu and allied tribes on the mainland, the Larakia ceremonies do not include any mutilation of the body. There are 2 grades of initiation admitting a man respectively to the status of Balayar and Malinyu. The Balayar ceremony was, apparently, held once every year at a time decided upon by the old men, who also determined what youths should be initiated at any given ceremony, though all men of the rank of Balayar, Malinyu, and Lariba knew what was taking place. As usual in such circumstances, the opening of the ceremony, which is called Makulori, is marked by the holding of an ordinary corroboree at which all members of the local camp, as well as visitors from other tribes, are present. At this corroborate the selected youths are picked out by the old men and given into the charge of special guardians, who are called birapirapira. As soon as the corroborate is over, the youths are taken out into the bush by their guardians, the women, from under whose control they are now passing, weeping and wailing. A camp is made out in the bush, and here the boys are kept, except that every now and then they are taken to the main camp and shown to the women, but no intercourse of any kind is allowed with the latter, who are carefully watched over by certain old men, told off for the purpose. The youths, meanwhile, are allowed to eat but little and are even supposed to give to their guardians a part of the small supply of food with which they are provided. The old men tell them that, if they eat much, someone will come up and kill them during the night, and that they, their guardians, will not prevent this from being done nor be angry with the doer. They are continually instructed in tribal customs and are told, time after time, that they must not steal, must not interfere with other men's lubbers, but must imitate the old men. They are made to sit down quietly, are continually hit with spear throwers, and kicked and cuffed so as to hurt them a great deal, but, whatever may be done to them, they must on no account show any resentment, or they will be still more seriously dealt with. This is supposed to have the effect of making the youth a good black fellow. During this period, also, the guardian cuts the beliar on the chest so as to make the two raised cicatrices that are the mark of a beliar. When they have been a considerable time in the bush, the youths are brought back and led to a special camp in the scrub, hidden from the sight of women and strangers. First of all, they are made to sit down in a row on the ground with their faces turned away from a space that has been cleared in the scrub, in which the important ceremony of showing them the sacred bull roarer is to be enacted. A young man who has attained the status of beliar is now in charge of each youth, lest he should feel frightened and run away. The old men, 4 or 5 in number, who must have reached, at least, the status of Molyneux and who are to swing the bull roarers, go away into the bush where the youths cannot see them and paint themselves. The bull roarers are thin flat slabs of wood from a foot to 18 inches in length. They are 2 or 3 inches in greatest width, are rounded at one end and truncate at the other, through which a hole is bored for the attachment of 3 or 4 yards of string. They are ornamented with alternate lines of red and white. The old men emerge from the scrub so that they cannot be seen by the youths, who have their backs turned to them. Their eyes also are covered by the hands of the beliars in charge of them. Out in the open ground the men begin to swing the bull roarers round and round, gradually approaching the youths as they do so, figure 44. The latter are supposed to be very frightened, because they, like the women and children, have been taught to believe that the sound is the voice of a great old man who has come to take them away into the mangrove scrub. Suddenly their guardians turn the boys round, take their bands away from their eyes and tell them to look at the old men whirling the baidu. They stand up and for some time the whirling goes on, the youths watching in silence. Presently the old men come close up to the boys, who stand in a row. Each old man, holding one of the baidu, comes up to a boy and stands in front of him. First of all he rubs the stick through his own armpit and then across his stomach, figs. 45, 46. If he did not do this, it is supposed that the strong magic of the baidu might enter the boy's body and cause him to swell up. He then rubs the stick through the boy's armpit and pokes his stomach with, tie end of it, after which the boys are told to hold out their hands and the sticks are placed on them. Each one is told that it is baidu, that the noise is not a voice but is made by the stick, and that on no account whatever are the lubbers to see the sticks or know anything about them. Meanwhile the boys are told that they may take the sticks, which will help them to catch fish and secure food. They carry them about in the scrub, avoiding the women and children, for 2 or 3 months, after which they are completely destroyed by fire, no trace of them, string or wood, being left. When this is over the youths are brought into camp where all the natives, men, women, and children, are gathered together, the women having brought in a large supply of food that is placed in the middle of the ground. The latter is margined by a raised bank of sand with an opening at one side. The men and women sit around so as to leave the center and entrance free. Everyone is on the watch and after a time a procession is seen in the distance consisting of the newly initiated youths and their guardians. They have all been decorated with lines of pipe clay and red ochre and approach in single file, one old man in the lead, then the youths, and then the remaining guardians. The leading old man first of all runs round and then sits down near the entrance. One after the other the youths go round, showing themselves to all the members of the camp. Should any one of them have a lubra betrothed to him, that lubra sits down close beside the boy's mother, who watches over her. The youth, when he has walked round, comes and sits with his back to the girl, a small fire being placed between them. The other youths sit down in the center of the camp, still watched over by their guardians, one of whom distributes the store of food, which is shared by everyone. That night is spent in the special camp. In the morning it is deserted and everyone goes back to his ordinary life and camp. The youths are now ranked amongst the Belir men and may take part, at first only to a slight extent, but gradually more and more, in the various ceremonies. After a man's first child has been born, some of the really old men, or Lariba, take him away with a number of others who are of the status of Malinyu, that is, fully grown men with children. Out in the bush ceremonies are performed. The man must not go near his lubra, in fact he is kept out in the bush for 2 or 3 months. He is told that he must treat his lubra well and not beat her, that he must not quarrel with the other men and that he is now a grown man a Malinyu. In the Wargate tribe, which inhabits country to the southwest of Darwin, there are also 2 important ceremonies connected with initiation. In this, as in the majority of the central and northern tribes, initiation is associated with the operation of circumcision, and it belongs to a group of tribes, including the Warai, Jawan, and Nulikan, in which the operation of subincision is not practiced. At the first ceremony, which is called Kundian, the mother's brothers, Kuka, fathers, Bapa, Father's fathers, Guga, and mother's brothers' sons, and Gunga, consult and decide that it is time for a certain youth to be initiated. Accordingly, one day, when all are in camp together, 2 or 3 of his Ngunga men seize the boy. All know what this means and the lubras immediately begin to howl and cry. The actual and tribal mothers cut their heads with knives and pointed sticks, the sisters cut themselves and the old men pretend to cry. The Ngungas take the boy away and travel through the bush until they come into the country of another tribe, such as the Larakia, amongst whom they will spend 2 or 3 months. During all this time the boy is watched by the Ngungas, and may not go near the lubras. He is taken to various Larakia camps, each with its own local name: Guayamabira, Top Camp, Minbira, Lammer Beach Camp, Dulajabira, 2 Fellow Creek Camp, Ingwanbara, Lighthouse Camp. At every camp that he visits, spears, woomras, headbands, belts, etc., are given to him. At length he gathers all his presents together and, accompanied by his Ngungas, travels back to his own Wargate camp, collecting as he goes along the natives from the different camps that he has visited. When the party comes within 1 day's march of the home camp, a halt is made and, leaving the boy in charge of the Larakia visitors, the Ngungas go ahead to their own camp. After a halt, so as to allow the Ngungas to get well ahead, the party starts off again, the times being so arranged that the Ngungas get into camp about sunrise the next morning. The men and women are aroused, and a general wailing takes place. It is etiquette for the Ngungas to say that they had lost the boy, or that he had run away from them and been killed by strange natives. The lubras are supposed to believe this, and accordingly they howl aloud. After this little bit of pretense has been enacted, the Ngungas return to where the boy is camped with the Larakias. In the afternoon the party comes on with the Larakia men, the visitors in the lead. The boy is guarded by his Ngungas. All the Wargate natives, men and women, are seated in a semicircle in their camp and, while the Larakia men halt in front, the Ngungas bring the boy on and seat him between his father, Bapa, and his mother's brother, Kuka. Behind the Bapa is the boy's mother, and behind the Kuka is his future wife. This is a signal for all the Wargates to cry. After a short time the Larakia men begin to dance and sing while the Wargates quietly watch them. This over, the Larakia men take the boy away for a short time into the bush. The Larakia women stay behind, as do also the Ngunga men. Later on the Larakia men return with the boy, the Larakia women stand in two groups, one on either side. The Ngungas advance, and the boy is handed over to them. The Wargate natives, men and women, are seated together on the ceremonial ground. This handing back of the youth to the Ngungas is the signal that the ceremony of circumcision is about to be performed. In the middle of the ground 3 Ngungas lie down side by side with their heads lying face downwards on their folded arms. The boy is placed on them, another Ngunga sits on his chest, one holds his legs open, and a third, who is called Ngula Ngura, pulls the foreskin forwards and cuts it off with a sharp stone flake. As soon as the Ngungas lie down, sheets of paper bark are placed round so that the lubbers do not actually see the operation. The Larakia women retire and stand some little distance away. While the operation is in progress, the mother's brother, Kuka, of the youth cuts the latter's Ngungaran woman on the back, the father cuts the mother's back, and others cut themselves. The Ngungaran woman is the daughter of the Kuka man and the future wife of the boy who is being initiated. As soon as the operation is over, the newly initiated youth, who is now admitted to the status of Kundian or Murigo, is surrounded by the grown men and led away for about 200 yards, the women remaining in lamp, cutting themselves and wailing. The men tell him that he is now a man, and that he must not allow the lubbers to see his private parts. He is decorated with armbands, delera, a hair girdle, bulkung, made out of the hair of one of his Ngunga men, and white cockatoo feathers. Black cockatoo feathers he may not wear, these are reserved for the old men. A special support, called Ndurabik, in the form of a small loop, is made for the penis, which is tied up to his waist belt. He carries also a small object called mamarung, which is only a stick wrapped in fur string. It has, however, been sung by the old men, and is full of magic. If he falls asleep and might hurt his penis by pressing on it, the mamarung strikes him and wakes him up. All these things, when he has recovered, he returns to the Ngunga from whom he received them, and to him also he gives everything that has been presented to Bin, by the Larakia visitors. The ceremony is called Yara Balumna, cut, Mura, penis, and when it is over the Larakia return to their own country. The foreskin, called Yaran Mura, is red ochred, wrapped up in paper bark and put into a little dilly bag, which is given to the boy, who is warned not to lose it on any account. The boy, who is now Kundian, is kept out in the bush for 2 months longer, during which time he is under the strict guardianship of his Ngunga and may not speak to anyone except the latter, and then only if he be spoken to first. When the wound is healed, a number of men go out into the bush, leaving others in camp with the lubbers. Out in the bush a procession is formed, and just at sundown the men return walking in single file, the Kundian in front, the Ngunga man next, and the others behind. The lubbers are seated in camp, and the procession walks round so that the boy can be seen by all the women. That night the boy sleeps in camp, watched over by his Ngunga, with a small fire between him and his Ngungaran woman, that is, his future wife, who is watched over by his mother. In the morning the Ngungaran returns to father's camp, and all go out into the scrub except the boy, who is not supposed to walk about much and still guarded by a Ngunga and provided with food. Finally, when he has quite recovered, he hands the Yarang Mura, or foreskin, to the Ngunga man, who cuts it into small pieces and burns it out in the bush. The Kuka and Ngunga then tell the initiated youth that he may take his lubra, and, without any further ceremony, they go out together into the bush hunting and, after a short time, return and settle down in camp. After a man has secured a lubra and the latter has had a child, he becomes admitted to the further status of Baket. The older men, his Kuka, Bapa, and Gunga, talk the matter over, and one day, while they, together with the younger man, are in camp, they say, "Let us go and fish," which is a signal for them all to go into the bush and make a special camp. Where the ceremony of Maiba Jera Jeva, that is, showing the bull roarer, or Baidu Baidu, is performed. This is very much the same as amongst the Larakia tribe. 3 or 4 men are painted and carry the sacred sticks. The Kundian youth is held by 2 or 3 of the elder Ngungas, who tell him to keep quiet and not be frightened. Then the older men, whirling the Baidu Baidus, come out of the bush. The Kundian's eyes are covered up and he either is, or pretends to be, very frightened, believing that the noise is the voice of a great old man who has come to take him away. The Ngungas, however, reassure him, and tell him that it is only a piece of wood, and that the sound is made by its whirling. They then show it to him, pass it under his armpits, and place it on his hands, after which it is given to him to carry about. For 2 or 3 months he remains out in the bush. Finally, he breaks the baidu in pieces and burns them until not a trace of it is left. After this he is regarded as having acquired the status of Baket. Later on, when his hair begins to turn grey, he will be recognized as one of the Namyuk or old men. The Jawan tribe inhabits the country on the Catherine River, and is closely allied in its customs and organization to the Wargate. When a youth attains puberty, the old men consult and decide that the time has come to initiate him. Only one boy is usually initiated at a time, and the ceremony is held during the cool season. When all the natives, men, women, and children, are gathered together in camp, the boy is seized by 2 or 3 men who stand to him in the relationship of Walnagung, that is, wife's father. They take him, accompanied by all the men in camp, to a special ceremonial ground out in the bush, where he is shown a series of totemic ceremonies called, collectively, Mindarini. After having been through some of these ceremonies, during which the men are decorated with birds' down and wear bunches of leafy twigs on their legs, the operation of circumcision is performed. 2 of the Walnagung men lie on the ground, the youth is placed on them, a 3rd Walnagung sits on his chest, and a 4th performs the ceremony. The boy is now shown the Bulrorer or Kunapipi, and told that he must say nothing about it to the women, who would be struck dead if they should chance to see it, when the ceremony is over. The Kunapipi is taken away and placed in a secret place by the old men. At first the foreskin is placed in a small dilly bag called Monuik. After a short time it is handed over by the Walnagung to the father, who cuts it in 2. One half he keeps himself, the other he hands to the youth, who must remain out in the bush until the next cool season comes. The boy finally hands over his half of the foreskin to his father, who buries both pieces in a hole in the ground, to which the name of Tuan is given. No one interferes with the Tuan. If anyone should attempt to secure the foreskin, the father of the boy would kill him. When this has been done, word is sent to the women, who go out and bring in a supply of food, yams, etc. While the men prepare a special camping ground on to which the food is brought. The men and women sit round and the Walnagung bring the youth in and walk round so that he can be seen by all. They all sleep in the camp that night, and after this the ceremony comes to an end. The boy is regarded as having attained the status of Lagayan, and he may, if a lubra has been allotted to him, take her as his wife. Later on, when he has a child, the old men take him to a camp, far away in the bush, where they perform a number of totemic ceremonies in which he himself is allowed to take part. This admits him to the status of Mungai, the equivalent of Malinyu amongst the Larakia, or that of Baket amongst the Wargate. The Mungarai tribe, which inhabits country along the middle portion of the Roper River, is one of a large group of allied tribes extending over wide areas in central and northern Australia. From Udnadatta in the south to Daly Waters in the north, and from the interior of Queensland on the cast right across the continent to the western seaboard. These tribes all agree in having the 8th subclass organization with descent in the paternal line, and in performing the initiation rites of circumcision and subincision. Only one youth is initiated at a time. When the mother's brothers, Ngagung, think the boy old enough, they speak to his father and instruct one of their sons, who is Namanjeri, or wife's sister, to the latter to take charge of him. He is taken into the men's camp, which is called Maulam, and here while they are all quietly sitting down together, the Namanjeri comes up and puts one hand behind his head and the other in front of his eyes. The women are in their own camp, called Kalia, some little distance off, where they can see what is being done but cannot hear what is said. The boys Ngulang Nunyi, own and tribal mothers and his Ngilababa, sisters, begin to cry, and the Namanjeri, who will henceforth be his special mate, and is always older than the boy, says to him, "Don't be frightened. I want you to walk about a man." A camp has been previously made out in the bush by clearing a space 20 or 30 yards long, heaping the earth up along either side and closing in one end with a break of boughs. Into this camp, which is called Kalo, the boy is brought just before sundown, accompanied by most of the men in camp. Some time previously, messengers carrying kunapipi or bull roarers have been sent to various camps inviting them to come and take part in the ceremony. These messengers go to distant groups in the Mungarai tribe and to the camps of friendly tribes such as the Nulakan. Carrying the kunapipi, they are perfectly safe and, on the return journey, they collect the visitors and leisurely return to the home camp, the numbers of the party increasing as they come nearer home. Near to the main camp they halt while the messengers go on to report their arrival, though this has been announced beforehand by smoke signals, and to announce what visitors have come. Some of the older men return with the messengers to the strangers who are formally welcomed, the women are taken to the women's camp and the men to the Kalo. It is customary at all such gatherings for the different camps to indicate approximately the locality of their occupants. Thus, for example, men from the west will be found on the west side of the camp, men from the east on the cast side, and so on. When darkness comes on, the bull roarer is sounded in the Kalo, the women, in their camp, hear it and think it is the voice of a spirit called Nagunguruk that has come to take the boy away and, time after time, they cry out Kalabilala. The Mungarai men first of all go inside the camp and range themselves along the two sides. The boy who, at this particular stage, is known by the status term Murli, sits at one end close to the bough shelter, watched over by his Namangeri. He is naturally very frightened, not knowing what is going to happen to him, because up till now he has firmly believed that the sound of the bull roarer is really that of a spirit who has taken other boys away. Fires are lighted and, first of all, the strangers dance wildly round and round, outside the raised lines and the bough break. As they do so they continually shout out the names of different totems, sugarbag, lily, kangaroo, snake, lizard, etc. While this is going on, two of the local men stand up, shouting loudly, "Aaa," each of them at the same time moving a hand rapidly backward and forward in front of his mouth. Every tribe has its own name for the very peculiar and far-reaching sound produced in this way. The Mungarai call it Jangulama and, in this tribe, it is said that only men of the Jabajan subclass have the right to make it. Before the beginning of the ceremony, the women have collected large stores of lily roots that have been ground on stones and made into cakes, which have been brought into the camp and are now presented to the strangers. Outside the camp, in the dark, two men incessantly whirl the bull roarer. For some days the men remain in the camp performing ceremonies concerned with the totemic groups. These are called warwaran, which is the equivalent of the word quabra amongst the Arunta. The Mungarai also have a term Kurnalan, which is, apparently, the equivalent of Alcharinga in the Arunta and refers to the far past times during which their old ancestors lived. The sacred ceremonies are shown to the boy and explained to him. They vary according to the men who are in camp but are all associated with the totems bandicoot, native companion, sugarbag, crocodile, etc. He is instructed in regard to the traditions of the ancestors and told what he must and what he must not do now that he is no longer a boy. He is particularly warned against eating snake, goanna, or fish. He may eat plenty of lily roots and seeds, but should he eat these animals until he is an older man, he will become lame and deformed. Not only is he shown these ceremonies but, for the first time, he sees and actually handles a kunapipi. Further still, his Namangeri decorates him with the special design of his totem, called Mungainini, the name and existence of which, told him by his father, he now learns for the first time. The Mungarai word for totem is Namaragwa. During the performance of the ceremonies, songs are sung in which the Kuralan names for the various animals and plants are used. Thus one of the refrains, repeated time after time, is Marunga, Marunga ma, Wediji, Wediji ma. Marunga is the Kuralan name for the catfish which, in ordinary circumstances, is called warba, Wediji is the frilled lizard. The women and children never hear the terms warba or Wediji. These ceremonies are spread over several days. When they are over, the operation of circumcision is performed. 3 of the boys' Namangeri lie down on the ground and the boy is placed on them. One man sits on his chest and two others hold his legs open while a mother's brother, Ngagung, performs the actual operation. After it is over, the boy, who has now reached the status of Wandela, is made to sit on a log so that the blood from the wound falls onto a piece of paper bark. The special Namanjeri, who has been watching over him, at once takes it and shows it to his mother. The latter tells him to take it to the boy's father, who, in his turn, tells the Namanjeri to give it to his own father, that is the mother's brother of the boy. This man keeps it for a short time and then places it by the side of a water hole, where it is left. The foreskin also is handed to the Namanjeri, who keeps it for a year, wrapped in paper bark, and then hands it over to the boy, who gives him spears and other implements. The boy is told to show it to his mother, who, again, tells him to give it to his father, and the latter, after retaining it for some time, buries it by the side of a lagoon near to which only old men may go. At a later period the Wandela youth must pass through the ceremony of sub-incision, after which he is a man, a Nadaraiga, the same name also being applied to the ceremony. When this is performed the men sit down at a special camp, the women being some distance away. The Wandela man is in the middle with the older men all round. His Ngagung tell the Namanjeri to take hold of him, which they do, at the same time tying string round his arm and decorating him with bird's down, laner, which no women is allowed to see. Singing goes on all night and no one sleeps. At daybreak, the Wandela youth is placed on two Namanjeri, who lie down on the ground, another Namanjeri sits on his chest and a fourth performs the operation of sub-incision with a stone knife. The blood from the wound is collected on a piece of paper bark, and, this time, is taken by the Namanjeri first to the father. He gives it to the boy's mother and she takes it away and either places it in a hollow trunk or buries it in the bank of a lagoon where lilies grow and where also there is what the natives call a mangainini, that is, a place at which in the olden times the totemic ancestors left spirit children behind them. This water hole then becomes taboo to all other lubras, but the presence of the blood is supposed to make the lilies grow. After, perhaps, 2 years the grass all round it is burned and then all lubras may go there and gather lilies. After the operation the Nadaraiga man is taken away into the bush under the charge of his Namanjeri who, together with other older men of the same relationship, provide him with food. When he has quite recovered he is painted all over with fat and red ochre and ornamented with armlets and bird's down. The men gather together and perform a sacred totemic ceremony in which he takes part. After it is over a forked stick is placed against a gum tree and under the former, on which he sits, a fire is lighted with plenty of green twigs, so that he is well smoked. This and the painting with red ochre are supposed, amongst other things, to protect him against snake bite. One of the men in camp, who told me what had happened to himself, had, unfortunately, not been completely red ochred. There was just one spot on his foot which had been left untouched and here, a few years ago, a snake had bitten him at Borolola on the Gulf of Carpentaria, in proof whereof he showed me the scar. During the whole time that the youth is out in the bush he may not speak to anyone, not even to his Namanjeri, except by means of gesture language. He is not released from the ban of silence until he has passed through the Nadaraiga ceremony and has returned to camp. Here the men sit in one group and the women in another, about 30 yards apart from one another. First of all the Namanjeri leads the Nadaraiga man up to the group of women and tells him to sit on the ground so that he has his back to his mother, who is in the middle of the front rank of the women. Then two lubras arise, warm their hands at a fire which has been lighted and then rub them from behind, so that he does not see them, under the man's armpits and on top of his head, saying, "You talk now." This over they place hair and string girdles round his chest and on his head. At a later time he is released from the ban of silence so far as the men are concerned, but before this is done he must go out into the bush and secure food, such as a kangaroo or wallaby, which he presents to his father, his Namanjeri and the older men in camp. After he has done this to the satisfaction of these older men, the mother's brother, Ngunga, says to the Namanjeri, "You make him talk now." Accordingly, one day, when all the men are in camp, the Namanjeri says to him, "Come here, I want to rub you." He warms his hands at the camp fire, puts them under the Nadaraiga's armpits, rubs his mouth and head, and ornaments him with fur string. No woman is allowed to see this final ceremony, after the performance of which the Natariga is admitted fully to the ranks of the men. In the Nulican tribe, which inhabits country adjoining that of the Jawan on the west and the Mungarai on the east, initiation is associated with the ceremony of circumcision. Subincision is not performed, in which respect it differs from the Mungarai. When a boy is thought to be old enough for initiation, his father speaks to his mother's brothers, Nkeka, by whom all arrangements must be made. One day at early dawn, while everyone is in camp, a mother's brother's son, Kinda, who has been told what to do by his father, goes behind the boy, who knows nothing of what is planned, and puts both hands over his eyes. He says to him, "You must not walk about a boy any more, you must walk about a man." He then takes him away from the women's camp, where he has hitherto lived, to the mapule or men's camp. Here he is first greased all over with kangaroo fat and then decorated with red ochre, forehead bands of opossum fur and kangaroo teeth, hair belt round his waist, and fur band round his chest and down the middle of his back. A consultation is then held between the boy's father and his mother's brother, during which it is decided how long the boy shall be kept out in the bush and what camp he shall visit under the guardianship of the Kinda, that is, the mother's brother's son. The Kinda selected is always older than the boy who is being initiated, and, together, they travel round the country visiting different camps, both in their own tribe and in adjoining ones, and inviting the strangers to accompany them on their return journey. This traveling about occupies 2 or 3 months, and they always arrange to start back with a new moon. They gather the visitors together from the various camps and, days before they reach the home camp, their coming is signaled by means of great smokes. The local men, meanwhile, have prepared a special ceremonial camp called Kokullo, clearing the ground and raising a roughly circular bank of sand all round it with an opening on one side. The lubras go out daily and collect large quantities of lily roots and seeds, the latter of which they pound up with stones and make into cakes. The Nkeka men, that is the mother's brothers, superintend the getting of a plentiful supply of sugar bag or honeycomb of the wild bees. These two, lilies and honey, are staple articles of diet amongst the natives and fortunately are usually procurable in large quantities. When the party returns, a halt is made some little distance from the ceremonial ground and, leaving the boy with the strangers, the Kinda goes on ahead to meet the local men who, together with the lubras, are gathered on the ceremonial ground at the end facing the opening in the bank. One of the Nkeka men who has reached the status of Noboila, that is, a really old man, has been appointed to take charge of the proceedings, and to him the Kinda goes, saying, "I have brought him." A messenger is sent to tell the strangers to come on, the Kinda who went with the boy remaining close by the Noboila man. The group advances towards the entrance to the ground, the men with the boy in front, the women behind. Another Kinda goes out to the strangers, takes the boy from them, and runs round the circle with him so that all the local people can see him. This over, he goes back with him to the strangers, who are standing some little distance away, and remains amongst them for a short time, during which they hand over to him their spears, boomerangs, ornaments, etc. He gives these to the boy, and then another Kinda is sent from the local group by the Noboila man. He kneels down amongst the strangers and the boy is placed on his shoulders holding the spears above his head. This giving of spears is emblematic of the fact that the time has come when the youth may use the weapons of a man. The strangers, with the Kinda carrying the youth in the lead, approach, yelling SRR. SRR. The local men stand up and shout, Bura, Berlumia, Berlumia, which means, bring him, put him down, put him down. The boy is brought to the spot at which stand the Noboila man, the Kinda who had watched over him in the bush, and his father and mother. He comes down from the shoulders of the Kinda and places the spears on the ground at the feet of the Noboila man. Then he and his Kinda guardian take some pipe clay that has been prepared for the purpose and paint a mark on the back of each of the strangers who have meanwhile remained outside the raised circle, close to the entrance. The visitors then retire a little distance away and camp. The Kinda takes the boy to his mother, who is seated in a group comprising her sisters, her mother, and the latter's sisters, together with the boy's sisters. All these women cry over him for some time, after which his own mother gives him a specially large cake of lily seeds that she has made herself. The boy hands this to his kinda, who takes it to the strangers, and then everyone eats the food supply that has been provided. The boy and his kinda meanwhile sit apart in front of the men and women within the circle so that they can be seen by everyone. After everyone has eaten, dancing and corroborees begin. The Morquol, father and father's brothers, and Nkeka, mother's brothers, dance first, striking their legs and singing. Yelena Bala Gula Lagan Billy. Yeah, 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 yeah. These words have no meaning known to them and belong to what they call the Mumus, that is, the faraway times during which their mythic ancestors lived. This singing goes on for about an hour, during which time the boy sits quietly watching. The strangers with their lubbers then come up and the latter dance outside the circle inside which the men sit. This dancing goes on all night, no one going to sleep. As soon as the morning star is seen the lubbers cry out. The kinda has prepared a long stick with a bunch of cockatoo feathers at one end, called japa. He gives it to the lubbers, who first of all dance round and round, carrying it, and then place it upright near the middle of the ground and retire from the circle. The kinda tells the boy to go and stand beside it with his hands behind his head and, while he stands thus, the visiting lubbers come into the circle and dance round and round him singing, yeah, 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 yeah. This over they stand to one side and, when the sun has risen, the Morquol and Nkeka tell the women to take the boy away. They do so, shouting, oh, oh, wah, wah, the decorated pole remaining upright in the ground. The visiting lubbers accompany the local ones to a camp a long way off in the bush. Here a special bough shade or mia has been prepared and under its shelter the boy is allowed to rest until sundown on a bed of grass stalks and paper bark, with which he is completely covered and hidden from view. At sundown the lubbers, who meanwhile have remained silent, wake him up and take him back to the ceremonial ground where the men are singing and painting themselves. Only local men are on the ground when the lubbers return. The visitors have already completed their decorations and retired out of sight of the local people into the bush. When the women bring the youth back, a lubber of the right class for him to marry holds a piece of paper bark in front of his eyes and he is led thus on to the ceremonial ground, where he is told to lie down by the side of his guardian kinda. And is completely hidden from view by sheets of paper bark. The japa stick with feathers has been removed. The natives have no idea what this signifies. It may possibly be a surviving relic of an object allied to the sacred poles, called nertunjas, that figure largely in the initiation ceremonies of the Arunta, though, amongst the latter, the women are never allowed to see them. A local man takes two nullanullas, or fighting clubs, and strikes them together, singing as he does so. Balima, Burma, Wirima. Rala, Goi, Goi, Goi. Repeating the refrain several times so as to attract the visitors, who then approach and stand within the opening. The old men of the local group say to them, all right, you go away, and accordingly, for a time, they go to their camp and rest. At this stage the women, both local and visitors, are sent right away to a camp in the bush, and take no further part in the proceedings. After an hour or so the visiting men come back and begin to dance corroborees, all having reference to totemic animals and plants. The local men sing, and the boy is told to watch and not speak. This goes on till daybreak, when for a short time they rest. As soon as the sun rises, 5 kindas lie down, 1 below and 4 others above him, at right angles to the length of the body. The boy is placed across them, 2 Nkeka men hold his arms and 2 his legs. 2 kindas pull the foreskin up and another cuts it off. As soon as ever the operation is over the boy is lifted from the men and placed, lying at full length, on the ground. The Nkeka and kinda say, you are all right now. Do not go anywhere. Stay at the Mapul, men's camp. Do not eat goanna, snake, or porcupine. When you are a big man you can eat them. Only eat lilies now. The visitors return to their own country, and the boy, under the guardianship of another kinda, goes out into the bush. The foreskin is handed over to the kinda who first had charge of the boy and, in his turn, He hands it on to a Nakatka, who keeps it for some time, showing it to the boy's father, mother, and mother's brothers, the latter being his own brothers. Finally, he gives it to the boy's mother, who buries it by the side of a water hole and tells the other lubbers where this is, because for 2 years, that is 2 wet seasons, no one save men and women who stand to the boy in the relationship of Maina, mother, mother's sisters, Morqual, father, father's brothers, and Nakatka, mother's brothers, may gather lilies at that spot. After the 2 wet seasons are past, the mother burns the grass round the water, and then anyone may go there. Out in the bush the boy must not talk to anyone, not even to his kinda guardian, except by means of gesture language. In fact, before he can talk he has to make the kinda a present of spears, boomerangs, girdles, kangaroo teeth, red ochre, etc. When the wound is completely healed, the kinda greases the boy, paints him with red ochre, puts a kangaroo tooth head ring on him, and, decorated in this way, takes him first to the mapul, or men's camp, and then to his mother, who wails loudly. All the women in the camp joining in. The young man has now attained the status of Bandari, but he must still remain in the bush, and may not go anywhere near the lubbers. Under the direction of his guardian he secures a supply of food, consisting of goanna, opossum, kangaroo, sugar bag, etc., which he sends to his Nakatka men. The kinda in charge of him tells him when to do this, which is a sign that the final part of the ceremony is about to be performed. The men all go from the main camp, leaving the women and children there, to a special one out in the bush, to which the kinda brings the new Bandari man. The latter at first sits down while the kinda holds both hands over his eyes and ears. The men decorate themselves with birds' down, bullock, and perform a series of totemic ceremonies, which vary according to the subclass to which the initiated youth belongs. In this tribe the totemic groups are divided amongst the 4 subclasses called respectively Jobel, Mangarali, Alakaranini, and Jindar. If a man, for example, belong to the subclass Jobel, he is shown, during this the final stage of his initiation, ceremonies that are concerned with the totemic groups of that particular subclass. It is during the performance of these that, for the first time, he is allowed to see the bull roarer or kunapipi, the noise made by which is supposed by the lubbers to be the voice of a spirit called Mamana, who takes the boy away during the initiation ceremony. Chapter 4. Totemic Systems and Totem Groups. Division of northern tribes into 5 groups so far as totemic matters are concerned: Kakadu tribe, the Yalmaru and Iwayu, manner of acquiring totemic names. Examples of totemic names in different families: totemic names not hereditary, list of totemic group sacred objects associated with the Murayan ceremony, emu egg stone showing the Murayan sticks and stones, Intikiyama ceremony. The ancestor Kulbaran finding the Murayan, list of Murayan sticks and stones, painting them, status name of Lekarunjan given after having seen the Murayan, history of the emu egg stone and the crocodile stick, Warai tribe. Totemic groups exogamic, Wajaman tribe, list of totemic groups, genealogical tables to show descent of totem in maternal line, accessory totems, eating of totemic animal or plant, ceremonies to increase totemic animal or plant. Headman of totemic group, Orkba ceremony, Mudburath tribe, descent of totem in maternal line, Jutju ceremony to increase the totemic animal or plant, Woolwillam tribe, Melville Island tribe, names of totemic objects and groups. Intermarrying groups, descent of totem is in maternal line, Iwaja tribe, local intermarrying groups, descent of totem in maternal line, table showing descent and marriage, Larakia tribe, descent of totem in paternal line, Wargate tribe. Main and accessory totems, descent in paternal line, Jawan tribe, pairs of subclasses have totem groups in common. Totemic groups exogamic, descent in the paternal line, Mungarai tribe, totemic groups associated with subclasses. List of groups and the subclasses to which they belong, descent of totem neither in maternal nor paternal line, list showing totemic groups of certain parents and children, Young Man tribe similar to Mungarai, Nulikan tribe. Descent in paternal line. There considerable variation amongst the different tribes inhabiting the Northern Territory in regard to their totemic systems. In some tribes, such as the Wajaman and Mudbura, the totemic name is transmitted in the maternal line, in others, such as the Wargate and Jawan, in the paternal line. In some, the totemic groups are divided between the moieties; in others, such as the Jawan and Mungarai, they are divided between the classes or subclasses, so that the child cannot possibly inherit either its father's or its mother's totem. In some, such as the Wajuman and Mudbura, there is no division of the totem groups between the moieties or classes, the same group occurring on both sides of the tribe, but the totemic groups are exogamous. And the totem descends in the female line. In others, moieties and classes do not exist, and in these there is no descent of the totem from parent to child, the latter receiving his totemic name in consequence of an intimation conveyed by a spirit individual to the parent. In all tribes, however, there is a very definite totemic system, which may or may not regulate marriage. In most tribes the totemic groups are exogamous, but in some, such as the Kakadu, they are not, though it is very rare to find a man married to a woman of the same totemic group as himself. Such a marriage, however, in the Kakadu and allied tribes would be quite allowable. Amongst these more northern tribes we may distinguish 5 main groups so far as totemic matters are concerned. 1. A group represented by the Larakia, Wargate, and Woolwillam, in which the totem groups are divided between the two moieties. They are strictly exogamic and descent is counted in the male line. 2. A well-marked group of tribes including the Jawan, Mungarai, Warai, Youngman, Mara, and Nulikan, in which the totem groups are divided between the classes or subclasses so that a child passes into a totemic group belonging to the same side of the tribe to which his father belongs, but of necessity different in name from his father's. Because different totemic groups are attached to different classes or subclasses. 3. A well-marked group of tribes, including the Wajuman, Mudbura, Nyanman, and Bilianera, in which the same totemic groups are found on both sides of the tribe, and in which the descent of the totem is in the female line. The totemic groups are strictly exogamous. 4. Abnormal and modified coastal and island tribes, such as those on Melville Island and the Iweji, in which there are no moieties or classes, but in which there are local groups and in which certain restrictions with regard to marriage exist in connection with the totemic groups. The descent of the totem is in the female line. 5. Abnormal and evidently modified coastal tribes, such as the Kakadu and allied tribes, in which no moieties or classes are present, and in which the totem descends in neither the female nor the male line. In at all events many of the tribes, such as the Kakadu, Wajuman and Mudbura, the men perform ceremonies that are the equivalent of the Intikioma in the Arunta, and have for their object the increase of the totemic animal or plant. The Kakadu group of tribes is evidently much modified in many ways, and in none more so than in regard to their totemic system. The question of totems is closely bound up with their beliefs in regard to the origin of children, as described in connection with this subject. 30. When an individual dies his spirit part remains with his bones in the form of what is called a yalmuru. This, again, gives rise to a double of itself, called Oliweyu, which the yalmuru places in some food, such as a sugar bag or fish, that the father of the future child then secures, aided by the yalmuru in doing so. This food will be the totem of the future child. The Iweyu jumps out of the food before the man secures the latter, and rejoins the yalmuru. Finally, in the form of a small frog, called Purnamanimo, 31 it goes into its mother. The yalmuru, at night time, comes to the father while he is asleep in his camp and tells him the name of the child and its totem. Originally, in the far past times, each individual had his totem, or jeripunga, given to him by the great ancestor of the tribe named Imberombera, or by men and women sent out by and acting under her instructions. At each reincarnation the yalmuru decides upon the jeripunga, which may or may not be the same as that to which it belonged during a previous reincarnation. It has no reference of necessity to that of either the father or mother, nor is it concerned in any way with the marriage system. In the Kakadu tribe, indeed, there is no idea of heredity of the totemic name in either the male or female line. A few examples of actual families living in the Kakadu camp, while I was staying at Npeli, their central camping ground, will serve to illustrate this matter. 1. A man named Angera whose totem is Kimberikara, Barramundi, a fish. His wife, Obaya, is Mormo, sugar bag. They have 2 children, Monmuna a boy, who is Kunbaricha, a small fish, and Murawillawil, whose totem is Arabanjori, crocodile. The totem of Ungara's father was Kunbaricha, and that of his mother Mormo. 2. A man named Mukalaki whose totem is Mormo. That of one wife, named Mitjunga, is Kanacha, mullet, that of another, named Namirielmak, is Kalekuli. His father, named Monmuna, was Kimbarikara, his mother, named Kumbainba, was Arabanjori, a crocodile, his brother was Murno, a possum, the mother of Monmuna was Kinjilbara, a snake, his wife's mother was Kalekuli, catfish. 3. A man named Miniamaka, whose totem is Jamaru, a small fish, his wife, named Murapernmini, is Kalekuli, catfish, a son, called Namanjaya, is Kimbarikara. His father and mother were both Kimbarikara. 4. A man named Mitralak whose totem is Kalaranjani, flying fox, his father, named Midyunga is Jamaru, a small fish, his father's father was Arabanjori, crocodile. A man named Koparik whose totem is Kanacha, mullet, his father is Kimbarikara. 6. A man named Oagutchali whose totem is Kunbaricha, a fish, his wife, named Belgrama, is Narenma, a snake, a son, called Jurabago, is Arabanjori, crocodile, a daughter, called Mikgurn, is Kalekuli, catfish. A daughter, named Mirowargo, is Kalaranjani, flying fox, a daughter, named Managi, is also Kalaranjani, and another, called Makarula, is Mormo, sugar bag. It will be seen from these examples that there is a complete and most perplexing mixing up of the totems, so far as anything like descent of the totemic name is concerned. They have nothing whatever to do with regulating marriage, nor are they hereditary in either the paternal or maternal line. Further still, there is no attempt made for each individual to retain the totem, the old ancestor of whom he is supposed to be the reincarnation. In the case of the above-named individuals there is actually only one, the woman Midyunga, in which the living person has the same totem as the old ancestor of whom he, or she, is supposed to be the reincarnation. In regard to their totemic system, the group of tribes that have the Imberombera legend, or its equivalent, appear to stand by themselves. In some respects, as, for example, in regard to the idea of definite local centers, peopled by spirit individuals, they call to mind the Arunta, but, on the other hand, they differ from them and from all others in the remarkable way in which each center is the home of a definite group of individuals, the actual names of all of whom are known and handed down from generation to generation. The following is a list of the totemic groups in the Kakadu tribe. It is quite possible that there may be more than these, but they will, at all events, serve to indicate their nature in this tribe, which may be taken as representative of the northern coastal tribes generally. The latter inhabit the well-watered country, where food is abundant, that lies between the ranges and the sea. It will be noticed that, in every case, the totemic animal or plant is edible. Albergigi, whistling duck. Banjil, a fish. Barrelil, a fish. Bayaka, a wallaby. Boinman, a rat. Brutpenuir, jabiru. Arabanjori, crocodile. Erlongerla echidna. Ironbumbo, fishhawk. Gunamaramala, a yam. Jailba, sugar bag. Jeluabi, a non-venomous snake. Jeruober, old man kangaroo. Jimarabuna, native companion. Jimidaapa, a small fish. Kaliyu, white cockatoo. Kalaranjani, flying fox. Karakara, spur-winged plover. Kimbarikara, barramunda, a fish. Kinjilbara, a carpet snake. Kaparipi, emu. Koronokaju, wild dog. Kudbao, a fish. Kujalinga, turtle. Kulabaga, pied egret. Kulawura, jungle fowl. Kulekuli, catfish. Kulajidbo, a yam. Kuljoanjo, a non-venomous snake. Kulori, a yam. Kanacha, mullet. Kunbaricha, a small fish. Kunjima, a plum. Copulapuli, white crane. Kernembo, goose. Mangorchi, wedge-tailed eagle. Maraborngi, brush-tailed wallaby. Mimiorco, bandicoot. Mimwaludayuda, blue-empty parakeet. Minjawea, a yam. Mirawajanga, quail. Michaborla, a wallaby. Moan, a small fish. Mormo, sugar bag. Mornam, a yam. Mudburabura, native cat. Mutabenbo, native turkey. Mungalama, lily seed. Munmarwar, a snake. Muraroa, a cypress bulb. Monmorolpa, a rat. Merkailpu, sugar bag. Merlapa, a yam. Murno, a possum, m. Murora, a small wallaby. Nabapunjani, black kangaroo. Narenma, a snake. Ngabada, a snake. Angulator, a fish. Ngoloa, a fish. Numberenergy, a snake. Nupadapa, a fish. Padoicha, a sugar bag. Parajaliji, lily root. Pichordu, lizard. Punari, a lizard. Putamunga, water lizard. Tirajuno, a water snake. Jailba, sugar bag. Tjamaru, a small fish. Chikali, wood grub. Jalaka, Jew fish. Chimadaba, a long-nosed fish. Chinangu, a sugar bag. Chunara, a yam. Chungoan, a snake. Aloa, a fish. Anari, a lizard. Wurki, a lily root. Wurajanga, lily seed and roots. Yidaburabara, a snake. Yinganga, small crocodile. Whilst investigating the initiation ceremonies in this tribe with Mr. Cahill, I came across a very interesting part of the final initiation ceremony that is called Murayan.32. This consisted in showing the older men certain very sacred sticks and stones intimately associated with the totems. 33 They are as intensely Kamali as are the Chiringa of the Arunta, and the natives when showing them to us and performing the ceremony took most elaborate precautions to prevent any women from having the slightest chance to see what was being done. Each stone or stick was wrapped tip in sheet after sheet of paper bark. The first that we saw, and we came upon it by mere accident, was a small stone called Iwaja Kaparipi, or emu egg. It measured about 4 inches in length by 2.5 in diameter. It was sufficiently like an egg in shape as to suggest the name. Plate 7, Figure 7. The general surface had been red ochred, but a yellow band, not seen in the figure, ran round it and 2 red bands, each with a central row of white dots, ran halfway up each side. The remainder of the surface was covered with close-set lines of white, crossing one another approximately at right angles. Its history was as follows: long ago, for the egg has now passed through the hands of 9 old men, one after the other, an old ancestor named Nondal, was out in the bush, searching for sugar bag, when he heard a curious hissing noise. He looked round and, in the distance, saw an egg and a snake coiled round it. It was the hissing of the snake that Nondal heard. The snake was one now called Kinjilbra. Nondal came close up, got a stick and began to poke the snake which, by and by, went away. He did not attempt to injure it. The egg stood up on end and Nondal lifted it from the ground and tied it up in paper bark. Then he cut some grass, laid it in his bag and put the egg, wrapped in paper bark, upon it, saying, Gaimbai kala Murayan, Gay Makala, Kolapuna Maliapa, which means, this is a Murayan stone all right, it is mine all right, I put it in my bag. All night he heard the egg saying PRR, PRR, as it moved about restlessly inside the paper bark. It moved about so much that it tossed all the grass out of the bag and, as it would not keep still, and Nondal was afraid of losing it, he placed the mouth of the bag near the fire and stupefied the egg with the heat and smoke. Only Muraboba, that is, very old men, are allowed to see the egg. When its present possessor, a man named Narlinda, wishes to show it during the progress of the Murayan ceremonies, he says to the younger men, Morpiu, Yapu, Ji, which means, literally translated, food, go, all of you, in other words. All of you go out into the bush and collect food. The young men know what he means, or, rather, that there is something that they must not see, and away they go. He says nothing to the other men but, as Narlinda told us, they know what he means and nudge one another. When the young men are far away, Narlinda sits down by himself, a little distance away from the old men, unwraps the paper bark, and calls the others up. They come with their heads bent down. Narlinda tells them to come near and not be frightened because it will not growl, that is, it will not be angry with them or do them any harm. When they are going to hold these special ceremonies there may be only one or two, or several, of these sacred objects brought on to the ceremonial ground, which is most carefully placed and, if necessary, as in the one we saw, closed in with bushes. At one of these ceremonies, after the men have brought in their sacred sticks and stories, each one being in the charge of some special individual, they are placed on the ground to one side of the enclosed space. If there are any men present who have not seen them before, but are judged to be old enough to do so, an old man, such as Narlinda, says, Karegra Murayan, Kayano Jerry, Balera, Yadima Nagi Kabari Kudanuji Kordo, that is, look, these are Murayan. Do not quarrel or, by and by, all your fingers will swell up. The performance itself is a very curious one and the men become very excited. The illustrations, plates 3, 4, v, 6 and 7, will give some idea of what the objects themselves are like. When we saw it enacted, two of the men stood to one side, one clanging sticks, the other clapping his hands. First of all a stick representing a fish, called Jimidoapa, was brought in by a man to whom it belonged. Followed by the other men, he came from behind some bushes, creeping along with the sticks in his hands. On the ground he stood in the middle, all the other men circling round and round him, while he pointed the stick at each of them. At first they sang the words. Ka kai ka ka lu. Ka lula lu. And, after dancing for some time, they all extended their arms towards the stick, time after time, drawing them back rapidly and yelling, brow, brow, which means, give, give. They were supposed to be demanding a plentiful supply of the fish Jimidoapa. Finally, the man fixed the stick upright in the ground and they all danced round and round, pretending to rub their hands up and down it, after which they rubbed themselves. Then they retired behind the bushes. After a short time they came on again, this time bringing several sticks, figures 47, 48, and, in addition, rushing round the other men who stood to one side. One after another the sticks were fixed upright in the ground until there were some 20 or more sticks and stones there. At one stage, when only a few had been brought in, a special one, the Murayan itself, was produced. The man carrying it tumbled down on the ground and was followed by the others and they all wriggled and rolled about in the most grotesque fashion, figure 49. The Murayan was in the form of a slightly curved slab of wood, with the representation of a head at one end, plate 4, figure 1, a very short tall at the other, and two little projections at each side, representing limbs. It was supposed to be a turtle, to which it certainly showed considerable resemblance, quite enough to be recognizable, and the rolling about of the men was supposed to be an imitation of the movements of the animal itself. When all the sticks and stones, many of them elaborately decorated, some representing yams with strings of gaily colored cockatoo feathers wound round them, had been brought on to the ground. They were arranged in a circle and the men danced round and round them with their arms alternately extended and drawn back, while they yelled, brow brow, that is, give, give. It was, as the natives told us, a request, in fact, a demand, to the sacred representatives of the various animals and plants to provide them with these same animals and plants that form their food supply. Amongst the native tribes of Central Australia I have seen what Mr. Gillen and myself have called the Intikioma ceremonies. These are performed by the men of different totemic groups, with the idea of increasing the number of the animals and plants with which the ceremonies are concerned, but, in the central tribes, it is only the men of any one totemic group who perform the ceremony associated with it, and there is no such thing as any definite request or demand. The mere performance of the ceremony is supposed to bring about the desired result. In the Kakadu tribe, and the same is true of other tribes associated with it, the members of different totemic groups join together and, though it is difficult to express, accurately, the difference between the two forms of ceremonies, both of which have the same object in view, that is, the increase of the food supply, it may be said that the central tribes do not make anything in the way of a personal appeal to any object which is supposed to represent an animal or plant. Whereas, amongst the Kakadu, this is most evident. The men of the latter tribe very clearly showed, by their insistent and fierce cry of brow, brow, give, give, that they were directly asking, even demanding, the representatives of the various animals and plants to provide them with food. Amongst the many ceremonies of this kind that I have seen performed by Australian Aboriginals, none have impressed me more than these, as indicating that savage man believes that he is able to control his food supply by means of magic. The way in which the men danced round the ceremonial objects or rolled over on the ground holding them in their hands, was most suggestive of the idea that, by doing so, they brought about some close connection between themselves and the totemic animals or plants represented by the sacred sticks and stones. All that the men could tell us was that their old ancestors had always performed these ceremonies and that, after they had done so, the animals and plants had always multiplied. Altogether we saw about 70 of these sacred stones and sticks which, above all things possessed by the Kakadu and surrounding tribes, are preeminently Kamali or sacred. They brought just a few at a time to show us, taking the most elaborate precautions lest any woman or child, or even any young man, was in sight. Before they brought them in, they halted under the shelter of bushes and reconnoitered the place to make quite sure that they were safe and that no women were within sight. When a man saw us he would put a finger up to his nose, the sign that they had something Kamali. Then, when they were satisfied that everything was secure, they brought them in, wrapped up in fold after fold of paper bark. Whilst showing them to us they only spoke in whispers and, so real was it to them, that we, without thinking about it, felt compelled to do the same. They told us that the first of these Murayan objects was found, very long ago, by an old ancestor called Colburn. He saw something strange in the form of a turtle moving about in the water, caught it and discovered that it was Murayan, or rather the turtle told him so. The turtle then described the ceremonies and taught Colburn how to perform them and how to make the sacred sticks and stones. He told Colburn that they were all Kamali Widgeru, that is very sacred or Kamali. He also told him that the old men might eat the Murayan animals but that the young men must not do so. Colburn, when first he saw the Murayan, said, Jainima Amina. Which means, what is your name, or, who are you? The Murayan replied, Ngainma Murayan, I am Murayan, Ngainma Jarapo Mubilabilia Balera, I dance Karabra later on, and then he danced, lifting up his legs and arms and singing, Yai, Yai, as he did so. The old man Colburn said, Anj Mubilabila Yama, which way another dance, or, is there any other dance, and Murayan showed him some more. Then he said that all the dances that he showed Colburn were Kamali, Jimadaapa, a fish, Kamali. Banjil, a fish, Kamali, Kernembo Iwaji, goose egg, Kamali, and so on, through the whole series. The stones that we saw were representatives of the following, Benyumaramilla, a yam, Kaparipi Iwaji, emu egg, Kulajidbo, a yam, Kalori, a yarn. Kujalinga, turtle, Kujalinga Iwaji, turkey egg, Ida Barabra, Jaimarabuna, native companion, Purajilaji in Worki, lily root, Kaparipi, emu, Arabanjori, large crocodile, Arabanjori Iwaji, crocodile eggs, Albergigi, whistling duck. Mundabendo, brush turkey, Kunjima, plum, Coleculi, catfish. The sticks were representatives of the following. Kimbarikara, Baramunda, Munbarungan, Coleculi, catfish, Junara, a yam, Jimadaapa, small fish. Arabanjori, large crocodile, Numaraji, a snake, Merlapa, a yam, Brutpenuir, Jabaru, Yungoan, snake, Kujalinga, turtle, Mundabenbo, brush turkey, Merlapa, a yam, Minjawea, a yam, Banjil, a fish, Bararil, a small fish. Kimbarikara, barramundi. In the case of both the stones and sticks there were, in many of them, several representatives of the same totemic animals and plants and also distinct stones and sticks representing males, females, and eggs of the same animals. The stones of course can be passed on from one generation to another, but the sticks are naturally liable to decay and are renewed from time to time. In a climate such as that of the Alligator River district, it is difficult to preserve, intact, sticks that are continually being greased and painted and are hidden away, wrapped up in paper bark, in damp places, such as those in which the natives secrete them. They are very liable to be attacked by insects, such as boring beetles, and they must be periodically replaced by new ones. When they are used during any ceremony, such as the one we witnessed, the design is more or less rubbed off and, on each occasion, it is repainted. The same design is always used and must not apparently be varied. We several times saw serious consultations taking place amongst the old men as to the drawing of the design on a stick or stone. The white lines are put on with a very crude but effective paint brush, consisting simply of a little twig, about 6 inches long, one end of which is frayed with the teeth and then flattened out to form a small, thin disc about the size of a sixpenny bit. This is dipped into the white pipe clay which has been moistened with water so as to form a thin paste. It is held between the thumb and fingers, the handle of the brush lying in the palm of the hand in just the same way in which a white artist often holds a brush. In addition to its function as an intikiuma ceremony, the Murayan serves, just as the Angura does amongst the Arunta tribe, as a finale to the initiation ceremonies, during which older men are shown objects that, in many cases, they have never and, in some, but rarely seen. The same is true of the Angura, when a series of ceremonies, with men wearing decorations and using ceremonial objects, such as nurtungas and waningas, are shown to the relatively younger men. The ceremony is supposed, in both cases, to make the men good, using the word in its native sense, they must not growl or quarrel. After a man has passed through, or rather, witnessed, the Murayan, he receives the special status name of Lekarunjan, just as, in the Arunta, the men who have seen the Angura are called Erliara. It also serves to enhance the importance of the old men and is of service to them in regard to their food supply because, whilst they can eat any of the animals or plants associated with the ceremony, no matter by whom they are captured, the younger men, even when they have seen the Murayan, must not touch anything secured by the old men and must also give the latter a share of any of the Murayan foods that they secure. Also, for some reason that the natives do not know, save that their arms and hands would become very sore if the rule were not carefully followed, the men who have seen the Murayan must, on no account, allow a dog to eat any remnant of their food. I have previously referred to the handing down of the sacred stones and sticks. 2 examples will serve to show how carefully their history is preserved. In the case of the emu egg stone, tradition reports that it has been, in succession, in the possession of the following men: 1. Nondal, who originally found it; 2. Nortmanich; 3. Puenguno; 5. Butja; 5. Nanomango; 6. Nubarungalamaka; 7. Kinganea; 8. Yeramane; and 9. Narlinda, who now owns it. In the case of an Arabinjori, or crocodile, stick, which the natives regarded as one of the most important, the history is still longer. It was owned in the first place by Kulbaran, who, when he became very old and unable to perform the ceremonies, gave it to 2. Midjail, his younger brother, after whom the following successively received it: 3. Numanbal, for Ungaretti; 5. Alumborner; 6. Amanjurari; 7. Buluoko; 8. Abranjalimica; 9. Ungawilla; 10. Nakmowich; 11. Puenguno; 12. Porjo; 13. Nalmango; 14. Kingmanaya; 15. Karawapa; 16. Namarak; 17. Manchurich; 18. Yuraman, who died recently, and from whom it descended to; 19. Miniamaka, its present holder. In the Warai tribe the name for totem is Mumulbuk. They are divided amongst the classes. One group is associated with the 2 classes Ajumbajapularan, the other with Apungartion Mich. Thus a Jumbit have the following: Bolta, eaglehawk, Kinnamil, a yam, gunbelly, small crocodile, Norquipito, red ochre, Bulp, pipe clay, Doito, stone axe, Diurnu, kangaroo, Weirdmo, fire stick, Jean, leech. Gunny, flying fox. Apungation Mitch have myrticle, a fish, Yili, swamp lily, G, a snake, Wit, water, Bera, large crocodile, Koala, turtle, Nairi, dog, Gani, nighttime, Wurgil, black plover, Enguran, emu. It will be noticed that there are, relatively, a large number of totemic groups associated with objects other than animals and plants, a feature in which this and other of the central tribes differ from the coastal tribes amongst whom, with very rare exceptions, the totemic names are those of edible objects. Inasmuch as the totemic groups are divided between the two moieties of the tribe and a man must marry a woman who does not belong to his own moiety, it follows that the totemic groups are exogamic. The child belongs to a totemic group associated with its father's side of the tribe but not to his father's own totemic group. My informant told me that a leech man marries a fish woman and that their children are yam. A fish man marries a flying fox woman and their children are leech. A flying fox man marries a fish woman and their children are crocodile. A crocodile man marries a snake woman and their children are flying fox. Unfortunately, I was unable to gain as complete and minute information as I should have liked. The Warai tribe is now decadent, having been ruined by coming into contact with the mining fields. And it is always unsafe to rely implicitly upon information in regard to matters concerned with the organization of a tribe derived from natives who are thus, more or less, demoralized. Dr. Howitt drew attention to the manner in which tribes have been obliged to modify their old customs in regard especially to marriage, in consequence of the decimation of their numbers. My informant, called Plainmer by the natives and Doctor by the white men, in reference to his former profession, was, however, an old man who was well acquainted with the ancient customs of his tribe. I also had the assistance of a peculiarly intelligent boy who spoke English well, so that, I think, the information, so far as it goes, is correct. When their old customs were enforced, the old man said that the Warai people never killed their own totemic animal and that if he were to see anyone else killing it he would be angry and would ask him, "Why have you killed my Mummelbuck?" In the Wajaman tribe the word for totem is Guayan, though some natives pronounce it as if it were spelt Quoyan or Quoyan. The following is a list of totemic groups in this tribe. Mudbai, Barramunda fish, Gonbin, flying fox, Kumarinji, emu. Inumbergo, male kangaroo, Undalo, female kangaroo, Walanja, Goanna, Jurel, turtle, Corandomi, rainbow, Kunajeri, white snake, Kului, red-bellied water snake, Jala or Kanajararu, catfish, Pingon, a bony fish. Twayan, a long-nosed fish, Kendawa, moon, Butbutbao or Kiriwuk, a bird, the Kukau, Walano, a yam, Mayaka, a yam, Kulbajanman, a large venomous snake, Miyun, wild dog, Biaoyak, a small bird, Wayan, water, Boolean, eagle hawk. Mabilai, small wallaby, Cadmaning, a small hawk, Kolomilla, small turtle, Ilaluban, carpet snake, Aramembo, a venomous snake, Ledi, grasshopper. 5 kinds of sugar bag called respectively Koyan, from the top of a tree, the equivalent of Mormo in the Kakadu, Nedbo, a small bag also from high up, Lururga, from the base of ant hills, Aramalgo or Aramergo, from dead limbs. Dielba or Kulmuljan, from the tops of trees. In this tribe, as also in the Nineman, Mudbura, and Bilianra tribes, the descent of the class name is in the father's line, that of the totem in the mother's. With the result that the totemic groups are distributed amongst the classes, the same totem group occurring on both sides of the tribe. A man must not marry a woman of his own totem. The following examples of individuals in our camp will serve to illustrate the matter. M stands for male and F for female. In addition to the main totem, each individual has one or more, usually 2, accessory totems. The main one is that associated with the totemic group into which he is born. The others are given to him when he is initiated. He is first of all, during the initiation ceremonies, told his main totem, which is that of his mother, and, at a later period, the accessory totems. If you ask a Wajuman native what is his Gwayan, he will tell you his main one. He does not usually without further questioning mention the accessory ones, the significance of which I could not find out. As an example of these we may take the oldest Wanai man in Table 4. His name was Iblangwa and his main totem was Aramalgo, a sugar bag. His accessory ones are Kandawak, moon, and Jurul, turtle. His father's main totem was Jala, catfish, with accessory ones Nedbo and Lurga, 2 kinds of sugar bag. His mother's main totem was Aramalgo, with accessory ones Kandawak and Jurul, which happen to be identical with his, though this is not a matter of necessity. As he told us, when he entered his mother, he was Aramalgo. The other 2 were given to him later when he was initiated. The different way in which a native regards his main and his accessory totems may be seen from the fact that Iblangwa will not cut Aramalgo out of a tree himself, but will cat it if it be given to him by another man. On the other hand, he will kill and eat Jurul freely. In the same way, a Koyan man will not cut Koyan out of a tree himself, but will eat it if it be given to him. The Urela man of the Kulbajanman totem in the first table, whose name was Waljacula, told us that he would not himself kill the snake Kulbajanman, but would eat it if it had been killed by another man and given to him. On the other hand, he has Bayauyak, a small bird, as an accessory totem, and this he kills and eats freely. The different totemic groups perform ceremonies for the increase of the totemic animal or plant. The name of these ceremonies is Jutju, which is quite distinct from the name Pudawaru, applied to the sacred totemic ceremonies, or from Waranjan, the name of the ordinary corroboree. The Jutju ceremonies are the equivalents of the Intikioma in the Arunta tribe. The head man of each totemic group is called Chungani. If he dies, the next eldest brother succeeds to the post, and so on through the brothers, including amongst these the father's brother's sons. If there are none of these alive, then the eldest son succeeds. That is, for example, if there be 3 brothers and the eldest dies, the office of Chungani does not descend to his son, but to the elder of the 2 survivors. If both of them die, then it reverts to the eldest son of the first named, even if, in years, he be younger than a son of the second brother. Being the son of an elder brother, he is the elder brother of all the 3 brothers' sons, no matter what his actual age may be. When performing the ceremony of Jutju, the men of the group paint and dance, the others watching them. After the ceremony of any particular totemic group has been performed, the men of all other groups go out and gather some of the animal or plant. If, for example, it be Aramalgo, the latter, after being brought into camp, is taken to the Aramalgo Chungani, the men saying, "Me Aramalgo, here is Aramalgo." He replies, "Ma angue, give it, I eat." It is handed over to him and he puts it in a pitchi, mixes it with water, eats a little himself, and hands it over to the other men, saying, "Nun buri, I have finished." After this they may all eat it. So, in the same way, a flying fox man will eat a little of the animal, and hands the rest over to the other men who do not belong to the totemic group. If a man of any totemic group dies, the animal or plant is taboo to all members of that totemic group until after the performance of a small ceremony called Orkbal. The brother of the dead person brings the totemic animal or into camp. During the ceremony, the members of the totemic group are painted with red ochre. A fire is made and the Chungani man passes the body of the animal or the plant, if, for example, it be a yam, through the smoke arising from the fire, after which it may be eaten. All members of the totemic group must put their heads into the smoke of the fire in which the animal is cooked. In the Mudbura tribe, whose country adjoins that of the Wajuman, the word for totem is Ngalu, and the head man of each group is called Malagurni. The descent of the totem, as in the Wajuman tribe, is counted in the female line. The following table of one family in camp will illustrate this. The Mudbura natives also perform the Jutju ceremonies to increase the totemic animal or plant. After securing the latter, the men who do not belong to the totemic group bring it up to the head man and hand it to him, the old man saying, "Ma, Punungalu, give it, I eat." He takes a little and then hands it back, saying, Adenok Berry, I have finished. The Pine Creek or Woolwullum tribe is now decadent, having for many years, like the Warai tribe, been in contact with the mining population. One of its oldest men, who could go back to the early days, told me that the totemic groups were divided between the moieties, and that the totem descended in the father's line. A kangaroo man married a barramunda woman, and their children were kangaroo. A sugarbag man married a rain woman, and their children were sugarbag. Amongst the Melville Islanders the totemic system is somewhat different from that of any tribes on the mainland. The word for totem is pukue. If you say to a man, Inta Ananunga pukue, he will reply, Ingaga, which means white cockatoo, Irungabi, crocodile, or whatever may be the name of his totem. On the other hand, there is a special name applied to the members of the various totemic groups which is quite distinct from that of the totemic animal or plant. These curious double names are as follows. 1. Crocodile. Irungabi. Crocodile man. Erdungwi. 1. Mullet. Takaringa. Mullet man. Arawidiwi. 2. Turtle. Kirkalani. Turtle man. Anjului. 2. Rain. Pakataringa. Rain man. Anjului. 3. Wild dog. Tyamini. Wild dog man. Namungarau. 3. Wood. Timararinga. Wood man. Okaringwi. White cockatoo. Ingaga. White cockatoo man. Jabajabui. Sea bird. Witjarivi. Sea bird man. Mitjawanilla. Pandanus. Mierti. Pandanus man. Yurikui. Bloodwood tree. Ernalaka. Bloodwood tree man. Waningeti. Amongst these totemic groups there are 3 pairs, indicated by the numbers, 1, 2, and 3. These are regarded respectively as being what is called amandini, that is, mates. Crocodile and mullet are mates, turtle and rain, wild dog and wood. The members of groups that are amandini are supposed to belong to the same skin, or pukue, and may not intermarry. Any man can marry any woman, provided she does not belong to his pukue. Alligator and mullet marry cockatoo, blood wood, sea bird, turtle, wild dog, wood, pandanus, rain. Wild dog and wood marry crocodile, cockatoo, blood wood, sea bird, turtle, mullet, pandanus, rain. Turtle and rain marry crocodile, cockatoo, blood wood, sea bird, wild dog, wood, mullet, pandanus. Cockatoo, blood wood, sea bird, and pandanus have no amandini and so may marry anyone save a member of their own totemic group. The descent of the totem is strictly in the mother's line. There is something very abnormal about the Uwaja tribe at Port Essington, which is evidently closely allied, in some respects, to the Melville Islanders. As in the latter there are local groups. My information was gained, with the assistance of Mr. R. J. Cooper, from Port Essington natives who knew their own and the Melville Island systems. There are 3 divisions in the tribe, with totemic groups attached to each. These 3 divisions again refer to local groups, as do those on Melville Island and also those amongst the Kakadu tribe, to which, in other points, the Uwaja natives are closely allied. Their names and the totemic groups associated with them are as follows. Group 1, Munbulkich. Barramunda. Mengali. Barramunda men. Munbulkich. Goanna, lizard. Walwara. Goanna man. Mayak. Crocodile. Mirdnii. Crocodile man. Munbulkich. Mullet. Enguriak. Mullet man. Mayak. Group 2 Mandrogeli. Wild dog. Lang. Wild dog man. Alaqualurit. Wood. Almara. Woodman. Manjaro Group 3 Manjarooli. Jungle Fowl. Urgurji. Jungle Fowl Man. Manjarooli. Turtle. Manbiri. Turtle Man. Manjarooli. Rain. Whale Mat. Rain Man. Manjarooli. Bloodwood Tree. Woobin. Bloodwood Tree Man. Imawoobin. Shark. Wanba. Shark Man. Manjarooli. Sea Bird. Ajern. Sea Bird Man. Alakulwurjering. Kakadu. Alalak. Kakadu Man. Manjarameringate. It will be seen that, as in the Melville Island system, the totemic animal or plant has one name, the member of the group another. The Iweja word for totem is Wailar. Members of the Munbulkich and Manjarojeli groups marry those of Manjarooli, and vice versa. It will be noticed that in each case individuals belonging to certain totemic groups carry as their totemic name, if it can be called so, that of one of the local tribal divisions, Munbulkich, Manjarojeli, or Manjarooli. For example, Barramunda men are called Munbulkich, Wood men are called Manjarojeli, and Turtle men are called Manjarooli. The natives were quite clear on this point. The descent of the totem is in the female line. One of our informants was a Kakadu man, his mother was Kakadu and his father Crocodile. His mother's brother was also Kakadu, and is married to a crocodile woman. They have a daughter who is Crocodile and has been promised as wife, by her father, to the first-named Kakadu man. In this case the mother of the man and her brother have the same father but not the same mother. Another of our informants was a Kakadu man, his mother was Kakadu and his father a Wood man. The descent and marriage may be indicated as in the following table. The Munbulkich woman of the crocodile totem is the proper wife of the Manjarooli man of the Kakadu totem. It would appear as if very considerable modifications were taking place amongst the northern coastal tribes in regard to their totemic systems, just as, also, in connection with their social organization. Much the same thing happened on the opposite side of the continent where, in Victoria, a local organization took the place of the normal class system, and where, also, amongst the most modified tribes, the old totemic system largely disappeared. Its former existence being indicated by the persistence of a few, perhaps only one or two, totemic group names. In the Iweja tribe, at the present day, the old class system has been replaced by a local organization. The totemic groups are very unequally distributed amongst the local groups, and the totemic group names are evidently disappearing. Munbulkich has only one totemic name and that is common to two groups, Goanna and Mullet. Manjarojeli has one, Manjarooli has three. It is practically too late to study the totemic systems amongst tribes such as the Larakia, whose members have been for long in contact with settlements. Amongst the Larakia my informant told me that the word for totem was unga. That originally every individual belonged to a totemic group, that a man of one token could not marry a woman of the same, and that the children took the totemic name of the father. In the Wargate tribe each individual may apparently be associated with more than one totemic group. My informant told me that he belonged to the frog, shark, and sugarbag totem groups, and that he had inherited them from his father. The first was his main totem, the other two, as he said, came afterwards. His mother was water snake. A man may not marry a woman of the same totemic name as himself. If a stranger comes into a camp he is asked, Ninik Kunikoga, what is your totem? If, for example, he be a snake, or yam, man, he will reply, Nijawunga, or Wila, Koga, that is, the snake, or yam, totem. Further still, my informant told me that if the stranger was an old man and told him that his totem was frog, he, the younger man, would call him Bapa, the same name that he applies to his father. If, on the other hand, he belonged to the water snake totemic group, he would call him Kuka, the same name that he applies to his mother's brother. There is, so far as I could find out, no restriction in regard to eating the totemic animal or plant. In the Jawan tribe the totem groups are associated with the subclasses, the various pairs of the latter that are known as mates or Kumaranban, having totem groups in common. Thus Ngarajban and Pungaringba have pelican, kangaroo, and Goanna Pulaimba and Palearingba have sugarbag and Lily Wadeba and Kamara have plum 34 and snake, Kirk, Kungilla and Wamat have crocodiles, Kangi, the larger, and Togol, the smaller, and snake, Jural. A man may marry a woman of any totem group provided she belongs to the proper subclass, and as the totem groups are strictly divided amongst these it follows that a man cannot marry a woman of the same totemic name as himself. The word for totem is Lungda and descent is counted in the male line. My informant was a Wamat man of a snake, Jural, totem. He was married to a Pungaringba woman of the Goanna totem and his children were Kungilla and snake, Jural. In the Mungarai tribe the totem groups are associated with the subclasses, the native term for totem being Namaragwa. Each totemic group has a head man called Jujinandu. My chief informant, an old man named Wallenwara, gave me the following list of totemic groups, but it is probable that there are still more. These, however, were all that he, and 2 other men with him, could recollect. Bat, Walaka, black snake, jungwitch, catfish, warba, small crocodile, walbian, crow, wewagman, euro, canjaloro, goanna, jerkane, hawk, kamanim. Kangaroo, gawi, lily, godiac, frilled lizard, wadiji, native companion, dagman, opossum, widget, pelican, abaya, porcupine, mulberry, waterplant, ngarate, rain, ngago, a non-venomous snake, ngabandi, a poison snake, mimane. Water snake, nanjugo, sugarbag, engwap, native turkey, jamborina, long-tailed wallaby, waligeru, wallaby or paddy melon, mabiling, dark wallaby, njiramu, rock wallaby, wanarungan, wind, wailulu. The groups are divided amongst the subclasses as indicated in the following list. All rain. Men and women are. Ngapulieri. All paddy melon. Nakamura. All water plant. Ngapulieri. All snake. Nakamura. All goanna. Ngangiela. All turkey. Ngabulan. All catfish. Ngapungari. All crocodile. Ngangiela. All frilled lizard. Ngarichbelin. All small hawk. Nakamura. All native companion. Ngopungari. All poison snake. Ngabulan. All euro. Ngabulan. All brush-tailed wallaby. Ngapulieri. All opossum. Jabijan. All dingo. Jabijan. All sugarbag. Ngabulan. All plain wallaby. Ngangiela. All porcupine. Ngaburella. All bat. Ngapulieri. All lily. Jabijan. All pelican. Jabijan. All black snake. Ngangiela. All kangaroo. Ngaburella. All wind. Ngarichbelin. All rock wallaby. Nakamura. A remarkable feature of the totemic system of this tribe is that while, as usual, a man must marry a woman belonging to a totemic group different from his own, the children pass into one which is neither the same as that of their father or mother, but is associated with the subclass to which they belong on the father's side of the tribe. The following list indicates a certain number of the marriage arrangements so far as the totem groups are concerned and those into which the children pass. A Ngapulieri man of the water plant totem marries a Nakamura woman of the paddy melon totem and their children are Ngabulan and poison snake. A Ngapulieri man of the rain totem marries a Nakamura woman of the rock wallaby totem and their children are Ngabulan and euro. A Ngangiela man of the plain wallaby totem marries a Ngabulan woman of the euro totem and their children are Jabijan and opossum. A Nakamura man of the paddy melon totem marries a Ngapulieri woman of the brush-tailed wallaby totem and their children are Ngaburella and porcupine. Ngaburela man of the Porcupine Totem marries Ngarichbelan woman of the Frilled Lizard Totem and their children are Nakamra and Small Hawk. Ngangiela man of the Goanna Totem marries Ngabulan woman of the Turkey Totem and their children are Jabajan and Lily. Ngabulan man of the Sugarbag Totem marries Ngangiela woman of the Crocodile Totem and their children are Ngapulyeri and Rain. A Jabajan man of the Pelican Totem marries Ngapungari woman of the Catfish Totem and their children are Ngangiela and Black Snake. Ngaburela man of the Kangaroo Totem marries Ngarichbelan woman of the Wind Totem and their children are Nakamra and Paddy Melon. A Jabajan man of the Dingo Totem marries Ngapungari woman of the Native Companion Totem and their children are Ngangiela and Plain Wallaby. The same curious system is apparently present in the Youngman tribe into which, however, I had very little opportunity of inquiring. The totem groups appear to be associated with the subclasses and the children of necessity belong to a group associated with the father's side of the tribe but with a subclass to which he does not belong, the subclass of his father and of his children. Thus, for example, a man of the Dingo Totem marries a Sugarbag woman and the children belong to the Rain Totem. The Nulakan term for totem is Mungainini. These two tribes appear to differ from their neighbors in having their totem groups divided, not between the moieties, but the subclasses, so that it is impossible for a child to have the same totem as either its father or its mother. The Mungarai and Youngman are in contact, on the one hand, with tribes such as the Jawan, which has been already described, and, on the other, with the Nulakan and Mara. The organization of the Jawan, so far as the class system is concerned, is identical with that of the Mungarai and Youngman, and yet the totemic system is practically the same as that of the Mara and Nulakan tribes. From both of which it differs radically in regard to its class organization. In the Jawan tribe the totem groups are divided between the subclasses in such a way that those to which parents and children belong have them in common and the descent of the totem is strictly paternal. In the Mara and Nulakan the same is true, though subclass names are not present. My informant in the former tribe was a Mumbali man and his totem, the native word for which is Urikamo, was a snake called Dal. His father's totem was Dal and so, also, was that of his children. His wife was a Purtle woman and her totem was Chirokwal or Euro, his mother was a Keel woman of the Wordable or Goanna totem. His son must marry a Keel woman of the Wordable totem. Each totem group has its head man who is called Yingwan. So, again, in the Nulakan tribe descent is counted the direct male line and the totems are divided between the classes. Thus, the children of a Kulakulangini, or rainbow man, are Kulakulangini, those of a Nanguru, or large crocodile man, are Nanguru, and those of a Janambu, or small crocodile man, are Janambu. The native word for totem is muse, and each group has its head man, who is called Kujungoangari. Chapter 5. Sacred Sticks, Bull Roarers, and Ceremonial Objects. Comparative absence of the equivalents of Chiringa in the northern tribes, no bull roarers on Melville and Bathurst Islands. Beliefs of women and children in regard to the bull roarer, Larakia tribe, destruction of the sticks, Wargate tribe, Iwaja tribe, Jawan tribe, Mungarai tribe, preservation of the sticks. Tradition of Kunapipi who first made the bull roarer, tradition of women with bull roarers, Kakadu tribe, sticks and stones associated with the Murayan ceremony, description of them. Partial resemblance of some to the animals which they represent, and possible origin of other ceremonial objects such as Chiringa, difference between the significance of the Chiringa of the Arunta and the Murayan objects of the Kakadu. One of the most striking features in regard to the sacred and totemic ceremonies of the northern, as compared with the central tribes is the comparative absence of the equivalents of the Chiringa and such ceremonial objects as Nurtunjas and Waningas that form so striking a feature of the Arunta tribe. It is, of course, possible that such, or their equivalents, exist. Indeed, the Kakadu and allied tribes have an extensive series of sacred stick and stones. But these are not used during ordinary totemic ceremonies in the same way in which the Chiringa are amongst the Arunta, nor have they the same significance as the Chiringa. So far as I could discover there are no bull roarers used amongst the Melville and Bathurst Island natives, nor on the mainland amongst the following tribes, Cornbutt, Quiradara, nor Wilemil, Punurlu, Commercial, Gaimbio, Noalangi and Kakadu. These form a large group of allied tribes inhabiting the Coburg Peninsula and the north coast drained by the Alligator Rivers, the King, and the Liverpool, etc. At all events, as we pass from the center to the north, the beliefs with regard to the sacred sticks and stones have a decided tendency to become simpler. And in none of the northern tribes does there appear to be any tradition with regard to the association of any particular bull-roarer with a special ancestor. Nor do we meet with anything corresponding to the Ertnachalunga or sacred storing places in which the Arunta preserve their chiringa. In every instance the women and children believe that the noise made by twirling the roarer is the voice of a great spirit that comes to carry off the boy during initiation, and in no case is a woman allowed to see one. This belief, held by the women and children, is apparently widely spread over the whole of central and northern Australia and was probably, at one time, universal in its distribution amongst Australian tribes. It is equally true that the youths are, everywhere and always, at the time of initiation, told that the noise is not the voice of a spirit but is made by the bull-roarer. They are also warned that on no account must they speak of it to the women and children. These sticks are amongst those objects that the Arunta speak of as being Ikarinja, the Mungarai, Makugwa, and the Kakadu, Kamali. All of which words signify that they are of such a nature that only initiated men may see or know anything about them. In the Larakia tribe they are called Baidu Baidu, Plate 2, Figures 3, 4. Each is a thin slab of wood, a foot or 18 inches in length and 3 or 4 inches in greatest width, near to one end which is rounded. The other end is truncate with a square hole in it through which string is threaded. The string is usually made of human hair and is about 3 or 4 yards in length. As the roarer is whirled through the air it becomes twisted round and round until it is taut, and then it vibrates, producing the characteristic sound to which the popular name of the wooden slab is due. The Baidu Baidu is shown 35 to the youths during initiation. It is supposed to be full of magic power and must be rubbed over the bodies of the old men before they can be handled with safety by the youths. If they were not rubbed in this way and some of their magic thereby transferred to the men, they would cause the bodies of the youths to swell up. The latter are allowed to carry them about and they are supposed to enable them to catch fish and game and find out where sugar bags can be secured. When the whole ceremony is over and the youths, who are now admitted to the status of Balayar, return to their camp and ordinary life, the Baidu Baidu are broken up and completely destroyed by fire. This is very different indeed from what takes place in the central tribes, amongst whom the loss or destruction of a chiringa is a very serious matter. If a woman should, by any chance, see a Baidu Baidu while it is being carried about by a Balayar youth, the old men immediately send a message to a medicine man living in a distant part of the country called Babiba. The medicine man, who is known as Kuldumgun, comes at once but can only be seen by the old men, who meet him and point out the offending Balayar and woman. The medicine man takes the kidney fat out of each of them, sews them up, and lets them go. This is done without their being aware of it, but, after a short time, each of them suddenly suffers severe pain and dies. Their death is generally attributed to snake bite, but the old men know what has really happened. In the Wargate tribe the sticks are called Baidu Baidu or Biju Biju and the customs or beliefs associated with them are practically the same as those in the Larakia. In the Iwaja tribe at Port Essington the sticks are called Kurabuji and are shown to the young men during the initiation ceremony that admits them to the status of Nailpur. The old men, first of all, rub their own bodies with them, so as to modify the magic with which they are filled, and then place them on the hands of the youths, who, after examining them, hand them back again. At various times the bodies of the youths are rubbed with the kurabuji, sometimes while they are standing up, sometimes while they are lying down. In the Jawan tribe the sticks are called kunapipi, or kunabibi, and the general beliefs in regard to them are closely similar to those of the Larakia and Wargate. There is, however, this great difference: they are not destroyed after the ceremony in which they are used is over, but are carefully stored away in places known only to the old men. This is interesting because the Jawan tribe inhabits country around and to the south of the Catherine River. and thus is in contact with the northernmost of the true central tribes amongst whom the Chiringa are handed down from generation to generation. In the Mungarai tribe the sticks are also called kunapipi. They are considerably larger than those of the Larakia, reaching a length of 2.5 feet, and are carried by messengers, who go out to summon members of distant groups to take part in sacred ceremonies. Plate 2. They are made from the wood of the India rubber tree, and the women and children think the sound they make is the voice of a spirit called Ngagurngorak. They are preserved in certain sacred spots which are very suggestive, in one important respect, of the Urnachalunga of the Arunta. Any animal at or quite close to one of the latter must not be killed. It is, for the time being, strictly Ikarinja. The custom is not quite so strict in the case of the sacred spots amongst the Mungarai, where the sticks are secreted, but if any animal, such as a kangaroo, be killed on the spot, or close by, only the old men may eat it. No young man, woman, or child must touch it. The Mungarai have a detailed tradition dealing with the way in which they first became possessed of the sticks. In the faraway times that they call Kurnalan there existed a very big man named Kunapipi. He existed before there were any of the present-day blackfellows, and is reported to have had plenty of dilly bags. Also he had plenty of spirit children, all boys and no girls, whom he carried in his bags. For some time he sang out, like the men do now when they perform sacred ceremonies, quivering his hand in front of his mouth so as to make the sound called Chungulama. He had, at first, been underground, but he came out and made a camp with a raised bank all round it, and cut a large quantity of grass that he placed on the ground in the center. This over, he brought the boys out of his dilly bags and put them on the grass. He possessed several of the sacred sticks, called, like himself, Kunapipi. He had made them, and was the first to have any. Then he made forehead bands for the boys, and decorated them, in just the same way in which the natives now decorate the youths during the initiation ceremony. He divided the boys up, first into 2 groups, called Nakarangwa and Gabalana, half of them in each. First of all he took the Nakarangwa and told each one of them the Jacquina, subclass, to which he belonged. To one boy he said, Jacquina Nunjin Garich Belan, to another, Jacquina Nunjin Gabulan, and so on. Then he took the Gabalana and said to one man, Jacquina Nunjin Gabirella, to another, Jacquina Nunjin Gangiella, and so on, until, at last, each boy had received his proper Jacquina, or subclass, name. Kunapipi himself belonged to no special class or totem group, he belonged to everything, and was a very big man, with a very big foot. After he had given the boys their Jacquina he gave them their Namaragua, totem, names. Before, however, he actually did this he showed them all the different corroborees, or ceremonies, telling them to which totemic group each of them belonged. These special corroborees are called John. He began to perform them at sundown and kept them up all night long, making Chungulama continuously. Just before sunrise he painted 2 boys, told them what to do and how to dance, and then sat down and watched them. At sunrise they had a short rest. Then he started again and told the boys to paint themselves. Some were crocodiles, some gala parrots, some emu, etc. Right through all the Namaragua, or totem groups, and, again, told each of them to which he belonged, or, rather, which belonged to him, saying to one man, Namaragua Nunji Warmin, your totem, is, Euro. To another, Namaragua Nunji Nanung, your totem, is, sugar bag, and so on right through the whole list. After concluding the ceremonies and instructions to the boys, Kunapipi went away and caught a lot of fish, crocodiles, turtles, etc. Filled his baskets, and brought them back into camp for the boys to eat. He took one of his Kunapipi sticks with him, and, when he came back near to the camp, twirled it to let the boys know that he was close by. The boys jumped up when they saw him coming, carrying the animals that he had captured. They had never seen any of them before, and, after Kunapipi had told them their names, they ate them all up. They did not bite the food, but simply gobbled it down. Everybody ate some of everything. This over, Kunapipi took 2 boomerangs, the boys painted themselves, and, while he kept time, they danced their own corroborees, or John, so that they would know them in future. After this, Kunipipi performed the ceremonies of circumcision and subincision, and showed them how to conduct the operations. Other natives from a distant part now came up. They had no Jacquina and no Namaragua and had left their women behind them. When they came near to his camp, Kunipipi said to them, "Jacquina Nimo Nunji, what is your Jacquina?" The natives did not know and could not answer. They simply stood up in silence. Kunipipi did not allow them to come close to the ceremonial camp. First of all he divided them into Nakarangwa and Gabalana. Then he gave each man his proper Jacquina, subclass, and Namaragua, totem, and, also, told them which was the right lubra for each man to marry, because, up to this time, they had taken any lubra. Tradition relates, without giving any reason for it, that Kunipipi then killed and ate all of them except 2, who managed to escape. Later on he disgorged all their bones, and when, after a time, the 2 men came back they found nothing but these, because Kunipipi had eaten all the flesh. The 2 men hastened back to their own country and, meeting with a number of their own people, told them what had happened. The men all armed themselves with stone tomahawks, and crept quietly up towards the camp where Kunipipi was sitting down with his boys. They came up silently and, making a sudden rush, one man hit him in the back and another on the side with an axe. After he had been thus wounded, a man ran up, hit him on the back of the neck and killed him. Before this he had eaten 2 of his own boys, but they cut him open and rescued them alive. Kunipipi's boys then mixed with the strangers and instructed them in all things concerning the Jacquina and Namaragua. They also made the different corroborees and showed them to the men and, in addition, they told them how to conduct the operations of circumcision and subincision. Finally they secured the sacred sticks that belonged to Kunipipi and have kept and used them ever since. At the present day no lubra is allowed to see any of the sacred objects, but the Mungarai tribe has a tradition which purports to show that such was not always the case, but that, just as amongst the Arunta and other tribes. If any credence may be placed on traditions, there was a time when women were allowed to see and know a good deal more than they do now. Not far from a water pool, called Crescent Lagoon, there is a range of hills rising somewhat abruptly from the Roper Plains over which, at one place, the water pours in torrents during the rain season. Here, in the far past times, there arose a woman of the Ngapulyeri subclass and Kunipipi totem. She carried a netted string bag and, in this, her Kunipipi wrapped up in paper bark. From Miramiyaji, where she left many spirit children, she walked underground and came out at a place called Winjeri, where there is a big hill and water hole, close by a cattle station now called Hodgson Downs. Here she left more spirit children and, coming out above ground, walked along, swinging her bull roarer as she did so. At Kanjeri she met a number of other Kunipipi women who were making corroborees and joined in with them. A man, named Kumkum, a Ngapulyeri man of the fishhawk totem, who, like all of these old ancestors, was supposed to have arisen, by himself, came up to them, wearing a forehead band. The women had finished their corroboree before they discovered that he had been watching them. They at once hid their Kunipipi in the ground, wrapped in paper bark. Kumkum, of course, had seen what they were doing, but he asked them what they had hidden. They replied that they had hidden some things belonging to them. Then he came right up into their camp and unearthed the Kunipipi, saying, "What have you got here? They are good ones, I will take them." He did so and went away, leaving the women at Kanjeri where, finally, they went into the ground. Since that day no lubra has ever possessed a Kunipipi. Perhaps the most interesting of the sacred ceremonial objects that I came across amongst these northern tribes, were a very considerable number of sticks and stones associated with different totemic animals and plants in the Kakadu tribe. They are associated with a special ceremony called Murayan, which appears to form the last of the initiation series in the Kakadu and allied tribes, and I have already referred to them in connection with this subject. 36. A representative series is illustrated in plates 3, 4, v, 6, and 7, those on plate 3 serving to give a good idea of the nature of the color decorations. As a general rule, amongst the Central Australian natives, sacred objects such as these, which are supposed to be closely associated with, and, in fact, to represent animals and plants, have not the slightest resemblance in form to the latter. This is equally true of most of the Murayan objects, but, on the other hand, there are a few that form rather striking exceptions to this rule. The three turtles on Plate 4 are unmistakably suggestive of the animal, especially the one represented in Figure 1, though, at the same time, the color decoration is purely conventional. This particular one is supposed to be the Murayan itself. Its total length was 16 and its greatest width 7.5 inches. The body had a concavity of not more than 1.5 inches. The whole surface, and this seems to be true of all these Murayan objects, was covered, first of all, with a coating of red ochre. The band all round the margin and the two pairs of bands running at right angles to one another are yellow. All the light lines, dots and bands are pure white. Figure 2 measures 20 inches in length, and 6 in width. Figure 3 measures 13 in length and 6 in width. Neither of these has any indication of a tail, but each of them has eyes, and the decorative scheme is almost identical. The only difference between the two lies in their shape and in the fact that the two longitudinal lines running along the length of the object in one case are yellow and in the other red. Neither of them has any concavity in the body. On Plate 3. Figure 1 represents a fish, called barrel. It is quite flat, 2 feet in greatest length, and about 5 inches in greatest width. One end is evidently indicative of a head, with an eye, and the other suggests a tail. Fig. 2, which measures 27 inches in length, is decidedly conventionalized, but its long, thin form and extended beak suggest, to a slight extent, a bird such as the native companion, which it is supposed to represent. Fig. 3 is interesting when compared with those on Plate 1. Like them, it is supposed to represent a turtle. It is 22 inches in length, with a distinctly concave body, tapering rapidly to a tail at one end, while at other there is a projecting part that, presumably, represents a neck and head. All the remaining objects on this plate are supposed to represent yams, to which, with possibly a slight exception in the case of Figure 5, they have not the slightest resemblance. Point 37. On Plate V, Fig. 1, which measures 44 inches in length, 4.5 in greatest width, and about 3/4 in thickness, represents a snake, called chungoan, to which it has not the slightest resemblance. It has been, first of all, coated all over with yellow ochre, and on this designs, consisting of cross-hatched lines of white pipe clay have been laid down, leaving bands and spaces of yellow. Figs. 2 and 3 represent, respectively, a female and a male Numeragi snake. Numeragi snakes and snake men and snake women figure largely in the traditions of the Kakadu tribe. Both of these two may be said to be suggestive of snakes in general form. In the lower one of the two, which measures 37 inches in length, the more pointed end is the head. The whole surface was originally covered with light red ochre. There are 3 series of transverse bands. The one nearest the head end consists of 3, a dark red, crossed by white lines, between 2 yellow ones. The middle series has 2 dark red bands, and, between them, a broader light red crossed by white lines. At the hinder end there is a similar light red band between 2 yellow ones. Along what is supposed to indicate the middle of the undersurface, shown uppermost in the figure, there are, in the middle part, a series of light red squares, crossed by lines of white and outlined by yellow, which are supposed to represent the specially large median row of scales on the undersurface of the snake. In the hinder part their place is taken by a series of dark red bands separated by white. The decoration of the upper of the 2 Numeragi snakes is simpler. It measures 47 inches in length, and has a very distinct head, with mouth and teeth. An eye with black pupil and red iris. There are cross bands of yellow on the back, bands of light red along the undersurface, and the tail end is dark red. Figure 4 represents a yam, called merlapa. It is simply a stick, circular in outline, 49 inches long, and 1 1/4 in diameter. It is covered all over with red ochre, and, at roughly a foot from each end, there are circles notched round, the grooves being blackened and the raised part between them whitened. Between the two series all the middle of the stick is twined round and round with string decorated like the gaily colored feathers of the blue mountain parakeet. Figure 5 also represents a yam, called chunara. It is 49 inches long, 2 in width, and is flattened from side to side. It is, as usual, red ochred, and has notched circles picked out in black. Fig. 6 is 46 inches long, and is a simple, round stick with a groundwork of light red, and spaces filled in with cross-hatched white lines. It represents a fish called barrel. Figure 7 is equally simple. In the middle part of one surface there is a patch of white spots on the usual red ground, in front of and behind this the white is solid, and in the opposite surface there is the usual cross-hatching of white lines. The remainder of the surface is red, and the whole stick has a slight curve, which is evidently intentional. It represents, also, a yam. Plate 6 represents a series of the Murayan objects all of which agree in one feature, which is the presence of a very distinct fork at one end. Figure 1 represents an Arabanjori, or large crocodile. It measures 28 inches in length, and has a slightly swollen end indicating the head, with 2 black dots and white lines round them to represent eyes. The ground color is red. Fig. 2 is 30 inches in length and represents a small fish, called Jimadaapa. It has 2 small squares representing eyes and is decorated with tassels of white Kakadu feathers. Figure 3 represents an animal called Mudburungan. It is 45 inches long, has 2 holes bored through, close to the fork, representing eyes through which are threaded tassels of owl feathers. The middle part is wound round with close-set strands of vegetable fiber string, and the general surface color is red. Figures 4 and 5 both represent a bird, called karakara, the spur-winged plover. In the lower one, which has a length of 43 inches, the cross bands are yellow, the remainder of the surface is red with the usual cross-hatching of white lines, and, in one part, circles of yellow, centered and bordered with white spots. The upper one measures 40 inches, the cross bands are yellow with, also, a yellow band along each edge bearing a line of white dots. The remainder of the surface is red with white cross lines. Both of them are elliptical in section, and they are supposed to be, what the natives call, mates. The one represented in figure 4 differs from all the others in having a different design on the 2 sides. The oblong space, in the middle, crossed with white dots and cross lines, is replaced on the other side by a design somewhat like that immediately to the right hand of it in the illustration. The latter was replaced by simple, cross-hatched white lines. This is the only one on which the 2 sides differed. Figure 6 represents a small fish called Jimadaapa. It measures 38 inches in length. 2 eyes are indicated. The 5 oblongs with white cross lines have a red ground, the rest of the surface is yellow. Figure 7 represents a large bird, the Australian stork, called jabiru, the native name of which is brutpenure. It measures 42 inches in length. The 2 dots are presumably meant for eyes. They are on a yellow ground, all the rest of the surface being red. Figure 8 represents the same bird. The dark cross bands are yellow, a band of the same color running along each side. The groundwork of the oblong spaces with lozenge-shaped centers and white cross lines and spots is red. Figure 9 measures 54 inches in length. At the broader end it is elliptical in section, measuring 2½ inches by 1¼ The whole surface is red with white, cross-hatched lines and spots. 2 elongate holes are evidently modifications of former eyes, and each of them has, threaded through it, a tassel of white and black feathers. Figure 10 is one of the largest of the series, measuring 60 inches in length. It represents an old crocodile or Arabanjori. The tips of the 2 prongs are light red, their lower parts are white. Then comes a band of dark red, an inch in width. Then comes a band, 2½ inches across, with a light red ground and white lines and dots, as seen in the figure, the circle, surrounded by the white dots, being a dark red. Then comes a 3/4 inch band of dark red, the 3-inch band of light red, with white bands and lines and an oblong hole through the center. The rest of the surface is dark red, the greater portion being covered with close-set, white cross lines, a line of white spots running along each edge. In addition to the sticks there are also stones that are associated with the Murayan ceremonies. I saw altogether 29 of these, a few of which are represented on plate 7. They are all of them naturally shaped stones, for the most part, apparently, sandstone. They all represent objects such as yams to which they approximate in shape, or the eggs of different animals. In most cases the stone seems to have been rubbed over first with red ochre, in a very few yellow ochre has been used, and then, just as in the case of the sticks, white cross lines and dots have been added. Fig. 1 represents the egg of Arabanjori, the large crocodile, and measures 4 inches in greatest diameter, and 6 inches in length, and 1 3/4 in width. Fig. 2 represents a kujalinga, or turtle's egg. The design in the center suggests an attempt to portray the animal with its head and front feet. It measures 7 inches in length, 4 1/4 in width, and is decidedly convex on the surface shown, and flat on the under one. Fig. 3 is a curiously flat stone, 7 1/2 inches in length by 3 in width and 1 1/4 in thickness, and represents a special yam called Gunamaramala. Figure 4 represents a lily root, called Purigilogy, and Fig. 5, the smallest of them all, represents the egg of a mundabendo, or wild turkey. Figure 6 is a lily root or worky, one of the most staple and favorite foods of the natives. Fig. 7 is the Iwaja kaparipi, or emu egg, one of the earliest and most important of the Murayan stones, and figure 8 is the Kalori yam, which is associated with one of the most important initiation ceremonies. These will serve to give some idea of the nature of these Murayan sticks and stones, which are a peculiar feature of the Kakadu nation, so far as we know at present. They differ from the chiringa of the Arunta both in form and significance. The chiringa proper are wonderfully consistent in shape, whether they be made of wood or stone. They are typically flattened from side to side and decorated with incised patterns, whereas the Murayan objects vary very much in shape and may even, as we have seen, bear a crude resemblance to the animal with which they are associated. It is interesting, in this respect, to compare a series of Murayan sticks such, for example, as the turtle, plate 4, figure 1, and the turtle, plate 3, figure 3, the two Numeraji snakes, plate V, figures 2 and 3, the native companion, plate 3. Figure 2, and the spur-winged plover, plate 6, figure 4, the barrel fish, plate 3, figure 1, and the Jimadaapa fish, plate V, figure 6, and the yams, plate 3, figures 5, 8. Of the turtles, the first is a fairly good representative of the animal and could not well be mistaken for anything else. The second is more like a trowel than a turtle, but the knowledge that it is really meant for a turtle enables a general fundamental resemblance to be detected. The upper of the two Numeraji snakes is decidedly suggestive of the animal with its toothed jaws and banded body. The lower one is decidedly conventionalized both in form and decoration, 3 series of cross bands being emphasized. There is something in the shape of the Murayan object, representing the native companion, that suggests a bird, flying through the air, with its long beak, head, and neck extended straight in front. Its body relatively small, and its legs stretched out behind. On the other hand, there is absolutely nothing to suggest that the forked stick, which represents the spur-winged plover, has anything whatever to do with a bird. Beyond the fact that the 2 prongs may well be remnants of the indication of a long bill. So again the first of the 2 fishes has a decided suggestion of a fish-like form, but the second has none whatever and is purely conventional. The only indication of any relationship to an animal form being afforded by the 2 prongs which may represent the jaws, and 2 spots which certainly are vestiges of eyes. The first of the 2 yams, whilst conventionalized, does bear some resemblance to a swollen one, attached to a root, but the second is entirely unrecognizable as indicative of either an animal or a plant. This series is of interest as showing the way in which, amongst these tribes, ceremonial objects have possibly been developed. In the first instance they may well have been designed to represent, with fair accuracy, the salient features of some animal or plant. In a climate such as that of the Northern Territory no wooden object lasts more than a certain time, so that these Murian objects must have been remade time after time. It is quite possible that, when they were thus remade, the artificer endeavored to reproduce, not the actual form of the animal or plant, but that of the original sacred object, as he remembered it. It is well known how copies, taken in succession, one after the other, of an original drawing, become so modified in the course of a relatively small series that the last bears no resemblance to the original. It has become completely conventionalized. It is possible that the Murian objects show us a series that have not as yet become completely conventionalized but are on their way to this, and that, in course of time, had they been left alone, we might have had a series of sacred sticks and stones developed which would have shown no more resemblance to the animals and plants whose names they bear than do the Chiringa, of the Arunta. There is, however, one important difference between the Murian objects and the Chiringa. The latter are associated with individual human beings, the former, save in the one case of the original Murian, who was supposed to have been swimming about in the water in the form of a turtle, are always totemic animals or plants. They are very distinctly of this nature and thus differ markedly from the Chiringa, with each one of which a human being's spirit part is intimately associated. The Murian of the Kakadu represent the essence, as it were, of the totemic animal or plant in just the same way in which the Chiringa of the Arunta represent the essence of the human totemite. And these two sets of sacred objects indicate development of savage thought along two different lines. The Chiringa of the Arunta and the beliefs associated with them are practically a thing of the past, for the tribe is now decimated in numbers and degenerate in habits. The Murian of the Kakadu will not survive for long. Chapter 6. Burial and Mourning Ceremonies. Melville and Bathurst Islands, description of graves, decoration and erection of grave posts, mourning ceremonies, dancing round the fire, driving the spirit into the ground. Description of ceremonies performed at the grave, special bark armlets and discs worn and carried by the women, color decorations of men and women, Kakadu tribe, death and burial of a woman, Morlil ceremony, in part a purification ceremony. Smoking the dilly bags, painting with charcoal, second part of the Morlil, women wearing armlets called kundama, special names for certain relatives of the dead person, barter associated with mourning ceremonies, Wajuman and Mudburra tribes. Tree burial, Laglower ceremony, dead person's totem must not be eaten until special ceremony performed, Larakia tribe, tree burial followed by ground burial, Mungarai tribe, tree grave, Lurkin ceremony, bow coffin. Ceremony on ceremonial ground called Kaul, Lurkin shown to the women, Mara tribe eating the flesh of the dead, burial of bones in tree grave, gathering the bones, skull smashing and burial of them except arm bones. Lurkin ceremony and final disposal of bow coffin. In certain respects the most elaborate mourning ceremonies that I have seen amongst the different tribes were those of the Melville and Bathurst Island natives. They are also interesting because they differ so completely from any on the northern mainland and seem to point to the fact that the island natives have either developed these ceremonies amongst themselves or have derived them from some other people with whom they, but apparently not the natives of the mainland, have come in contact. It is well known that the natives on these islands erect grave posts that are often elaborately decorated with designs of a nature peculiar to them. So far as I am aware, the mainland tribes have no similar custom, but enough is not known of the northern coastal tribes to speak with certainty. In most respects the Melville and Bathurst people are closely allied to those inhabiting the Cobourg Peninsula and the country south of this along the Alligator rivers. And the existence of these remarkable burial and mourning ceremonies on the two islands is very difficult to understand. Thanks to the assistance of my friend, Mr. R. J. Cooper, who has for many years past lived on Melville Island, and to the opportunity of visiting the mission station, recently established on Bathurst Island by the Society of the Sacred Heart, under the management of Father Gassel, I was able to witness and secure records of these quaint and interesting ceremonies. It is due to Mr. Cooper, 38, who has great influence with the natives, that white men, during recent years, have been able to visit these islands with impunity, and it is not too much to say that his presence on Melville Island has made it possible for the missioners to found their station on Bathurst Island within sight of his little settlement, across the narrow Apsla Strait that runs between the islands. In July, 1911, I paid my first visit to Melville Island in company with Dr. Gilruth. On that occasion, 39 witnessed, thanks to Mr. Cooper, the erection of grey posts and the mourning ceremonies. These I briefly described, but, in March, 1912, on Melville Island, and again, in December of the same year, on Bathurst Island, I had a much better opportunity of watching the ceremonies. On the first of these two occasions, that is in March, 1912, it was near the close of the wet season, and the natives at the same time performed a special and important yam ceremony, associated with the initiation of the young men. It rained in torrents every day, and the damp, muggy climate made anything like satisfactory photographic work, out in the dripping wet scrub, very difficult. In December, the rain season was just setting in, but I was able to secure some good records, both with the ordinary camera and the cinematograph. When any man or woman dies on these islands, and, apparently, whether it be a man or a woman makes no difference, the body is buried in the ground. Tree burial seems to be unknown amongst them. They merely make a grave about 4 feet deep, clear the ground immediately around it, and place sheets of stringy bark on the top of the low mound of earth that is heaped up, figure 50. For some months it is left alone, then they go out into the scrub and cut down trees to make grave posts. The illustrations will serve to show what these are like. Each of them is from 9 inches to a foot in diameter, and they vary in height from about 5 to 12 feet. Some of them are merely posts, but every grave has a certain number that are more or less rudely shaped. In some cases only a few, perhaps 3 or 4, are erected during the first mourning ceremony, others are added at intervals, the final number being, apparently, about 12. 13 was the greatest number that I counted, on what was, evidently, an old grave, because the color decoration had all disappeared and the posts were gradually rotting away, some of them having tumbled down, figure 51. The natives told us that, when once they have completed the ceremonies, they took no further trouble with the grave, and, from the appearance of the old ones that I saw, there can be no doubt but that this is so. As you travel across the islands you come, every now and then, across these strange graves, right out in the lonely scrub, far away from any camp. Sometimes a space has been cleared round them, or they may be made in a small opening amongst the gum trees and the graceful palm-like cycads, but, as often as not, they are in the thick scrub and bush fires have swept over them. In the early days the posts were cut down and shaped by means of stone tomahawks, now the work is done with iron hatchets. At every grave there are 1 or more posts through which a rectangular space has been hollowed out, leaving, on each side, a thin slab which supports the upper part. The latter is often surmounted with a knob, standing on the end of a narrow column, or with a curious double-pronged structure, which may possibly represent a head or 2 jaws. Almost every grave has one of these pronged posts. On every grave also there are, normally, 1 or 2 posts, notably taller than the rest, and on these are placed, in the case of women, bark baskets, that they have used for carrying food and water. They are simply placed, in an inverted position, on the top of the pole, and there they are left until, in course of time, they rot away or a bush fire destroys them. The finest graves that I saw were 2, placed side by side, in a small opening amongst the trees close to some swamp land in the southern center of Melville Island, figure 51. They were evidently old, because there were only traces of the original color left on the posts. One had 11 and the other had 13 posts round it, and the space enclosed by each series measured 8 feet in length by 4 in width. The natives who were with us did not show the slightest concern about them, evidently because they were old ones and all the necessary ceremonies had been performed long ago, but, on the other hand, when, later on, we came across a low mound, With no posts erected and just a sheet of stringy bark laid on it, they immediately set to work and cleared away all the grass and herbage growing close around the grave. Fig. 50. After the posts have been cut down and fashioned to the desired form, the base of each is, first of all, well charred, and then they are fixed upright in the ground and painted. In the 2 series that I saw painted, the designs varied very much and anyone who desired to do so was allowed to assist in the painting, even small boys took a hand in it. Plate X. Black, yellow, white and red were the colors used and the decorations consisted of bands, running in wavy or spiral lines down the posts, or of longitudinal bands between which there were oval designs, arranged in rows down the length of the post. Each man decorating a post, chose his own design, and, while the work was in progress and it occupied many hours, the men were continually laughing and talking, and everyone in the camp, men, women, and children, were gathered round watching the progress of the work. Further details with regard to the designs are given the chapter dealing with decorative art. 40. When the painting was done, all the natives gathered round the posts and began to dance, the mother of the dead man, smeared all over with red ochre, taking a prominent part. When this preliminary dance was over, the posts were lifted out of the ground and carried into the scrub, where they were deposited for a time, about 100 yards from the grave. A large fire was lighted, giving off great clouds of smoke, and, first of all, on this occasion, 2 old men, who were tribal fathers of the dead man, went into it so as to singe the hair off their legs and arms. They must do this or else they will be seriously ill. Then all the men ran round and round in the smoke, after which they gathered together and came on rushing towards the grave, yelling and throwing sticks and spears ahead of them. The idea of this was to drive the spirit, called Mapudidi, into the grave. The women and children ranged themselves to one side, some of them wearing the curious armlets made of stringy bark with remarkable projecting decorations, others carrying ornaments like great circular discs, out of which, in most cases, the centers had been cut, plates 8 and 9. Each of them was made of bands of pliable reed or cane, over which human hair string had been wound. The string was colored red, yellow, and black, and often had masses of beeswax, into which were stuck bright red abris berries, while tassels, ending in knobs of wax, decorated again with abris seed, hung down. The larger ones measured as much as 15 inches in diameter. In general shape they are more like great flattened-out quoits than anything else. During the ceremony, and these armlets are apparently only used in this connection, the women wear them on their arms, for which in almost every case they are much too big. They can only be kept in place by pressing the arms against the side of the body and bending them at the elbow in a very characteristic fashion, figure 52. Some of them are large enough to go round a woman's leg. The discs are held in the right hand, which is raised up high when the women dance, during the ceremony. After the men had come to the grave, they set to work and cleared away all the grass that had grown on and around the mound, and then dug holes for the posts, figure 54. This over, they stood quietly to one side while some of them went to where the posts had been deposited and brought them in one by one. The number of posts erected at any one ceremony varies to a large extent. There may be only one, or there may be several. When they were all firmly fixed in the ground, the men ranged themselves in a line close behind the grave, the women and children standing to one side. The men were decorated in various ways. Some of them had their bodies covered with red, others with yellow ochre, some with charcoal, others with lines of red and black or black and yellow. The women during the ceremony on Melville Island, which was concerned with a dead lubra, had the upper halves of their bodies painted red and the lower yellow. The leading one, a comparatively young girl and sister of the dead woman, had, in addition, the whole upper half of her face painted black. 2 of the older men looked especially fierce and weird. They had very curly hair, almost frizzly, and had decorated themselves with lines and bands of yellow, red, black, and white, so as to cover not only the whole of their faces, but their hair and beards as well. They were very pleased with themselves, and when, after the ceremony was over, I took a rough sketch of one of their heads to use as a color key to a photograph, the other was most anxious that I should do the same for him. They both took themselves very seriously and evidently thought that they had made a strong impression on us, which, as a matter of fact, was quite true, because they looked about as wild and fearsome as human beings well could. The performance began with the father dancing round and round the posts with his hands behind his back and his head thrown well back. While he danced he sang, "Pity wa me. Ra do do re. Pity wa me. Ra do do re." Ending always with loud shouts of ia. La. E. E. The last very loud and prolonged. During the whole time of dancing, the men, standing in a long line, were singing and stamping furiously. The stamping is done in time to a very characteristic action which consists in every man striking his buttocks with the open palm of his hand. They become very excited and, far away in the bush, you can hear this peculiar striking sound, because the time they keep is perfect. After a pause, the father came on again, this time dancing right over the grave, in and out amongst the posts. A third time he came on, representing now a crocodile. He crouched down, low on the ground, walking on hands and feet, with his body fully extended. Every now and then he lifted his head, peering about from side to side as if he were looking about for his prey. This continued for some time, his acting being very good indeed, and then, jumping to his feet, he was joined by two other men, one covered from head to foot with yellow ochre, the other with black, and then the three, with their hands clasped behind their backs and their heads thrown well back, rushed wildly round and round the grave. After a time they slowed down, and then, coming in from one side, the women, led by a young girl, who was sister of the dead woman, took the lead and, very solemnly, danced round the posts. On Bathurst Island, during a similar ceremony, the women stood to one side and, at intervals, while the men were running round, they passed across and back again on the side of the grave opposite to that on which the men were standing. Every woman wears a curious apron, figure 55. It is made out of a more or less circular sheet of paper bark folded over to form a semicircular one. The paper bark is very soft and pliable and is always held in place by the elbows, which the women press against their sides, in a very characteristic way. It has not, apparently, struck them that a string, run through the fold and tied round the waist, would save them a good deal of trouble. Some of the women held the quoit-like ornaments in one hand which was lifted up, while the other kept the apron in place. One or two of them carried a pickaninny on their shoulders, the little one hanging on to its mother's hair as she pranced across from side to side. I have been quite unable to find out what is the meaning of these discs and armlets. But they are always carried during these ceremonies and are, I believe, only used in connection with them. For a time, the father, who had been very greatly exerting himself, joined the audience. He was nearly played out, and the two men, the black and the yellow, took up the running, rushing round and round, pausing every now and then to face the posts and yell boo. WHRR. WHRR. Wildly at them. Then they stopped dancing and bent down, pointing at the grave in which the spirit was supposed to be watching them. The women formed into a procession and, with their deliberate movement and peculiar high knee action, danced round and round the audience of men who, as usual, were keeping time, striking their buttocks, stamping and singing. On Melville Island one man, but on Bathurst Island, about a dozen men performed a buffalo dance. They came out to one side of the grave, onto a cleared space, and there they imitated, wonderfully well, the actions of the animals. Each man had his arms lifted up and curved round to represent the long horns. They rubbed themselves against the grave posts and trees, just like the animal does. Browsed quietly about or pawed the earth up, with their heads down, as if they were angry. Finally, they all grouped themselves together, ran to the grave and circled round and round it. After a rest, the father came on again and, after dancing round furiously, fell down flat on the ground, beside the posts. Four other men came up with short spears and, after peering about from side to side, in a stealthy way, crept up quietly to where the old man was supposed to be asleep and, suddenly, speared him through the chest. He writhed about on the ground while all the men and women danced round. This of course was supposed to represent the killing of a native by enemies who had crept on him unawares, while he slept. Another very weird dance was supposed to represent a fight. All the men came to the side of the grave opposite to that on which they had been standing. Then they began prancing about in the most extraordinary fashion. Men on the left side would suddenly rush across sideways to the right and vice versa. Every now and again a man would jump up in the air as high as he could, figure 56. Even one of the older men would spring from the ground until his loins were on the level of the shoulders or sometimes the heads of the men amongst whom he was standing. This over they returned to their first position. After a short pause the father, together with the men painted black and yellow, respectively, danced round and round, gesticulating wildly and yelling loudly, while time after time they threw small spears into the side of the grave. Once more the lubbers joined in and then the yellow-ochred man performed a prolonged dance with frenzied movements, stamping and yelling and raising the dust, while he pounded round and round. Urged on by the yelling and stamping of the excited natives who were keenly watching him, until, thoroughly played out, he fell down on one side of the grave. Even then the dance was taken up by 3 others, 2 rushing round one way and one the other. It was now late in the afternoon. The sun was low and the shafts of light that pierced the scrub threw long shadows from the gum trees and cycads on the group of weird figures dancing wildly in the luminous dust. It was in vain that I tried to secure some records of the scene but, under the shade of the scrub and gum trees and in the yellow light of a tropical evening, my camera was useless. The sun was setting, but on and on they danced. All that we could make out of the singing were refrains such as these. You, la, we, ya. Y, a, we, a, we, a. I, with a final prolonged E. At length the performance came to an end. All the men took part in a final wild dance round the grave, the women moving slowly round and round on the outside until, suddenly, the men bent down, yelled at the mound with all their might and ceased dancing, figure 53. For a few minutes there was silence, the men gathered round the grave posts, leaned against them and over the mound, and then, in single file, passed away through the darkening forest. At a later time, I saw the same ceremonies on Bathurst Island and was able to use, more or less successfully, the ordinary camera and the cinematograph, but, though a considerably larger number of natives took part, there was nothing quite so picturesque as the first ceremony that I saw on Melville Island. Apart from the short final scene, when they were clearly supposed to be mourning, there was certainly not the slightest indication of sorrow. Everyone was very excited, but, between the dances, they laughed and talked as if they were taking part in an ordinary corrobboree. And it is evident that the whole ceremony is carried out with the object of pleasing the spirit of the dead person and also, at the same time, of intimating to it the fact that they expect it to remain quiet and not trouble them. In the Kakadu tribe, while I was working amongst the natives at Impeli with Mr. Cahill, a woman named Mourning died in the camp. Early in the morning we went down to see what was happening. The camp was under the shade of a banyan tree in the body, wrapped in paper bark, lay to one side, men, women, and children sitting and standing around, looking very solemn and only speaking, when they had to do so, in whispers. The husband of the dead woman was seated with her head on his knee, while her 2 sons, one grown-up called Wariat and the other a young man named Mangorcha, sat at her feet where, also, close by, was the wife of her son Wariat, named Mborku. The body had been wrapped in paper bark by the husband's brother, and eldest son, but not the younger one, who was not allowed to touch it. 2 men, named Madralak and Wadirdi, neither of whom was closely related to the dead woman, lifted it from the ground and carried it away on their shoulder, through the scrub while we all, men, women, and children, followed in single file, fig. 57. There is no obligation for any special men to carry the body and, if it has to be carried a long distance, any member of the local group may take his share in the work. After walking about a mile we came to a large rock by the side of which they laid the body down. This spot had been selected by the husband for the grave and, when we reached it, all the women and children and most of the men retired to one side and sat down. 3 or 4 men set to work to dig, but after some time they came down onto bedrock and so a new grave had to be dug a yard or 2 away. This time they were successful and a trench, about 4.5 feet long and 2.5 wide and 3 deep, was dug with the aid of sticks and hands. There are no special individuals who are supposed to take part in the digging, any grown man is allowed to help. The grave itself is called karamu. When the exact site had been selected and before digging actually began, the women and children were summoned and came up, led by one of the older women named Kumbainba. She carried in her hand a shell that the natives commonly use for holding water or ochre, but, on this occasion, it held a few small stones which she jingled about as the women and children followed her in single file round the grave. This walking round is called Kulurbuto. As they walked round they sang the following words, which were supposed to be addressed to the spirit of the dead woman. Chukororu, lie down, Koyata, don't, Njinima, you, Warkai, come back. Chukororu, lie down, Kala, a word meaning all right, just so, etc., Bialila, children, Unkaregara, see, Iwayu, spirit, Balera, later on, Kujeri, sick. That is, you lie down quietly, do not come back, lie down all right if the children see your spirit, later on they will be sick. When the grave was approaching completion, 3 women, one of whom was the daughter-in-law, Mborku, went into the scrub and gathered armfuls of grass stalks and leafy twigs and, returning, placed them by the grave. When the trench was ready the husband, her 2 sons, and Mborku sat by the side of the body, which was still wrapped in paper bark, and cut their heads till the blood flowed down their faces onto their bodies. 3 of the husband's brothers, named Miriu, Mijunga, and Kamarana, unwrapped the paper bark from around the body. Kamarana went down into the grave, arranged a thick layer of grass stalks and leaves, and trampled them down. The body was laid on the ground, face downwards, with the legs bent back at the knees. Then it was placed in the grave, lying on its right side, and a thick covering of grass stalks and leaves was placed above it. After this the soil was piled over it so as to form a small mound on which stones were firmly placed to prevent the dingoes from burrowing down in the loosened ground, figure 58. While this was going on and after it was over, everyone wailed and cut themselves freely, men and women alike, until the blood flowed. Some of the blood from the husband and his 2 sons was collected in a small piece of the paper bark in which the body had been wrapped and, folding the remainder of the bark round the belongings of the dead woman, such as dilly bags, mat on which she lay and digging stick, which had been brought to the grave, brought the parcel back to camp and placed it in the banyan tree close to the spot on which the woman had died. All men who take part in the burial ceremony and cut their heads on the occasion, must, a little later on, take part in what is called the Morlil ceremony. Not only is this the case in regard to the particular camp to which the dead person belonged, but, often in other camps, when they hear of the death of any special person, they will cut themselves and then, at a later time, will also perform the Morlil. The ceremony is really divided into 2 distinct parts. In the one that I saw, the woman died on July 1st, the first part of the Morlil was held on July 4th, and the second part on July 22nd. It is a very interesting one and is, in part at least, of the nature of a purification ceremony. In connection with the first part everyone in camp brings up all of his or her possessions. The women bring their mats, nini burabara, baskets, mangul, dilly bags, kuyapa, and digging sticks, warbai. The men bring their spears, spear throwers and tomahawks, though nowadays, even amongst the Kakadu, the old stone axe is practically a thing of the past. In the center of the camping ground, where the woman died, a circle of grass stalks was made about 8 feet in diameter. Around this, the dilly bags and baskets of all the women in the camp were hung on sticks, or on tree trunks, close by. The men's weapons were arranged on the ground. Within the circle of stalks were placed, first the bundle of paper bark, or rankin, fig. 59, in which the dead woman had been wrapped and carried to the grave, secondly, her belongings, mat, dilly bags, digging stick, baskets, thirdly, 2 or 3 palm leaf baskets full of water, and, fourthly, a similar basketful of charcoal that must be made from a special pea bush. The ordinary name for charcoal is kunbelgi, but that used during the ceremony is mayornai. First of all, on one side of the ground, a special fire was made and the dilly bags of the eldest surviving sister were placed close to it, so that the smoke from the fire passed over and through them. The bags were thus purified and could be used again to hold food. The latter must not be placed in them, after the woman's death, until such time as they have been thus smoked. If this were not done and anyone should eat food carried in them, the result would be serious illness and very likely death to anyone who ate food that had been carried in them. After this, the grass stalks were lighted and the men who were to paint themselves went inside the circle and, while the smoke curled round them, they lifted up the baskets containing water and poured this over one another's heads, figure 60. At this particular ceremony the pouring of water was continued even after the fire had burned down and only a ring of ashes was left. The paper bark in which the body had been wrapped and all the dead woman's belongings were burnt in the fire, and afterwards the ashes were completely and very carefully covered over. In the case of a man his weapons are broken up and then burnt in the same way. 41 In most tribes all the belongings of a dead person are the property of some special individual, such as a mother's brother, but here they are all destroyed. After the water pouring is finished, the men take the charcoal or mayornai, and rub themselves all over with it, figure 61. No woman paints at this part of the ceremony but all the men must, or else the spirit of the deaf person would be angry and they would become ill. Only black must be used. The women bring in numbers of little cakes, called munduai, made out of lily seeds. These were eaten by the older men only, the umulakiri, or younger men, are not allowed to eat them. The second part of the morlil is concerned mainly with the women. As before, everyone is supposed to bring all of his belongings into camp. The women's are placed on one spot, the men's on another, but nothing is done with them, and after the ceremony everyone simply takes away his own things. The description given to us of the ceremony before it was enacted was very brief but very accurate. It was as follows: Ngaya, 1, Nunborgi, sorry, Wariji, dead or underneath, Ngaya, I, Wariji, cry, Murora, old woman, Wunmali, mud, Jibu Wijiru, all over, Korto, arm, Kundama, bracelets, Ikidio Kita, other or each side. Jerewin, young lubras, Bialila, children, Kutjeri, red ochre. This meant that all were very sorry, that the older women would paint themselves all over with yellow ochre or mud and wear the special form of bracelet, called kundama, on both arms. And that the younger women and girls would paint themselves with red ochre. This was exactly what happened. The natives assembled under the shade of a clump of trees, this time away from the camp at which the death had taken place. The women were grouped together in one spot, the older ones coated with mud or yellow ochre. Each one wore 2 or more of the heavy armlets called kundama, figure 62, these are made of a circlet of pliable cane twisted round with a coarse string made from the fibers of the bark of banyan tree, the native name for which is mukinoborbu. They are never colored or decorated in any way, and, in this respect, differ markedly from the elaborate mourning bracelets of the natives on Melville and Bathurst Islands. The women had brought in large supplies of lily seed cakes, which were eaten by the older men, who were standing and sitting around. Nothing special was said or done, but everyone was very quiet. Neriut, the eldest son of the dead woman, said to another man, named Bandiki who was his tribal brother, and hence a tribal son of the dead woman, Jainima, you, Niorki, white, Kala, all right, Jainima Anj Koyu, you another mother. Ngaya Miorni, I black, Koyu Wijiru, proper, or very, mother. That is, Bandiki could paint himself with white at this ceremony, but Neriut and his younger brother, being own sons of the dead woman, continued to paint themselves in black. Another man, named Romula, who had been absent from the camp when the first ceremony was performed, also painted himself black. The men who have previously painted themselves black at the first ceremony are supposed to paint themselves white at this ceremony, except in the case of close blood relatives who, as above mentioned, will continue to use black. The latter is practically the same as deep mourning, and the white half mourning. As amongst other tribes, when anyone dies their name not mentioned and they are referred to, if there be any necessity for doing so, as, the old man, or, the old woman. If anyone, by chance, should mention a name they say, Manawe, Koyata Chikaru Narama, dead, do not say his name, Amina, Mornda Japal, why do you do that? It is bad talk. If a lubra mentions it, any son or brother of the dead man may strike her. At the first ceremony of Morlil, nothing but black may be used, but at the second, some individuals paint themselves black, others white. During the course of the ceremonies, and until the period of mourning is over, certain relatives are called by special ceremonial names. The sons of the dead person are called Numulaju. The brothers of the dead person are called Nibukra. The husband's brothers, or husband, are called Nunkudamuramuran. The sisters of the dead person are called Inadbukra. The wife of the dead person is called Inkudamuramuran. If, for example, anyone wishes to call out to Narayut, a son of the dead woman, to come and get food, instead of saying, as he would under ordinary circumstances, Narayut Preya Jamo, he says, Numulaju Preya Jamo. The third of the mourning ceremonies in the Kakadu tribe is known by the name of Kuturi and is carried out after the first rain season succeeding the last Morlil ceremony. Everyone in camp brings all his arty personal belongings to the ceremonial ground. Once again, everything belonging to the women is placed at one spot and everything belonging to the men at another. The women bring in supplies of sugar bag, lily cakes, and yams, and these are placed on 2 or 3 mats. All present sit down, wail, and work themselves up into a state of great excitement, the old women hammering themselves with sticks. The women also wear the ceremonial armlets called kundama. Everyone is painted with red ochre and gradually they work themselves up into a state of great excitement and anger. The men ask each other who stole his corno. That is, who killed him by evil magic. The question is repeated time after time. After this has gone on for some time, the women and children return to their camp, taking their belongings with them. The men above the status of Numulakiri eat the food provided by the women. Their spears, supposing there are a good number in camp, are brought up and arranged in bundles on the ground, in just the same way in which the grass stalks are at the first Morlil ceremony, that is, they are roughly in the form of a circle. In some curious way this ceremony has become associated with a system of barter. What is the connection between the two it is difficult to understand, and, of course, the natives have no idea of it. Each man then states what he wishes to secure in return for his weapons. Nothing more is done that day, but, next morning, messengers start off carrying the spears to a distant camp. The Kakadu people send theirs to the Umoriu people, for example. If there should happen to be any men from this distant camp visiting the Kakadu, they will carry the spears back with them to their own country, but, otherwise, special messengers will be sent. Arrived in the strange camp, where the meaning of their coming is well understood, the spears are placed on the ground in bundles, each one containing those belonging to one individual, and the visitors are asked what they want in exchange for them. There appears to be a regular, well-recognized, tariff, and, if the bartering takes place, the goods that are being exchanged for the spears are placed opposite to their respective bundles. When the business is over, the men gather the different articles together, return to the home camp, and distribute what they have brought back amongst the owners of the spears. In due time many of the articles will again be bartered for spears. It is by means of this system that the natives in one part of the country, who are especially skilled in the making of one implement, such as spears, receive others that they, perhaps, do not make themselves, owing, it may be, to lack of suitable material. In the case of a young child, the mother carries the bones about with her in a dilly bag. In figure 63 are represented the total contents of the small bag represented in plate Ziv, figure 4. I found it in possession of a woman of the Kakadu tribe who was camped by the side of a lagoon at Impeli near the East Alligator River. The child was evidently very young, and some of the skull bones, all of which were disarticulated, were missing. The upper jaw was missing and all the facial region. The lower jaw has the 2 median incisors, no others have cut the jaw as yet. The 2 femora were present, measuring 4½ inches in length. 2 shoulder blades, humeri, radii, ulnas, tibias, and fibulas are present, as well as a broken fragment of the pelvis, parts of the vertical column, and 18 ribs. A few locks of the child's hair were wrapped in a little piece of cloth. The other contents of the bag, which contained all the woman's belongings except her digging stick and mat, were, 1. A small mass of her own hair which had been cut off preparatory to being made into string, 2. 2 pairs of fire sticks. 3. 2 kangaroo incisor teeth in wax, 4. 2 loose kangaroo incisors, 5. A small jump of red ochre, 6. A small stone, evidently used for pounding, 7. A bone awl. 8. 1 valve of a freshwater mussel, used for cutting and scraping. Whether the flesh of the child had been eaten or not I could not find out, but it is very probable that such was the case. I did not know when securing the bag that there were any bones inside it, and the woman parted with it readily for half a stick of tobacco without any hesitancy. In the Wajuman tribe when a man dies the relatives, called Kadujo, fathers, and Kamomo, mothers' brothers, carry the body out into the bush and place it on a platform of boughs built in a tree. This tree grave is called Balbalba. As usual, all men and women in camp are wailing, and those whose duty it is to do so are cutting themselves. At a later period, when all the flesh has disappeared from the bones, Wuna, the Kamomo men, usually 4 in number, go to the tree, wrap the bones in paper bark, and carry them to a special camp called Laglower. The usual name for a camp being Ludma. The Lubras, meanwhile, have been out in the bush collecting food, which is brought in and placed in the middle of the camp. The 4 Kamomo men place the parcel of bones by the side of the food and retire a little to one side, while all the others in camp sit round and cry. After a short time they paint themselves, and when this is over the women go to the food and hand it to the men. Everyone on the ground eats some of it. There are certain women who do not come to the special Laglower ground, but stay in their own camp. Amongst these, in the case of a dead man, are the Ngauyu, wives and brothers' wives, and Idukal, wives' mothers. Nothing apparently is done to the bones, which, after the usual crying has taken place, are taken back to the tree and left there finally. A curious feature associated with the mourning ceremonies in the Wajuman and also the Mudbura tribe, which adjoins it, is that, after the death of any individual, his totemic animal or plant may not be eaten until after the performance of a little ceremony that takes place 3 or 4 weeks after the final placing of the bones in the tree grave. When this is performed 1 or 2 old Kadugo, fathers, brothers, and Nababa, fathers, go out into the bush and secure some of the totemic animal or plant of the dead man. If he were a flying fox man, Gambin, for example, they capture some flying foxes. The members of the tribe have, meanwhile, gathered together at the Laglower camp, to which also a supply of food has been brought by the women. A fire is made in the center of the camp and the men bring the flying foxes in and place them on it. The Ngauyu, wives and brothers' wives, come up to the fire and, after calling out Yakai, Yakai, put their heads in the smoke arising from the fire, while the foxes are being cooked. An old Kadugo man hits them lightly on the head and then holds out his hand for them to bite a finger, which releases them from the ban of silence under which they have been since the death. When this is over they go back and sit amongst the other women. The same man then gives the cooked foxes to the Kamomo, mother's brothers, Pukali, mother's younger brother's sons, and Juga, sister's sons, and tells them that they may eat it. After this everyone is free to eat it and the yams, lily cakes, and other food, brought in by the women, are eaten by the men. The dead man's belongings, collectively called caning spears, spear throwers, knives, etc., become the property of the Kamomo, mother's brothers, that is, they pass to the mother's side of the tribe. When a child dies in the Larakia tribe, the mother carries the bones about for a long time and then places them in a hollow bough of a tree, so that wild dogs cannot touch them. Later on the bones are buried in the ground. The bodies of men and women are first of all placed on platforms in trees. These tree graves are called Merdbarima. At a later time, when no flesh is left on the bones, the latter are wrapped in paper bark and buried in the ground. Stones are placed round the grave. The stones are called lamilla, and the hole in the ground kawakwa. The larakia, however, are now, and have been for many years, so hopelessly decadent that it would be unsafe to depend upon information gained during recent years with regard to their customs, except in general outline. In the Mungarai tribe, the body of a dead person is placed on a bough platform in a tree, this tree grave being called Nadiri. When only the bones are left, the mother's brothers, Ngagung, and their sons, Namanjeri, go to the tree. First of all they take some of the long bones of the arm and wrap them up in paper bark. These they give to the mother, who keeps them for some time, perhaps for 4 moons. She then hands the packet back to her brother, who makes arrangements for the final lurkin, or lurgan, ceremony. Lurkin is the name of the bough coffin in which the bones are finally placed, and the same name is given to the ceremony itself. The coffin is simply a section of the bough of a gum tree that has been hollowed out by white ants. It is prepared, and the bones are placed inside it by the Ngagung, mother's brother. A special ceremonial ground, called kalal, is made in the form of a ring. Here the men, who have decorated themselves, assemble, no lubra being allowed to come anywhere near. This takes place late in the afternoon, and 2 men are dispatched to the lubra's camp to procure food supplies that they have collected. The food is distributed on the ceremonial ground, and then all the men perform totemic ceremonies accompanied by the clanging of boomerangs. The lurkin is decorated with a design of the man's own totem. For example, if he be a lizard man, a lizard drawing will be made, and, also, the ceremonies performed are those belonging to the totemic groups of his own subclass and the one associated with it. If the dead man were an Ngarich Belan, then the ceremonies will be those associated with totemic groups of this and the Ngapungari subclasses. A fire is lighted on the kalal by a man of the same totem as the dead man, and he also takes 2 sticks from the fire and strokes the lurkin with them. All the men then rise to their feet and sing out yo. 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 After this the coffin is removed from the ground and carried round by several men, who cry Mayai, Mayai ending with a final prolonged SRR. This is late in the evening, and the lurkin is once more placed on the ground, where it remains all night long, the men sitting round it striking boomerangs incessantly. In the early morning it is lifted up and placed on the head of a Namanjeri man, who carries it thus at the head of a long procession of the men, walking in single file, towards the lubra's camp. Everyone cries out, "Oh! Oh! SSI! SSI! Oh! Oh! Senior Yai!" And each man holds a boomerang between his arms, behind his back. A hole has been made in the ground in the middle of the lubra's camp, and the lurkin is placed upright in this, the men retiring to one side and sitting down, about 50 yards away. The lubras weep and wail for some time and then walk away, leaving the lurkin in the hole, from which it is taken by the Namanjeri. This completes the ceremony, and, when it is over, the lurkin is placed in a hole in the rocks in some secluded spot, the locality of which is known only to the older men. As Mr. Gillen and myself have already described, 42 eating the body of the dead is often practiced amongst the coastal tribes on the Gulf of Carpentaria. As can be imagined, it is a subject on which the natives are very reticent. In fact, unless you know them fairly well, they will, when questioned on the matter, either know nothing whatever about it or deny the existence of the practice in their own tribe, whilst admitting, at the same time, that it does exist amongst others. The following is an outline of what takes place in the Mara tribe, and my informant, a Mara man, who had considerable knowledge of other tribes, said that the same custom was practiced also in the young man, Nulakan, Mungari, Kalawa, Binbinga, and Willingira tribes. If a young man or woman, in fact any except the really old, dies, the body is first of all wrapped in paper bark by a Namanjeri man and is left thus until the morning, when a big fire is made in a hole in the ground, and stones are heated on it. The hair is first of all cut off and burnt, none of it being kept. Paper bark is put on the stories, then the body and then another layer of bark, and the whole filled in. The cooking is always done out in the bush, far away from the main camp. All the preparations must be made by the Namangeri men, and while they are in progress the other men sit round and watch. The lubras, though not far away, are not allowed actually to see, though they know, what is being done. When the body is sufficiently cooked, the Namangeri take it out and place it on fresh sheets of bark. It is then cut up by the same, men, mothers, brothers, sons. Everything is regulated by custom thus. A mumbali is eaten by Keel and Murangun men and women. A Keel is eaten by Mumbali and Purtle men and women. A Murangun is eaten by Mumbali and Purtle men and women. A Purtle is eaten by Keel and Murangun men and women. If, for example, a Mumbali dies, a Keel man, who is a mother's brother of the dead person, tells the Keel and Murangun women to go to the cooking ground. My informant told me that everything, including the intestines, was eaten, and it is evident that the practice does not appear to them to be in the least degree revolting. I have never come across any tribe in which cannibalism pure and simple, that is, killing human beings for the purpose of eating them, is practiced, but amongst the above-mentioned and doubtless many other northern tribes, almost every individual, whether death be the result of natural causes or due to violence, is eaten. When the feast, which the participants certainly enjoy, is over, the bones are carefully collected, wrapped in paper bark, and placed on a tree platform called kalakala. 43 If, for example, a Mumbali man dies, then Murangun men actually put them on the platform, while Keel or Purtle men, his mother's brothers, stand below. As soon as anyone dies, the camps are immediately shifted, because the spirit, of whom they are frightened, haunts its old camping ground. The spirit part of a living man is called Jalkara, and of a dead man Padinia. For a long time after death the Padinia roams about watching whether the mourning ceremonies are properly carried out. When all has been done properly, then it goes back to what is called its Wadba, that is, its original home in the far past times. The bones are left in the tree for some time, but after perhaps 3 or 4 months the father of the dead person says to the men who placed the bones on the platform, "You go and see, the bones are all clean now." The 2 Murangun men, if the bones be those of a Mumbali, climb up, open the paper bark parcel, and rake the bones out onto sheets of bark on the ground where the Keel or Purtle men are standing. All the bones are pulled apart, the skull is smashed into fragments, and everything is buried except the long bones of the arms. Then all the men in camp come up and the tree is burnt. The arm bones are wrapped in bark, and are carried by the Namangeri men to where the lubras are sitting down wailing, and are handed over to the mother, who sits with them across her legs. The wailing is kept up all night long. Next day the women grind up lily seeds and make a large cake with them. The mother's brother secures sugar bag and, late on in the afternoon, the men and women sit down together, the men having meanwhile painted themselves. Food is distributed, and the women continue wailing. After this the mother may keep the bones for as long as 2 or 3 years. The Ngagung, mother's brother, decides when to hold the final ceremony. He takes the bones from the mother and carries the parcel to the men's camp, where the Namangeri have made ready a log coffin decorated with a design of the man's totem. All the day is occupied with singing and decorating. At sundown the father and mother's brother go to the lubras' camp and carry back to the ceremonial ground the supply of lily roots and cakes that the lubras have prepared, and after the men have eaten, the ceremonies begin. The coffin, or lurkin, both ends of which are closed with paper bark, is placed upright in the ground. The father comes up with 2 fire sticks, 1 in each hand, and rubs the coffin all round. Then everyone dances and yells, "Yo! Yo! Yo!" While they dance they all carry fire sticks, lifting their hands up and down. One after the other the men all rub the coffin. Some sit down. But others go on dancing for a long time. Finally, they all sit down and singing continues all night. At sunrise they get up and, with the Namangeri carrying the coffin in the lead, they walk in single file to a camp made by the lubras. This camp is roughly circular in outline, and has a raised margin with an opening left at one place, through which the procession passes. A hole has been dug in the center, and close by this sit the mothers and sisters of the dead man, the other lubras being arranged in a circle round them. The Namangeri comes up to the hole, places the lurkin upright in it, and then the men file out and sit down about 50 yards away. The men take away and eat the cakes of lily seed that the women have made during the night. The lubras, after weeping and wailing for some time, rise to their feet and leave the lurkin, which is never actually touched by them. After they have gone right away, the Namangeri once more takes the lurkin, and the men return to their own camp. The coffin is hidden. Sometimes it is placed by the Namangeri in a hole in the rocks on the hillside, at others it is placed in the boughs of a tree, overhanging some lily pool, until such time as it is washed away by a flood. Chapter 7. Magic and Medicine. Kakadu tribe, Jaleu's ceremony, evil magic by means of burning corno or excrement, capturing the yaumaru of the victim, evil magic by means of securing a fragment of the victim's food. Eating pounded anthill as cure for disease, evil magic by means of mud scraped from the victim's foot, magic ceremony to strengthen a boy. In the Kakadu tribe there is a very curious form of magic, the ceremony connected with which is called Jaleu. It is concerned with injuring a person by means of dealing in a very special way with some of his excrement or corno. Because of this, everyone is most careful to cover over and hide from view all excrementa, one result of which is that Kakadu camps are more cleanly than those of many other tribes. It is not, however, a difficult matter for a man who wishes to injure an enemy to secure some corno. A medicine man, for example, will find out where it is buried and then, when no one is watching, he will go to the place and rake a little into a piece of bark with a stick, because it must not be touched. There are always at least 3 men who take part in the ceremony. The man who has secured the corno hands it, in the bark, to one of the others, who ties it round with string. It is then taken away from the camp out into the bush to a quiet spot where no one is likely to come. The performers have previously provided them selves with a supply of wax, both beeswax and a kind of resin, called kapay, derived from the root of the ironwood tree. They make 5 little spherical balls, 1 of kapay and 4 of beeswax. The first named is about 3 inches in diameter, the others 1 inch. These are called yongana. They are all hollow, or, rather, each has a hole pressed into it by the thumb. A pit is dug in the ground about 2 feet in diameter. It is called narrow, and is just the same as the one made for an ordinary earth oven or pandi. A fire is lighted in it and this must be made on the spot by rubbing one stick on another. The red-hot tinder must also be wafted about on paper bark until it bursts into a blaze, it must not be blown by the mouth. The fire itself, when once it has been lighted, must be fanned by a lubra holding a norkin, or goose wing, in her left hand. The stones are then placed on the fire. Before this, however, the corno has been finely ground up and put in the wax spheres, which are then closed over and placed to one side of the hole. A shallow trench called yieni is made, about 12 feet long, with the soil heaped up on each side. It is broadest at the end where the pit has been dug and tapers away to the other end. The performers squat down at one side of the fire, the men in a line, one behind the other, the woman slightly to one side, figure 64. The general arrangement can be seen in plate 11. When the fire is hot enough the real performance begins. The men bend forwards, each of them with his hands between his legs, the woman does the same because the spirit must not, on any account, see their private parts. If it were to do so they would swell enormously. The stones are removed from the fire and, first of all, the feathers are knocked into the latter, one by one, the natives saying, "Keep quiet, keep quiet." The idea being that the birds they represent will thereby be persuaded not to give notice to the victim that any danger such as a snake or crocodile threatens him. Then the men sway about, looking as fierce as they possibly can, while they place the wax spheres in the piendi, the kapay below the smaller ones. Away in the distance they can hear the spirit cursing and swearing, saying Mulyarinyu Koyu 44 and using other opprobrious expressions. The men say nurk, 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 and beckon it onwards. It is under a spell and comes on cursing more and more loudly. When it is near, the natives crouch down silently, the front man ready for action. On it comes like a whirlwind, rushes along the trench, scraping against the sharp pandanus leaves. Suddenly, when it reaches the brink of the pandi, the front man knocks the stick representing it into the fire on the top of the corno. All of them shout, ah, 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 ach, ach, brng, brng. At the top of their voices. Without a moment's pause, stones and earth are piled on the Yalmuru, one special large stone being placed on top, the men pressing down hard with all their might to keep it in. The spirit underneath can be heard sizzling and swearing, figure 65. It tries to lift the stone but cannot. At length it is heard to say gur, gur, you. Then it is quiet and all is over. The pandanus leaves are rubbed against the top stone, while the names of different snakes, Gabada, Yitabarabra and Numbranergi, are hissed out. One or other of them are supposed to be sure to bite the victim before long. Finally a log of wood that is supposed to represent a crocodile, which it is hoped will seize him some day when he is bathing, is placed on top and then, when the performers have smeared their bodies over with burnt corkwood and grass. The ceremony is at an end, and they go back to camp. Anyone coming across the remains of the trench, and seeing the stones and log piled up above the small mound, knows that evil magic has been performed. It is supposed that, by the capture of the Yalmuru, the man is left without his protector. If, for example, he be out in the bush, there will be no spirit to warn him of approaching danger, or guide him to where he can secure his food. Another form of practicing evil magic amongst the Kakadu consists in a man who desires to injure an enemy securing some fragment of food that the latter has been eating. First of all he ties it up in paper bark and takes it away, unknown to anyone else, to his own camp where he pounds it up and sings over it, thereby projecting evil magic into it. Then he ties it up again and takes it to an ant hill, at the base of which he makes a small hole, pushes the food inside, and closes the hole so that it cannot be seen. This form of magic is supposed to be very effective and to act rapidly. Within 3 days the man becomes very hot, continually cries out for water and soon dies. It is curious to note that, conversely, pounded ant hill, called mopulangu, is eaten as a cure for certain diseases such as fevers. While, one day, we were in the Kakadu camp, we came across a woman named Mborku, who was in the act of eating some. She was evidently suffering from a mild attack of malarial fever and had perfect faith in the efficacy of the remedy. Still another form of evil magic is associated with the mud that attaches itself to the foot of a native walking through a swamp. When he comes on to dry ground he naturally scrapes the mud off, generally using something such as a piece of paper bark to do so. If another man, who wishes to injure him, comes across his tracks, he gathers up some of the mud or paper bark to which it is attached. He wraps it in some more paper bark and ties it round with string. In his camp, when it is quite dry, he pounds it up until he can roll it into a ball and then, as in the previous case, places it in a hole that makes in the base of an ant hill. By and by the victim's foot breaks out into sores which gradually spread all over it. The toes drop off, and the hands and feet decay. No medicine man can do anything to counteract this form of magic. It is a disease which is every now and then met with amongst the Kakadu natives and is, superficially at least, suggestive of leprosy. There was, at the time of my visit, one woman in the camp who was suffering from it, and Mr. Cahill told me that he had seen many cases. In the Kakadu tribe there is also a magical ceremony, the object of which is to strengthen a boy who happens to be weakly and undergrown. His father's brother, or his elder brother, secures a little of the corno or excrement of some strong man. The performers, who always include the boy and his father and a young mature woman who has not as yet borne a child, go to some quiet spot in the scrub where they are well out of sight of the camp. Here a fire is lighted in a hole dug in the ground. This fire must be made on the spot by means of ngornu or drilling fire sticks. The corno is finely pounded up and placed in a little sphere of kapay, that is, resin derived from the root of the ironwood tree. Enclosed in the wax, the corno is then placed on the fire. The fire while being made must be fanned by a norkin or goosewing held by the woman in left hand. The boy sits down close behind his father, whom he clasps round the waist, looking over his father's shoulder at the fire. The woman sits to one side. The fire is covered over while the corno is burnt, and the father hits the boy with a little bundle of paper bark called yela, saying as he does so, "Fu, fu, Jeriini Komerwardua." Then he rubs his son, saying as he does so, "Ngornberry Komerwardua," after which he strikes him on the shoulder, saying, "Fu, fu, Umberbadua Jeriini, grow tall man." Finally, he hits him very hard, saying, "Pirda Nagordo, strong arm. Balera Yiniima Jeriini Pirda, by and by you strong man." When all is over, the burnt corno is taken out, and together with the norkin is placed, as the natives say, Iwaji Jabulu, that is, inside a hollow tree, and left there. The man whose corno has been used is supposed to part with his strength to the boy and to die. Chapter 8. Beliefs in regard to the origin of children. Belief in reincarnation and spirit children entering women prevalent over great part of Australia. Distribution of this belief: Arunta belief, Port Essington tribe, Mungarai tribe. Traditions of ancestors, spirit children in trees, etc. They only enter the 8 Lubras, young man tribe, Nullaghan tribe, sexes changing at successive reincarnations, Wajuman and Mudburra tribes. Tradition of Ida Kolgwin, Imundadol, and Ibangalma, distribution by them of spirit children, Kakadu beliefs. Yalmura and Iwayu, spirit entering animal or plant in form of a small frog, that animal or plant becomes its totem. Spirit child entering the mother, account given by Ungera, a Kakadu native, the old Yalmuru disappears and the Iwayu becomes the new Yalmuru. One of the most striking features of the native tribes in Central and Northern Australia, whose customs were investigated by the late Mr. Gillen and myself, is their universal belief that children enter women in the form of minute spirits, the representatives of formerly existing men and women, who are thus reincarnated. This belief in reincarnation, and in procreation not being actually the result of sexual intercourse, has now been shown to be prevalent over the whole of the central and northern part of the continent, that is, over an area 4.5 times the size of Great Britain amongst many Queensland tribes and in a large part of West Australia. It is now too late to secure reliable information, in regard to matters such as this, from any part of Australia where the natives have been at all closely in contact with whites, but though the belief was first described in connection with the Arunta tribe, it has now been shown to be widely prevalent over the continent, and I have little doubt but that at one time it was universally held amongst Australian tribes. From my own personal experience I know that it is, or was, held by the Yurubunna tribe inhabiting the country on the west and northwest of Lake Eyre, by the Arunta that extends to the north of the Yurubunna up to and beyond the McDonnell Ranges, by the Kadish and Unmatchura tribes whose territory extends beyond Barrow Creek, by the Warramunga tribe inhabiting country northwards to and beyond Tennant's Creek, by the large Wurgai tribe out to the east of the latter, towards the Queensland border, by the Chingili tribe, whose country centres in Powell Creek, by the Umbaya, Nganji, Binbinga, Mara, Anula, Mungarai, Nullaghan, and other tribes extending eastwards from the telegraph line to the Gulf of Carpentaria and occupying the vast area drained by the Roper, MacArthur, Limmen, Wickham, and other rivers, by the Jawan and Youngman tribes, north of the Chingili, by the Wajuman, Mudburra and other tribes along the Victoria and Daly rivers running westwards, by the Kakadu, Iwaja, and allied tribes inhabiting the northern littoral, and by the natives on Bathurst and Melville Islands. The traditions in regard to their ancestors in all these tribes are very explicit. Amongst the Arunta, for example, there were certain great men and women, leaders of the various groups in the far past times, called Al-Chiringa, who had definite names. They carried with them numbers of spirit children who were deposited in certain places, and it is these who now enter women and are born in the form of human beings, as well, of course, as the spirits of the great leaders themselves. My late colleague, Mr. Gillen, was supposed to be the reincarnation of one of them named Urangra. The Arunta believe that when any individual dies his spirit part goes back to his old camping place in the Alcharinga, inhabiting some special rock or tree which is spoken of as its Nanja. Here it remains until it chooses to enter a woman and undergoes reincarnation. All these spirits are called Iruntarinia. Previously to the first reincarnation, however, a second spirit, which is the double of the Iruntarinia, emerges from the Nanja, and is called an Aramburinga. When the former is reincarnated the latter inhabits the Nanja but it may, if it chooses, visit its human representative unseen, as a general rule, by the latter, though there are certain gifted beings, such, especially, as very able medicine men, who can actually see and converse with the Aramburingas. Sometimes, when a man is out in the bush, he will suddenly experience a curious sensation and find that he is on the point of treading on a snake, which shows him clearly that his Aramburinga has warned him of the danger. The Aramburinga is, as it were, everlasting, while the Iruntarinia sometimes inhabits its Nanja and sometimes undergoes reincarnation. It is not supposed to be born again until such time as the bones of its last human body have crumbled away. It may, of course, exist, but amongst the Warramunga and many other tribes, though we studied them carefully we did not come across any belief equivalent to that of the Aramburinga in the Arunta. Though they have just the same belief in reincarnation. In the far north of the continent, the Larakia and Wargate natives in the vicinity of Darwin have been for so long in contact with white men that it would be useless to seek information from them on points such as these. And I did not have the opportunity of coming in contact with less civilized members of these tribes. The Port Essington natives believe that, at first, there were no real human beings, but only alligators, sharks, turtles, cockatoos, etc., and that the present men and women are descendants of these. They also believe that the spirit child goes inside the women at a spot which is frequented by such children and that natives who die are born again at a later period. In the Mungarai tribe, in which I had more opportunity of inquiry, the beliefs are very definite. The far past time the equivalent of the Alcharinga in the Arunta tribe is called Kernalan. During this time the old ancestors walked about. Each one had his original home, called Bernamandu. As in the case of the snake Uruanda, 45 they made the country with all its natural features as they walked along. Wherever they stopped they performed ceremonies, and, when doing so, shook themselves 46 with the result that spirit children, called Molmol, who, of course, belonged to the Totem, Namaragua, of the Ancestor, emanated from their bodies. These spirit children now go into the right lubras, and are born as natives. Close to what is now McMinn's Bar, on the Roper River, there is a large gum tree full of spirit children, all of them belonging to one of the totems associated with the Nakamura subclass, and always, so my native informant told me, on the lookout for the right lubra. Again, at Crescent Lagoon, the old ancestor Namran, the Thunder Man, deposited numbers of spirit children, and, if a Ngaraj Belan woman dips her toes in the water, one at once passes into her up her leg, or, if she stoops and drinks, goes down into her through her mouth. The spirit of a dead person, called Anora, goes back to his old home, Bernamandu, and sooner or later is born again, and in this tribe the sexes are supposed to alternate at each successive incarnation. In the young man tribe there is precisely the same belief in regard to the origin of children as in the Mungarai. For example, a Nanung, or sugar bag, honeycomb, man arose at Apabinga, near the old Elsie station. Here he is reported to have stayed without wandering about. He had numbers of spirit children, who now inhabit the trees and stones near his old camp, and out of these they come and enter the right lubras. He had, also, many bullroarers, which the young man people call perdagier. In the young man, as in the Mungarai tribe, the sexes are supposed to alternate at each successive reincarnation. In the Nulakan tribe the old times, during which the ancestors walked about the country, are called Musmas, and each of them has his place of origin, called Kundungini. Like one of them, a rainbow man, called Kulakulangini, each of them is supposed to have had numbers of spirit children who emanated from them when they shook their bodies during the performance of corroborees. It is these who are now constantly entering lubras, and being born. After death the spirit of the dead person, called Marichi, goes back to its old home, Kundungini, where it remains until it is born again. At each successive reincarnation the sex changes. The beliefs of the Mara tribe are fundamentally identical with those of the Mungarai and Nulikan tribes. The old times are called Jijin. Each ancestor had his ancestral home, called Wailba, and, as he wandered over the country, he made the natural features and left spirit children behind him, who are continually entering the right women. After death the spirit, which is called Padinia, goes back again to its Wailba until such time as it undergoes reincarnation. At each successive reincarnation, also, the sex changes. In the Wajiman and Mudbura tribes, inhabiting the country between the Daly and Victoria rivers, they have the same idea of spirit children, whom they call Ngajin, existing in the form of little frogs. The Wajiman believe that, in the far past times that they call Jabulunga, there were two old men named Idakogwin and Imumdadol. They were brothers, and came from the northeast. As they traveled along they met an old woman named Ibangalma, or Joro, who came from the salt water country. She had no black fellow, and her totem, Guayan, was Aramurlgo, or sugarbag. As they came along, the two men made country, creeks, yams, kangaroos, snakes, sugarbags and many other things that the natives now feed on. They also carried with them plenty of Ngajin, or spirit children, and gave some of them to the old woman Ibangalma, telling her to take them away to other parts of the country and leave them there. They said, Yamoinja Lea Lunjan, Ngajin a Noajit Jumba Anjabir, which means, you go away to another country, where you stop leave Ngajin behind. She did so, and the natives say that, when leaving them behind, she gave them their totems. They grew up and were the first black fellows, men and women. When they died their spirits became Ngajin, entered Lubras, and were born again. Each Ngajin knows which is the right Lubra to enter, and will not go into a wrong one. Each Ngajin, also, has one special place, called Poriju, the equivalent of the Nanja of the Arunta, which is its normal stopping place, though, of course, if it chooses to do so, it can move freely about the country. Before going into a lubra each Ngajin enters, and stays for a time, in its mother's totemic animal or plant. If the mother be Aramurlgo, or sugarbag, then it goes into this, if a yam then into a yam, and so on. Sometimes a woman, when digging for yams, hits one with her stick, and may hear the baby Ngajin crying out, or, if she hits a goanna, she may hear the child speaking inside it. Ibangalma finally went to a place now called Hayward Creek, and, later on, the two brothers Idakogwin and Imundadul came up and stopped there. Tradition relates that Idakogwin married Ibangalma, and that they had a great many children. First of all they had a boy named Jablongwa, then another named Widba, and a third called Ijaboma. Each of these three has been reincarnated and is now alive. The two old people lived a long time as, respectively, Maluka and Muluru. Their Ngajin have undergone reincarnation, but are not, at present, represented in the tribe. The two old men Idakogwin and Imundadul remained at Hayward Creek, where they are now represented by two stones, whilst another, at the head of the Flora Creek, represents Ibangalma. It appears as if a generation, at least, is allowed to elapse between any two successive reincarnations. One of our informants, for example, called Alweri, was the reincarnation of a brother of his Baba, that is, his father's father. Alweri's young daughter, named Majangba, is the reincarnation of a woman of the same name who was her mother's mother. In the Arunta and other central tribes it is only, relatively, a few members of the tribe who actually bear the names of old ancestors, but in these more northern coastal tribes there is a constant succession of the names, and every individual, without exception, is the reincarnation of some special ancestor. I was much interested in finding amongst the Kakadu and allied tribes not only a very firm and most definitely expressed belief in the reincarnation of ancestors and in the absence of any necessary relation between sexual connection and procreation, but also a curious parallel to the Arunta idea of Iruntarinia and Arambiringa. As described in connection with the legend associated with Imberombera, the Kakadu believe that the whole country was originally peopled with individuals and spirit children who are now continually undergoing reincarnation. What we may call the original spirit, the equivalent of the Iruntarinia amongst the Arunta, is called Yaumuru. If we take the case of any one individual, the belief is as follows. When a man, and the same, precisely, is true of women and children, dies, the Yaumuru, that is the spirit part, after the final burial and mourning ceremonies are complete, keeps watch over the Banogra, or bones. After a time the Yaumuru, as it were, divides into two, so that we have the original Yaumuru and a second spirit called Iweyu. The two are distinct and have somewhat the same relationship to one another as a man and his shadow, which, in the native mind, are very intimately associated. For a long time they remain together, but, when the Yaumuru desires to undergo reincarnation, the two leave the Banogra or bones, which are always some distance out in the scrub, often miles away from a camp. They go forth together, the Iweyu in the lead, the Yaumuru behind. Out in the bush they find the natives, who of course cannot see them, hunting for food. The Yaumuru takes the Iweyu and puts it, in the form of a small frog called Pernamunimo, which lives under the sheaths of the leaves of the screwpine or pandanus, into some food such as fish or sugar bag that the man is searching for. If, for example, it be fish, the Yaumuru goes into the water and drives them into the man's chipoyu or fishing net. If it be mormo or sugar bag, he guides him to the tree in which the bees have made their hive. In either case, as soon as the man has secured the fish or mormo, out jumps the frog, unseen of course by the men. It is caught by the Yaumuru and, together, the two spirits return to their camping place. The food in which the Iweyu was placed will be the child's totem. The latter is thus always selected by the Yaumuru and may change from one reincarnation to another. As we have seen, when dealing with the totems, it often does. Sometimes, when an animal, such as a crocodile or fish, contains for a time the Iweyu and the animal is speared, then the Bialila, or child to which the Iweyu subsequently gives rise, bears the mark of the spear wound. The natives return to their camp with the food that they have secured, quite unconscious of the fact that the Yaumuru and Iweyu have been out in the bush. At night time the two latter come back again to the camp and watch the men and women. The Iweyu is again in the form of a little frog. When all are asleep, the two come up to the camp and enter the Mia where the man and his wife are sleeping. The Iweyu goes up and smells the man. If he be not a right father, he says, Ngari Koyata, which means, not this one. He tries another one, finds him right and says, Ngari Papa, this one is my father. Then he goes and smells the latter's lubra. The Iweyu gets into her hair, then feels her breasts and says, Korngo Ngari Koyu, these are my mother's breasts, Nai Koyu, this is my mother. Then he comes down and goes into the woman. The Yaumuru returns to the old camp. Every now and then he comes and looks at the woman, but does not speak. When it is evident that the woman is going to have a child, the Yaumuru comes up to the camp at night time and tells the father that the child is there and what its name is and also its totem. He tells the father that he must not give it any other name except the one that he mentions, because that is the child within his wife. Ungera, a Kakadu native, told us exactly what happened in his own case. When his father's brother died, his Banogra, or bones, were left for some time in a tree, not very far from the camp at which he died, but, later on, they were carried more than 20 miles away and placed in a banyan tree overhanging a water pool. Ungera, who had his wife Obaya and one child with him, was once camped near this place. He threw his chipoyu, or net, into the water and left it there for some little time. Then he gathered long grass stalks and went into the water to drive the fish into the net. He did not know that the Yaumuru had already done this, and that the Iweyu was in one of the fishes. The net was so heavy that he called out to Obaya to come and help him lift it out onto the bank. While they were doing this, the Iweyu jumped out and was caught by the Yaumuru, and then they both went back to the bones. Ungera and his wife Obaya took the fish out and carried them to their camp in dilly bags. There were a good many other natives camped about. That night, while they were sleeping, the Yaumuru and Iweyu came into the camp and, after examining the man and woman, as previously described, the Iweyu went into Obaya. While telling us this, Angera mimicked exactly the actions of the Iweyu, going first to the father then to the mother. Later on, the Yalmuru Karn one night and whispered as follows in Angera's ear. Chipoyu nunjil yapo araji, the fish went inside your net, jibal widgeru, it was full up, mukara bialilan jinima, your child was there, brow monmuna murakamora narama, give it the name monmuna murakamora. Jeripunga kunbaricha, its totem is kunbaricha, a small fish, balera karegara onj narama koyata, by and by do not look out another name, monmuna murakamora jinima and gordua bialila araji, monmuna murakamora is the child inside your lubra. When the child is young, the Yalmuru watches over it. If it strays away from camp and gets lost in the bush, the Yalmuru guides it back and, later on, when the child has grown into a man, the Yalmuru still helps it. In fact, a good deal depends on the Yalmuru because, if it be not vigilant, some other hostile one may work evil magic against the individual associated with the Yalmuru's Iweyu. Finally, when the individual grows really old, the Yalmuru comes some night and whispers in his ear, Iweyu njinima bialila unkaregara, Gainma njimba, parda mornda, Gainma burro mornda moyu, njinima jeripunga karegara. Which means, Iweyu, you look after a child, my backbone and thighs are no good, my eyes are no good and sore, you look after the jeripunga, totem. In other words, the Yalmuru is supposed to tell the Iweyu, that is, the spirit within the man, that he, the former, is worn out and that the Iweyu must take on the part of providing for a new child being born, and must also look after its totem. As the natives say, Baranga Yalmuru wariji ge, the old Yalmuru is done for completely, Iweyu nijiri Yalmuru, the Iweyu is the new Yalmuru. It is really rather like a very crude forerunner of the theory of the continuity of the germplasm. The old Yalmuru splits, as it were, into two, one half, the Iweyu, persists, the other finally disappears. In its turn the former becomes transformed into a Yalmuru which again splits. One half remains, and the other perishes, but there is an actual spiritual continuity from generation to generation. It will be seen from the above how very definite the ideas of the Kakadu tribe are in regard both to the fact that the child enters the woman in spirit form without any reference whatever to sexual intercourse, and also to the fact that the child within the woman is the actual representative of one special individual amongst the old ancestors. Chapter 9. Traditions concerning Imberombera, the great ancestor, and also other ancestors of the Kakadu nation. Tradition of Imberombera, a woman, and Waraka, a man. Imberombera travels over the country making everything and leaving spirit children behind her. She sends out spirit children to different parts of the country telling them to talk different languages. For groups of mythical ancestors in the Kakadu tribe, lists of children born to the pairs of men and women sent out by Imberombera, origin of the marriage system of the Kakadu tribe, list of intermarriages in one of the local groups. Tradition concerning Numaraji, a great snake, in the Kakadu tribe. Two traditions concerning Numaraji and the medicine men, the making of medicine men. Tradition of two Numaraji men, one of whom became the Numaraji of the southern Kakadu people and the other the Numaraji of the Gaimbio people. Tradition of Arabinjori the crocodile, women making fire and cooking. The two crocodile men kill the women. Tradition of Ungula Robinban, she kills Kakadu men and throws parts of herself and her belongings away, some for the women, some for the men. She makes mosquitoes. The men she killed become transformed into birds. The Kakadu and allied tribes have traditions which relate to two great ancestors, one a woman named Imberombera, and the other a man named Waraka. Of these two, Imberombera is much the more important, and a legend concerning her is met with in all of the tribes now occupying the Coburg Peninsula and the country drained by the alligator rivers. Waraka came from the west, walking through the sea. His feet were on the bottom, but he was so tall that his head was well above the surface of the water. He landed at a place called Alukalati, between what are now known as Mts. Bidwell and Roe, both of which he made. His first sleeping place, after coming out onto land, was at Waralia. He then came on to Yamurunguk and so to Ajerikuk and Araworkwain, at each of which he slept one night. The woman, Imberombera, also walked through the sea and landed at what is now known as Malay Bay, the native name being Wungaran. She met Waraka at Araquarquin. Imberombera said to him, "Where are you going?" He said, "I am going straight through the bush to the rising sun." The first language they spoke was Iwaja, that is, the language of the people of Port Essington. Waraka carried his penis, or parla, over his shoulder. He said to Imberombera, "Ngama parla nunjaroboama, my penis is too heavy, Ngama willala jurangada, my camp is close by, Njinima ngoro brakal, you go a long way." At that time there were no blackfellows. Imberombera wanted Waraka to come with her, but he was too tired and his penis was too heavy, so he sat down where he was, and a great rock, called by the natives Waraka, and by the white men Tor Rock, arose to mark the spot. Imberombera had a huge stomach in which she carried many children, and on her head she wore a bamboo ring from which hung down numbers of dilly bags full of yams. She also carried a very large stick or whereby. At a place called Marper, close to where she and Waraka met, she left boy and girl spirit children and told them to speak Iwaja. She also planted many yams there and said to the children whom she left behind, "Ungatted jam, these are good to eat." She went on to Mourning, leaving yams and spirit children, and told them also to speak Iwaja. From Mourning she went on, by way of Kamara, to Aridjut, close to Mammal, on what is now called Cooper's Creek, which runs into the sea to the north of the mouth of the East Alligator River. At Mammal she left children, one boy being called Kamanuru, and told them to speak the Umoriu language. The only food supply she left here was Mururoa cypress bulb. She crossed the creek and went on to Uralka but left no children there. This was close to the East Alligator River which she crossed and then came, in succession, to Jerry, Kamboyu, Mungarubarera and Uramigino, where she opened up her dilly bags and scattered yams broadcast. She went on to Jayapali, where again she left food supplies. She searched around for a good camping place and, first of all, sat down in a water pool but the leeches came in numbers and fastened themselves on her, so she came out of the water and decided to camp on dry land, saying that she would go into the bush. Accordingly, she did so and camped at Inbinjeri. Here she threw the seeds of the bamboo, kolu, in all directions and also left children, one of whom was a boy named Kalangite Noana. As she traveled along, Imberombera sent out various spirit children to different parts of the country, telling them to speak different languages. She sent them to 10 places, in each case instructing them as follows. 1. Narak Njinima Chikaru, Noyo Karanger. 2. Wadan Njinima Chikaru, Noro Kernboyu. 3. Kakadu Njinima Chikaru, Noro Munganilida. 4. Witchin Njinima Chikaru, Noro Mayortu. 5. Pinaicha Njinima Chikaru, Noro Jajapali. 6. Cornbut Njinima Chikaru, Noro Kapalgo. 7. Ngornbur Njinima Chikaru, Noro Ilari. 8. Umbagwalar Njinima Chikaru, Noro O. 9. Jawin Njinima Chikaru, Noro Nalananja. 10. Gaimbio Njinima Chikaru, Noro Waimbi. The first word in each of these is the name of language which the children were to speak. Njinima means you or yours, Chikaru is talk or language. Noro is go, and the last word is the name of the place to which she sent them. Each of these places is regarded as the central camping ground of their respective tribes. Imberombera is thus supposed to have been the founder of the 10 tribes above named, all of whom, at the present day, inhabit the Coburg Peninsula and the country east and west of this, for some distance, along the coastline, as well as the inland parts drained by the east, south, and west Alligator rivers. It is most extraordinary how detailed are the traditions in regard to her and the individuals, some of whom she left in, or sent to, certain local centers and others of whom she sent out from her last camping place. In what follows I give details in regard to certain of these individuals. They were told us by a native called Araya whose memory was wonderful. He is recognized as a great authority on these matters and, after checking the lists and also comparing them with information supplied in regard to other traditions, concerning the old ancestors, I think that the information may be regarded as accurate. It will be seen that he knew not only the principal people sent out by Imberombera from her last camping place at Inbenjeri, but also the names of the individuals in all the different local groups. He knew also whom they respectively married and the totemic group to which each of them belonged. It is, of course, quite possible that one or other of these local groups comprised more individuals than those whose names he gave us. So far as the Kakadu and allied tribes are concerned, there appear to be 4 groups of mythical ancestors. A. Imberombera. B. Pairs of men and women sent out by Imberombera from Inbenjeri. C. Pairs of men and women sent out, at a subsequent time, by these, B. D. Individuals who had been left behind by Imberombera, or sent out by her, in the form of spirit children, or Iwais, to different places when she traveled across the country. It must be remembered that Imberombera is regarded as the original great ancestor from whom all the others emanated. It was she who originally walked over the country, making creeks, hills, animals, and plants, and though, at a later period, others amongst the early ancestors took part in the production and distribution of natives and different objects associated with them, and took part, also, in such matters as the distribution of totems, yet they one and all derived their powers, in the first instance, from Imberombera and were supposed to be acting under her instructions in everything that they did. I have already dealt with Imberombera and will now deal with the other groups, but, before doing this in detail, one point in connection with the 4th and last, D, may be referred to. They form the original 10 groups of spirit children, all of whom emanated from Imberombera and, at a later period, went inside the women sent out to various parts. They have, ever since, been undergoing a series of reincarnations, each one retaining, throughout, his or her original name. The men and women included in C are really a special number of those in D, who were incarnated at an earlier stage than the rest. The whole system, as elaborated by the Kakadu, gives us the most complete development of the reincarnation theory with which I am acquainted amongst these tribes. Some idea of the definiteness of the traditions may be gathered from the following account, given to us by 3 leading Kakadu men, one of whom especially, as already said, is noted for his superior knowledge in regard to these matters. B. Pairs of men and women sent out by Imberombera from Inbenjeri, her final camping ground. There were 5 of these, as follows, the letter M indicating the man and F, the woman. 1. Croran, M, and Munjarimala, F, sent to Unbarangadamba. 2. Nuinadaluk, M, and Pulamoki, F, sent to Jijipala. 3. Koloma, M, and Munganipa, F, sent to Njitpu. 4. Kormi, M, and Mumarerk, F, sent to Kerala. 5. Nawarna, M, and Kumanangara, F, sent to Imbunajeri. Each of these pairs had children, who again were sent out in pairs 5 also, just as in the first instance and told to go to various parts of the country to form what may be called local centers or groups. They were sent to places already prepared by Imberombera for their reception, and at which she had, during her travels, left, or to which she had sent, spirit children. It will be seen that there is a fundamental resemblance between this belief and that of the Arunta and other central tribes, such as the Warramunga, for example, but that, at the same time, the traditions, which must once have had a common origin, have become both more highly developed and, at the same time, more sharply defined in the Kakadu and northern coastal tribes. The Arunta believe that the old ancestors wandered over the country in groups, kangaroo men and women in one, emu people in another, and so on, depositing spirit children in various local centers. The Warramunga belief is that each totemic group had one great ancestor who followed a definite and well-known track as he wandered over the country. These ancestors made all the country as they passed along and, at certain places, left spirit children behind them. In the Kakadu there is, originally, just one great ancestor Imberombera who, in the beginning, was really responsible for everything. Possibly the myth concerning Waraka may be the vestige of older traditions which, as in the Warramunga, were concerned with many wandering ancestors. In the Arunta and Warramunga tribes, each ancestor, or group of ancestors, was, so to speak, responsible for one totemic group, but in the Kakadu, Imberombera was responsible for all, and it was who distributed everything to the first 5 pairs whom she sent out. They, in their turn, acting always under instructions received from Imberombera, sent out other individuals to other parts. Imberombera herself was responsible for all the spirit children. c. Each of the 5 pairs sent out first by Imberombera, the names of whom are given above, had children. The names of all of these are carefully preserved, but it will suffice to give those of the supposed offspring of one pair, Munjarimala and Croran. They were as follows. A. Pundamunga, M., and Marama, F., sent to Koranjin. B. Miniorco, M. and Japo, F., sent to Kabarnbi. C. Narapalo, M., and Kalabiljalpinja, F., sent to Munmalari. D. Prienbi, M., and Kurinawala, F., sent to Kalapuri. E. Murapu, M., and Julaperi, F., sent to Kupari. D. Each one of these pairs formed a local center, where spirit children of different totemic groups are mixed together, there being no such local segregation of totemic groups as are met with in the Arunta. These are the spirit children who were deposited, or sent out, in the first instance by Imberombera. Entering into the women of these various pairs, they were born in human form. The term Murambudui is applied to these local centers. The same word also is used by a native when he speaks of any place as my country, and to the special spot where his Iwayu and Yaumaru are supposed to live. The following lists give the complete series of children born to the different pairs of men and women sent out by Imberombera from Inbanjeri, together with their totems. A. The children of Pundamunga and Marama. The letter M indicates a man and F a woman. Name. Totem. Mukalaki, M. Aloha, a fish. Komarawa, F. Kinjilbara, a snake. Mindarpal, M. Tjamaru, a fish. Mangul, M. Narenma, a snake. Munmona, M. Mormo, sugar bag. Yukari, F. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Nungorpi, M. Kernembo, goose. Jarabalu, F. Jailba, sugar bag. Kolingapu, M. Moan, a fish. Nabaitapoma, F. Kudbao, a fish. Mapulbara, M. Murno, a possum. Madangia, F. Mormo, sugar bag. Nabanja, M. Kadigbaku, a yam. Bukairi, F. Jailba, sugar bag. Chilingogo, M. Narenma, a snake. Ngoloa, F. Ngoloa, a fish. Naroma, M. Chinara, a large yam. Pernanga, F. Kujalinga, turtle. Nuanmil, M. Kanecha, catfish. Elenbramer, F. Tirajuno, water snake. Elamajako, M. Karakara, spur-winged plover. Kunbarikara, F. Pitjordu, goanna. Ninjamo, M. Arabinjori, crocodile. Elmukarango, F. Tjamaru, a fish. Ungorpu, M. Mormo, sugar bag. Kudbao, F. Kudbao, a fish. Name. Totem. Mundanga, M. Putamunga, water lizard. Kundori, F. Kinjilbara, a snake. Kunmaku, M. Kujalinga, turtle. Kurikanumba, F. Punari, a lizard. Nurakorda, M. Narenma, a snake. Mujarello, F. Kanecha, mullet. Mundelpi, M. Jimidaapa, a small fish. Kororura, F. Jalaka, Jew fish. Araya, M. Mormo, sugar bag. Nulwayu, M. Kujalinga, turtle. Murawillawil, M. Arabanjori, crocodile. Nungori, M. Jimidoapa, a small fish. Cunamula jumbo, M. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Munamilamijica, M. Tjamaru, a fish. B. The children of Miniorco and Japo. Opik, M. Mormo, sugar bag. Maringanja, F. Tjamaru, a small fish. Muniali, M. Kinchilbara, a snake. Mukulora, F. Jailba, sugar bag. Munjarai, M. Kunbaricha, a fish. Murakaka, F. Pitjordu, a lizard. Minjaramak, F. Kanacha, mullet. Omalenji, M. Chunara, a yam. Kengar, M. Kinchilbara, a snake. Nyori, F. Jimidoapa, a small fish. Kunawala, M. Narenma, a snake. Momatiki, F. Jalaka, Jew fish. Anawara, M. Jailba, sugar bag. Noragarain, F. Mormo, sugar bag. Ilmandi, M. Tjamaru, a small fish. Adungariri, F. Mormo, sugar bag. Muramoyu, M. Colleculi, catfish. Nadbayu, F. Kanacha, mullet. Eringbea, M. Karakara, spur-winged plover. Miminan, F. Kinchilbara, a snake. Mujaboidbu, M. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Jerikanjamara, F. Colleculi, catfish. Marajung, M. Jailba, sugar bag. Morlan, F. Jalaka, Jew fish. Mitjarupa, F. Jailba, sugar bag. Cunawurla, M. Mormo, sugar bag. Mitjunga, F. Kernembo, goose. C. The children of Nurapalo and Kalabiljalpinja. Name. Totem. Mungaropanian, M. Brutpenuir, Jabaru. Mamadingam, F. Kernembo, goose. Kulawea, M. Pitjordu, a lizard. Ulparana, F. Narenma, a snake. Unbarangil, M. Kujalinga, turtle. Kolorana, F. Karakara, spur-winged plover. Kurangadermo, M. Arabanjori, crocodile. Tangil, M. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Kururi, F. Narenma, a snake. Namungara, F. Murno, a possum. Wardlebera, M. Kanacha, mullet. Mumbarangi, F. Murno, a possum. Murabura, M. Anari, a lizard. Mungurabera, F. Narenma, a snake. Nalarki, M. Mormo, sugar bag. Kuchikacha, F. Arabanjori, crocodile. A. The children of Prienbi and Kuranawala. Injalubari, M. Kunbaricha, a small fish. Munapu, F. Colleculi, catfish. Dirtabrianapara, M. Moan, a fish. Uluangi, F. Karakara, black shag. Tjalari, M. Mormo, sugar bag. Unmunmunorku, M. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Inborcha, M. Jalaka, Jew fish. Nunjil, F. Jailba, sugar bag. Kopernga, M. Kujalinga, turtle. Alarma, F. Mormo, sugar bag. Mukamer, M. Chiragino, water snake. Muroko, F. Kunbaricha, a small fish. Umaraguin, M. Kujalinga, turtle. Wuria, F. Tjamaru, a small fish. Watanma, M. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Irapurari, F. Jimadaapa, a small fish. Juranajo, M. Aloha, a fish. Colorkowa, F. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Maringmoa, M. Junara, a yam. Kapounda, F. Kinchilbara, a snake. E. The children of Marapu and Julapurii. Name. Totem. Murali, M. Kalarunjani, flying fox. Naralala, F. Jailba, sugar bag. Momainba, M. Tjamaru, a small fish. Pamo, F. Kernembo, goose. Munamara, M. Kujalinja, turtle. Pukawa, F. Wirajanga, lily seed. Mongordua, M. Jalaka, Jew fish. Mikaroli, F. Nupadatpa, a fish. Undoru, M. Junara, a yam. Naraboalmari, F. Wirajanga, lily seed. Nulanjai, M. Junara, a yam. Gerwana, F. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish. Murambari, M. Tjamaru, a fish. Maringjama, F. Mornu, a possum. Mumalungaru, M. Bwaraman, a rat. Mumulaji, F. Kernembo, goose. Mungarao, M. Jailba, sugar bag. Murambea, F. Karakara, spur-winged plover. Marawil, M. Kujalinga, turtle. Narapalabilla, F. Kunbaricha, small fish. Jilangber, M. Jailba, sugar bag. Mikurni, F. Ngoloa, a fish. Mundenbi, M. Mornu, a possum. Kuchabunba, F. Kernembo, goose. It must be remembered that Imberombera is supposed to have given instructions to the first series of pairs whom she sent out, Crorin and Minjarimala, etc. Telling them to go to certain places and there eat the food supplies, yams, lilies, sugar bag, etc., that she had made and left behind for them. She also told them all about the Jeripunga, or totems, and instructed them to give these names to the different spirit children. They in their turn handed on the instructions to the pairs of men and women whom they sent out. At first the ancestors of the Kakadu group of tribes had no definite marriage system, and at the present day they have no classificatory system governing marriage such as is characteristic of what may be regarded as typical Australian tribes. In this respect they stand in strong contrast to tribes such as the Youngman, Wari, and others with whom they come into contact on the south and west of their own country. Of the tribes on their eastern boundaries we know nothing as yet. The Kakadu seem to differ in this respect from neighboring tribes as profoundly as they do in their initiation rites. The only organization that they appear to have is a local one based upon the groups referred to above. Tradition says that the head men of the groups talked the matter over amongst themselves and decided to institute an exchange of lubras between their respective groups. Pundamunga and Miniorco, for example, agreed upon this, so one day Miniorco set out from his camp at Kabarnbi, taking with him Opik, a man, and Maringjanga, a woman. He walked between them as they journeyed along to Pundamunga's camp at Koranjin, where he found the former seated on the ground with Mokalaki, a man, on one side, and Kudba, a lubra, on the other. In both cases, of course, the man and woman, that is, respectively, Opik and Maringjanga, Mokalaki and Kudba, were supposed to be brother and sister. The three from the Kabarnbi camp sat down immediately opposite the other three. The two women, Maringjanga and Kudba, had each of them a norkin, that is, a goose wing, which is commonly used as a fan to keep flies off, in front of their faces so as to prevent them from seeing their brothers, or from being seen by them. Pundamunga said to Kudba, Yapo Opik, Gumukalin Jainima, Brakal Baranga, go to Opik, he is, your Ngumukali, husband, far away from your elder brother. She accordingly went and sat behind him. In the same way, Maringjanga was told by Miniorko to go and sit behind Mukalaki, who was her proper husband. Maringjanga stayed with Mukalaki in his camp at Koranjin, and Kudba returned with Opik to Kabarnbi. When this little ceremony was over, Pundamunga went over to where Miniorko was sitting, and said to him, Niginiima Nungorjua Umbalai, have you got plenty of women? Miniorko said, Ngema Ungornberry Mana Willalun Ngema Umbalai, I have plenty of daughters there in my camp. Pundamunga said, Kormilda Murida, tomorrow we will all go. Accordingly, next day he set out, taking with him one lubra, named Marangia, and 4 men, Munmona, Kalungapa, Mupulbara, and Madanga. When they reached Kabarnbi they found Miniorko seated by himself with the Girwin and Umulakiri, that is, the men and women's camps, a short distance behind him, far enough away for him not to be heard unless he spoke loudly. The old man Pundamunga went and sat down beside Miniorko. The 4 men he had brought with him squatted on the ground in such a position that the 2 old men were between them and the camps. Madangia was by herself, a little to one side, with a Norcan in front of her face. Miniorko called a man named Muniali out of the men's camp, and he came and sat down. Then Pundamunga told Madangia to go and sit behind Miniali, because he was her proper husband, which she did. The mother of Miniali said to him, Maba Jamo Jao, Jainima Nungorjua, which means, literally, son food you eat, your lubra. In other words, she meant that the lubra would now provide him with food. The elder brother, Opik, who had already been provided with a wife, said to Miniali, Ilaberi, Prea Willalu Mungari Jarangada, younger brother, come and camp close by here. Pundamunga then called Monmuna up, and he sat down. Miniorko called a lubra named Mukulora out of the women's camp and told her to go and sit behind Monmuna, because he was her proper husband. Then these 2 went some little distance away from Opik and Muniali, who did not invite them to come close to their camp because the woman was Opik's sister. When this was over, Pundamunga, accompanied by Monmuna and Mukulora, together with Kalingapu, Mupulbara and Madanga, returned to Koranjin. In this way, sooner or later, all the members of the local groups were provided, respectively, with wives or husbands. The old leaders of the local groups, who had received instructions, emanating originally from Imberombera, finally determined the man or woman whom each individual was to marry. At the present day the only organization controlling marriage in these tribes, so far as I could discover, is based on the existence of these local groups. A man of any one local group takes his wife, from the same local group from which the old ancestor, of whom he is the reincarnation, originally derived his. In the following table a complete list of the intermarriages of the various men and women comprised in the Pundamunganarama group is given. The information was given to Mr. Cahill and myself by the same man who gave us that which is included in the foregoing lists, and whose memory and knowledge in regard to these matters was most extraordinary. 1. Wives of the men of Pundamunga's group. Husband. Wife. Locality. Mukalaki. Mindarpal. Munmona. Nungorpi. Kalingapu. Mapulbara. Maringjanga. Nyori. Mungarabar. Muraburua. Mumatiki. Munbarala. Kabarnbi. Kabarnbi. Jaipara. Numulari. Kabarnbi. Jaipara. Husband. Wife. Locality. Nabanja. Chilingogo. Naroma. Nurnmil. Elamajaka. Ninjurno. Ungorpu. Mundanga. Kinmarku. Nurakorda. Mundelpi. Araya. Alawa. Mukuloro. Ulpararwa. Upperdapi. Unmunmunorko. Munjramaka. Kururi. Unbarangi. Maitarupa. Majararol. Mukuralai. Maranguna. Kalapari. Kabarnbi. Munmalari. Kalapari. Kalapari. Kabarnbi. Nunmalari. Munmalari. Kabarnbi. Karara. Kupari. Kupari. 2. Husbands of the women of Pundamunga's group. Wife. Husband. Locality. Kamaranawul. Mangul. Yukari. Jarabalu. Nabilapoma. Madangia. Kudbal. Ngoloa. Puruonga. Elenbramer. Kunbarikara. Elmukarangu. Kundori. Kurikanumbo. Mujurbil. Kororura. Priyangbi. Numadalil. Majurai. Kupernda. Mangarapanian. Niechi. Opik. Karangadimo. Umangi. Nelalai. Dudoburum. Murakaki. Kuchorpi. Imborcha. Nurakorda. Muriwirijinja. Kalapari. Jaipara. Karara. Kalabari. Munmalari. Jaipara. Kubarnbi. Munmalari. Ningielji. Naramarkida. Kalapari. Kubarnbi. Munmalari. Kalapari. Karara. Kubarnbi. The localities in the first of these two lists are those of the wives, and in the second those of the husbands. At the present time the man must take as wife a woman belonging to the same locality as that in which the man of whom he is the reincarnation and whose name he bears originally secured his. Tradition concerning Numaraji, a great snake, the Kakadu tribe. Numaraji is the name of a great snake that figures largely in the traditions of the Kakadu tribe. It appeared first at a place, called Kumbamorma, which lies on a wide, open plain between the East Alligator River and Cooper's Creek. Not far away, at Urindra, a large number of natives were camped and, amongst them, was a baby, crying. The snake came along with his head high in the air and said, "Waji Bialila, Yana Waji Bialila, there is a child crying, where is the child crying?" It turned its head round from side to side and went down into the ground, then it came up again and circled round and round the camp. The child was still crying and one native was blowing a trumpet. The snake then put his head up close to the child and sucked it in. The natives were terribly frightened and all started to run away, but Numaraji folded his tongue round each one in turn and licked them in, until he had devoured them all save one old lubra, named Kaminiamana, who had climbed up into a tree and kept quite quiet for a long time. Most unfortunately, the mosquitoes were so thick that she could not help smacking herself, every now and then, to kill them. Numaraji listened and said, "Hello. There is someone there." On top, he lifted up his head and sucked her in with his long tongue. His stomach was now simply full of black fellows. He traveled along on the top of the ground to a place called Maipoke on the East Alligator River, arched his head up, put it down on the other side, so that his body made a great bow across the river and then, leaning on his head, swung his tail across. As he traveled along, saw some more natives but, though he went along, lying flat in the ground and making as little noise as possible, he frightened a mob of white cranes and cockatoos that rose, screaming, from the trees. The natives of course saw them and knew that something must have disturbed them. They went to see, saying, "What is the matter, what has frightened them?" One native went ahead and shouted out, "Kui! Kui, 47, come here, come here." He had caught sight of Numaraji and said to the others when they came up, "Look, what is the name of this big fellow?" Numaraji was lying down resting, gorged with black fellows. A very large number of natives came up. They all called out, "Amina! Amina! What is it? What is it?" Those in front said to those behind, come up close and look at the Morpiu. 48. Its belly was sunk deep in mud, but its back projected high in the air. Numeraji was so tired that he had gone to sleep. They all came close up, and one old man who had heard of him and what he was like, said, "This is Numeraji." "Ah! Ah!" they said, "Is it? Is it? This is the first time we have seen him." The old man talked to the snake and said, "What have you been eating that your belly is so big?" But the snake made no reply. Then the old man accused him of having eaten the black fellows, saying, "Urawala Jeriini Jowit is the Urawala men that you have eaten." Then Numeraji awoke, lifted himself up, put down his head and vomited forth the bones of all the men and women he had eaten. The bones have remained there to this day in the form of stones. Numeraji then went on to a place called Munguruera, where he went into the ground and there he remained. Two traditions concerning Numeraji and the medicine men. 1. There were 4 men, Jomin, an elder brother, and Numerapu his younger brother. Jomin had a son, called Mukurlol, and Numerapu had one, called Cardamangel. Jomin had stolen a small Numeraji snake which he cut in 2. The front half grew a new short tail, the hinder half died. Jomin carried the front half under his arm. The old Numeraji snake remained in the creek at Munguruera, in fact, he is there still. The medicine man can see him, but the ordinary natives do not drink there because they are afraid that, if they were to do so, Numeraji would draw them in and eat them. When Jomin cut the little snake in 2, he drank some of the blood that flowed out, drained the rest into a shell, and then carried the latter and the snake along with him. He came to a place called Mulipaji, and there he left some of the snake's blood, and made thereby a Kamali Wilulu, that is a Kamali or sacred camp. The natives call this part of the country Wilulu Manunjal, or blood country, and only medicine men go there, the others are too frightened. If they were to go near to it their fingers would break. Jomin went to Mulipaji by himself and then returned to the others, bringing the snake with him. His young brother, Numerapu, said to him, "Baranga Brau Morpiu Karegara, brother, give me the snake to look at." Before coming into the camp, Jomin had hidden the snake a little distance away. First of all he rubbed his younger brother's eyes, or else the latter would not have been able to look at the snake, and then went away and returned with the snake. When Numerapu looked at it, the snake opened his mouth and rattled his teeth. Jomin said to Numerapu, "Karegara Pirda, look hard." Numeraji's eyes were very large and bright. Jomin said, "Do not be frightened, look at it hard and your eyes will be in right." Numerapu felt the snake with his fingers and said, "It is very slippery." Jomin said, "Elabari, Karu Pirda Kala, Kalaru Kangu, that is, young brother, hold it firmly, lift it up high." Numerapu did as he was told and lifted the snake with his arm underneath it. Numerapu was very frightened and trembled all over. Jomin said, "Koyata Kumari, Kara Pirda Kala, do not be frightened, hold it firmly." Numeraji's mouth was opened and his teeth were rattling. The snake looked at the camp and was very angry, or, as the natives call it, he was, Jirajeriu Wijaru, the latter word means very, the former is a word applied to any man or animal that is always what the natives term, growling. Jomin said to his younger brother, "Hold it hard, Kara Pirda Kala, Balera Nigari Kwalaila, if you do not your fingers will break." Jomin gave the snake to Numerapu, saying, "Elabari, Jainima, Nainin Jeri, young brother, that is, yours, I, will get, a new one." The snake lifted its body up with its head pointing forwards. It had a long snout and long jaws. The 2 men carrying it went towards the camp. When they came close up they put the snake down on the ground and, after covering it over with leaves and grass, left it and went on to the camp. It was now midnight and Numerapu, instead of staying in camp, returned once more to where the Numeraji was secreted, leaving Jomin in camp. He uncovered the snake and, picking it up, carried it away and placed it by Jomin's side. Both Jomin and Numerapu had a rankin kabanja, that is a wurley or bush shade made of paper bark. Numeraji said, "CLCK, CLCK, CLCK, and this woke up the natives, who said, Amina, Munanji. What is it, what is the matter? The snake went on, CLCK, 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 while Jomin lay still, pretending to be asleep. Numarapu kept very quiet, pretending also to be asleep, but, in reality, he was listening. One of the men came up to Jomin and awoke him, calling him Urabulba, that is, old man. Jomin said, Ika, Kala, Chikora Orangago, back, all right, lie down and sleep, so he went back. Then Numarapu went into Jomin's camp, lifted the snake up and took it away to where it had been hidden before, and covered it with leaves. He said to it, Chikora Orona, Gama Japumorpiu, Madida Awurkai Willalukari. Lie down and sleep, I go, to get, food, tonight I come back to the camp and take you. 2 days later a child, about 5 or 6 years old, died and, as usual, the body was put on a stage of boughs in a tree. Jomin said to Numarapu, Gainma Araya Numuraji Ninjeri, I am going, to get, a new Numuraji. Before starting, he went to the tree grave, cut open the child's body so as to get the fat, paloma, especially the kidney fat, and cut off both heels for the same purpose. He wrapped the fat up in leaves and then put it in a shell, nambi, after which he carned back to where Numarapu was seated in camp. Jomin carrying the fat and Numarapu carrying the Numaraji, set out from camp. A long way off they came to a big ant hill, a Mapungalu. Jomin told Numarapu to go little distance away with his Numaraji and hold it hard, then he collected dry, stringy bark, and, twirling one stick on another, made a fire at the foot of the ant hill. Then he took some of the dead child's fat and put it on the fire, where it soon began to sizzle. There were several Numaraji under the ant hill, and they smelt the burning fat. Jomin went a little way off from the fire and then carned back again and put some more fat on, and again it sizzled. This time a Numaraji came out and Jomin captured it. Numarapu, holding his snake hard, brought it up to where Jomin had the new one. The latter licked the old snake. Jomin's was a small one, and he placed it on the ground by the side of the other, which was much bigger. They measured the two on the ground side by side. Jomin had a stone knife, Jumain, and, holding this firmly in his left hand, he cut the hind end off Numarapu's snake so as to make them both the same length, figure 66. Neither of the snakes growled. Then they lifted the two up and rubbed and cleaned them. In this way Jomin got a new Numaraji. 2. In the Kakadu tribe there is a close association between Numaraji and the medicine men. They alone are supposed not only to be able to see him, but to have eyes that can withstand his glance. Other natives are unable to do this. At the present time new medicine men are initiated by the old ones. In the early days Jomin was the first medicine man, and he made others, and showed them what had to be done. At first Jomin's eyes were like those of other men, and he could not see Numaraji. One day he went to a water hole and, looking over the edge, he saw his shadow, or Iwayu. 49. He looked all about. Then he put his head under water and opened his eyes. Day after day he did this, which is called Karariu Poro, washing eyes. Gradually they became very bright and piercing, Jiralala Poro, very good eyes, so that he could see at any distance, and could look right through men, trees, and rocks. He looked and looked all round, but could not see Numaraji. Then he travelled on and came to Kuniambule, where Numaraji had eaten a lot of black fellows, and there he found him quietly resting. Ah, he said, Numaraji Yori, Numaraji lying down. Numaraji was a great size. Jomin said to him, Jiinya Jeriani Yanayao, where are the men you have eaten? Numaraji said nothing, but just yawned. Jomin spoke to him again and said, Yura Willalu Jiao Jeriani, you have eaten another camp of men. After this, Numaraji vomited up an enormous mass of bones, the size of a great hill. The old Numaraji carried young ones twisted round it and feeding at the snake's breast. Jomin said, Ilalan Gainma, I will have the little one. Koyatan Gainma Jerry, do not growl at me, Jeriani Jiao Bali, you have eaten plenty of men. Numaraji just shut his eyes. Jomin caught a little snake, while the old Numeraji laid down and took no notice of him. Jomin had provided himself with a large shell, and, after securing the snake, he cut it in two and let some of the blood flow into the shell, which, together with the snake, he carried on with him to Mulipaji, as already described. Jomin had a son called Mukurlol. When he grew old he said to the latter, Balera and Gaia 50 Wariji, later on I die. Balera and Jainima Unkaregara Numeraji, later on you look out Numeraji, which meant that the son was to take his place as a medicine man. Accordingly, accompanied by Mukurlol, he went close to the Munangel Willalu, or blood camp, at Mulipaji. Each of them, Jomin and Mukurlol, had left all their armlets, necklets, wristlets, and hair belts at the home camp. Jomin took his small Numeraji with him, and, while Mukurlol bathed and washed himself clean, the former took the snake to the blood camp. Then he said to his son, Mariama Unkaregara Numeraji, we too go and see Numeraji. Jomin brought out the shell that he had previously left, full of blood, at the camp and showed it to Mukurlol, saying, Karegara Munangel, Karegara Pirda, which means, look at the blood, look at it hard. Then he took a leaf, marlil, put some blood on it, and rubbed it over Mukurlol's head, arms, and shoulders, saying, Pirda Murangada, strong back, Pirda Corto, strong arms, Pirda Waira, strong sinews, Jiralala Poro, good eyes. Kapena Poro, keen-sighted eyes. Then, taking some more blood, he said, Munangel Jiao. He made him open his mouth wide, Mayinya, and gave him some to Cat, saying, Munangel Jiao, eat the blood, Haraji Kala, write down Koyata Nunjal Umberdaroipa, don't let your tongue taste it, Kulajidbo Kulajidbo, a yam, is Kamali. Balera Koyata Jiao Kulajidbo, Mapalo Morna Murawarda, later on don't eat Kulajidbo, your stomach will be very bad or swollen, meaning that the Kulajidbo will grow and swell inside him. Certain kinds of yams, such as Kulajidbo, Mornun, and Gunamaramala, are Kamali to a man who is being made into a doctor. They all belong to what are called hot yams, which must be specially treated before being eaten, or else they cause much irritation in the mouth. The idea that medicine men must not eat hot things seems to be widely prevalent. In the Arunta tribe the same belief holds. A medicine man has been known suddenly to lose his powers after drinking hot tea given to him by a white man. When all was over, Jomin went, got the Numeraji, and, bringing it back, said to Mukurlol, Ngurnberry Karegara Kala, son, look, all right. The boy was silent. Jomin said, Morpiu Karegara, Numeraji Karegara, look at the snake, look at Numeraji. Numeraji licked his mouth and rattled his teeth. Then Jomin, handing the snake to Mukurlol, said, Kara Pirda, hold it hard. Karegara Pirda, Balera, Poro Mornda, look hard, or, afterwards your eyes will be bad. Then he put the snake under Mukurlol's arm, saying, the snake is yours, Kara Pirda, Wanyan Korto, hold it firmly, under your left arm. Then Jomin said, Jainima Marunga, you are Marunga, 51 that is, medicine man. Mukurlol replied, Ngaya Marunga, I am Marunga. Jomin said, Mariama Willalu, we too go back to camp, Pirda Nainayama Katera, Nai Pari, you go well in front, I behind. They went towards the camp, Mukurlol carrying the Numeraji in Jomin a special large warbai, or fighting club. When they came near to the camp Jomin said, Ngurnberry, Jainima Pari, son, you stay behind. Jomin left his warbai and went on alone. In camp he told the lubbers to go out and gather paper bark. They did so, brought it into camp, and built with it a new wurley, or bough shade. Meanwhile, Jomin made his camp between that of the men and the spot where Mukurlol was hidden with the Numeraji, which he still held firmly. Later on, under cover of darkness, Mukurlol came into the new wurley, bringing the snake with him. The natives in camp said, Nijari Marunga, Kamali, a new Marunga, he is Kamali. Mukurlol rubbed himself over with burnt grass. For 4 days he remained in the wurley, food being taken to him by his father, to whom it was given by his mother. No lubra was allowed to go near the wurley, which was Kamali, and no track out of camp passed near it. When the 4 days were over he came into camp. The numeragi he still kept, but no one could see it save medicine men. Tradition of 2 numeragi men. 2 brothers, both of whom were called Nabare and Gamna, came to the Kakadu country, walking above ground, from a place close to what is now called Burundi. They had very long beards and were much the same as black fellows except for the fact that they were very much bigger men. They had one old and one new chipoyu or fishing net. Traveling on, they came to a place called Njurtpu, a camp on the East Alligator River, just at the end of the tidal part. Here they threw their nets into the water and drew them out full of catfish. They determined to make a fire, cook and eat the fish, which, accordingly, they did. When this was over they took their nets and journeyed on to a place close to the stone which now marks the spot at which Imberombera died. They saw a snake in the grass, and the younger said to the elder brother, Amina Narenma, "What is the snake, or, what kind of snake is that?" The elder replied, "It is Kinship, that is, a large venomous snake, we will eat him." They caught the snake, broke its head, cut it off and threw it away. First of all they made a fire in the earth with paper bark and heated stones on it. Then they passed the snake's body through the fire so that they could easily rub the scales off. After this they took a stone knife and made 2 cuts right along the body, one on either side of the backbone, and, with the same flake, they broke the latter, at intervals, along its length. When the stones were hot enough, the body of the snake was coiled round and round them, the tall end being pushed into the cut, front end, paper bark was placed above it, and then the earth was filled in. When the cooking was over, a part of the under body wall was cut off, great care being taken not to spill any of the juice in the body cavity, because this is regarded as a great delicacy, called uri. The native telling us the tradition showed us exactly how the elder brother lifted up the snake by each end with his arms extended so that the body formed a loop from which the uri streamed into the man's mouth. The fat was cut out and eaten first, the body was then broken in pieces and the meat eaten, finally the bones were broken. When this had been done the older man took the fragments in his mouth and spat them out in all directions, saying, "Now all men may eat kinship, bones and all." After eating the kinship they resumed their travels and caught sight of some natives journeying to the northeast. The younger brother said to the elder, "I can see a black fellow." The elder said, "Yes, that is Mimina, we will go to him." They did so and found him eating something. They said to him, "Imina Jau, what are you eating?" He replied, "Nai kinship Jau, I am eating kinship." The older brother said, "Nai Juro, I do the same, Nai Pumana nor Kudua, I have eaten one." He asked the old man where his camp was, and Mimina said, "Here," and asked them, "Jainumina Willalu, where is your camp?" The elder brother replied, "Ariamina Brakel, we go a long way." The 2 brothers then left Mimina and, traveling on, came to a big bloodwood tree on which many bees were feeding on the honey in the gum tree flowers. The younger brother said, hearing the buzzing, "What is it bees?" "Ha! Mormo." The elder brother was carrying a curly, or stone tomahawk, which he handed to the younger man, telling him to go and cut a forked stick. He himself gathered a leaf with a spider cocoon on it, which he shredded out, and, having done this, climbed the tree by means of the forked stick which was placed slanting against the trunk. He put a little bit of the web on each bee that he could reach, singing out to them to go home, and at the same time telling his brother to watch which way they went. They followed them up and put leaves into the holes they entered so that they would know, later on, where the honey bags were. Some of the bees, on which he put web, he sent away to distant parts to make honey bags for the natives there. One he sent to Mubarari, a place between the 2 alligator rivers. When he had done this the old man went to the first honey bag, cut it out with his stone axe and ate it. The 2 brothers then went back to the river, where they had left their nets in the water, took them out and brought them on with them. They came to a creek running into the East Alligator River where they found a number of natives living in bark wurleys. The men said, "We can hear the black fellows' bamboo, i.e., their bamboo trumpets, we will go and look at them." They came close up to the camp and a heavy rain fell. The younger man said, I am cold, brother. When they came near they met an old man, named Pundamunga, who was out looking for sugar bags. He was very frightened when he saw them and said, Amina, who are you, who are you? They said to him, Amina Kumari, why are you frightened? Kau Breu, Koyata Kumari, come here, do not be frightened. Before this they had hidden their nets. Each of the two brothers had the skin of a Numeraji snake and a separate head, like a snake. They were men, but could change themselves into snakes when they wanted to and then back again into men. As the natives say, they were Numeraji men. Before coming near the camp they had put their snake skins on, but now they took them off and hid them. Pundamunga was still very frightened. They said to him, We are black fellows, do not be frightened, where is your camp? The two men then said, Noro Kujali, Nun Gorchi, go and light a fire, we are cold. Pundamunga accordingly went and brought a fire stick. It went out and he brought another. This also went out. Go again, they said. He did so, a third and fourth time, but it always went out. The rain meanwhile was coming down in torrents. After a fifth unsuccessful attempt, the men told him to go to his camp and stay there. He did so and slept by his fire. The other men in camp were making a corroboree and striking sticks together. The two brothers said, We will put on our Numeraji skins and eat the men. Then they went to where their skins were hidden, blew them up, took their own blackfellow skins off and went into the Numeraji ones. They had heads and teeth just like a Numeraji and were of huge size. After moving about for some time they went underground until they came to the camp where the natives were corroboreeing. The natives, except Pundamunga who was asleep, knew nothing about their presence, and the two snake men first of all came out and looked at the men in camp and then, going down again, suddenly arose under the camp. Smashed it into bits and then devoured everything, men, women, children, weapons, in fact the whole camp and all that it contained. After that they went to sleep. The hole that they made when they came out is still to be seen at Japayamba and also two depressions in the ground where they slept. When they awoke they traveled on and, at a place called Perlawa, vomited up the bones, which turned into stone. At Perlawa also they shed their skins and changed themselves into black fellows, putting their Numeraji skins into bags. Then they came on to Kalapuri, where there is a water pool, in which they put one of their nets. During the night this changed into a Numeraji which came out and went on to the plains bordering the river and then back into the latter by way of a small creek. The elder brother woke up early next morning and went to the river to see if there were any fish in the net, but it was not there. He called out to his younger brother, Chapoyukeo, the net is not here. Of their two nets one was an old one, the other new, and it was the latter that had gone. They put their two snake skins in the one net and then followed up the tracks of the snake that they could clearly see going across the plain. The tracks led them across the latter and then back to the mangroves, where they went into the creek. Here they decided to leave the tracks and go round and try to head the Numeraji. They ran quickly and caught sight of him, shouting, Here he is. They came up and tried to pull him out, but the snake said, I will stop here, this is my home. The brothers said, We will leave him, and went back to Jairanguda, close to Amorji, two places on the East Alligator River. They traveled on and came to a spot where they made a hill, called Chiruma. They crossed the plains, at Majila where there is much sand, so that the place is called Majila Willala the Sand Camp. They looked up and saw a hill, called Injoambali and the younger man said, Brother, there are stones there. He was carrying the net with the skins in and it was very heavy. However, the older man said, We will not stop here, we will go on further. They went on to Murakamaiji, a billabong close to the range of hills that skirts the plains, and halted beside the water, saying Quialan Nanjal Meja, We are hungry, we will fish. The young man made a fishing line out of shredded bark and they caught and cooked some fish. Here they left the Kakadu country and came into that of the Gaimbio. The older man said to the younger, Give me a string. He only replied, They baited the line with meat and the old man caught a catfish. He talked to his younger brother in Kakadu, but he would not answer and only said, and nodded his head. When they tried, later on, to pull the line out, they found that there was something very heavy on it. The two men pulled hard, swaying about from side to side, but could not draw it out. The older man said to the other, "Go and get a strong stick and we will tie the string on and hold hard." It was all of no use, and the older man, who was nearest to the water, was pulled in, though his brother held on hard, but could not keep him out. The water was very clear and the younger brother could see right down to the bottom. He said, "Where is my brother?" At last he threw his net in and all that he had and dived down in search of his brother. He found him, and the old man told the younger to go back to the Gaimbio country and talk Gaimbio. He said, "will go down the river and talk Kakadu." The elder brother then went into his Numeraji skin and slept. He has remained there ever since, and there are still old Met, alive, who have seen him. Later on, the salt water came up and mixed with the fresh, hurting his eyes, so that he went down underground, where he can still be seen by the medicine men. The elder brother is now the Numeraji of the southern division of the Kakadu tribe. The net that changed into a snake is the Numeraji of the northern division. It is supposed to live at a place called Mungadabremner on the East Alligator River, and no native, except medicine men, go there, because they are afraid that he would pull them into the water and eat them. The younger brother is now the Numeraji of the Gaimbio people. Tradition of Arabanjori, the crocodile. Two black fellows, who were the sons of different women, each of whom, however, was called Nimbiamanago, went out hunting with the two women, their mothers. The men caught ducks and karakara, spur-winged plover, on the plains, while the women got plenty of wurajanga, that is, lily roots and seeds, in the water pools. At this time the men had no fire and did not know how to make it, but the women did. The latter cooked their food while the men were away in the bush and ate it by themselves. When they were just finishing they saw the men returning, away in the distance. As they did not want them to know about the fire, they quickly gathered up the ashes, which were still alight, and put them up their vulvas, so that the men should not see them. When the men came close up they said, "Yaninga Kujali? Where or which way is the fire?" The women replied, "Ko Kujali, there is no Kujali," and then there was a great dispute and much noise. Finally the lubbers gave the men some of their cooked wurajanga or lily cake. When they had eaten a great deal of meat and wurajanga they all went to sleep for a long time. Once more, when they awoke, the men went out hunting and the women cooked their food. The weather was very hot and the remnant of the first lot of birds that the men had brought in and had not eaten had gone bad. The men brought in a fresh supply, and again, when they were a long way off, they saw the fire burning brightly in the women's camp. A spur-winged plover flew up and gave warning to the women that the men were coming back. Once more, they hid the fire and ashes, in the same way as before, and, again, the men asked where the fire was. The women were positive that they had none at all. The men said, "We saw it." The women replied, "No, you are gammoning, we have no fire." The men said, "We saw a big fire. If you have no fire, which way do you cook your food? Has the sun cooked it? If the sun cooks your lilies, why does it not cook our ducks and stop them from going bad?" There was no reply to this. They all went to sleep, and when they woke up the men left the women and dug up the root of an ironwood tree and got resin, kapay, from it. Then they each took 2 sticks and found that they could make fire by rubbing them on one another. They said, "That is all right." They had a long talk and decided to transform themselves into Arabanjori, or large crocodiles. Up to that time there were no such creatures, and they discussed what they were to be like. First of all they took a large lump of ironwood resin, or kapay. They made a framework for their heads out of a very tough wood, called umbarndal, using a flat stone for the top of the head. The rest of it they modeled out of kapay. Then they gathered some of the stiff stalks of all everlasting plant, called banagra, and pierced holes for the nose. This done, they went to the jungle and cut winbeji, or cane, to make a slit for the mouth. They made 2 of these frameworks, one for each man, and then put the whole thing over their heads. Then in order, so the natives told us, to enable them to breathe underwater, they pierced their lungs from the outside, on each side of the body, with wimbeji knives and filled them with air through the openings thus made. One man pierced his first, and as he was successful, the other did the same. Then, with his crocodile head on, one of them dived into the water and swam away under the surface for 1/4 of a mile or more. When he came to the surface he sang out, "I am here now." Then the second man dived in, followed after the first and found him. They said, "We are here together." Then they began playing about and had a race in the water, traveling at a great pace and ending up level. The making of the heads had taken a long time, so that they had now been away 2 days, and, after discussing the matter, they decided to return to camp. Before doing so, however, they laid their crocodile heads on one side, hiding them from view, so that the women could not see them. As they went back, they once more saw the lubbers making fire, and, again, the plover rose and gave the women warning. They wanted to know why the men had been away so long, where they had gone to, and what they had been doing, but the men said nothing at all. Late in the afternoon, the women took their chipoyu, or fishing nets, and set them in the water, where they left them all night. The next morning they went early to take them out. As they went along, one said to the other, "I wonder if we shall find any fish in them." They had no clothing on, but daubed themselves over with mud. When they reached the water pool they went in. Meanwhile, however, the men had gone ahead of them, by a roundabout track. They fixed their crocodile heads on and dived into the water, so that, when the women came up and began to try to pull their nets out, they had no idea that the men had left their camp, much less that, in the form of crocodiles. They were hanging on to, and making the nets so heavy that the women could not move them. At last the lubbers put their hands into the nets to find out what was the matter. The crocodiles bit them, dragged them under water and killed them, as the natives say, warigi dead altogether. When all was over, the Arabinjori men brought the bodies out on to the bank of the water pool and said to them, "Get up, go. Why did you tell us lies about the fire?" But there was no reply from the women, they were completely dead. The 2 men kept their crocodile heads on, but they still had blackfellow legs and arms. They stood up, stretched themselves, and shouted out that they were going to cease from being blackfellows and would always be crocodiles. They threw away their sticks and spears, in fact everything that they had, changed their bodies, arms, and legs, and then, having made themselves completely into crocodiles, dived into the water in which they have lived ever since. Tradition of Ungullah Robinbun. A woman, named Ungullah Robinbun, came from place called Palientoi, which lies between 2 rivers that are now known as the McKinley and the Mary. She spoke the language of the Noenmil people, and had many children. She started off to walk to Kraigpa, a place at the head of the Wildman Creek. Some of her children she carried on her shoulders, others on her hips, and 1 or 2 of them walked. At Craigpan she left 1 boy and 1 girl and told them to speak the Quiritari, or Quiridari, language. Then she walked on to Cornbow Creek, near the salt water at Murungarave, where she left a boy and a girl and told them to speak Cornbutt. Traveling on to Kupulu, she left the Cornbutt language behind her and crossed over what is now called the East Alligator River, to its west side. She came on to Nimbaku and left a boy and a girl there and told them to speak the Waijerk language. From here she journeyed on across the plain stretching between the Alligator Rivers to Korinjan, the place to which Imberombera had previously sent out 2 individuals named Pundamunga and Marama. Ungullah Robinbun saw them and said to her children, "There are black fellows here, they are talking Kakadu, that is very good talk, this is Kakadu country that we are now in." Ungullah went on until she came near enough for them to hear her speaking. She said, "I am Kakadu like you, I will belong to this country, you and I will talk the same language." Ungullah then told them to come close up, which they did, and then she saw that the young woman was quite naked. Ungullah herself was completely clothed in sheets of rankin, or paper bark, and she took one off, folded it up, and showed the lubra how to make an apron such as the Kakadu women always wear now. She told the lubra that she did not wish to see her going about naked. Then they all sat down. Ungula said, "Are you a lubra?" And she replied, "Yes, I am Ungordua." Then Ungula said, "I have seen Korinjan a long way off, I am going there. Where is your camp?" The Kakadu woman said, "I shall go back to my camp if you go to Munganilida." Ungula then rose and walked on with her children. On the road some of them began to cry and she said, "Bialila Waji Kobali, many children are crying." Amina Waji Kobali, why are many children crying? She was angry and killed 2 of them, a boy and a girl, and left them behind. Going on, she came near to Koringung and saw a number of men and women in camp and made her own camp some little distance from theirs. She then walked on to Koringung and said, "Here is a blackfellow's camp, I will make mine here also." She set to work to make a shelter, saying, "Kunjaragabin Goenbu Kabanji, I build a grass shelter, Mornia Balji, there is a big mob of mosquitoes." As yet the natives had not seen Ungula or her children. There were plenty of fires in the natives' camps but no mosquitoes. They did not have any of these before Ungula came, bringing them with her. She went into her shelter with her children and slept. After a time she came out again and then the other natives caught sight of her. Some of the younger Numulakiri determined to go to her camp. When she saw them coming she went into her kabanji and armed herself with a strong stick. She was Markogo, that is, elder sister, to the men, and, as they came up, she shouted out from her bush whirly, saying, "What are you all coming for? You are my Ilaberi, younger brothers. I am Kamali to you." They said nothing but came on with their hands behind their backs. As soon as they were close to the entrance to her shelter she suddenly jumped up, scattering the grass and boughs in all directions. She yelled loudly and, with her great stick, hit them all on their private parts. She was so powerful that she killed them all and their bodies tumbled into the water hole close by. Then she went to the camp where the women and children had remained behind and drove them ahead of her into the water. The bones of all these natives are still there in the form of stones with which also their spirit parts are associated. When all was over the woman stood in her camp. First of all she pulled out her kamara, vagina, and threw it away, saying, "This belongs to the lubras." Then she threw her breasts away and a whereby, or woman's fighting stick, saying that they all belonged to the lubras. From her dilly bag she took a paliardi, or flat spear thrower, and a light reed spear, called conjolio, and, throwing them away, shouted out, "These are for the men." She then took a sharp-pointed blade of grass called karani, caught a mosquito, mornia, and fixed it on to his head, rari, so that it could bite, and said, "Your name is Mornia." She also gave him instructions, saying, "Yapo Mapolio, Jarangada Michiri Joro, go to the plains, close to the mangroves, Manunjal Jeriini Jao, eat men's blood, Kumanga Ko Mornia, in, the bush no mosquitoes." That is why mosquitoes are always so abundant amongst the mangroves. When she had done this Angala gathered her remaining children together and, with them, went into the water hole. There were a great many natives, and, after they were dead, their skins became transformed into different kinds of birds. Some of them changed into small owls, called iridal, which catch fish. When they hear the bird calling out at night they say dodo, which means wait, or, later on, tomorrow morning we will put a net in and catch some fish for you. Others turned into kuraliji-liji, a bird that keeps a lookout to see if any strange natives are about. If a man wants to find out if any strangers are coming he says to the bird, Umbordera Jeriini Ainji. Are men coming today? If they are, the bird answers, Pitchit, Pitchit. Others changed into Jadikara, or willy wagtails, which keep a lookout for buffaloes and crocodiles. Others, again, changed into dark-colored kites, called Digonora, which keep a lookout to see if any hostile natives are coming up to growl. A man will say to one of these, Digonora, if he sees it in a tree, Brakal Jeriini Jeri, that is, far away, are there men coming to growl? If the bird replies to him he knows that they are coming, but if it makes no sound, then he knows there are no strangers about. Others changed into mocha, or crows, that show natives where geese are to be found. Others into tigi-tigi, a little bird that shows them where the sugar bags may be secured, others into mandoro, a bird that warns them when natives are coming up to steal a lubra. Some, again, changed into murara, the mopoke, which warns them if enemies are coming up in strong numbers. They ask the bird, and if it answers with a loud mopoke, they know that there are none about and that they have no need to be anxious, but if it answers with a low call, then they know that hostile natives are somewhere in the neighborhood. And a man will remain on watch all night. Some of the women changed into laughing jackasses. All these birds are supposed to understand what the blackfellows say, though they cannot themselves speak. While the men were explaining matters to us, they spoke to 2 or 3 wagtails that came close up and twittered. The men said that the birds wanted to know what we were talking about, but they told them that they must go away and not listen, which they did. Before finally going into the water hole, Ungula called out the names of the natives to whom she said the country belonged. They were all the children of Pundamunga and Marama. Chapter 10. Various Traditions, Customs, and Beliefs. Tradition of Baba Pabi, Tradition of Dota Duraman, a mischievous spirit enticing a native away, ceremonies concerned with the eating of Nupadepa, rain-making in the Kakadu tribe. Tradition of a snake man named Ngabadawa and of 2 snake women named Narenma, Lubra sending the salt water back, restrictions on speaking, ceremony to drive mosquitoes away, navel string or whirlu, child born dead, the rainbow. Menstrual flow, sticks given to a woman when enceinte, nose boring, beliefs with regard to animals, sun, moon, and stars, traditions concerning Uruanda, a snake man of the Mungarai tribe. Tradition of Namran, a thunder man of the Mungarai tribe, tradition of Gulmerlu and his sons, tradition concerning McDougall's Bluff, tradition concerning Kulakianjini, a rainbow man of the Nulakan tribe, naming of children. Tradition of Baba Pabi. Figure 67. Baba Pabi is a very short, stout individual, only about 2 feet 6 inches high. He has long spears and a large mila, or basket. He walks about in the water holes at night time, catching fish. In shallow water he takes them out with his hands and puts them in his mila. As he wanders about he talks to himself, saying, "By, brr, with a long roll on the r. In deep water he uses his spears. If he sees a kimberikara, or barramunda fish, he spears it in the neck, which he then bites and puts it in his large bag, or mila. This he is supposed to drag behind him through the water, figure 67. Then, perhaps, he spears a catfish and treats it in the same way, then a kanaja, or mullet, the neck of which he breaks with his hands. When he has caught enough fish he ties the mouths of his bags up, and, carrying them on his head, goes back to his own place, saying, "By, brr. He lives inside a big banyan tree, by the side of a paper bark creek. The hole in this tree, through which he passes, is only a small one, but he can enlarge it by breathing through it, and, when once he has passed, either in or out, it closes up. At the top of the trunk there is a hole through which air comes in. He makes a fire inside the trunk and cooks his fish there. Within the tree, also, he has a wife and children. The ordinary blackfellow cannot see him, but the margi, or medicine men, can, and they also talk to him. Sometimes a medicine man happens to be close by when he comes back to the banyan tree after one of his fishing excursions. Baba Pabi says, "Koyada nge mabo, don't hit me." The medicine man says, "Koyada kumari, don't be frightened, nai unkaregra. Ngoro araji, I watch, you go inside." Sometimes, when Baba Pabi is out fishing and a medicine man hears him and is afraid that he will catch all the fish and leave none for the blackfellow, he plays a trick on him. He can go so quietly to the water hole that Baba Pabi does not know he is there. In the water he hangs on to the large bag, or mila, that Baba Pabi drags behind him, and the little man tugs and tugs, but cannot move it. Accordingly, he goes back to find out what is the matter, and, while he is feeling about to see if the bag has been caught by something, the margi takes hold of his hand. Baba Pabi is very alarmed, but the margi says, "Don't be frightened, but go to another water hole and do not catch all the fish here. Baba Pabi then ties up his bag, takes his spears and goes away. The ordinary natives can hear him talking to himself as he walks through the water, but only the Marji can see him. Tradition of Dodaduraman. In the far past times, which the Wajaman people called Jabulungu, an old woman named Dodaduraman came up from the salt water, following along what is now the valley of the Daly River, which she made during her travels. As she journeyed on she also made the grass, trees, rocks, country, in fact everything. At last she came to what is now called the Flora River, but then called Tjeril, which she made as well as the Flora and Kathleen Falls, called, respectively, Jarang and Jimyamum. At the former she made the rocky bar that now serves as a crossing for the natives. On her back she carried a large pitchi, as large as a boat, called Nityari, full of saltwater mussels, or Narabu, on which she fed. Finally, she stopped at a place called Middle Waters, or Idadban, and there went down under the water. At the present day there is a spring at this spot which is always bubbling, and the natives believe that this is due to Dodaduraman's fire that she keeps alight down below. It was Dodaduraman who first of all told the Wajaman natives that they must not marry any lubra, indiscriminately. She gave them their class names and told them whom each was to marry and who their children would be. A mischievous spirit enticing a native away. One of the Kakadu men named Ungera told us of an adventure that befell him one day when he was out in the bush cutting stringy bark. He had been working hard all day and was coming back, carrying a number of sheets of bark on his head. They were very heavy, and it was just sundown as he came within sight of the camp. A spirit, or Mayormu, 52 belonging to another district, unfortunately happened to be lurking about in search of mischief. It saw Ungera coming along carrying the sheets of bark and, hiding itself in the scrub till he had gone by, came out, followed him up, caught hold of one corner of the sheets and threw him down. Ungera heard a noise in the grass very much like that made by a kangaroo, but, though he looked round, he could see nothing. He picked the sheets up and tried to go on, but he became very deaf and almost blind. Then he sang out, "Woi I," hoping to attract the attention of some of his mates. He thought that he was quite close to the camp, and the Iwayu kept on answering him, crying, "Kowi! Kowi!" which he thought was the natives answering his call. He followed in the direction of the sound and it led him away from his camp right across the bush into the mangrove swamps. Fortunately the men in camp had caught sight of him and followed him up, shouting Kowi! Kowi! They could not understand why he was walking in the wrong direction, but he could only hear the call of the Mayormu or mischievous spirit. When once he got amongst the mangroves he knew that there was something wrong because he had come into a strange place. The natives came close up, but, even then, he could not hear them, though they shouted at the top of their voices until, finally, they lost sight of him in the thick mangroves. Fortunately, the Mayormu, or Yalmuru, became frightened because there were so many natives about. Ungera climbed up one of the mangrove trees and said, "Jarangada, Breakle," which means, close by, far off, the first in reference to the voice of the Mayormu, the second to the campfire which he could see blazing away in the distance. By now it was dark, and, of course, the blackfellows realized that it was a Mayormu that was enticing Ungera away. The latter, after the departure of the spirit, said to himself, "Koi Peri," which means, literally, leave behind, that is, he determined to leave the mangrove swamp and go in search of the fires that he could see burning away in the distance. After a long time he made his way out of the swamp, and then the natives found him and took him back to camp. If the men had not come up in large numbers and frightened the Mayormu away the latter would have carried Ungera off to a place called Delborgia cave in the ranges that can only be entered by the Marji, or medicine men. When once a man has been carried into this cave he can only be rescued by aid of the Iwayu, or Yalmuru, of his father, or some Kaka, father's father, or Baranga, elder brother. The latter spirit goes into the cave and says to the hostile Yalmuru, who has decoyed the man in, "What are you doing with my boy?" He pushes the Yalmuru down and tells him to stay in the cave, and then he takes the man away out into the scrub. While he is asleep, the friendly Yalmuru, or Iwayu, who has rescued him, tells him that he has been taken away by a Yalmaru who belongs to another country or, as he says, Anji Chikaru, another tongue or talk. The man wakes up in the morning and goes to his own camp, where he becomes very ill. If there is a medicine man there he knows at once what is the matter, and says, Yalmaru mumala jin uburo, which is a very strong expression, a most emphatic cursing of the hostile Yalmaru. First of all he gazes into the patient's eyes, then he massages the sides of his body and, after a time, and as the result of long-continued sucking, extracts something, such as a kunununali, the fingernail of a Yalmaru. After this has been successfully withdrawn, the man goes to sleep and, next morning, wakes up perfectly well and normal. Ceremonies concerned with the eating of Napadapa. In the Kakadu tribe there is a special fish, called Napadapa, in regard to the eating of which there are, for some reason, very rigid restrictions. It lives only in deep water pools and may only be caught by really old men, and they must use nets or spears. The restrictions vary also in regard to different water pools. As usual there are no restrictions on the children until they reach, respectively, the status of Molakiri and Yingulakiri, that is, they are from 10 to 12 years old. At one water pool, called Mangalada, only Kakadu men may eat them, no one else may do so under very severe penalties. If anyone should venture to break this rule and to attempt to catch and eat them there, his eyes and ears would swell up and sores would break out all over his body. At Mangalada also, it is only the very old Kakadu men who may catch them, and, even when thus caught, no young man must touch them. A man's hair must be turning grey before he can eat them. He must also have attended at least 4 Ober ceremonies, though this in itself would not exclude many full-grown men. One day, 2 fully initiated men were talking to us about Napadapa. One of them, named Koparik, was about 50 years old, the other, named Mitralak, was between 30 and 35. The latter was not allowed to touch, much less eat them. If he were to do so he told us that his arm would grow crooked. On the other hand he may eat them if they are caught at a water pool called Niraligawa. Permission to do so had been given to him by Koparik, but, even now, he will only eat the fish at this place if he is in the company of older men. At Niraligawa women and children may eat the fish under special conditions. No Ningari youth, or girl of corresponding age, may touch them. For a woman to be allowed to eat the fish it must be brought into camp on the point of the spear by which it was secured. If it tumbles off before the camp is reached, then only old men may eat it. It must also be struck with a short throwing stick, called mambarnbo, while it is still on the spear point. If these conditions are complied with, and unless there be a good supply of fish, probably they are not, the women may eat. The old men also can make it fit for younger men to eat at this place by breaking the fish's neck. Mischievous spirits, belonging to another tribe, sometimes place Napadapa bones that they have sung in a Kakadu man whom they desire to injure. This is a very serious form of magic and can only be cured by an exceptionally able medicine man. The operation, as shown to us, was as follows, figures 68, 69. The patient lies down on the ground, flat on his back. The doctor kneels down beside him, leans over him and first of all blows on his chest. Then he massages him and finally passes his hand through his own armpit, so as to remove some of the perspiration that has gathered on the wingorka, or hairs. This is rubbed into the man's chest and then the medicine man sets to work to suck hard until, bit by bit, he has removed all the bones. After the fish has been eaten all the bones must be gathered together and burnt by the old men. If any were left lying about and a native should chance to tread on them he would soon lose the use of his legs and his arms also would most probably be affected. Curiously, the bones are not used for pointing amongst the Kakadu themselves. Tradition says that, in the old times, one man first of all caught a Napadapa at Mangalada and ate it. He found it good and told the others. Then a second man tried with the same result, then, one by one, they all caught and ate the fish. They were not very old men. After a time their legs began to swell enormously, sores broke out all over them and, finally, they all died. Other natives, who had, fortunately for themselves, not been to the water pool nor eaten the fish, decided that they were poisonous and must be kamali at Mungallata and could only be eaten by very old men. Rain-making in the Kakadu tribe. In the early days, Imberombera, when she ceased from her travels at a place called Inbenjeri, sent out various pairs of individuals to different parts of the country and, amongst these, were two named Kroran, a man, and Munjarimala, a woman, whom she instructed to go to Baringadamba and stay there. In their turn, they also sent out pairs of individuals, of whom one pair, named Murapu, a man, and Julaperi, a woman, went to a place called Kupari in Kakadu country. This man, Murapu, was the great rain-maker. One season there was scarcely any food and everything was quite dry. The fish were very poor and most of the water pools, even the deeper ones, were dried up. Murapu made a bow shed over a tidal creek that then ran down, and still does, into the East Alligator River. In this he placed logs, jamba, and put fire sticks, yungornu, on the top of them. Then he went back to his camp and waited. As the tide rose, the water came up until it covered the bow shed. It came bubbling up and then went back again. Clouds began to come up out of the salt water and soon the rains came. The sticks were left till they were covered with an evil-smelling ooze, called kurawarwa. Then a kind of steam came out of them, like light clouds. It went away to the sea, down the river and then returned in the form of mokornboe light, misty rain that always comes from the west. When the natives see this, they know that the heavy rains are over and there will only be showers. At the present day the rainmaker still performs this ceremony. After the rain season, when the young geese begin to swim about, the young gorna sticks are taken out from the bush house and hung on trees. Later on, they are distributed amongst the men. The jamba, also, are taken into the bush and burnt, or else, if they were not destroyed, the rains would never cease. There is only one rainmaker in the Kakadu tribe, at any one time. The present holder of the position is a man named Nyolu Bornjoan and he received his powers from his elder brother, who is now dead. Tradition of a snake man named Ngabadaw and two snake women named Narenma. There is a special snake called Ngabadaw of which the natives are very frightened and the following legend is told to account for it. There was a black fellow named Ngabadaw who, at first, was a man and not a snake. He had with him two women who were mother and daughter and were called Narenma, which was the name of a snake belonging to the Kakadu people. The Ngabadaw man wished to take the younger Narenma woman as his wife but she would not consent because she wished to have a Kakadu man as her husband. Ngabadaw went out hunting and caught 4 large lizards which he brought into the camp and told the younger woman to cook. 53 She declined to do so and then he asked her mother to cook them but she also refused. Ngabadaw then went out into the bush and made tracks like those of a Narenma. He returned and told the women that he had seen some tracks made by a Narenma man. They at once started out to look for them and, when they had gone, Ngabadaw himself ran rapidly by a roundabout track through the bush to a hole that he had dug in the course of the tracks. After changing himself into a snake he went into the hole. The younger woman found the tracks first, showed them to her mother and then, together, they followed them up until they came to the hole. The younger one began to poke a stick that she carried with her into the hole but her mother told her to stop doing so because there was nothing in it. However, the former gathered a handful of grass, put it in the hole and held it there while her mother poked with a stick. Then Ngabadaw bit the younger woman's hand and she cried out, saying, "I am bitten." The mother still continued poking and then the snake bit her on the wrist and came out, saying, "I will always bite blackfellows." That is why the natives are now so frightened of Ngabadaw. Lubra sending the salt water back. 2 lubras in the Kakadu country, which, in the far past time, was almost covered with salt water, made an earth oven, or pandi, in the usual way, digging out a hole, lighting a fire in it and placing stones on the fire. One was a woman of the Weta tribe and Qualper, or ground rat, Totem, the other was a Kakadu woman of the Monwalper, or tree rat, Totem. The Kakadu said to the Weta woman, "Bring your food and we will put it on the fire." The Weta woman did not answer. Again she said, "Bring your food," and repeated this, time after time, without receiving any answer. She was standing by the fire with her digging stick. When the stones were hot she raked the fire out of the hole and left the stones in. At last, the Weta woman said, "Wambata, that is, what is it?" The Kakadu woman said, "Why do you not answer me in my own tongue?" Then she grasped her stick and hit the Weta woman so hard on her head that she fell down insensible and, whilst on the ground, the Kakadu woman hit her on the back. When she came to herself again, the Kakadu woman told her to go away to another country and talk Weta. So she went, leaving the Kakadu woman by herself. The latter went and stood by the side of the salt water, which then covered the plains, and said to herself, "I will throw these hot stones in," saying, at the same time, "Awerkai Brakal Kajira, go back long way salt water." It chanced that one of the hot stones fell on the back of Numeraji, the great snake, who was under the water, and he immediately went off into the deep sea, taking the water with him and leaving the plains dry. The woman then changed herself into a Monmoropa rat, making, also, all of these animals that now exist. The other woman was transformed into a Qualpa rat and made all of these. Restrictions on speaking. In the Kakadu tribe, a man may speak to his elder sisters, but only if they be 30 or 40 yards away. He may not speak to his younger sisters under any conditions. They are supposed to keep out of his way, and, if he comes upon one of them suddenly and she is quite close to him, he is justified in hitting her. He must not look at his mother-in-law or allow her to do anything for him. If he be a long way off he may shout to her. If she brings anything up to where he may happen to be, she must approach from behind so that they cannot see one another. Ceremony to drive mosquitoes away. When mosquitoes become very troublesome, the old men of the Totem in the Wajaman tribe make imitation mosquitoes, which they call Walangulan Kakalil. They each wear one in front and one behind, fixed in their belts. They dance about, clenching their fists and moving their arms up and down, time after time, singing loudly, Walangulan Kalalil, Walangulan Kalil, ending up with a loud ya. Yeah. Yeah. They imagine that they are killing the insect. When this is over they hand the imitation insects to the other men, who dance while the mosquito men sing. Navel string, or whirlu. This is cut off, by means of a mussel shell, about 2 inches from the abdomen. It is dried and carried about, until the child is about 5 years old, in one of the small bags that, in the Kakadu and allied tribes, the native habitually wears suspended from a string round the neck. When once the child can move about freely it is merely thrown into a water pool, without any ceremony, but, up to that time, it must be carefully preserved or else the child becomes very ill and probably dies. Should the child die before it is thrown away, it is burnt, but, on the other hand, if it be burnt while the child is alive, either before or after such time as the child can walk about, the result again is serious illness and probably death. If the child dies while the mother is carrying the whirlu, the death is attributed to the fact that the mother has broken one of the Kamali rules. She must, they say, have eaten forbidden food or washed in deep water, so that the child's spirit has gone from it. The father says to the mother, Bialila Neandida, Emina Jaunjainima, Bialila, Wariji, the child, was, good. What kind of food, have, you, eaten, the child is dead. He is very angry with the woman, and often punishes her severely. Child born dead. If a child is born dead this is often attributed by the Kakadu to Numeraji, the snake, who is supposed to have caused the spirit of the child, or Iwayu, to leave the mother's body while she was bathing. Women who are about to become mothers must not go into water while the wind blows at all strongly. The swish of the waves is due to Numeraji. The spirit part of the child is frightened and leaves the mother's body, hastening back to its old camping place. The natives say that, when the body leaves the mother, the spirit sometimes comes and looks at it, and, at a later time, may go inside the same woman again. The rainbow. The rainbow is supposed by the Kakadu to be the Iwayu of a Numeraji snake. When the latter spits he makes rain, and says, Ganji Iwayu, Ngoro Marola, Iwayu Ngama up above Iwayu, go spittle, my Iwayu. It does so in the form of a rainbow which is supposed to stop the rain. As the natives say, Iweyu numeraji yapunga, ko kurieo, when numeraji's Iweyu comes out, no rain. The rainbow, when it melts away, is supposed to go back, underground, to numeraji. Menstrual flow. This is called kupara medjor by the Kakadu natives. The pain felt by the woman is supposed to be caused by something that breaks near her heart. First of all, the blood accumulates in a special bag inside, called kunamalami. It is when this bursts that the blood flows. At the first time of menstruation, the girl says to her mother, Koyu, Mun Angel, Mother, Blood. The latter says Mappa, Ngoibu Araji, Child, put, grass under, you. A quantity of long grass stalks are cut and the girl sits on them with her legs tightly closed. The grass stalks are placed on the ground under a special bush shade, called moyab, built some little distance away from the camp by the girl's future husband, who does not, however, as yet go near to her. She is looked after entirely by her mother and must not leave the wurley. Fresh supplies of grass are brought in, but all is kept until the flow has ceased. If any should by chance touch a man, if he were to put his foot on it, the foot would soon rot away. When the flow has ceased, the mother brings a leaf basket full of water and pours the latter over the girl's head while she is still in the wurley. At the same time she gets some yellow ochre with which she paints lines on the girl's body, back and front, and over her eyes. These marks are called jebel. This takes place in the afternoon. Meantime she has told the girl's father that the flow has ceased, and he tells the girl's future husband to go and paint her. He, accordingly, adds some marks to those already on her body and after this goes away. The girl's mother puts wristlets called kujorju and armlets on her. The blood-stained grass has been removed and wrapped up in paper bark by the old woman, who says to the girl, Kujali kalamapa, Jeriani kuberlorda kuparamoyu. Kajujao wariji, which means freely translated, burn it with fire, my child, if it gets into the tracks of men their feet will be sore, if dogs eat it they will die. During all the time that the girl is in the wurley she must have a fire specially made, if she needs one it must not be brought from the main camp fire nor must her food be cooked there. If the smell of any fish or food cooking at the main camp fire comes to her she must immediately close her nostrils with grass. Should she deliberately smell anything cooked at the main camp fire, then the first child that she bears will be very small. Her mother tells her about this, saying, Mapa rankaniwaji gimi, child put grass inside your nose. Balarat jori paloma, bialila in malawila, by and by, if you, smell fat, child, will be, small. The mother breaks down the bush wurley, in which the girl has been sitting, and burns it, together with everything that might possibly have come in contact with her. After the fire has been made and has burnt down, the girl puts some of the hot ashes on her abdomen, makes a small heap of them and sits on them. She also pushes some right up the vulva, the idea being, so the natives say, to stop the bleeding. This is done at the close of every period. The first menstrual flow is called kanjulu, which is the name for a short sharp, wooden pointed spear, the second is called kaji, which is the name for a stone spear, the third is called kormata. After that it is simply spoken of as mun angel, the ordinary word for blood. During, and for some time after the first period, all animal food is strictly kamali. When the girl has recovered she goes to her future husband's camp, but, for some time, they sleep apart. Later on, the food restriction is removed. The natives say that the husband notices that the girl is growing thin so, one day, he takes a fire stick and with it he slightly singes the hair under his armpit, and says to her, Ngunkomukali, Maria Jaranjita. Ngunkomukali, wife, come close up, Noima Wingorka Karamia, smell the burnt hair, Maria Willalungainma, come to my camp, Kujalit Gai, my fire. Sticks given to a woman when enceinte. When it is quite evident that one of the spirit children has entered a woman, the father of the child first of all makes some string out of opossum fur, which he puts into the little mela, or bag. That is carried round his neck. Unless this be done the child will be born blind. Then he takes some of the sticky material that he procures from an orchid growing on the trunks of trees and smears this over a short stick, which he hands to the woman, saying, Jinima Kala Bialila, which means, literally, "You all right, or certainly, child," in other words, "You have a child." The stick is called Jubulanjubalu, Plate V, Figure 3. It is enclosed in a dilly bag specially made for it, and in this it is carried about by the lubra, who must not part with it. She sleeps with it under her head, and may not talk at night time. It is tightly tied up in the bag lest it should be lost, in which case the child would die in the womb, and the father would be very angry, and punish the woman. The stick remains in the bag and is carried about until the child is born, after which it is carefully kept until the child begins to walk. The father then takes it away from the woman and hands it to some relative, such as his brother, telling him to carry it to some camp a long way off. If, for example, the child were born at Impeli, on the East Alligator River, it will be taken to a place such as Port Essington, that is, into the country of another tribe, the Impeli people being Kakadu, and the Port Essington, Iwaji. The messenger approaches the camp, carrying the stick so that it can be seen by the men, who immediately know what it means, form into a square, and come running up with their arms extended, shouting PRR. PRR. The messenger shows them the stick, and is then taken into the camp, where he may remain for a day or two. After this, the messenger returns, accompanied by some of the strangers. When they are a little distance away from the home camp, where the mother and child are living, they halt for an hour or two, and are then invited to come in. The mother brings the child up to them, having previously painted a white line across its forehead and lines of dots across its cheeks and nose. She herself is decorated in just the same way. The stick is given to the child, together with different kinds of dilly bags, buloko and mela, waist girdles, kuyapa, etc. Brought by the visitors, to whom the relatives of the child give spears in exchange, or, if they have brought spears, then they receive dilly bags, etc. After this is over, a general corroboree is held. As yet no name is given to the child, though the father knows what it is to be. Finally, he takes the stick, breaks it in pieces, and throws them into a water pool. Nose boring. Amongst the Kakadu natives the operation of boring through the nasal septum, called muperma, is performed by the father, elder brother, or jaija. It is conducted when they are young at the status of molakiri, if a boy, or yingilakiri, if a girl. In either case the child is not more than 10 or 12 years old. During the operation the patient is told, boy and girl alike, that he must no longer eat goose, goanna, eaglehawk, jabiru, or turtle. If he were to do so his nose would rot away. They now point to a man in camp, named Ungorchu, who has lost his nose through disease, as a striking example of what happens if a boy breaks the kamali and eats what he should not, like Ungorchu is supposed to have done. It is probable that Ungorchu is perfectly innocent of having infringed any tribal rule, but both he himself and everyone else in the camp now firmly believe him to have been guilty. During the operation the patient lies down on the ground with his head on the knees of the operator. As a boring instrument, the pointed fibula of a kangaroo is used. This is called yardbai, and, holding it in his right hand, the operator pulls the septum down with his left and soon pierces it. The bone is taken out and replaced by a short length of bamboo. As soon as this is in place the father says, Jao Kalekuli, eat catfish, Koyata Kinembo, Koyata Pijordu, Koyata Karakara, Koyata Kalunjani, don't eat goose, goanna, spur-winged plover, flying fox, Nanji, Jao Mort, eat fish always. In about a month's time the father tells the boy to go and bathe. He does so, and softens the wound in his nose so that he can pull out the bamboo, which he washes, brings back to the camp, and shows to his father, replacing it by a length of cane grass. Beliefs with regard to animals. The willy wagtail, probably because it is a very friendly bird, always hopping and twittering about the camp, is supposed to be especially associated with the natives. The Marji, or medicine men, of the Kakadu tribe, tell the latter that the bird is a relative of theirs and that when they hear it twittering the Yalmaru, or Iwayu, of someone, such as their father or father's brother. is close at hand and will show them where there is game to be captured. The Margie says, you will not see anything but you will feel it, that is the Iwayu, inside you. The Kakadu men have an extraordinary belief in regard to the mutual behavior of goannas, a species of Varanus lizard, and turtles. They say that a goanna, or pajordu, will go out and search around until it smells a turtle that has burrowed underground. During the dry season, the small freshwater and land turtles estivate in holes that they hollow out for themselves in the mud around the margin of a water pool. The ground dries and cracks above them and here they remain until the next rains fall. Having smelt a turtle, the goanna digs it up and then in some way, so the natives say, persuades it to follow it to its own hole, which it gives up in favor of the turtle and retires into another. The time comes when the turtle lays its eggs and then these are eaten by the goanna. A native told me that not long ago he had seen a goanna leading a turtle along in this way and had killed them both. It is probably a myth due to the fact that at some time a goanna has been found eating turtle eggs in a hole where there was also a turtle. The natives, however, were quite clear on the point. Sun, moon, and stars. The Wajuman call stars, in general, Mili Gen, the evening star they call Alurgan, the Southern Cross, Kamarinji. They are all supposed to be round, white stones. In the ancient times, called Jabulunga, the moon was a man named Kandok. He had 3 dogs called Madbarunga, Kajalambalimbi, and Murkagina. At first, and for a long time, he lived in a great cave in a hill, at a place called Lagooning, far away to the west. When he died his Yungaba, or spirit, 54 went up into the sky and gave rise to the moon. He also had an old kangaroo, Inumbergo, and, with this and his 3 dogs, he can now be seen in the moon. Full moon is called Eagle, half moon is Idadad and new, or crescent, is Wurdu. Moonrise is Chuinma, moonset is Yagajun. The sun is called Mananjeni, or Enduran, by the Wajuman and Woolgnan by the Mudburra and is supposed to have been an old woman. When the sun sets it goes into a hole that leads through the earth, hence the darkness at night. The moon follows the sun in, sometimes almost directly, sometimes not till the next morning. Traditions concerning Uruandu, a snake man of the Mungarai tribe. The snake called Uruanda, or Urundu, arose, first of all, at a place far away to the north called Olu, where a large banyan tree arose to mark the spot. He went down into the ground, traveled away towards the mouth of the Roper River and then turned back on his tracks and came out at Delong, where there is a water pool with a waterfall and a big rock in the middle that arose to mark the spot. Once more he went down and came out at a place called Jungun on the Roper River, where he stood up and looked back at Delong and said, I am a long way off now, I will stay here, this is my country. A large tree and water hole arose to mark the spot and he went down into the water. Traveling on he came to Warwick, further to the west on the Roper River, and from here looked back at Jungun. Then he went into the ground again and traveled to Dinyi, a water pool in the Elsie Creek, not far from the telegraph line. Then he went on to Gundamir, which lies to the west of the line. Here he came up above the ground and straightened himself out. A creek, now called Rye Creek, arose to mark the line of his march. He made a round hole, called Euro, where there is no water. Leaving the creek, he went along a stony flat to Daily Waters and then on to Imumiangan, which is so called because he left his eyes, Imam, behind him there and went on blind. He lost his way and went along wandering about until he came to Jinjindali, where he found a billabong close to what is now Delamere Station. Then he travelled to Wairama, where a large tree arose. Then to a small billabong called Aboyalan, where another tree arose, here he said, I have got no eyes, I cannot go any further. Then he returned to his own country, to Japana, on the 6-mile creek, not far from Delamere. The natives will drink water here but will not bathe, if they did they would be caught by a big snake and dragged under. Uruanda carried plenty of spirit children, called Malmal, with him and he also had a number of kunapipi, or sacred sticks, but no spirit children were associated with these, nor was his own spirit part. Tradition of Namran, a thunder man of the Mungarai tribe. On the side of a hill, called Lurid Mini, at the base of which lies the water pool, called Crescent Lagoon by the whites and Dadba by the natives. There are flat, table-like outcrops of sandstone on which are a considerable number of what look like pounding holes, cup-shaped in structure. They are evidently of great antiquity, and are certainly not used at the present day. It is indeed difficult to form any surmise as to when they were made, and what they were used for. They must be 150 feet above the level of the lagoon, and there is no special growth of any edible objects in the district requiring pounding which would account for their presence. They vary in size from very small circular depressions, perhaps an inch to 2 inches in diameter, and an eighth to half an inch in depth, to symmetrically shaped, roughly hemispherical, cup-like depressions 10 to 12 inches in diameter, and 6 to 8 inches in depth, Fig. 70, on one slab of rock, of which a portion is represented, measuring about 8 feet in length by 4 in greatest width. There were 9 holes of various sizes, the smaller ones having evidently just been begun when the place was abandoned. It is quite evident from the way in which they are weather-worn, with slight projecting ridges running all round the depressions, each one corresponding to the position of a harder film in the rock, that it is long since they have been used. The natives know nothing definite about them. They are clearly of human manufacture, and strongly call to mind the cup-like structures found in other parts of the world. I have seen nothing like them anywhere else in Australia, and they seem to be the work of a people inhabiting the country before the present natives came. The latter, at all events, have no knowledge of their origin and meaning, and attribute them to the work of Namran, the Thunder Man, who arose in early times at Lurid Mini. He sat down inside the lagoon at Dadba, which is also called Magman, lightning, by the men, though the women do not know this name. At the bottom of the pool he lived in a hole, a great rock, which is called Nanan. He made rain that filled the lagoon, and used to go in and out of the stone, where he camped all day. He had plenty of spirit children with him, and lived at Dadba before there was any hill called Lurid Mini. In fact, he made this, and it was in trying to open up the rock that he made the cup-like depressions that can now be seen. The rock was too hard for him, so he went into the water pool again, where he kept his children, coming out every now and then to make rain and thunder and lightning. The Thunder Man was a Nakama man, and it is now only the latter men who dare go far into the water. The women will get water there, but will not bathe. During the wet season the old Namran sits on the top of the stone, so that half his body is under and half above water. He keeps plenty of water in the stone, and every now and then opens it and a lot of water comes out. Then he says, "That is good, that is plenty," locks the stone up, and the water ceases to flow. If an Ngarich woman comes and puts her foot in the water, a spirit child at once goes up her leg into her body. If she drinks water it goes in by her mouth, and the child, when born, belongs to the Thunder Totem, just like the old man. Tradition of Gulmerlu and his sons. An old man named Gulmerlu, a frilled lizard, who belonged to the subclass Ngapungari, arose in the country of the Alawa people and walked across to Canbad, now known as Mole's Hill, on the Roper River, though at that time there was no river. He had 2 sons with him. The old man made a beaked boomerang which, first of all, he threw with the left hand, towards the cast. Then he turned round and threw it with his right hand towards the west, with the result that he thereby carved out the course of the Roper River, which here takes a very sharp bend. The water then came and filled the river bed which he had thus made. At the same time a great storm of wind swept down upon them, and the old man and his 2 sons were swept into the water. The father and younger son were drowned, the elder one just managed to get out. He was very sorrowful, and made corroborees all day long with Kunapipi, singing, "Ngayaba Nabilela, Guda and Agugari, I have lost them, which way have you gone?" The old man went into a rock at the bottom of the water, taking his spirit children with him. After a time the elder son, who was very tired, lay down on the bank, pulled out his penis and testis, and placed them on the ground, where they can still be seen, turned into stone. 55 At the present day the men make Gulmerlu, or frilled lizard, corroborees at this spot. The old man was Ngapungari, and if an Gaburella woman goes to the water to gather lilies one of the Ngapungari children will go inside her. Tradition concerning McDougall's Bluff. An old Warwian, kangaroo, man arose near the MacArthur River. He traveled over to the country of the Mungarai people, and made the Roper River and water holes in the neighborhood of Bergberg Man, or McDougall's Bluff, which he also made. Traveling on, he made what is now called Imte Keys, a prominent white hill, and also Birmgung, a little round hill to the west of the former, and there he remained. The Red Lily Lagoons, further still to the west along the Roper River, known respectively as Whaleyarawan, the smaller one, and Aramingan, the larger one, were made by a large kangaroo man named Kanjalara, Huanakamra. He had spirit children with him, and these entered Garich women who go to gather lilies in the lagoon. Tradition concerning Kulakuyunjini, a rainbow man of the Nulakan tribe. The man arose at a spring on a hill to the east of Hell's Gates, called Norangandingandi, which indeed he made. He was a Mangarali man of the rainbow totem. First of all he stood up, then he lay down on his stomach. A tree called Elmalinji arose to mark the spot where he stood up. 2 men from the north came up. The old man heard the two, he listened, and it was just like a wind coming up. They came up and saw the old man sitting by the side of his spring, which was a small one. They said to him, "Hello. You sit down here." He said, "You two go away. I am an old man. I stay here." The 2 strangers said, "You have only got a little water." He answered, "All right, it belongs to me." The 2 men opened the spring and made it larger, and went away, leaving the old man angry and growling. They then went on towards the Hodgson River to Uranua. The old man had rainbow spirit children and, if the right mother for a rainbow child comes to drink at the spring, one of them will go inside her. Naming of children. In the Kakadu tribe every man and woman has 2 names, or rather a double name. In ordinary conversation the individual is usually referred to by the first of the 2 only, though sometimes both may be used. Examples of these names amongst the men are as follows: Kalingapu Kunamola Jumbo, Mukalaki Ninjinu, Mupalbera Maria Palingam, Murakoeri Yokurakorida, Munmona Murakumra, Noroma Lala, Kinmorko Karawa, Madanga Yerii, Mindapul Katoru. Ukairi Mujuarbilu, Ngarakorda Unkorpu, Angara Arai, Kalangogo Aray, Murawalawil Naroma, Namajaya Aperikal, Miniamaka Namirialmak, Nulwoyu Nyadadajeri. Examples amongst the women are as follows: Murapern Mini Yaraweka. Kumarakan Maranbi, Waria Montoquiala, Mangul Kumarang Bukara, Kadau Unmuriaragari, Burowangu Umaramparenji, Aloa Nolaru Punjini, Jeraboilu Muriwa Punjan, Mudanjia Koraminjil, Machinga Alumbarapa. In rare cases, such as that of a man, a Berdapu, one of Pundmunga's children, an individual has only one name. These names are those which were originally given to the first series of ancestors and have been passed on, unchanged, from generation to generation. If they ever had any special meaning, all trace of this has been lost, and the present-day native can only say that he has a particular name because his old ancestor was given that name by Imberombera, or by someone else acting under her instructions. There is a curious little ceremony concerned with the naming of a child. When it can walk, the natives assemble in their camp, into which a bundle of spears has been brought and laid on the ground. The father and mother sit at one end of the spears, the natives in a semicircle at the other. An elder brother of the child, a mother's brother or a mother's brother's son takes him by the hand and leads him from amongst the men and women to where his father and mother are seated. Th. Former, in the presence of the whole camp, then says, "Your name is so-and-so," giving him both of his names at once. After this the spears are presented to the father. There is not, so far as I could find out, any secret name given to men and women in this tribe. In the Arunta, where such names are always given, they are those of old ancestors of whom the living native is supposed to be the reincarnation. Each individual has, in addition, some ordinary name by which he or she is addressed. This name may be that of a natural object or place, or may have no special meaning, but it is quite distinct from the ancestral name which, indeed, is only known to the old men of the group to which each individual belongs. In the Arunta tribe a man does not know his secret name until he is well grown up, and the women never know theirs. These secret names are only mentioned in whispers and are the most difficult things to find out. In the Kakadu, on the other hand, the old ancestral names, the exact equivalents of the secret ones in the Arunta, are in everyday use. In addition to the ordinary names, many individuals have what we should call nicknames. One man, for example, is called Pirta Kutjeri, which means very ill, on account of the fact that he always is more or less ill. Another, because of his plumpness, is called Nyandal Yuri, which means good grease, fat, or juice. They are equally fond, also, of applying nicknames to white men. There was one of the latter with a most prominent nose and also a strikingly long neck. He is known amongst them as Brutpenuir, the native name for the jabiru or stork. Another, who always makes a mess of anything that he tries to do, is called Banagra Banagra, which is the name of a dry, everlasting plant that is not good to eat. It is also very thin and scraggy, like its namesake. It is only in the Kakadu and allied tribes that a double name is met with. In all others, such as the Wajuman and Mudbura, each individual has one name. In these two tribes, for example, we meet with names for men, such as Waljacula, Jaluk, Iblangwa, Kadada, Ngaraman, Willan, and for women, such as Karanian, Kengulk, Ujabinma, Unayanda, Chijinga, Inoma. They have no meaning known to the natives and are in everyday use. There does not appear to be any secret names. Chapter 11. Food Restrictions. Restrictions amongst members of the Kakadu tribe, boys and youths, women during pregnancy, husband, young men passing through Ober and Jamba ceremonies, removal of restrictions. Young man giving food to his mother, special restrictions in regard to the snake Kuljo-Anjo, restrictions amongst the Port Essington natives. In probably all Australian tribes there are, under normal conditions, very definite restrictions in regard to the eating of particular foods by individuals at different ages or under special conditions, such as those attendant, more especially, on childbearing. In many cases the object of these restrictions is very evidently that of reserving the best food for the elder men and women, but in others it is difficult to assign any adequate reason. In some instances it is quite possible that, for example, a woman, while bearing a child, may once have eaten some special food and have, afterwards, been seriously ill. That, in itself, would be quite enough reason for a restriction to be placed on that particular food in regard to all women in the same condition. Nothing shows more clearly than these food restrictions do, the way in which the life of a native is hedged in with arbitrary rules that must be obeyed, often at the peril of his life. To the casual onlooker the native may appear to live a perfectly free life, in reality he does nothing of the kind, indeed, very much the reverse. The following are the restrictions amongst the members of the Kakadu tribe, and they may be taken as fairly typical of all tribes. Those of the first series are concerned with boys and young men at various ages. When a child is very young there are no restrictions, though, of course, the parents take care that, for his own sake, he does not have the chance of eating certain very special things, such as a Kuljo-Anjo snake, which has a very special taboo, or kamali, associated with it. There are certain foods, such as these, that no child is likely to have the opportunity of eating, because its parents may not do so. After the boy has passed through the Ninjeri stage, when he is initiated and becomes a Numulakiri, he reaches a status during which and it may extend over some years he is much hampered in his choice of food. He may not eat the following extensive series of animals and plants. Chunara, a yam, Kalori, a yam, Gunamaramla, a pounded yam, Pijordu, goanna lizard, Narenma, a snake, Kuljo-Anjo, a snake, Tirajuno, a water snake, Munmarner, a snake. Ngabada, a snake, Kalarunjani, flying fox, Murno, female opossum, Jimarabuna, native companion, Brutpenuir, Jabiru, Kaparipi, emu, Karakara, spur-winged plover, Kuabaga, pled egret, Copulapuli, white crane. Kujalinga, female turtle, Yinganga, small species of crocodile, Mundabenbo, native turkey, Mangorchi, wedge-tailed eagle, Ironbumbo, fish hawk, Mirawajanga, quail, Kaparipi Iweji, emu eggs, Koronokaju, wild dog. He is allowed to eat the following. Murora, a small wallaby, lily seeds, roots, etc., which form the staple vegetable diet of the natives, Mormo, a sugar bag, Murno, male opossum, Kujalinga, male turtle, Arabanjori, large crocodile. Kimbarikara, barramunda fish, Caleculi, catfish, and also all pigeons, ducks, and geese, with their eggs. There is a curious restriction, the meaning of which the natives do not know, in regard to a dog and a goanna. If a dog catches a goanna, a species of lizard belonging to the genus Varanus, no boy or young man may eat it. If he were to do so, it would result in his having very severe pains in his back, and his fingers would rot away. The kamali, or taboo, may be removed by an old man, who, for this purpose, takes the bones of a goanna that has been caught by a dog. He pounds them up and puts them in the middle of a special yam, gunamaramala, which itself must be pounded, and hands it to the young man to bite. There are certain food restrictions that apply to women at different periods of their life, more especially during childbearing. They are as follows. 1. During the early stages of pregnancy she may not eat Jaimarabuna, native companion. Brut penuir, jabiru, karakara, spur-winged plover, kalarunjani, flying fox, kolowura, jungle fowl, chikali, wood grub, kinjilbra, rock snake. The penalties for eating these are as follows. Jaimarabuna, the child is born with yaws. Brut penuir, the child is born with a sore nose and mouth. Karakara, the child has sores under its arms. Kalarunjani, the child has sore feet and tongue, and, if a boy, its penis is abnormal. Kolowura, a spirit is supposed to take the child away and bury it in the mound nest of a jungle bird. Chikali, the child has scabs all over its body. Kinjilbra, the navel string becomes twisted round the child, and it dies in the womb. 2. During the latter stages of pregnancy she may not cat pijordu, goanna, kanacha, mullet, mudburbura, native cat, gunamaramala, pounded yam, Arabanjori, crocodile, yinganga, small crocodile. The penalties for eating these are as follows. Pijordu, the lubra, gets severe pains in her stomach. Kanacha, the mouth of the child grows out like that of the fish. Mudburbura, the child is born with spots all over it like those of a native cat. Gunamaramala, the child has yaws. Arabanjori and yinganga, the child will fall into a water hole and be drowned. During the whole period, also, the woman must not eat anything that is cooked in a pandi, or native oven, that is, a hole in the ground, in which stones are heated on the fire and the food is cooked by placing it upon them. Covering them with paper bark or leaves and then piling the earth on. Everything she pats must be cooked at an ordinary fire or kujali. In the Kakadu the restrictions on the husband of the woman are just the same as those for the woman until the child is born, after which he is free to eat anything that the men do who are not muraboba, that is, very old. 3. After the child is born, and while it is young, the woman must not drink out of a deep water hole, the water must not reach above her knees. The husband tells the woman that she must not break this rule or the child will die. Also, she must not eat fish out of a deep water hole. They believe that if the child were to see its mother drinking out of a deep water hole its spirit would immediately leave its body, run to the water hole, and be drawn under and swallowed up by a Numereji snake. If, by any chance, the mother breaks the rule, the father, mother, and child, accompanied by a medicine man, go to the water hole. The father gives the mother a little water in a bark basket. The spirit of the child is attracted, comes up, and is caught by the medicine man, who alone can see it. He immediately places it in the mother's head, from which it passes down into her breast and the child, who is at once put to the breast, drinks it in with its mother's milk, or kumalangornu. If the father finds out, when the woman is away, that she has been drinking at a deep water hole, he will at once go to the latter with a medicine man, who catches the spirit and places it in the father, from whom it is supposed to pass. At a later time, into the mother also, and, by way of her breast, into the child. In the case of the mother all the restrictions are in force until the child has finished suckling. There is no ceremony when they are withdrawn. The restrictions with regard to young men who are passing through the Ober and Jamba ceremonies have been already described in connection with these. While they are in progress, the women may not eat the following: Pitjordu, goanna, mini-orco, bandicoot, all kinds of snakes, bayaka, wallaby, michaborla, wallaroo, a kangaroo, jeroober, old man kangaroo, orlongerla, echidna, mudburbura, native cat, nabapunjani, black kangaroo, monmoropa, a large rat. Maraborngi, brush-tailed wallaby, sugar bags of all kinds, junara, a yam, gunamaramala, a yam kimberikara, barramunda fish, kanechu, mullet, kujalinga, female turtle, jalaka, mud cod, jimadaba, a long-nosed fish, geese and ducks. They are allowed to eat murno, opossum, yarns, such as mornun and kulajidbo, lily seeds and roots of kinds, caleculi, catfish, barrelil and jamru, small fish, kujalinga. Male turtle. I have already referred to the removal of certain food restrictions that take place in the moyab, or shade house, at the close of the Kalori ceremony, but, though this removal largely widens the food supply of the older men, it does not affect one or two special animals, the kamali in regard to which is very strict. There is, for example, a carpet snake, called kinjilbara, that no Kalori man may touch until special permission has been given to him. An old man goes out into the bush, kills one of the snakes, and brings it back into the men's camp. He calls them up, saying, Kalori Jeriini, Breda Ge, Kalori men, come all of you, Kinjilbara Jariba Yanamba, if it be a female, Para, if it be a male, jump over the Kinjilbara. The men all do this, one after the other. This finished, the old man says, Jawida Kalori Jeriini Kinjilbara, all you Kalori men eat Kinjilbara. An earth oven, or paindi, is then made, and the snake cooked in it on the hot stones. When ready to be eaten, it must be torn up by the teeth of an old man. Each Kalori man has a little piece of tjali, flesh, paloma, fat, and banogra, bones, given to him, and is thereby made free of the animal. The old man, after the ceremony, removes a winbeji, or small armlet, from each of the men. Up till such time as a man is Kalori, he may not give any of the foods that are prohibited to him to his mother. After passing through that ceremony he may, but he has first to observe a special condition. If he secures, for example, a bird such as a karakara, spur-winged plover, he takes it to his father, when the latter is in camp along with the young man's, mother. He says, Papa, karakara koyun gainma jiao, father, does my mother eat karakara? The father says, Jainima koyuwa, give it to your mother. The son says, Nai koyuwa, I give it to my mother, and does so. The mother says to the father, that is, her husband, Ngainma kamali, this is my kamali, or this is kamali to me. The father says to her, Jiao yu kala, murawara kalori tanbuma, eat, all right, the great kalori is finished. Then he says to his son, Jainima jiao koyata wamakorngo, elabori, don't give food to your sisters or younger brothers, koyu kala jiao umbawa, give food all right to your mother, kala mora, it is finished all right. Then he says to the lubbers in camp, Jiao umba ge, eat it all of you. There is another snake, called kuljoanjo, to which also much the same restrictions apply. It may only be eaten by really old men. One of the older men, named Mokalaki, told us how narrowly he escaped with his life, after eating some of the snake when he was younger, though it was quite innocently done, on his part. The severe illness that resulted from his disobeying the Kamali law, took place, as nearly as we could calculate, 15 years after he had eaten the forbidden snake. Mokalaki was out in the bush with another young man, named Mura Campbell, who caught a kuljoanjo. The latter of the two men knew what it was, but he did not tell Mokalaki, who thought it was another kind of snake. Mura Campbell handed it to Mokalaki, who cooked it, and then Mura Campbell told him to eat it and replied, when Mokalaki urged him to have some, no, I will go to the other camp. There was an old man there, named Mudorna, who also ate some, and then he and Mokalaki took some of the paloma, fat, to a very old man who ate it and licked his lips as he did so, because the fat is very good indeed. He noticed, however, that Mukalaki had been eating it and said to him, Amaina Njinima Jau Kamali? Why have you eaten Kamali? Njinima Ilawia, you are a little man, Kuljo Anjo, this is, Kuljo Anjo. Njinima Kutjeri Murawara, you will be very ill. Mukalaki was very frightened when he found out what he had done and said to the old man, Amaina, Naiwariji. What is it, shall I die? The old man answered, Owoi, Kutjeri Njinima Peri, Wariji, yes, by and by you, will be, very ill, you will, die. Nothing happened for a long time, but 15 years later, Mukalaki had a terrible time which he described very graphically to us. He was feeling very bad indeed and an old medicine man said to him Amaina Jau, Njinima Kutjeri, what have you eaten, to make, you ill? Mukalaki remembered what the old man had told him long ago and he answered, Kuljo Anjo. Then the old doctor said, Umbordra Wariji today you die. He was very ill then but, as the day wore on, he became much worse and, at night, it took 3 men to keep him down, one on his head and one on each leg. The spirit, or Iwayu, of Kuljo Anjo had twisted itself round inside his body and, every now and then, came out through his forehead, rattled its teeth and hissed and looked straight into his eyes. It was terrifying. The natives, realizing the gravity of the case, had sent away to a place, called Impeli, 14 miles away, for a special, celebrated medicine man, named Morpun, who fortunately happened to be reincarnated at that time. He came post-haste, walking and running the whole way, without once stopping. All day long the men and women had sat on Mukalaki, trying to keep him quiet, but it was just as much as they could do. He was all tied up with the Iwayu and shuddered and shivered all over when the snake shook himself. The lubbers first of all and, later on, the men as well, did their best to keep Kuljo Anjo quiet, but he kept overpowering them and shaking Mukalaki to pieces. At length Morpun, the great medicine man, arrived. For a while he stood silently, some distance off, watching Mukalaki. First he ordered the women to go away, a long way off. Mukalaki sat up. Once more the snake came out of his forehead and looked into his eyes but, at that moment, Morpun, who had come close up, made a sudden snatch at it and caught its head. No one but himself and Mukalaki could see it. He held it very firmly and carefully unwound it from Mukalaki's body. When he had done this successfully, he rolled the snake up in his hands and put it in his dilly bag, called Nungulura, and, after staying in camp for one night, went back to his own country, taking the spirit of the Kuljo Anjo with him. He put it in a water hole, right away amongst the ranges, saying to it, Chikoro Nai Willalu, lie down in my camp, Koyata Wagi, don't go back, Chikara Anji Jeriaini, which means, language, or talk, other men. To talk another language is the equivalent of saying that you are in another part of the country. The medicine man was telling Kuljo Anjo to stay in his, Morpun's, country. As soon as ever the snake was removed, Mukalaki felt immensely relieved. He perspired profusely, went to sleep and woke up all right in the morning. Since then Kuljo Anjo has never troubled him again, but he had a great fright and everyone knows that, if it had not been for Morpun removing the snake, he must have died. And Morpun was the only man who could do this. Amongst the Port Essington natives no young girl may eat turkey, kangaroo, turtle eggs, or turtle unless the latter be given to her by an old man. She may eat yams so long as the leaves are green but not when they are dried up, that is, she may eat them when they are small and forming, but not when they are ripe. A woman when enceinte does not eat goanna, bandicoot, emu, or turkey. If she were to eat any of them the child would be born thin and lean-looking. She may eat kangaroo and turtle eggs. There are certain yams along the banks or creeks and billabongs that must not be eaten. The husband of the woman eats goannas, but they must be fat, not lean, and the same holds good for bandicoots, but a possum or emu he must not touch. This applies to the first 2 or 3 times when his wife is enceinte. After he has 2 or 3 children these particular restrictions are removed.